a somber voice once declared, "Theodore Miller, you cannot become a magician." Yet, the echoes of that judgment fade as the bright lights of a grand arena illuminate a stage, where the air crackles with anticipation. With each deliberate step, he advances, his presence commanding the space. Confetti rains down upon a mystical artifact, a symbol of the trials ahead. The young man walks forward, leaving the past behind, as the sounds of celebration fill the air. This is the Kingdom Magic Contest, the Purple Tournament final round, a stage where destinies are forged amidst a shower of glittering fragments. He continues his determined march, his jacket swaying with each confident stride. The world blurs around him, all focus narrowing to the challenge ahead. On the grand stage, Theodore unleashes a burst of fiery magic from his hand, aiming it directly at Sylvia, who stands ready with her staff, enveloped in a shimmering blue aura. Swirling azure energy erupts around her legs, a defensive spell manifesting to meet the incoming attack. Undeterred, Theodore channels even more power, his hands igniting with a fierce, orange glow, as he prepares to unleash the full force of his magic. As the duel begins, a brilliant burst of light and energy explodes across the arena, officially announcing the contest between Bergen's flunker, Theodore Miller, and Blue Tower's rising star, Sylvia Adruncus, as the match commences. Almost immediately, he finds himself buffeted by an unseen force, dust swirling around him as he struggles to maintain his footing. A flush of surprise, and perhaps a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Then, a torrent of vibrant blue magical energy begins to coalesce and surge, forming into powerful, amorphous waves that ripple with immense power. The young magician is struck, losing his balance and beginning to fall, his eyes wide with shock at the sudden impact. The relentless blue magic continues to push him, driving him backward through the air, before slamming him downwards with crushing force. His body twists and contorts as the magical currents violently propel him sideways, sending him flying across the arena, still caught within the overwhelming torrent of blue energy, as he cries out in distress. Still reeling from the relentless assault, he struggles to regain his footing, a desperate plea escaping his lips. As he falls through the swirling dust, a small, glowing creature appears beside him, while Sylvia's blue magic continues to buffet him, sending him further into disarray. The arena itself seems to erupt with her power, a torrent of vibrant blue energy surging upwards. He is violently thrown through the chaotic vortex, crashing downwards amidst the glowing azure currents. From a distance, Sylvia stands resolute, her blue cloak fluttering slightly as she maintains her relentless magical barrage, the air around her crackling with power. Another explosive impact of blue magic erupts, sending shockwaves across the ground. With a determined expression, Sylvia speaks, her voice cutting through the magical din. But even as she presses her advantage, Theodore's hand reaches out, a small, intensely glowing orb of golden light forming within his grasp. His eyes remain closed in concentration, but blue glowing lines begin to spread across his skin, a clear sign of immense power surging through him. Now fully enveloped in a powerful blue aura, his eyes glow with fierce resolve, the golden orb in his hand pulsing with raw energy. With a sudden, decisive movement, he unleashes a massive beam of golden energy, which arcs powerfully across the arena. The golden attack slams into Sylvia, her expression twisting into one of shock and pain as the impact shatters her composure. A single, stark word hangs in the air, a chilling declaration of evil. As blue particles scatter around her, Sylvia's face contorts in pain, while Theodore, his expression resolute, prepares for his next move. The very air crackles with raw magic, chains swirling amidst a vibrant blue-green glow, a testament to the immense power unleashed in their clash. Amidst the murmuring crowd, Theodore looks up, his gaze fixed on the chaotic display of energy. Sylvia, now visibly suffering, is encased in shimmering blue energy and sharp ice shards, the impact of his previous attack taking its toll. Taking a deep breath, Theodore gathers his resolve, his eyes widening with renewed determination as blue energy begins to coalesce around him. She is caught in a massive blue energy vortex, ice shards forming around her as she falls, completely overwhelmed by the magical forces. From behind, Theodore watches as Sylvia continues to be consumed by the swirling blue energy, purple effects crackling around her as she descends. Engulfed in golden flames, Theodore extends his arm, unleashing another powerful attack, and Sylvia's eyes snap open in pure shock. With a strained expression, he pushes the golden energy forward, a brilliant light emanating from his outstretched hand. The golden beam impacts with a resounding thud and crash, causing a massive explosion of blue energy to erupt outwards. In a completely different setting, a man in a sharp suit stands amidst towering bookshelves, asking, "Despite the repeated failures, why do you keep trying?" As another figure remains seated in the background. He knows he must become a magician. Outside the Academy's laboratory, a steady rain begins to fall, its rhythmic patter echoing the rustle of papers as a man in a dark suit stands over Theodore Miller, who sits at a desk, being addressed directly by the instructor, who asks if he understands the reason for this summons. The instructor continues, detailing the 3 points deducted from all of Theodore's subjects. acknowledging it's still a practically perfect score despite some mistakes, but emphasizing that ultimately, this academy doesn't heavily weigh the written test, instead focusing on the remaining time of his magic practical performance. The rain outside intensifies, mirroring the gravity of the instructor's words as he warns that if Theodore can't produce a satisfactory result, there will be no way for him to graduate from this academy. The instructor's face, now fully visible, is stern and unyielding as he delivers the ultimatum. Then, as if changing the subject, he asks Theodore what magical circle he has reached. Looking down, Theodore replies that he is at the second circle, but has not yet mastered it. The instructor's voice cuts through the quiet, reminding Theodore that this is his 5th year at the academy, and his continued failure to master the second circle of magic is becoming a significant problem, to which the young man can only offer a quiet, defeated affirmation. A single word, disappointing, hangs in the air from the instructor, a sentiment Theodore already knows all too well, acknowledging it internally. He feels the weight of the mockery and pity from his surroundings, a constant reminder of his perceived lack of talent for magic. As the instructor hands him a document, the words, "There is only one left," echo with a chilling finality. Seated, the instructor expresses a reluctant apology, feeling as though he is doing Theodore a disservice. The sealed document is presented, declared to be the last one, and Theodore is instructed to take it with him. With a heavy heart, Theodore acknowledges that reality has never truly been on his side, his hand reaching for the doorknob to exit the room. His gaze is distant, his expression a mask of quiet despair. Behind him, a crowd of shadowy figures with glowing green eyes and mouths seems to mock his every step. In a surge of frustration, he crushes the document in his hand, the paper crumpling under his grip. He silently demands they stop staring at him, as numerous voices from those flashing faces pierce his thoughts, manifesting as glowing green lines around him. Surrounded by the spectral faces, he perceives a cacophony of emotions: sympathy, mockery, pity, scorn, sneer, contempt, relief, sigh, and hesitation, all weighing down on him. The weight of his recent failure presses down, a chilling tremor running through him. As Theodore's gaze sharpens with a quiet resolve, he knows he has come too far to simply stop now, the path he walks having always been fraught with thorns. It is a road that becomes irreversible the moment one ceases to move forward, a truth that solidifies his determination. With a soft creak, a glowing doorway opens before him, beckoning him into a new space. He steps inside, the vastness of a grand library unfolding above him, illuminated by a colossal, ethereal orb. Standing amidst towering shelves, the student knows he must become someone capable of standing against his predetermined destiny, and this quiet sanctuary is where his fight begins. For now, all he can do is study, so he habitually visits the library, choosing books to learn from. These are books he has read hundreds, even thousands of times, stretching his body as he reaches for another volume. He sometimes wonders about the purpose of it all, but at least it offers some stress relief in this quiet corner of Bergen Academy, a place few others would ever seek out, where he has likely read every single book. Suddenly, a flicker of something unexpected catches his eye, pulling him from his deep concentration. He pauses, his gaze fixed on a dark, shadowy presence that seems to shimmer at the edge of his vision, wondering if it had always been there. Though it was his first time seeing it, he reaches out a tentative finger, brushing against the mysterious darkness. As his touch connects, the shadowy mass ripples and expands, tendrils beginning to unfurl, prompting him to question what exactly this phenomenon could be. With alarming speed, the dark tendrils surge forward, wrapping around his body, their forms outlined by an eerie purple glow. From within the swirling darkness, a single, golden eye opens, its gaze piercing, as a voice echoes, urging him to save. A chilling, guttural laugh escapes the entity, a sound that seems to mock his confusion. He recoils, shielding his face from the encroaching shadows, as the entity addresses him directly, its voice resonating with an ancient power. Squinting in distress, he struggles to comprehend the situation as the entity's voice presses, asking if he can hear it. Convinced he must be hearing things, he tries to dismiss the impossible, but the entity's command cuts through his denial, directing him to look at his left hand. His eyes fall to his left hand, now completely enveloped by the shadowy tendrils, as the entity issues a clear, undeniable order to raise it immediately. The tendrils tighten further, conforming to the shape of his hand like a second skin, a dark, living glove. His left hand is now fully encased, the shadowy form a permanent, unsettling addition to his being. A wave of confusion and terror washes over him, his eyes wide with disbelief as the shadowy entity, gluttony, speaks directly into his mind, its voice a mocking whisper. The sheer audacity of its words, coupled with the overwhelming sensation of its presence, forces a guttural scream from his throat, his face contorted in a mixture of fear and utter helplessness. Yet, gluttony's voice echoes again, dripping with condescension, reminding him that his surprise is premature, a mere prelude to what awaits him. His eyes snap open, wide with a sudden, dawning realization. It was still too early to be surprised, he thought. But what were these strange purple tentacles now coiling around his hand? A chilling thought echoed in his mind, wondering if the entity had just spoken. The grimoire's voice, now a guttural growl, declared its intent. I am gonna eat. He recoiled sharply, a cry of alarm escaping his lips. Whoa, this ba. Straining against the relentless grip of the tentacles, he desperately shouted for them to stop, his voice filled with urgency. His face contorted in a plea, he begged the entity to listen to what he had to say. The tentacles pulled harder, dragging him further, as he cried out, reminding it that he had told it to listen. With a final, desperate surge of strength, he commanded, "Let it go." But the entity's grip was absolute, and he was violently pulled, a raw scream tearing from his throat. Then, a sudden, intense jolt coursed through him, leaving him with a profound and surprising sensation. He had tried so many times before, yet could never materialize the magic with his own abilities. Now, the voice in his head was insistently asking him to stretch out his hand. As he complied, a faint crackling sound accompanied the light blue lightning that began to arc around his outstretched fingers. And the voice softly recited the very desire he had been longing for so long. A wide, almost manic smile spread across his face as the lightning intensified, bathing him in its brilliant glow. The spell was Lightning Bolt. The raw energy surged, a rapid blur of crackling blue light. Pulsing with uncontrolled power, standing amidst a swirling golden-brown aura, with lightning still dancing around his hands, he could only utter a surprised, "Huh." The golden energy hummed around his silhouette, a testament to the magic he had just unleashed. A system message confirmed the acquisition. The second circle magic, Lightning Bolt, has been acquired. The magic grimoire, now awake from its long slumber, was very hungry, and to satisfy its hunger, he would have to feed it the way it had been eating earlier, leaving him with a confused expression. He couldn't quite grasp what was happening, a voice echoing in his mind, declaring a 10-minute time limit and the need for 4 more books before its hunger would be sated. 10 minutes, for books? He wondered, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Feeling a distinct, tingling sensation in his hand, he knew this wasn't a dream, yet he struggled to believe it. After all, he had never once succeeded in using magic properly. There was simply no way for him to wield it. Moreover, the lightning bolt spell was one he'd never managed to cast successfully, let alone on his first attempt, as he stood amidst the towering shelves of the library. Even if it was a one-time success, the sheer power he'd just unleashed felt strong enough to obliterate an entire bookshelf. As he stared at his left hand, now transformed into a dark, claw-like appendage, the reality of book eating began to sink in. This was his chance. After taking a moment to compose himself, he continued to ponder the voice's words. 10 minutes, for books. If its ability truly involved acquiring skills from the books it consumed, then he could also fully acquire those skills with his own ability, he realized, addressing the magic grimoire within his left hand, asking for its name. The grimoire responded, its voice echoing in his mind, offering to reveal its name. None, mean, if he provided it with food. He considered the alternative. If he didn't, it would simply take what it needed itself. A determined expression settled on his face as he looked out over the vast library. The sunlight streaming through its grand windows. He knew what he had to do. He hears the grimoire's voice echo, promising, "Then, I will give you whatever you want." This marks the beginning of a new chapter, titled Book Eater. As he begins to feed the entity books, he understands that the process of acquisition is quite specific. He also realizes he's learned a great deal of valuable information, all thanks to the mysterious voice guiding him. The entity, an ancient grimoire from a forgotten era, consumes books and other magic-related objects to grow stronger and satisfy its insatiable hunger. While the consumed knowledge empowers its parasitic host, neglecting its hunger could lead to the host being consumed instead. The process of feeding and acquiring knowledge unfolds like this. When he offers a book, the grimoire swallows it whole. Immediately, the contents of that book resonate within his mind, transferring into his memory and accumulating as latent power within his body. However, the effects aren't always immediate, and if the books are inferior or not understood by the host, they prove ineffective or insignificant for consumption. He feels a surge as the energy of 4 elements is ingested, increasing his affinity with them and relieving the grimoire's hunger with 3 books remaining. When he hears the grimoire's voice, it signals the book's full digestion, allowing him to access the latent abilities within the ingested knowledge. He continues this method until sunset, effortlessly mastering spells he previously couldn't use. The grimoire consumes various magical texts, including applications of magic circles, basics of magic circle creation, defense magic, and fire bolt, along with the application and understanding of elements, intermediate lightning bolt, and revelation. Theodore clutches his head, the sheer intensity of the power coursing through him causing agonizing pain, a direct consequence of gluttony's excessive consumption. He gasps, the sensation overwhelming, muttering to himself that this experience is truly insane. He realizes that even a moment of lowered guard would have led to unconsciousness, concluding that future feedings will need to be done with far more moderation. Despite the torment, he acknowledges the pain was ultimately worth it, as a vibrant blue glow emanates from his hand, the magical energy flowing powerfully through his body. The radiant light intensifies around his fist, confirming that the hunger of the magic grimoire has been completely relieved. Wisps of blue energy swirl around his hand, a clear sign that the magical power of the digested book has now been fully accumulated within his body. A relieved smile spreads across his face, his eyes closed in contentment as he savors the newfound strength. Opening his eyes, he addresses the small, amorphous entity in his palm, asking if the bastard is finally full, to which the grimoire responds, "It tastes pretty bad, but I am full." He looks down at the grimoire, a hint of sternness in his expression, reminding it of their promise, despite its strict nature. The grimoire, with its single, wide eye, seems to ponder his words, then asks if he only needs its name. Theodore confirms that its name is indeed enough, and the grimoire, now identified as gluttony, declares, "I am gluttony." He acknowledges the name, stating he understands, while gluttony, with a satisfied, almost smug expression, observes him, noting his dissatisfied look. Holding the grimoire in his hand, Theodore asks if it can answer a question for him. A mischievous chuckle escapes the entity as it responds, wondering if he had heard its voice and if he knew what it was capable of. With an air of absolute certainty, Gluttony declares that it knows everything. Yet, even with this grand claim, something else about the grimoire's nature piqued Theodore's interest far more than its name. He recalls the voice's earlier words, which suggested that the grimoire was still in an unstable state, its information fragmented. The only way to complete it, he knew, was to feed it a vast amount of magical texts, leaving him with the daunting task of figuring out how to fully understand and utilize gluttony. Despite the challenges, he knew there had to be a way to extract the information he needed, a method to gain knowledge from the ancient grimoire. As gluttony lets out a soft yawn, preparing to enter its slumber once it's full, Theodore remembers its promise to answer any single question its host might have before falling asleep. The condition, however, was clear: it would only answer once. He muses on the grimoire's age, realizing that gluttony must have existed for a very long time, an ancient entity indeed. Considering its nature, it wouldn't be a lie to say that it could only provide a single answer to a single question. Breaking his contemplation, Gluttony's voice cuts through, asking what he is pondering about and urging him to ask his question quickly if he wants to know anything. Before Gluttony could settle into its slumber, a thought crossed Theodore's mind, prompting him to consider a crucial interaction. Holding the small, dark creature in his palm, he knew he had to ask his questions. As he sat, contemplating the entity before him, Theodore prepared himself for the exchange. Settled in the quiet library, he mused aloud about the nature of his inquiry. With limited time to delve into every detail, he decided to prioritize the most pressing matters, focusing on the important stuff first. Addressing the magic-hungry creature directly, Theodore demanded to know more about its true nature, only for Gluttony to respond with a condescending query, questioning his ability to comprehend its profound insights. A flicker of annoyance crossed his face, as he muttered a frustrated curse under his breath. The creature chuckled, mocking his perceived lack of understanding, then declared its intention to be considerate and provide a visual demonstration, given his low level. His eye widened in surprise at the mention of a visualization, a hint of disbelief coloring his expression. Suddenly, a vibrant pink and purple aura erupted around him, tendrils of energy swirling and engulfing his form as the visualization began. Overwhelmed by the sudden display, Theodore could only stare in shock, questioning if this intense experience was truly happening. Pulled from his seat, Theodore finds the room around him warping, the familiar library dissolving into a swirling vortex of dark energy. He struggles, surrounded by sinuous, purple tendrils that tear through the fabric of reality, sending books scattering into the deepening void with a rustling crackle. The tendrils multiply, pulling him deeper into the abyss, the cityscape outside now a distant, twisted memory. At the heart of this terrifying illusion, a monstrous, skeletal entity with glowing yellow eyes and a dripping maw manifests, its presence cracking the very air around it. Theodore is suspended, helpless, as the tendrils bind him, the chair he once occupied now a tiny, insignificant detail below. His face contorts in a silent scream, eyes wide with horror and disbelief. The tendrils tighten their grip, pulling him further into the abyss, the immense pressure echoing with a booming sound. A sharp, agonizing sensation pierces him, his mouth agape in a silent cry as something snaps. The monstrous entity looms closer, its grotesque tongue flicking out, a chilling, visceral threat accompanied by a static crackle. Theodore's mind reels, the image of a skeletal, fanged skull now superimposed over the horror, the sheer force of the vision overwhelming him with a crashing sound and more static. The skull dominates his perception, its empty sockets burning into his very soul with a persistent crackle. Blood trickles from his nose, a physical manifestation of the mental assault, as a voice echoes, "The knowledge is." As the intense magical visualization recedes, a profound sense of exhaustion washes over him, the residual energy still flowing into his very being. He collapses onto the wooden floor, a faint sound of impact echoing in the quiet room, his body still reeling from the experience, struggling to regain composure. A familiar, mocking voice echoes in his mind, acknowledging his struggle, but warning him not to get too caught up in it. The voice continues, asserting that for someone at his current level, that was his limit, and that should be a sufficient answer for now. As the presence of gluttony begins to recede, the voice bids him farewell, promising to see him again. Theodore's hand clenches into a tight fist, a silent testament to the lingering intensity of the experience. He reflects on gluttony's true form, acknowledging it as something unknown, an existence that defies contemporary language, and notes the familiar, almost dismissive attitude, as if he were not its first contractor. Though he still has many questions, other information has been briefly conveyed by the voice, allowing him to sit up and process the new knowledge. First, gluttony remains in an incomplete state, coexisting with the voice, which acts as its guide. Second, it awakens once a day to satisfy its hunger, and immediately after feeding, it will answer one question. Third, gluttony possesses the unique ability to differentiate the power held within its food, doing so more accurately than any other magic. Finally, gluttony extracts the essence from the food it consumes, delivering its effects in proportion to the user's comprehension. A faint, almost imperceptible smile plays on his lips, a stark contrast to the turmoil he'd just endured. Closing his eyes, he lets out a small sigh of relief. He remembers the crushing weight of his past, the self-perception of being an inferior student with only a good brain and no talent, a worthless individual who could never become a magician. He was a student who had no one on his side at the academy, and even now, the years of effort had turned a blind eye to him. But now, a new, unsettling grin spreads across his face as he realizes all those past burdens have been piled up behind him, inside his head. All those past burdens have been piled up behind him, inside his head. And with a chilling resolve, a voice echoes within him, declaring, "I will eat them all." Meanwhile, the Grand Academy buildings stand tall under the bright sun, their ornate windows reflecting the bustling student life. Among the students, Sylvia and another young woman converse, their expressions hinting at the day's events. The courtyard teems with students, some walking in groups, others hurrying to their next classes. One young man dashes through the crowd, his urgency palpable. Suddenly, several students lie sprawled on the ground, while an adult figure stands over them, sternly reminding them to keep quiet at school, please. Within a sun-drenched conservatory, two figures stand amidst vibrant greenery, one a tall, blonde-haired professor, the other a shorter, portly man with a distinguished mustache, both observing the bustling academy grounds outside. A soft chuckle escapes the portly man, as he remarks on the youthful energy of the students, finding it truly wonderful to witness. He then laments his own inability to run without his belly protruding, jokingly asking if they should explore ways to become a skinny lich. The blonde professor, turning to face him, points out that liches lack cartilage and would become entirely bony, a prospect the older man acknowledges with a sigh. Holding a mug, the blonde professor then addresses him directly, asking, "But, Professor Vince, are you staying at school during this vacation?" Professor Vince confirms his intention to stay, explaining that he has a lot of work to do and had already made up his mind about it since the beginning of the year. A thoughtful expression crosses the blonde professor's face as he considers this revelation. His eyes narrow slightly, inquiring if Vince's decision is due to his ongoing research. Professor Vince, looking somewhat uncomfortable, suggests that perhaps they shouldn't be discussing such matters in their current location. The scene shifts to a bustling library or study hall, where several students and staff are engrossed in their work, the blonde professor and Professor Vince visible in the background. A hand gently taps a shoulder, drawing attention. The blonde professor approaches Professor Vince, announcing that he has been looking for him. He finds himself under the intense scrutiny of the blonde professor, who questions his gaze, but Vince playfully deflects, claiming the stare makes him blush, before revealing he simply has something to ask. With a slight sound of acknowledgement, the blonde professor simply agrees. A wide, almost mischievous grin spreads across Vince's face. A man with striking red-tinted glasses approaches Professor Vince, who looks up with a slight smile, as the man states he's simply there to ask something. With a confident smirk, the man in red glasses tells Vince to just tell him whatever he needs. Vince's expression turns serious as he mentions Theodore Miller, wondering why the child wasn't on the dropout list this year and what exactly happened. The man with red glasses listens intently, his gaze sharp behind the tinted lenses. He then reveals, with a hint of disdain, that he was the one who failed Theodore, explaining that the student constantly asked useless questions in every class, focusing too much on theory without practical application. Sitting across from Vince in a cafe, the man with red glasses reiterates his decision, stating that Theodore needed to figure out his own problem and study more. Vince, however, counters, reminding him that a professor's role is to teach and lead students, implying that failing them without guidance is an embarrassment to the title. Vince's face contorts in a frustrated grimace, as he tries to explain that he was merely organizing the personnel list. Standing up, Vince quickly apologizes, claiming to be in a rush and promising to revise and refill the list himself. The man with red glasses watches him leave, a thought forming in his mind about this stupid bastard who, despite being a professor, couldn't grasp his reasoning. As Vince walks away through the glass-paneled hallway, the man with red glasses remains, his expression unreadable. A man with blonde hair and distinctive red-tinted glasses stands amidst shelves, his expression unreadable. A slight smirk plays on his lips, a silent acknowledgement of his recent decision. He holds a mug casually, his posture relaxed as he contemplates the future. His voice echoes with a quiet conviction, "I am putting my faith in you, Theodore Miller." For him, The ability to discern a good book has certainly become easier, as the summary of a book's value and inherent abilities now flows directly into his mind. Meanwhile, Theodore struggles under the weight of a towering stack of books, his arms straining with the effort. With a frustrated sigh, the books tumble from his grasp, scattering across the floor as he collapses beside them, ready to begin his arduous task. Settling into a chair at a grand library desk, he picks up a book, preparing to delve into its contents. His gaze is fixed on the pages, his mind already absorbing the knowledge within. From his perspective in the vast library, the information he now receives, compared to what he gained from simple appraisal magic, is like the difference between heaven and earth. His memory ability, coupled with his natural compatibility with all aspects of appraisal magic, makes the process incredibly efficient, thanks to which, choosing which high-quality books to feed to gluttony has become significantly easier. Looking back on the time they've spent together, a voice urges him to rise, reminding him that he should eat. Gluttony, the magic-hungry creature, demands 3 books, its voice echoing with an arbitrary desire for satiety. Sometimes, the voice would specify the exact number of books it craved, while other times, it would simply state its own preferences. Indeed, the entity was incredibly picky, never deigning to touch any book that failed its appraisal, often gagging in disgust. Still, Theodore couldn't help but ponder the immense skills gluttony would grant with each successful consumption. "Hey, you thick-headed fool," gluttony chides, making Theodore realize it would be far better to feed it only after careful consideration. Yet, even after presenting the 5th book, the creature still hadn't taken a single bite. "Boy, I am so disappointed," gluttony complains, a sharp crackle accompanying its words. "I didn't give you all those skills for you to use them for free, you know? Pick something more delicious and put it in my mouth." "But what's that book on top, boy?" gluttony suddenly asks, catching Theodore off guard with a surprised, "What?" As Theodore's fingers brush against the cover, a soft rustle emanates from the book, and he thinks, that book seems to be a good one. This. The title, The Belantes' Family, stands out, accompanied by a distinct publishing seal. A heavy thud echoes as Theodore holds the book, a faint hum emanating from it. As he realizes, this book is the... His eyes widen in astonishment, a gasp escaping him as he finally comprehends its true nature, original. The book, titled Ballistics Magic, was published by none other than Alfred Belantes, the Prince of Belantes himself. As the pages turn, a vivid image of the prince, seated amidst dense foliage, begins to form. Before ascending to his royal title, he was celebrated as the finest magician and the most formidable soldier, earning the moniker, the Master of Battle Magic. Even after 80 years, his legend remains undiminished, his reputation echoing through history. The true source of his enduring fame, however, lay in his unique and powerful method of casting magic, crackling with raw energy. With a focused gaze, Alfred channels the volatile power, arcs of lightning dancing around his outstretched hand. The air around him hums, charged with the potent magic he wields. Then, with a decisive motion, he unleashes a concentrated burst of energy, sending it hurtling towards an unseen target. Suddenly, the scene shifts, revealing a dark, hooded figure observing from a vantage point, their presence ominous. Before Alfred can react, the assailant strikes with blinding speed, felling the legendary master as his crackling magic dissipates into nothingness. A chilling realization dawns as an urgent, repeated warning echoes through the narrative. Emergency! 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 The dire news confirms the worst, declaring, the general is down. Mission complete. The magic he used was magic missiles. And with that shabby first circle magic and great effort, he rose to become Belantes' one and only hero of the war, leaving Theodore to wonder why such a great book would be left to rot in a place like this. Stealing it would be easy, he muses, but if he were caught, he wouldn't be able to deal with the aftermath. But, despite the risks, this book is highly valued by it. He needs to decide. He needs to make his decision. As if sensing his internal conflict, a black, amorphous entity with a gaping maw suddenly bursts forth from the book in his hand, letting out a hungry cry. The creature, Gluttony, fully emerges and begins to devour the book, swallowing it whole with a gulp. Its small eyes gleam with satisfaction as it declares, "Yes, this is what I wanted. A book worth synchro." Theodore stares, bewildered, asking, "Sync Charo? Gluttony, what are you?" Feeling a sudden wave of dizziness, he stumbles, barely able to form a coherent thought as the creature continues to speak. His vision blurs, and a system message flashes before his eyes, asking, "Bout?" The message clarifies that as Gluttony's user, Theodore Miller is qualified for synchronize. Another message appears, confirming that Theodore Miller will now synchronize into the author's memories. Theodore begins his synchronization, entering the memories of Alfred Belantes, the Prince of Belantes and the book's original owner. He plunges deeper into the swirling vortex, the world around him distorting into a maelstrom of color and sound. Gluttony's maw seems to consume him entirely, pulling him through the threshold of memory. The journey is a blur of light and sensation, a rapid descent through an abstract tunnel of energy. Then, a new reality solidifies, revealing a sprawling city under a harsh, orange sky. He finds himself looking through the eyes of another, a system message confirming his arrival at the Belantes Principality frontline, 45 years in the past. The world shifts, and a pair of golden-brown eyes snap open, reflecting the chaos of a distant battle. A heavy thudding sound echoes as a figure on horseback surveys the unfolding conflict, banners fluttering in the wind. This isn't his own time, but a memory from 45 years ago, on the front lines of the Belantes Principality. Theodore's thoughts race, wondering if these detached units signify a true battlefield, even as he notes the enemy's unexpected speed. He feels like a mere bystander, unable to influence the scene. He realizes he's experiencing a synchro, the ability to borrow an author's memory and absorb the essence of a book. The rhythmic hoofbeats pound as he understands he is watching through the eyes of the body's owner. Beside him, Vince, the commander of the First Knight, urges that by cutting off the enemy's head, they can achieve victory, offering to lead the charge himself. But Alfred, with a resolute expression and a slight movement of his head, firmly refuses Vince's offer. His hand grips the hilt of his sword, as he declares he will take the lead personally. With a powerful battle cry, Alfred raises his sword high, charging forward into the fray. As the memory of Prince Alfred continues, he charges forward, his voice ringing out across the battlefield, commanding his soldiers to follow his lead. With a powerful crimson aura surrounding them, the cavalry surges ahead, a wave of determined warriors. The clash of steel and the roar of battle fill the air, as Alfred's forces meet the enemy head-on. Amidst the chaos, the fight rages, a maelstrom of combatants. Still enveloped in that vibrant red glow, the prince's army pushes deeper into the enemy lines. Then, with a powerful declaration, Alfred Belantes, the prince and leader of the Belantes army, announces his presence. His face contorted in a fierce challenge, he dares anyone who seeks his head to step forward and name themselves. In response to his bold defiance, a multitude of enemy soldiers begin to encircle the prince. From the opposing ranks, a figure in striking red armor, Richard, the eldest son of Earl Jason, scoffs, questioning Alfred's seriousness and wondering if he truly looks like such a pushover. The armored man advances on horseback, his heavy plate clanking with each step. He continues his taunt, asking if Alfred, a magician, truly intends to fight him in close combat, suggesting he hasn't gone insane from merely reading books. As the confrontation escalates, Theodore's eye glows with an intense crimson light, the synchro memory reaching a critical point. The synchro memory plunged him back into the chaos of a cavalry charge, where a woman on horseback rode fiercely as another man tumbled from his mount with a pained grunt, lost in the swirling dust. As a hooded figure with glowing red eyes and a drawn sword appeared, Theodore's mind raced, realizing the sheer, terrifying power emanating from this individual. The battle raged on, horses thundered across the dusty plains, their hooves kicking up clouds of earth. Then, Alfred Belantes stepped forward, his hand glowing with an intricate magic missile, a spell perfected through hundreds of modifications to existing concepts. He unleashed a torrent of light spears, shattering the enemy lines with devastating force. The shadowy figures of his foes recoiled under the assault, as Theodore mused. This power was on an entirely different level from any magic missile he knew, born from intense research and remarkable insight. Alfred continued his relentless barrage, his gaze fixed on the retreating enemy. Theodore further observed, the magic possessed such high-penetrating power that it was more than enough to kill any foe. It was the simplest yet most lethal move, masterable only by those who had dedicated themselves to a single path. Meanwhile, Richard found himself roughly dragged by two burly figures, indignantly demanding, "These bastards! Release me right this instant! Damn it, that's my flesh you're pulling. Let go of me!" He glared back at his captors, his voice laced with fury as he challenged, "You savages! Do you have any idea who I am?" One of the muscular captors, annoyed by his struggles, retorted, "Ack, I told you to stop pulling on my flesh. Damn it!" Within the memory, Alfred Belantes looks down with disdain at a portly, bald man bound before him, dismissing him and his kind as lowly coal-chomping bastards, mere ragtags, not even worth a damn. The bald man, shocked by the prince's words, can only utter a confused, "Huh," before Alfred's intense gaze and a chilling question. "Do you really mean that?" Alfred, now seated, continues to address the kneeling man, stating that from what he's heard, the name Belford carries a heavy weight. He elaborates that the name belongs to someone worse than a dog, a marquis who burned down villages and sold men's wives into slavery, making him the worst piece of scum imaginable. The bald man, now identified as the marquis, desperately pleads, "Prince? There must be some kind of misunderstanding," as Alfred's finger points accusingly at him. With a look of cold fury, Alfred dismisses his plea, declaring that the war is not his own judgment, but simply the prince's. As Alfred stands over him, a bright flash of light erupts from his hand, and the marquis cries out, "Please spare my life." Alfred merely tisks, observing the aftermath, muttering about the blood of those who wouldn't think about their soldiers for even a moment, now staining him. Looking down at the now lifeless body of the marquis, Alfred declares it disgusting, and orders his soldiers to dispose of the body, adding that that beast doesn't even deserve to be buried. Then, Alfred's gaze shifts, and he speaks directly to the unseen observer, and to you who is watching this. Theodore, startled, wonders if Alfred Belantes' memories could possibly sense him, a chilling thought that sends a ripple through his consciousness. Alfred continues, his voice echoing through the memory. I don't know why you're here. A faint, ethereal glow surrounding him as he adds, but it's time for you to leave. The memory begins to fade, and Alfred's final words resonate with Theodore. The answer you are looking for cannot be found here. Alfred's voice echoes, urging him to look beyond his own perspective and find his answers through personal effort in reality. Suddenly, the system announces that Alfred Belantes' synchro has ended, causing Theodore to recoil with a sharp gasp. He sits, reflecting on Alfred's words, wondering if he truly has to search for the answers himself, acknowledging the experience was terrible, yet certain of one crucial thing. As his hand begins to glow with a faint aura, he realizes the very principle of Prince Alfred's magic missile, its essence and theory, has been stored within his mind through the synchro. A blinding flash of light erupts from his palm, as all the records of Alfred's researches begin flowing into his head. The sheer volume of information is overwhelming, a torrent of knowledge that makes him question why the output is rising so fast. His eyes widen in distress, sweat beading on his forehead as his mind struggles to contain the deluge. A sharp, resonant sound echoes, marking the culmination of the transfer. A frustrated sigh escapes Theodore as he struggles to control the raw magical energy surging through him, lamenting the uncontrollable output. His eyes widen in alarm, realizing the torrent of power is not stopping. With a blinding flash, the uncontrolled magic erupts outward, a violent burst of light and force. The sheer impact of his own spell throws him backward, sending him sprawling across the floor. The destructive energy continues its path, shattering a nearby wall into fragments. And even after tearing through the wall, it pierces the ceiling above. Lying on his back, he stares up at the gaping hole, a bead of sweat tracing his temple as he acknowledges the spell's raw power. His hand, the conduit for such immense force, couldn't withstand the shock and is now in a tattered state. Later, sitting cross-legged, he reflects that while he can become more proficient at using magic, his mana and body are still far from enough to actually endure the impact of such spells. He looks at his hand, acknowledging that he's completely mastered the second circle in the last hour, but his magic power simply can't keep up with the demands. As the amorphous entity of gluttony appears on his palm, he poses the crucial question, has the grimoire finally thought of what it wants to know? The real question, he muses, is the method to increase his magic power. Still reeling from his previous magical attempt, Theodore turns to the grimoire, seeking to understand the true nature of magic and power. However, the grimoire's response is far from enthusiastic, leaving him puzzled by its unenergetic reaction and wondering if it truly doesn't know the answer. But gluttony quickly clarifies, suggesting that his question is too vague and asking if he has anything more specific in mind. Theodore, slightly taken aback, repeats his question, only for the grimoire to playfully call him a silly boy and reiterate that his inquiry was indeed too vague. With a more serious tone, gluttony begins to explain that there are over 100 ways to increase one's magic power. However, it promises to reveal only one method, a specific one that comes with its own set of conditions. Theodore, eager for knowledge, presses for more details, and gluttony, as if expecting his impatience, confirms its understanding. The grimoire then reveals that it knew Theodore would ask something like this, as a system message flashes, announcing that essence extraction has been upgraded. The upgrade allows gluttony to use its digest ability even while in a sleeping state, and a new system notification confirms that ability absorption and magic power improvement has been unlocked along with existing essence extraction. Theodore, processing this information, realizes the profound implication. The digestion target is no longer limited to books, as gluttony can now even digest cursed artifacts. With a wide, knowing grin, gluttony confirms Theodore's quick understanding, acknowledging his sharp intellect. He sits on the floor, contemplating the Academy's property, acknowledging the library's poor administration. Even as he rubs his face in thought, aware that caretakers still check on those tools. A curtain flutters gently in the breeze as he looks up, his gaze drifting towards the outside world, realizing he could acquire what he needed from beyond the Academy's walls. Soon after, the professor with the red glasses hands him a document, stating, "Okay then, this is your permission to go outside." Taking the paper, Theodore offers his thanks. "Thank you for worrying about me, Professor." The professor, however, leans back in his chair, his expression unreadable as he asks, "Are you serious about becoming a magician?" He continues, explaining that others with similar talents exist, before pressing, "Nonetheless, why do you want to be a magician?" Theodore looks down, considering his words, before meeting the professor's gaze with unwavering resolve, stating, "That's simple. Even if it sounds like nonsense, I will prove it myself." The professor watches him intently, a slight smile playing on his lips as he simply says, "Child." His smile widens, and he asks, "Have you found a different answer?" He stands at the Academy's front gate, receiving confirmation that his departure is official. As he turns to leave, the professor reminds him to return before 7 in the evening, to which he simply affirms. Stepping out into the familiar city, he notes that this place is exactly as he remembered it, the grand architecture towering around him. He walks through the bustling streets, a slight smile playing on his lips as he realizes how little has changed in 3 years. The city remains a vibrant hub, a bustling place where all facilities are powered by magic, and a large quantity of goods are distributed and can be purchased at bargain prices. At the current intersection, he notices 4 artifact shops, their wares glittering enticingly. But, despite the allure, those are not the places he is looking for today. His gaze sweeps over the rooftops and winding alleys, a sense of purpose guiding his steps. He finds himself on the outskirts of the city, where the buildings become older and the streets quieter. 3 years ago, he came here a few times with a guy who used to be his friend, and back then, he was only trying to run away, but now he feels totally different. A wry chuckle escapes him as he observes that this area hasn't changed at all, making him wonder if he is the only one who has changed. Memories of good old days, before he knew of his inferiority, were engrossed in the scenery before him again. He thinks of those guys, those good-for-nothing individuals who once surrounded him, but quickly dismisses the thought, reminding himself that they were all bastards who had turned their backs on him anyway. Approaching a quaint shop with a sign that simply reads FRINDO, he pauses for a moment, his gaze fixed on the entrance. With a decisive movement, he reaches for the doorknob, declaring to himself that enough reminiscing has been done. The door creaks open, and he steps inside, leaving the past behind. The sound of the turning knob echoes softly as he addresses the interior, asking politely, "Excuse me, are you open?" From within, a woman in a wide-brimmed hat, holding a staff, looks up, a hint of surprise in her expression as she wonders, "Huh? What's this?" Her golden eyes narrow slightly as she observes the newcomer, thinking, "Such a young customer." As he steps further into the mysterious shop, the proprietor simply gestures, inviting him to explore the items on his own, adding that explaining everything would be a bother. A slight frown creases his brow, for he hadn't expected much from the beginning anyway, and the shopkeeper's dismissive attitude only reinforces his initial impression, especially since she believes it's difficult to properly explain items to those who frequent the black market. He continues to browse the shelves, while the shopkeeper's voice echoes with a chilling warning. If one's luck is poor, they could end up cursed or even dead, particularly if they arrive unprepared. But as a small, black, worm-like creature emerges onto his hand, he feels a surge of confidence, knowing that with Gluttony's new ability, navigating these dangerous items will be like taking a test with all the answers already in hand. Theodore's gaze falls upon a criminal's iron sword, a standard straight blade from a forgotten kingdom, once used to punish prisoners. His eyes then drift to a drachma saber, the favorite weapon of desert mercenary drachma, with menacing thorns on its handle, before settling on an eye of Arachne, the eye of a 300-year-old adult Arachne, which still possesses weak magical power. A soft rustle accompanies his movements as he continues to examine the various wares. This experience is beyond his expectation, as he finds himself not only memorizing the item's information, but also their detailed stats. Most of the items here are useless junk, he muses, yet there are some quality pieces hidden among them, prompting him to ask the shopkeeper for the bill. The woman, a shopkeeper with a wide-brimmed hat, eyes him shrewdly, wondering if the young master is quite well off, for if he buys this much, it will be worth at least 2 gold. Theodore, however, dismisses her assessment, asking if she's talking about garbage, claiming he can get these for only 20 silvers in another junk shop. The shopkeeper, unfazed, challenges him to go make his deal elsewhere, questioning the use of bargaining any further. She thinks that would normally be the case, but then Theodore's subtle smirk makes her pause, wondering if he is truly special. Holding up an item, he proposes a challenge. If she can correctly guess what it is right away, he will consider her offer. He waits patiently for her response. As the shopkeeper examines the item, Theodore thinks to himself that it's all pretty simple. He identifies the item as a hetekels, a mana pipe, describing it as a kind of mana cigarette that is inexhaustible, and quite possibly the only appraised item in her entire shop. A slight smirk plays on her lips as she asks if he guessed its nature simply by sensing its mana, wondering if he is an appraiser. He readily confirms, stating that he is indeed an appraiser, though he admits he only said so because the deal wouldn't have closed otherwise, and with his appraisal skills, it's perfectly fine to claim the title. The shopkeeper hums thoughtfully, finding his revelation quite interesting, as it has been a while since anything truly piqued her curiosity. With a distinct click, a drawer slides open, revealing a collection of small, miscellaneous items within. The shopkeeper sits poised, her long cigarette holder still between her fingers, observing him intently. She then asks, to what she owes the pleasure of being visited by an appraiser such as himself. With a confident smirk, Theodore declares that he simply wants to make a straightforward deal with her. He proposes to appraise all the goods in her store, and in return, he will take the defective or low-grade artifacts as payment, leaving the shopkeeper utterly surprised. Taking a slow drag from her pipe, the shopkeeper remarks that he truly says the strangest things. He quickly tries to backtrack, insisting that's not the issue, and urges her to think rationally about the proposal. With a skeptical gaze, she questions how on earth she would make a profit from such an absurd deal. The shopkeeper, her gaze sharp, dismisses the idea of a casual trade, reminding Theodore that appraisers never make deals under such conditions. She questions his sincerity, wondering if he's offering himself for free, or if his proposal is simply a joke that has gone too far, bordering on plain cheating. her green eyes narrowing with intensity. She challenges him to provide one good reason why she should even consider his unusual deal. As Theodore stands before her, the shopkeeper presses further, demanding to know why she should fully trust him and go through with it, insisting that his reason better be worth her time. A wave of panic washes over Theodore as he realizes the dilemma. Revealing the truth about gluttony's existence would secure the deal, but also expose his secret. Yet, without a compelling reason, the negotiation would surely fail, leaving him to desperately urge himself to think of a solution. His brow furrowed in deep thought, he internally insists that there must be a way out of this predicament. Growing impatient with his silence, the shopkeeper demands to know how long he intends to make her wait, threatening to call off the deal entirely, prompting Theodore to quickly interject, asking her to wait just a second longer. With a sudden resolve, Theodore presents his solution, the Geas Scroll, a powerful magical contract that, if broken, risks blindness or even death for those bound by it. The shopkeeper's eyes widen in disbelief, her voice laced with shock as she questions if the young master is truly serious about such a dangerous proposal. A look of profound worry crosses her face, as she internally acknowledges the gravity of the situation, realizing she is now in deep trouble. Standing up from her stool, she clarifies that she was merely asking for a reason, implying that the Geas Scroll was far more than she anticipated. The two stand facing each other, a palpable tension filling the air, the weight of the proposed contract hanging between them. Without another word, the shopkeeper turns, her hand reaching into a nearby shelf to retrieve a small, round object. The shopkeeper, still pressing for a reason behind the unusual trade, asks why he's being so secretive, but Theodore remains tight-lipped, prompting her to remark that he'll likely keep his mouth shut until the very end. Accepting his resolve, she then asks for his name, to which he replies, Theodore Miller. Just call me Theo. With a knowing sigh, she acknowledges that nobles often have much to hide, before introducing herself as Canis, Frendo's manager, and stating that she has already filled out the contract terms as he described. As Theodore begins to confirm the rough idea of the agreement, he interrupts himself to add one more condition to the deal. Canis's eyes narrow slightly, her gaze sharp and assessing as she listens to his simple request, silence about him and this transaction. She considers the red scroll in her hands, muttering that silence isn't a difficult condition to meet. With a subtle smirk, Canis agrees to his terms, explaining that since she's gone to such lengths to keep the deal hidden, she won't ask any more questions, especially since her own name is now on the contract. She then instructs Theodore to place his fingerprint on the scroll, declaring that with his mark, the deal will be done. As Theodore presses his finger to the parchment, a faint red glow emanates from the scroll, binding the magical contract with his essence. Canis watches him, a knowing smile playing on her lips, remarking that since it's a life-threatening deal, she has no choice but to believe him. The contract now sealed, she casually asks Theodore if he plans on carrying all the acquired items by himself, a hint of amusement in her tone. He responds with a look of distress, admitting he didn't bring a wagon, prompting Canis to offer him one, or suggest he go by himself if he wishes. He forces a smirk, dismissing the thought of his exhaustion, insisting that he is fine and will simply walk. After all, if he keeps running, he will definitely get there. Despite his resolve, the sheer weight of the massive sack he carries strains his every muscle, sweat beading on his brow as he pushes forward. As he stumbles through a deserted hallway, a blonde student spots him, wondering aloud if he's a student and noting that it's already closing time. Theodore loses his footing, sending the heavy sack tumbling, and the blonde student calls out to him, asking if he has permission with him. Seeing the fallen sack, the student concludes there's no need for further confirmation, but Theodore, still pinned, politely asks for help getting up. Eventually making it back, he finds himself outside the male dormitory, a grand, imposing structure. Inside his room, he stretches, a yawn escaping him as he finally finds a moment of peace. Reaching for the small, amorphous creature, he acknowledges his success in obtaining the items, declaring it's time to use gluttony's digest ability to its fullest. He holds the creature in his palm, urging it to quickly wake up, for it's time to eat something delicious. The creature, Gluttony, responds with a question about the smell, asking if Theodore didn't wash them, to which the young man retorts, questioning what the creature is on about, and insisting that food is just food, and these items are simply a bit different today. Gluttony's eye widens, questioning how they are different, and Theodore reacts with a surprised "oh," as if realizing something new. As Theodore feeds the amorphous black mass to Gluttony, a distinct sound of something being swallowed echoes in the quiet room. The creature gulps it down, and a moment later, a system message appears, confirming the consumption of the Pledge of Tears, an artifact with weak magic power, requiring 3 minutes for complete digestion. Theodore observes a faint blue ripple of magic emanating from his hand, realizing that something is indeed happening, a sensation more akin to knowledge pouring into his head than a painful engraving. A surprised exclamation escapes him as another system message flashes, announcing a significant increase in his magic power and proficiency with the first circle magic, Grease. He feels his magic power gradually boiling up, his magic vessel filling with newfound energy. This slippery feeling and infusion sensation are unlike anything he's experienced before, a painless consumption that differs greatly from devouring magic books. Sitting back in his chair, He reflects on the unique process, the artifact's digestion providing a distinct experience compared to the magic books he usually consumes. A subtle smirk plays on his lips, clearly pleased with the unexpected boost in his abilities. Since then, Theodore Miller has fed a total of 15 artifacts to Gluttony, exhausting everything he had managed to bring back this time. As the entity digested them one by one, he felt a great deal of mana accumulating within his body. Ultimately, the second circle vessel inside him began to overflow with raw magic power. The surging energy pulsed outward, a vibrant blue aura flaring around him. The internal pressure intensified, his core magic circle glowing with an ethereal light. His heart eventually began to boil with the effort, forcing him to slowly close his eyes and carve a new, larger circle into that void within himself. He knew he had to add another, even larger circle, to encompass the two existing ones. And so, he began to cut out the strands of the world tree, severing the connections of the circles to make way for the new structure. A grimace of intense concentration crossed his face as he pushed his limits, thinking, damn it, just a little bit more. His jaw clenched, and his eyes narrowed in fierce determination, the magic circle beside him glowing brighter with each surge of effort. He knew what he had to do, vowing, I must carve another circle on my heart. The long winter vacation was drawing to a close, as Theodore stood amidst the snow, a quiet determination settling over him. Soon, the new semester approached, and students across the academy slowly began packing their belongings, returning to their studies. And yet, he continued his relentless training, his footsteps carving a path through the fresh snow. Pushing past the pain, he gasped, counting out his 40th lap, a thumbs-up gesture betraying his exhaustion. Each step was a battle, his legs churning through the deep snow, sending flakes flying with every ounce of effort. Finally collapsing onto his knees, a ragged gasp escaped him, his body screaming for rest. But there was no rest, only the next exercise, as he dropped into a push-up, counting, 1, 2. Sweat beaded on his brow, his face contorted in a grimace of effort as he pushed past 11. His muscles burned, each breath a painful struggle as he neared his goal, 199. With a final, guttural roar, he completed the last repetition, shouting, 200. Collapsing onto the floor, he lay there, utterly spent, a triumphant whisper escaping his lips, I made it. 2 months had passed since then, and the reason he had been subjecting himself to this extreme routine, one he would normally avoid, remained a mystery. The intense physical changes he experienced were a direct consequence of his synchronization with Alfred, a concept he now understood deeply, recalling the most boldly written passage in the introduction of ballistics magic. A clear mind resides in a healthy body. Though the first day of training had been so agonizing he could barely move, he could feel his body gradually transforming with each passing day. The cleansing spray of the shower washed away the sweat and grime, a stark contrast to the internal purification he was undergoing. Above all, this transformation was the direct result of carving the third circle onto his very heart, a profound magical feat. He also continued feeding about 40 artifacts to Gluttony, when suddenly, a new realization dawned upon him. After all these years of struggle and growth, he had finally reached the same starting point as the other students, a true beginning. A shiver ran through him as he rubbed his hands together, the chill of the air making him wonder if he had pushed himself too far. Later, sitting on a bench, he found comfort in its warmth, grateful for small mercies after his grueling regimen. His eyes, now sharper, twitched as he heard the distinct sound of footsteps approaching, a new sensory perception gained from experiencing Alfred's memories. The intense training had granted him the ability to hear sounds from a considerable distance, and now, he could clearly discern 3 people walking towards the entrance. As they came into view, he looked up, a hint of surprise in his expression, seeing 2 men and a woman standing there. As he sits, a figure approaches, and a voice questions if he isn't the 7th-year senior, a 3rd-year student. The approaching student, Johnny, sneers, declaring that the seat he occupies is not meant for a flunker. He continues, suggesting that if Theodore lingers outside the main building, the elites will suffer a loss of reputation day by day. With a smirk, Johnny demands for him to buzz off, calling him an annoying bastard. But before Johnny can finish his taunt, a sudden burst of blue lightning erupts, striking him with overwhelming force. Johnny collapses to the ground, disoriented, as a voice cries out, urging him to come to his senses. Theodore looks down at the fallen student, remarking on his opponent's failure to even realize he had counterattacked, dismissing them as pathetic, lazy bastards. Leaving Johnny sprawled on the ground, Theodore walks away, with only 1 more week remaining. A week later, the scene shifts to an alchemy class. A female lecturer explains the complexities of a reagent called the full moon bead, emphasizing that its preparation methods are difficult and require knowledge of its basic formula. She warns that even the slightest mistake in its quantitative distribution of materials or magic control will turn it into a poison. Among the attentive students, Theodore listens intently, his gaze fixed on the lecture. As the female lecturer concludes her explanation, she emphasizes the core principle of the formula. A slight, knowing smile plays on her lips as she then poses a direct question to the class, her gaze sweeping over the students. Her eyes land on one student in particular, calling out his name, and Theodore looks up, a serious expression on his face. From the front of the grand classroom, the lecturer challenges him, demanding he explain to his classmates why the full moon bead is so difficult to combine and why it would turn into poison. Without hesitation, Theodore responds, declaring the answer to be simple, rooted in the venomous nature of its components. He elaborates, explaining that if the poison within the purple wound petal isn't properly handled, its toxic properties will be maximized, making the bead extremely poisonous. The lecturer then questions if this basic knowledge bothers him, noting that he hasn't changed in 2 years. With a glint in her eye, she proposes a solution to his lack of theoretical explanation, inviting him to personally come down and demonstrate the method of making a full moon bead. As Theodore rises from his seat, a murmur ripples through the other students, some whispering about his seniority and others doubting his ability to graduate, unaware of the new power he now wields. His foot firmly strikes the ground, a determined step forward. The lecturer watches him approach, and with unwavering resolve, he declares his intention to try and make one then and there. The Academy's alchemy professor, Bernard Gemini, held a deep-seated resentment towards him, a grudge born from an incident in her youth where he had inadvertently wounded her pride. Now, she began her lesson, explaining, "So in this reagent." But Theodore quickly interjected, "Professor." He challenged her. "The paper you quoted it from, wasn't it withdrawn from the Magical Society 2 years ago?" Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stammered, "What did you say?" Regaining her composure, she asked, "Theo, is there something wrong with my lesson?" He affirmed, "Yes, ma'am, since it was withdrawn from the conference." Her face contorted in fury, the professor lashed out. "How dare someone like you criticize my teaching? A failure like you." As she turned away, her words stung, and he couldn't help but think, "That's right, if only I wasn't a baron's son, the relationship between you and me wouldn't have been so messed up." His gaze fell, a somber realization washing over him. "But since I am a son of a poor fallen aristocrat, I must have been the most insignificant existence to you." The rhythmic sound of grinding filled the air as hands meticulously crushed ingredients in a mortar, preparing for the next step. A vibrant purple liquid poured from a flask into a beaker, and Theodore watched intently, a soft gasp escaping him as the mixture swirled. He held up a flask, observing the now glowing purple liquid in the beaker, which pulsed with a soft, ethereal light. 3 students stared in wide-eyed astonishment, one exclaiming, "Wow, that looks just like the picture in the book." Another added, "It's the color for the perfect combination." A smirk played on Theodore's lips as he heard the comments, while a voice in his mind echoed, "A dunce like you. How is this possible?" He calmly explains his process, stating that it was quite simple, as outlined in the revised paper presented 2 years prior at the conference, having merely focused on neutralizing the material to balance the mana injection. A sharp, frustrated sound escapes the professor, who glares with intense anger, his brow furrowed in disbelief, as Theodore concludes his explanation with a simple, final remark. "That's all." Buttoning his jacket with an air of quiet confidence, Theodore reflects on how the story of his manufacturing a full moon bead in the alchemy class began to spread like wildfire. Afterwards, other professors, intrigued by his abilities, began to throw their own assignments at him to test his skills, with some of these tests even exceeding the level of knowledge expected for his grade. Yet, even if these challenges were born of malice, no complaints could be made over the flawless results. All of them were easily solved, and throughout the semester, he tested every magical theory he knew, allowing his mana, which had grown through these various trials, to carve the 4th circle over the 3rd. Despite his mana sensitivity being below average, the gap between his magical skills and those of other students had become as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. 2 older men, observing his progress, acknowledged his growth, with one remarking, "You have become stronger, Theo." While everyone's gaze was gradually changing, a few still harbored dislike for him, as 2 female students discuss. One mentions only hearing rumors of senior Theo being in the 1st grade, while the other confirms his fame after the full moon bead incident, asking if he isn't an incredible big shot. Meanwhile, a group of officials from the Magic Scholars Association expressed their dismay, lamenting that the talent they were trying to scout suddenly became proficient in magic, calling it a great loss for them. One of them adds, reminding his colleague, "That's why I told you to reel him in quickly, didn't I?" In another conversation, one man asks about Theo, to which his companion replies, referring to him as the bastard who hit his brother in the hall. Since then, the number of people wanting a piece of that bastard has decreased, but he's still considered a lame sucker. With a red, fiery aura flaring behind him, another man speaks of the same individual, stating that because of that bastard, people from their clan can't even lift their face up in the academy. A determined young man, his face set with resolve, considers the situation, concluding that if things have come to this, then there's only one path left to take. With a confident smirk, he agrees, thinking of the battle magic class tomorrow, and vows to beat his rival half to death. Meanwhile, a hand taps rhythmically on a surface as a lecture begins. The speaker poses a question to the class. Why is battle magic so important? The answer lies in the crucial role of nurturing combat magicians. He explains that when war breaks out, combat magicians are indispensable, yet there has always been a persistent shortage of them. This scarcity leads each country to establish its own training institutions, funded by the state, To develop these vital combatants, as a fourth circle magician alone can incinerate 100 people, making their battlefield role as effective as strategic weapons. However, not everyone can achieve this level of power, and certain standards must be met to assess their quality, the professor states, looking out at his students, some of whom are visibly shocked by the mention of war. He continues, explaining that becoming a combat magician not only grants the best treatment in the army, but also a special rank bestowed by the king himself. The professor sighs, a quiet fume escaping him as he adjusts his glasses. He then clarifies that even after the war has ended and peace has arrived, a necessary evil still exists, and this class serves as the country's guidance to maintain the qualifications assessment. With a wide, almost unsettling grin, the professor announces that he will now explain the rules before they begin. He leans forward, his expression serious as he delivers the first crucial directive. The use of artifacts is strictly forbidden. He continues, laying down the second rule for the upcoming assessment, emphasizing that there will be no surprise attacks before the match officially begins. With a sharp gesture, he adds that no one is to disregard the established order of attack. His voice rising to a menacing tone, the professor warns that if any of these 3 simple rules are broken, he will personally kick the offender out of the academy, demanding to know if they understand his words. Among the students, Theodore sits, his gaze lowered, listening intently to the professor's stern instructions. A chorus of voices echoes through the hall, confirming their understanding with a resounding, "Yes, sir." The professor, now with a slight smirk, acknowledges their response, muttering, "Good, that's the spirit." His expression turning more eager, he announces that today's first match is about to begin, inviting anyone who wishes to go first to step forward. Theodore, still seated, observes the scene, as the professor clarifies that while students may choose not to participate when their name is called, their grade will not be guaranteed. With a final, decisive tone, the professor begins to announce the contenders for the first round. He calls out the first name, number 1, Garcia Carter, as the blonde student looks down, perhaps in anticipation or nervousness. With a soft thud of footsteps, Garcia Carter begins to walk forward, away from the seated students. The professor then looks out at the remaining students, his gaze sweeping over them as he prepares to announce who will fight Garcia Carter as number 2. As the professor calls out the next name, Theodore Miller hears his own, a bald student beside him looking on with surprise. Walking away from the assessment area, he hears a voice call out his last name, Miller, the sound carrying an undeniable challenge. A sharp-eyed blonde student, surrounded by crackling blue energy, demands to know if he is the one who beat up his brother. The bald student from earlier watches in shock, as the blonde youth, a smirk playing on his lips, taunts him about the feeling of being at the top. His eyes narrowing with intense focus, Theodore prepares himself for whatever comes next. Theodore Miller, his expression unyielding, faces his opponent, demanding to know who dared to harm his brother. His gaze sharpens, as he dismisses the other as a mere dunce. Meanwhile, Garcia Carter, adjusting his red-framed glasses, receives a stern warning not to unleash his full power prematurely, lest he risk failure. Professor Vince, observing the 2 students, clarifies that the spar is purely for educational purposes, emphasizing that dogfighting will not be tolerated in his class. He expresses his hope that they will learn to balance offense and defense, adhering strictly to the established rules. With the rules laid out, the professor's hand extends, proposing a coin toss to determine the order of battle. Garcia watches intently as the coin arcs through the air, its metallic glint catching the light. The coin spins, revealing its face, and the call is made. Head is Theodore Miller. Theodore raises his hands in anticipation as the coin descends, confirming that tail is Garcia Carter. With the order decided, Garcia turns, ready to engage, his posture indicating a readiness for the impending spar. With a low, resonant voice, Theodore accepts the challenge, his eyes burning with an ominous red glow. Before he can even fully prepare, Garcia makes his move, a sudden burst of crackling blue lightning erupting around him as he lunges forward. Theodore's mind screams the name of his opponent, caught off guard by the sheer speed of the attack. A blinding yellow lightning bolt arcs from Garcia's hands, striking Theodore with explosive force. Despite the direct hit, Theodore remains standing, the residual energy of the attack swirling around him, his thoughts racing as he questions if his rival truly attempted to end the spar in a single, devastating blow. A grim determination settles on his face, acknowledging that the power displayed, even from someone of the Carter lineage, is not to be underestimated. He feels a strange sense of relief, realizing that the attack, intended to be a one-shot, was based on the assumption he couldn't cast a shield, a miscalculation that would prove costly. His eyes narrow with resolve, a silent promise forming in his mind that this underestimation would be the opponent's undoing. Meanwhile, Garcia, seemingly unfazed by the lack of immediate victory, taunts him, suggesting his defense is only first class because he's been beaten so many times. Theodore, a hint of annoyance crossing his features, retorts, questioning the arrogance of celebrating a victory that hasn't been earned. As Garcia reacts with a surprised "What?", Theodore's eyes flare with intense red light, and a powerful crimson aura erupts around him, signaling that it is now his turn to attack. With a determined expression, he extends his arm, warning Garcia to prepare for the consequences of his arrogance. He unleashes his counterattack, a vibrant surge of red and orange energy erupting from his form, coalescing into a powerful firebolt. The blonde-haired mage, however, merely scoffs, dismissing the incoming spell as a shabby attack, unworthy of its name. With a sneer, he vows to show his opponent the true difference in their power, threatening to render him unable to use magic on his next turn. But then, a sharp, high-pitched hum pierces the air as the firebolt slams into his magical shield. The impact sends a jolt through him, his eyes widening in surprise as the shield visibly strains under the assault. He quickly realizes the cunning behind the attack, understanding that the relentless firebolts are being focused on a single, vulnerable point of his defense. The concentrated energy continues to hammer his shield, glowing with an intense, blinding light. With a deafening crash, the firebolt explodes, sending a shockwave that violently pushes the blonde mage backward. He stumbles, his body reeling from the force, speed lines streaking around him as he struggles to regain his footing. His eyes narrow in disbelief, questioning if Theodore's firebolt could truly be stronger than the mana shield he had so confidently erected. Then, a deeper realization dawns on him. The attack isn't just about raw power, but about the applied deformation his opponent had spoken of, persistently targeting the weakest point of his defenses. As the magical duel unfolds, an unnamed student questions the protagonist's capabilities, asking the man with red glasses if that dunce is truly able to perform such feats. Meanwhile, Garcia's expression hardens, his jaw clenching as he declares that if this is the extent of his opponent's power, he will no longer hold back. With a determined glint in his eye, Theodore Miller prepares his next move, a small, glowing blue orb forming in his palm as a red aura flares around his hand, signaling his intent to overwhelm with brute force. The aura intensifies, engulfing his entire form in a vibrant, fiery glow, as he channels immense magical energy for his attack. Then, with a powerful surge, he unleashes a colossal fireball that erupts towards Garcia. In response, Garcia swiftly conjures a golden, triangular shield, its facets shimmering as it intercepts the fiery onslaught. His eyes glowing with golden light, Garcia confidently asserts that by spreading the attack across the shield's edges, it should be enough to block the brute force. The triangular defense holds firm, a vibrant barrier against the raging inferno. As the smoke and fire obscure the view, Garcia wonders aloud how the confrontation ended, unable to see anything through the dense magical haze, and questions if anyone could possibly survive such a direct hit. Suddenly, an observer exclaims in disbelief, as a figure begins to emerge from the dissipating fog, revealing Theodore Miller, completely unharmed, stepping calmly forward. His footsteps echo softly, a testament to his unwavering composure amidst the chaos. Garcia's eyes widen in utter shock and disbelief, his mind reeling as he struggles to comprehend how his opponent could still be standing after such a powerful firebolt, muttering that it's impossible. His face etched with renewed resolve, Garcia looks up, declaring that it is now his turn to act. But before he can, Theodore extends a hand, offering a piece of advice. As his fingers clench into a fist, a vibrant orange glow emanates, crackling with raw power. A blonde student, caught in the sudden surge of energy, recoils in terror, pleading for Theodore to stop and give him time to recover his magic. Theodore's voice echoes with a stern warning, advising never to underestimate an opponent. Then, with a blinding flash, the blonde student is engulfed in a furious, golden-orange explosion. The magical inferno rages, its intense heat and light filling the space. As the flames begin to dissipate, the blonde student stares in utter disbelief, his shield shattered once more. His eyes wide with shock, he recognizes the magic, but the techniques applied are entirely different, far beyond his comprehension. Amidst the fading golden particles, Theodore Miller stands completely unfazed, his composure absolute. Both the blonde student and a female student gaze in stunned silence, as Theodore casually dusts off his hand, as if nothing extraordinary has occurred. The blonde student points a trembling finger, shouting Theodore Miller's name in disbelief, unable to reconcile how a dunce could have defeated an elite. Lying defeated on the ground, the blonde student could only manage a soft groan, his body still reeling from the impact. He stared up, a bitter realization dawning on him that any excuse he might offer for his loss would be utterly useless. His blue eyes flared with a furious glow, the humiliation burning as he cursed the dunce who had bested him, blaming him for this crushing defeat. With teeth grinding in sheer rage, he accused Theodore of a cowardly surprise attack, refusing to accept such an ignominious end to their duel. Before the situation could escalate further, Garcia Carter stepped forward, his voice firm as he declared, "Rematch. Let's fight one last time. I, Garcia Carter, in the name of Carter's family, demand a rematch." Clutching his injured side, the blonde student made a desperate final offer, promising to admit defeat if Theodore could block just one more of his attacks. Without a word, Theodore's hand moved with a soft rustle, reaching for a vibrant red gem embedded in his blazer. A voice, filled with a mix of surprise and apprehension, called out his name. With a furious glare, Garcia Carter demands a rematch, his voice echoing with the weight of his family's honor, directly challenging Theodore Miller. A hand clenches tightly around a small, rectangular object, the sound of the grip sharp and decisive. Book Eater, Chapter 11. Amidst a swirling haze of dust, Theodore stands his ground as Garcia walks away, the challenge now set. Garcia's defeat had been unexpected, but the thought of him asking for a rematch is, to him, quite interesting. He knows that if rumors of his loss to an inferior student were to spread, the Carter family's name would surely be tarnished. In his eyes, this isn't merely a match, but a desperate fight to restore his family's honor, with the grim intention of killing his opponent. Garcia observes Theodore, thinking that the boy is going as far as using an artifact to win. He considers stopping the match and punishing him, but hesitates. Reflected in Garcia's red lens, Theodore's gaze appears unbelievably sharp today, a keen intensity that doesn't go unnoticed. Theodore raises his hands, preparing to block the impending assault, his stance firm and ready. A voice questions if Theodore has already planned how to block this attack, as dark red teeth of madness begin to show. Garcia's fist glows with an intense, burning red energy, like the eyes of the abyss itself, fueled by anger. He continues to channel immense power, a brilliant core of light forming in his hands as he commands the energy to manifest before him. With a furious roar, the manifested energy erupts, taking the form of a massive, fiery dragon-like entity that swirls around him, its blazing form ready to strike. Watching the spectacle unfold, Theodore Miller mutters under his breath, calling Garcia a crazy son of a bitch for such a display. Garcia, now completely engulfed in scorching flames, prepares his scorching blaze shell attack, while a voice taunts, asking how Theodore Miller will fare against it. The young mage wonders if he can truly block such a deadly assault, before dismissing the thought and declaring Garcia's actions ridiculous. Garcia, his face contorted in anger, tells Theodore to stop bluffing, insisting that his shield can never block the blaze shell and urging him to give up. Theodore, however, remains unfazed, questioning Garcia's unfounded confidence and asking where it comes from, then pointing out his reliance on a little artifact to win. He continues, his voice laced with disdain, asking if Garcia truly intends to use such means against someone he once called inferior. A cracking sound accompanies his words as Theodore, with a fierce glare, tells the crazy bastard to reflect on his actions in the underworld, then demands he stop wasting time and bring on the attack. With a confident, almost arrogant stance, Theodore simply commands, shoot. Garcia reacts with surprise to the audacious command, muttering, shoot? Did you just tell me to shoot? Before dismissing it as the ramblings of a crazy son of a bitch and deciding to proceed regardless. Still enveloped in the blazing aura, Garcia's eyes burn with unwavering resolve as he declares that no matter the punishment, he will kill Theodore to atone for the dishonor he believes he has brought upon his family. As the fiery entity unleashes its power, a voice echoes with lethal intent, commanding its target to drop dead. The transformed Garcia expands, becoming a towering inferno, radiating an overwhelming aura of orange and yellow energy. The sheer force of the attack causes the very ground to crack and deform, as bright light and dust erupt from the intense heat. Observing the incoming devastation, Theodore recognizes it as a fourth circle magic called Blaze Shell, knowing his current shield wouldn't be able to withstand such power. Yet, a defiant smirk plays on his lips as he thinks, it's Garcia's fault for assuming he would simply rely on a basic shield. His eyes narrow with intense focus, a silent resolve hardening his gaze. With a swift movement, he crouches, hands pressing to the ground, channeling golden energy to prepare his counter-defense. A terrestrial elemental shield, an earth dome, rapidly forms around him, rising from the ground in a protective, earthy glow. Garcia's fiery attack slams into the newly erected earth dome, the impact creating a violent clash of elemental energies. The blaze shell continues to pound against the shield, each explosive strike radiating intense light and force. Under the sustained assault, the ground around the impact point shatters and cracks, sending plumes of dust into the air. As the dust begins to settle, Theodore stands amidst the debris, having successfully withstood the devastating attack, while two female students watch in stunned silence. Still, the onlookers couldn't believe what they were seeing, one scoffing, "That idiot, what can you do with a stone wall like that?" As the dust settled around the massive earthen shield, another observer chuckled, "It seems like he kicked the bucket after all that bluffing But as the debris cleared, revealing a hand reaching out from the rubble, he thought to himself, "My family honor has finally been restored." Standing tall amidst the shattered earth, Theodore Miller emerged from the dust, completely unharmed. His brow furrowed, the young mage wondered if his opponent had been sleeping through class, recalling that they had taught about magic attributes back in first grade. The blonde student, Professor Vince, and Johnny all stared in utter disbelief, one gasping, doubly, "Well, what? How is this possible?" While the professor muttered, "That brat." A voice declared the match over, and Garcia Carter, defeated, began to walk away from the center of the arena. But Theodore wasn't finished, calling out, "Garcia Carter, stand up," as he approached the fallen mage, who lay crumpled on the ground. With a swift motion, he grabbed the blonde mage by the collar, lifting him effortlessly into the air, the young man letting out a surprised gasp. His face contorted in pain and humiliation, blood trickling from his mouth. Then, with a powerful shove, Theodore sent him flying through the air, his body tumbling helplessly. The defeated mage landed hard, face down, as Theodore placed a foot firmly on his back, the young man weakly pleading, "Professor, I can explain all this." Suddenly, a shadowy figure with glowing red eyes appeared, grabbing the blonde mage by the ankle and hoisting him upside down, the young man crying out in terror. He leans in, his voice a low murmur, demanding an explanation for something, but Theodore Miller, his back to the viewer, simply asks what there could possibly be to explain. Then, with a slight smirk, he challenges, "Are you talking about the fact that I used an artifact? Do I look like a joke to you?" As if to punctuate his words, a small, crimson, geometric shard materializes in the palm of his outstretched hand, glowing faintly. Professor Vince stands over a kneeling student, his expression stern, as the young man attempts to explain himself. Dismissing the student's words as mere nonsense, Vince maintains a firm grip, his disapproval palpable. He warns the bruised student not to speak again with that bloody mouth. The professor then questions the student's blatant misuse of an artifact, asking if he truly believed his knowledge of such items was so limited. Defeated and bruised, the young man confesses he had no other choice, his family's honor having been at stake. Vince presses him further, asking if he was, in the end, able to protect that honor. With a heavy sigh, the student admits he couldn't protect anything at all. Declaring that the student will follow him as soon as the lesson is over, Vince adds that he will hold a faculty meeting to review his actions, before suddenly calling out to Theodore Miller. The professor then instructs him to finish his dinner after school and come directly to his lab. Without hesitation, Theodore responds with a respectful, "Yes, sir." Night had fallen over Bergen Academy, casting long shadows across the research building. Arriving at the entrance, Theodore lets out a soft sigh, the weight of the summons heavy on his mind. He steels himself, knowing the time has come for whatever Professor Vince has in store. His footsteps echo softly through the deserted hallway as he makes his way deeper into the building. He considers the situation, thinking that the more someone learns about him, the more curious they become, and anyone would be suspicious of his sudden improvement in performance. He passes a door marked lab, realizing he'd be suspicious too if he were in their shoes, but he can't just tell them about gluttony. The grimoire is off topic, and the professor might even treat it as a form of black magic, leaving him with no way out if he's pushed into a corner. A frustrated shit escapes him, as he acknowledges he can't simply run away from this situation either. Reaching his destination, he asks, "May I come in?" And a voice from within immediately responds, "Yes." With a soft creak, the door slowly opens, revealing the interior of the lab. Inside, Professor Vince, seated at a desk, explains that he just came out from a meeting, then gestures to a chair, inviting Theodore to make himself comfortable. The professor then observes Theodore, remarking, "Well, looks like you are okay. I was a little worried that you might have a scratch, but that's a relief." He listens intently as Professor Vince explains that an agreement has been reached regarding the incident from earlier that afternoon, noting that Viscount Carter, head of the War Mage family, personally came to apologize. The professor continues, stating that Garcia won't be expelled and he will handle the punishment, before declaring that he wants to get straight to the point. Theodore then asks if the object in question is the artifact he saw during the match, the Roaring Flame, to which Vince confirms it's what that idiot used during their spar. The Roaring Flame is an artifact of the Carter family, created by condensing the soul of Hulka, the Fire Wolf, allowing its user to borrow Hulka's power and transform their magic into fire. Vince explains that before the Viscount left, he presented the artifact as a sign of apology, admitting it's unusual but emphasizing that the apology is meant for Theodore, not for them. Placing Theodore's hand on the artifact, Vince declares that from now on, he is the owner of this powerful item. A look of disbelief crosses Theodore's face, as he questions if this is some kind of joke. Vince clarifies that since Theodore refused to accept the apology, he can only change the punishment from suspension to expulsion for that idiot, to which Theodore readily agrees, stating he has no objection. With a serious expression, Vince advises Theodore to choose wisely. Leaning forward slightly, the professor then addresses him by his full name, Theodore Miller. Theodore shifts uncomfortably, a bead of sweat forming on his temple, as Vince announces that from this point on, his next question will be personal. Vince confesses that he always felt a degree of pity for Theodore's talent, limitations, and stagnant skills, but now, he observes, Theodore has changed, becoming a different person after the winter break. He considers the professor's offer, knowing he doesn't have to answer if he doesn't want to, yet the thought of using any underhanded methods for personal gain is something he despises. Still, Vince insists, if Theodore truly considers him a teacher, then he's willing to help with any problems. A tense silence hangs between them, punctuated only by the subtle clench of a jaw. Theodore grapples with a profound dilemma, unsure whether to reveal his secret or keep it hidden. He knows his clandestine visits to the library for forbidden knowledge are reaching a breaking point, and it's only a matter of time before he's caught. If his secret were to be exposed, the parasitic entity on his hand, gluttony, would undoubtedly be discovered during the ensuing investigation, and if that were to happen, he would lose his place not only in the academy, but in this entire world. Finally making a decision, he addresses Vince, his voice firm. He extends his left arm, offering it for inspection. With a soft rustle of fabric, he pulls back his sleeve, asking if he may show what lies beneath. Vince's eyes widen in utter shock, his composure shattering as he gasps Theodore's name, demanding to know what he's seeing. Theodore, unflinching, simply tells him not to be surprised and to just look. As if on command, dark, shadowy tendrils begin to writhe and coil from Theodore's left arm, spreading across the space between them as he commands the entity to emerge. Within the swirling darkness, a single, malevolent pink eye glows with an eerie intensity. As the grimoire of greed, gluttony, fully manifests from him, Theodore utters a chilling declaration, announcing that it is time to feed. Meanwhile, Professor Vince's face contorts in a silent scream, his eyes wide with utter disbelief and horror at the sight before him. Then, a sinister voice echoes, seemingly from the depths of gluttony itself, mockingly questioning who dared to summon it. A blonde-haired man in red glasses stares wide-eyed, his voice laced with disbelief as he questions what could possibly be happening to Theo. Meanwhile, in a swirling vortex of crimson energy, Theodore extends a hand, a dark, shadowy entity named Gluttony eagerly awaiting its meal. Elsewhere, a blonde student looks on with a hint of surprise, as if pondering a lifelong grudge that had been discussed. He stands before Professor Vince, who dismisses his concerns about skill, stating that he didn't call him there for such trivial matters. Back with the blonde-haired man, he reflects on Theodore's exceptional theoretical capability, offering his support and asking if the young man would stay in the academy a while longer. As Theodore processes these words, a thought crystallizes in his mind. In this academy where everyone seems to be an enemy, he needs allies. And if it's Professor Vince, then he is absolutely someone Theodore can put his trust in. With a determined expression, Theodore holds out a glowing red artifact, Gluttony's shadowy form eagerly reaching for it. The blonde-haired man's voice echoes a single, urgent command, "Eat it." As if on cue, a brilliant flash of light erupts from Theodore's hand, the artifact dissolving into pure energy. A system message confirms the consumption of a precious artifact, the +7 Roaring Flames accessory, while a red-haired man elsewhere clutches his head in agony, sweat beading on his brow. This artifact, a handmade pendant crafted with a technique passed down through Carter's family, allows its owner to form a contract by dripping blood onto it, converting magic power into runes of fire, a power now seemingly lost to its original wielder. As the +7 Roaring Flames accessory was consumed, a red-haired man writhes in agony, his body glowing with an intense crimson aura, the residual magic violently escaping him. Meanwhile, Professor Vince looks on, his expression a mixture of shock and concern, a silent acknowledgement of the powerful forces at play. His gaze sharpens, and he turns to Theodore, demanding, "Can I trouble you for an explanation?" Seated across from him, Theodore listens as Vince points out, "There is a grimoire on your left hand, and it eats magic books and items?" Vince continues, confirming his understanding. Sure enough. Is it really the grimoire of greed? The knowledge that it possesses is enormous, and it instills the knowledge of the consumed items into its owner. On top of that, it even helps you master your magic proficiency too. The professor then expresses his disapproval. "But, as a professor, I can't really be happy about the fact that you fed it library books." Theodore, looking down, offers a quiet apology. Vince waves off the apology, understanding the circumstances. "Well, that's all right. Wasn't it a matter of life and death to you? If it can't eat its food, the grimoire would eat its owner instead, right? Okay, that's everything I wanted to know." Theodore, still hesitant, addresses him. "Professor, if you don't mind, may I ask you a question?" Vince, with a knowing smirk, anticipates the query. "I think I know what you want to ask. Why I'm not greedy for the grimoire." His expression turns serious as he prepares to reveal his reasoning. The reason is simple. He explains, his gaze distant. "But anyone who studies ancient magic like me would know. The grimoire stuck on your palm. That is something useless to us." He could only echo the professor's words, a bead of sweat tracing his temple. "It's useless." The professor clarified, his gaze sharp, explaining that the grimoire was not merely a book, but a parasite that chose its own master. He continued, detailing the grimoire's nature, adding that it was impossible to transfer, making it better to remain by its owner's side, lest it retaliate against anyone foolish enough to try and kill its master. Then, with a slight bow of his head, Vince Heidel thanked him for his trust, promising to reward it both as a teacher and a magician. A nervous smile played on the professor's lips as Theodore hesitantly called out to him, a sense of unease beginning to settle in. The young man's eyes narrowed slightly, questioning if something shouldn't be done to maintain the trust in their relationship, prompting a surprised "huh" from the professor. Suddenly, a powerful blue aura flared around Vince, crackling with energy, as he prepared to enact an action restriction oath. His voice boomed with conviction, declaring, "I, Vince Heidel, make this oath. Any secrets that Theodore Miller forbids me from divulging will follow me to my grave." As the oath was spoken, a glowing, intricate lock of blue energy materialized on Theodore's back, its tendrils of light extending, binding his secrets to the professor's vow. The professor's words echoed with finality, leaving Theodore wide-eyed and stunned, barely able to utter his name in disbelief. The blue magical energy swirled and solidified around Vince, completing the powerful binding ritual. With his eyes glowing intensely, Vince sealed the oath, his expression resolute. The crest, A mark of the oath Professor Vince had just engraved upon himself glowed with a vibrant green light, a silent promise to protect Theodore's secrets. Overwhelmed by the professor's extreme measure, Theodore could only stare down, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek amidst the towering stacks of books. With the oath complete, the professor began to walk away, his footsteps echoing softly in the quiet room. Still reeling from the emotional weight of the moment, Theodore instinctively reached up to wipe away his tears. Turning back one last time, Professor Vince placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, expressing his anticipation for their future relationship with young Theodore Miller. Then, with a final glance, the professor continued his departure, leaving Theodore to process everything. But before he was completely gone, he paused once more, gently placing a hand on the boy's head, offering a silent comfort as Theodore continued to weep. Through his tears, Theodore managed a heartfelt, "Thank you so much." As a week passed, bringing with it a new sense of routine. Elsewhere, a woman with long, dark hair explained that stability was key, and that the chances of success were greater than mere casting, with the catalyst's effect being. For Theodore, however, the week had been largely uneventful, with nothing much changing in his daily life. The only significant difference was his diligent record-keeping, as he meticulously documented the books that gluttony had consumed. With Professor Vince's assistance, there were no lingering worries about the aftermath of the incident, but Theodore recalled a moment when he mentioned the black market trader who helped him procure items, and the professor's face had stiffened considerably. He reflects on the past, acknowledging that while the shopkeeper had lectured him about various dangers, he no longer needs to interact with her, since everything he needed was now available through Professor Vince's help, and so, after class, he would head to the professor's research lab, knowing he must continue working with the professor until graduation due to gluttony's incomplete state. A few minutes pass as he contemplates these thoughts, and soon, it is already time for the scheduled meeting. His fingers tap impatiently, until he arrives at the lab, where Professor Vince greets him, acknowledging his presence with a calm, "Ah, you are here, Theodore." Theodore, noticing the unusual tidiness of the space, asks with a hint of surprise, Professor, did you do some cleaning? What is this?" Vince responds by inviting him to take a seat, revealing a document with a prominent seal, which Theodore immediately recognizes as the Melter Kingdom's seal. The professor then explains it's an invitation to the annual Melter Kingdom Magic Contest, asking why he believes this significant document is being shown to him. Theodore's eyes widen in disbelief, a silent "no way" escaping him, as the professor confirms, "It's exactly as you think." Vince further clarifies that the invitation allows him to bring one assistant with him, then asks Theodore directly, "So, how about it?" Holding the invitation, the professor extends the formal question, "Would you like to go to the magic headquarters with me?" Without hesitation, Theodore's response is immediate and enthusiastic, "Yes, sir." Professor Vince leans forward, a question hanging in the air as he asks Theodore if he would like to go to the magic headquarters with him. The young man pauses, considering the implications of such an invitation, a thoughtful silence filling the room. Vince, meanwhile, meticulously seals a document with a wax stamp, his movements precise and deliberate. Finally, Theodore responds with a firm, "Yes, sir." The professor smiles, declaring the situation perfect, before warning that even a small mistake in one's name could prevent entry, prompting Theodore to ask, "It's that strict?" "Of course," Vince confirms, explaining that foreign spies and magicians have often tried to infiltrate, necessitating such stringent measures, before adding, "By the way, Theodore." He adjusts his glasses with a soft click, then asks if the young man knows the true reason he wants to take him to this magic contest, a deeper purpose hinted at in his tone. Theodore leans on the desk, lost in thought, his mind racing to understand the professor's intentions. Vince chuckles softly, remarking, "There's a saying, ignorance is bliss, right?" He continues, emphasizing the importance of distinguishing between knowing and not knowing, then firmly states, "I will explain." He then begins to cite specific regulations, mentioning Article 38, Paragraph 12, and other qualifications beyond basic grades, as the young man listens intently. He continues, explaining that another path exists for a student to graduate, with the winners of the magic contest able to obtain their diploma whenever they desire. Vince then suggests. Theodore, looking down, quietly responds. A narration box emphasizes Theodore's advanced state, stating that his theoretical knowledge is comparable to that of a professor, having taken the same course for 3 years. Vince presses on, adding that Theodore struggles because he lacks a circle-form magic book, and his only concern regarding magic was resolved through sheer heavenly luck. He then declares that Theodore has become a nuisance in the academy, asking if he remembers those who once saw him as a thorn in their side. Illustrative silhouettes of stern-faced figures appear, as Vince describes them as beasts who live for honor and authority, incapable of reflecting on their actions. They only hold resentment towards whoever shames them, Vince explains, suggesting it would be better for Theodore to distance himself from them rather than get entangled in their mess. Theodore acknowledges his words. He adds that if Theodore graduates earlier, he could train in a better place there. Theodore, with a slight frown, agrees that he is fine with that, but then asks. Vince leans back, a slight smile playing on his lips, and replies. But for him, it was a different story, as dark magical energy swirled around his hand, a testament to his unique abilities. Garcia couldn't compare to others, yet he could still contend with fourth circle magicians, making it even easier against mere students. He then asked, his gaze fixed on the professor, if he was perhaps referring to the battle magic division. Vince confirmed with a nod, explaining that only invited magicians' assistants could participate, viewing it as a form of evaluation battle for the professors. And those assistants, he added, were exactly students like him. This was an opportunity, he realized, remembering how Gluttony's memorize ability had been unlocked after consuming Garcia's heirloom, an anomalous power to instantly store and cast magic. On top of that, he recalled Alfred's battlefield experience and his superior sensory perception, which he had learned in his last synchro. The professor, he mused, must have made this suggestion based on the result of his last match. It was worth a try, Vince stated, offering to fill in some of the missing parts. Reaching into a drawer, the professor pulled out a book, explaining it was one he'd bought for 50 golds from some original collector nerds. It hadn't been difficult to find, but it had taken quite a while to distinguish. He elaborated that it was easy to tell the difference between originals and duplicates, since a duplicate couldn't be made from another duplicate. What could be duplicated, he asserted, must be an original, and he had gone around looking at them one by one until he finally found it. Vince added that it would be even better if it was to his liking, prompting Theodore to ask if he could try appraising it. Of course, Vince replied, confirming that was their deal. His gaze falls upon the ancient tome, a sense of anticipation building as he prepares for its appraisal. With a soft rustle of pages, he opens the book, its cover glowing faintly with an arcane symbol. The title, Introduction to Elemental Magic, immediately catches his eye, promising insights into the spirits of the four elements, their concepts, principles, and the art of forming contracts with them. He reads further, discovering the author, Mordal, hailed as the greatest elementalist of the century, the only one known to have successfully summoned an elemental king. The book is an original, a rare artifact that offers a low chance of forming an elemental contract upon consumption, a stark contrast to the duplicates he'd found in the library, which lacked such power. Meanwhile, Vince, observing him, confirms that this is indeed the first volume of the series, then inquires about its rating. The professor, seated amidst towering bookshelves, acknowledges the book's rarity and mentions that 2 more volumes remain. He then declares their work for the day complete, shifting the conversation to their impending departure. Vince informs Theodore that they will be leaving for the capital in 3 days, instructing him to be ready for the journey. The young mage processes this information, the weight of the upcoming journey settling upon him. As they prepare to exit the grand library, the 2 figures walk away from the towering shelves, their footsteps echoing softly. With a final click, the door to the library closes behind them, sealing away the knowledge within. Still reeling from the previous revelations, Theodore finds himself overwhelmed by a sudden, intense hunger that isn't his own. A guttural growl echoes from within him, as gluttony demands sustenance, its voice a desperate plea for food. The parasitic entity's form briefly manifests, a shadowy tendril reaching out, threatening to consume him entirely if its hunger isn't sated within the hour. Sweat beading on his brow, Theodore snaps back, telling gluttony to cease its frantic demands, wondering aloud what would have happened if they had been caught in such a state. He realizes the situation is growing increasingly complex, as the level of food required by gluttony becomes more difficult to acquire. Considering gluttony's escalating demands and more frequent awakenings, Theodore decides he must address its hunger immediately. With a determined expression, he commands gluttony to eat. He holds out the Introduction to Elemental Magic book, watching as a purple tendril of energy erupts from his hand, swiftly consuming the ancient tome. As the book is fully absorbed, a system message confirms the consumption of the Introduction to Elemental Magic, and Theodore feels an immediate surge in his overall proficiency with elemental magic, surrounded by vibrant elemental spirits. A satisfied smile spreads across his face, as he acknowledges the difficulty of learning elemental magic, but expresses relief at having finally mastered it. However, another system message appears, revealing that the original book's consumption has initiated a connection with an entity named Mordal Hersium, leaving Theodore momentarily stunned and questioning the nature of this unexpected link. As the system confirms a successful response, Theodore finds himself surrounded by shadowy, skeletal figures with glowing red eyes, leaving him utterly bewildered by the sudden, ominous manifestation. As the system confirms that elementalist Mordal Hersium has accepted the connection, a bewildered Theodore lies on the ground, shadowy hands beginning to emerge around him, barely managing to utter a confused, "Wait a second." Before he can fully process the situation, the shadowy, greenish-blue hands grasp him, pulling his body upwards with an unsettling force. He's lifted into the air, only to be plunged downwards as a massive, ominous figure looms above him, its form indistinct yet menacing. Falling through a shimmering, void-like space, Theodore questions his reality, wondering if he's returned to this strange place once more. The void around him crackles with energy, glowing blue lines and particles streaking past as he descends further into the unknown. Suddenly, the chaotic descent gives way to a new presence, as a hooded man with an eye patch and a knowing smile appears, observing the scene with an air of quiet amusement. Theodore now lies incapacitated on the ground, the hooded figure standing over him, a silent sentinel in this ethereal realm. A cigarette dangling from his lips, the man with the eye patch grins, remarking on the arrival of a new customer. The system confirms the connection has been established, leaving Theodore's fate in this new, mysterious encounter hanging in the balance. Theodore finds himself in a vast, crystalline cavern, its icy walls glowing with an ethereal blue light, as he wonders if this strange place is real. Sitting amidst the cold, he recalls hearing the word connection at some point, a memory that now feels distant and unclear. He muses that this experience feels like a different kind of assimilation compared to what he knows as synchro, but dismisses the thought for now, focusing on his immediate surroundings. Looking up at the towering ice formations above him, he notes the immense height, a dizzying expanse stretching far into the blue. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence, asking if he is awake. The man in the green cloak remarks that he initially thought the roof had collapsed, or perhaps a nebula had fallen, before realizing it was Theodore who had descended. Confused, Theodore repeats the word fell, wondering if he truly plummeted from the sky. The cloaked figure, surprised that Theodore recognizes him, acknowledges his awareness, then deduces that his presence here must not be for any ordinary reason. Accepting the situation, the man introduces himself as an elementalist, asking if the name Mordal Hersium rings a bell. As expected, Theodore confirms his identity as Mordal Hersium, then immediately questions if this strange place is an isolated space. Mordal Hersium, still seated, muses on Theodore's use of the word isolated, noting that while it's a common term now, this place was once known as the field of the underprivileged. He continues, a red-tinged vision of hooded figures appearing behind him, suggesting that some might choose to self-isolate to appease their fallen comrades. With a knowing glance, Mordal questions how anyone could possibly arrive in such a unique place, implying that Theodore must be truly special. Theodore, standing before him, asks if Mordal is referring to an original summon, to which Mordal replies that hearing his story makes him feel as though Theodore has been caught in something troublesome, wondering if his current predicament is due to the power he wields. The young man confirms that it is indeed different this time, explaining that it's the first time he's been summoned in such a manner. Mordal, now sitting beside Theodore, expresses surprise at the notion of being summoned, finding it unprecedented and asking if Theodore simply appeared here without warning. Theodore affirms that it was indeed unprecedented, though he struggles to articulate the details, while Mordal, with a sharp gaze, acknowledges that Theodore also has his own unique circumstances. Mordal then reveals that before Theodore's arrival, there was a brief resonance, suggesting that someone might have had a hunch that they would be going together with him today. However, before delving further into that mystery, Mordal, holding his small bowl, declares that there is something he must confirm. Theodore, looking perplexed, inquires about what Mordal needs to confirm. Mordal lets out a sigh of relief, a shadowy, monstrous figure with glowing red eyes appearing behind him, as if a great burden has been lifted. Then, with a direct and intense gaze, Mordal commands Theodore to look into his eyes. Mordal continues his assessment, his words causing Theodore's eyes to widen in surprise. As expected, Mordal muses, I can't see any fire in your eyes. You avoid burning yourself and don't enjoy reckless challenges, so you have the worst compatibility with fire elementals. He leans in slightly, a smirk playing on his lips as he adds, in a nutshell, you are a boring person. That's what he said. Then, with a softer tone, Mordal reassures him. But you are fine as you are, he says. Theodore, still processing the contradictory statements, can only ask, what does that mean? A deep, rumbling laugh escapes Mordal, the sound echoing ominously as the shadowy, monstrous figure briefly looms larger behind him, its red eyes glowing with malevolent energy. With a knowing glance, Mordal asks, can't you tell from looking at the expression of the guy behind my back? Theodore looks down, listening intently as Mordal continues, you know the meaning of perseverance better than anyone. It's only by withstanding the hot lava that a rock takes its shape, and only by soaking in rain and wind that the rock gets its smooth surface. Neither fire, water, nor wind can shake the persevering earth. Now seated on the ground, Mordal holds a small, glowing orange orb in his hands, the light illuminating his face as he concludes his thought. To you, who is like the earth, honest and firm, he declares, a surge of energy emanating from his hands, I call upon a suitable elemental. Theodore's eyes narrow, a flicker of intense focus or anticipation reflecting the sudden shift in the air. Around him, the ethereal space begins to destabilize, large chunks of rock tearing free from the ground and floating upward, cracking and crumbling as if under immense pressure. The air around him continued to crackle with raw elemental energy, as the very ground began to break apart, sending fragments of rock floating into the ethereal blue light. From within the swirling chaos, a faint, luminous outline began to coalesce, taking on a delicate, humanoid form. As the form solidified, a single, vibrant green eye slowly opened, observing its new surroundings with an ancient gaze. The elemental's full figure emerged, graceful and composed of light and earth, its long hair flowing as if underwater, surrounded by the remnants of its birth. Then, with a final surge of energy, the grand form condensed, shrinking rapidly into a much smaller, more manageable size. Theodore's hands instinctively reached out, cradling the tiny, horned elemental as it settled gently into his palms, seemingly asleep. He stared down at the miniature being, a question forming on his lips as he wondered if this delicate creature could truly be the earth elemental Mordal had summoned. As if sensing his thoughts, the elemental's golden eyes fluttered open, blinking slowly before meeting his gaze. The small elemental looked up at him, its expression one of innocent curiosity. A blush crept onto Theodore's cheeks, a soft smile gracing his lips as he found himself utterly charmed by the tiny creature squirming in his hands. Mordal's voice cut through the quiet moment, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he revealed the elemental's name, Mitra. He further explained that Mitra possessed 10 names, and that the powerful resonance Theodore felt earlier was simply the elemental's desire to meet him, solidifying their immediate connection. He couldn't help but voice his concern, wondering if the newly summoned elemental wasn't a little too small, but Mordal quickly interjected, reminding him that one should never judge an elemental by its appearance. The elder mage then added, expressing his hope that Theodore would grow with her and eventually see her true self. A moment later, Mordal offered him a bowl of food, asking if he'd like some too, to which Theodore replied that while he would, he thought it was time for him to return to where he came from. The hooded figure, already enjoying his own meal, insisted that it should be fine to have a bowl before he left. Accepting the offer, Theodore held the bowl, Mitra perched comfortably on his shoulder, ready to enjoy the meal. But as he looked into the bowl, a strange sight made him pause, a soft "huh" escaping his lips. His eyes widened in surprise and concern, a sudden shift in his expression. Before he could fully process what he saw, shadowy hands erupted from beneath him, violently pulling him downwards with a desperate scream. Mordal, observing the sudden disappearance, simply watched the empty space where Theodore had been, a pensive expression on his face. A slight smile then touched the corner of his lips as he murmured, "I look forward to it." As Theodore plummeted through the void, surrounded by the grasping shadows, Mordal's thoughts continued, "The day I get to witness for myself." He fell deeper into the encroaching darkness, the elder mage's voice echoing, "That power of the left hand that came to find me in this place." As the system message, "The connection has been terminated," flashes before his eyes, Theodore stirs, slowly regaining consciousness. Lying on his bed, a small, blonde figure nestled beside him. He wonders if this unsettling experience will become a recurring nightmare. A subtle sound effect accompanies his gaze, his eyes opening to the familiar surroundings of his room. He reflects on Mitra, the ancient earth spirit, acknowledging that despite her childlike appearance, her power, when fully summoned, is comparable to that of a spirit king, all while a faint sucked sound hints at gluttony's presence. Covering his eyes with an arm, he muses that her strength is one thing he can always rely on. Imagining her formidable elemental form, he realizes that with her help, he stands a much better chance of winning the magic contest at Melter Kingdom. With renewed determination, Theodore decides it's time to head to Melter Kingdom. 3 days later, the Grand Academy Gate stands tall against the sky, marking the destination of a long journey. Theodore, burdened by an enormous backpack, trudges forward, the weight of his belongings clearly taking its toll. Letting out a weary sigh, he pauses, his small companion Gluttony letting out a soft, hungry sound from within the bag. The sheer bulk of his luggage, filled with books for Gluttony, proves to be a significant problem, making every step a struggle as he grumbles about the weight. Just then, Professor Vince approaches, questioning why Theodore brought such an excessive amount of items. Theodore explains his hurried packing, mentioning his daily necessities and, more importantly, the substantial food he had to bring for Gluttony. Vince, holding a small, glowing blue pouch, looks at him with a knowing expression, asking if he truly understands the implications of his words. The professor's smile widens as he reveals the glowing item, a magical storage pouch that seems to shimmer with an inner light. Theodore, recognizing the legendary item, acknowledges its existence among the professor's treasured possessions, though he admits it looks even more bizarre in reality than he'd imagined. Vince reassures him not to be uncomfortable, despite its unusual appearance, emphasizing its incredible utility. With a swift motion, the professor shoves the glowing pouch into Theodore's massive backpack, which instantly shrinks to a manageable size, proving just how convenient such magic can be. As Vince secures the now compact bag, he suddenly realizes his oversight, asking Theodore to remove his own personal bag so it can also be stored. High above the bustling city streets, the Academy's grand architecture stood tall, its intricate designs overlooking the vibrant life below. The thoroughfares teemed with people, a diverse crowd moving with purpose, their faces a mix of anticipation and determination. As they walked, Theodore turned to Professor Vince, a question forming on his lips, asking if he could inquire about one more thing. He voiced his concern about the upcoming contest, noting the short time remaining and the month-long journey to Manaville, but the professor simply reassured him, explaining that many people would be making the trip at this time of year. These travelers, he elaborated, were envoys, tourists, and magicians, all heading to the capital and cherishing their time there. Theodore quickly deduced they must be merchants, a guess the professor confirmed, adding that while the known route carried considerable risk, the benefits far outweighed it. He further explained that the path was notorious for bandits and monsters, a veritable burrow swarming with those looking to get their hands on goods and supplies, but by hiring mercenaries and passing through quickly, the travel time could be reduced by nearly 3 times. Theodore understood, confirming that the high price was well worth it, to which the professor simply affirmed with a nod. A sharp, green eye narrowed in focus, before the scene shifted to an opulent interior, revealing the place where they would be joining an upper-ranked group. Inside, a blonde woman looked up, her expression one of sudden surprise, a small gasp escaping her lips. As they descend the final steps, Theodore calls out to his master, who seems to be taking his time. Suddenly, a vibrant young woman with blonde hair, Anna Farrell, rushes forward, her arms open wide as she exclaims her long wait for her hubby. The unexpected greeting leaves Vince visibly flustered, his face reddening as Theodore, wide-eyed, questions if his master was secretly married, only to be met with a terse, "Don't ask me." Anna, oblivious to the awkwardness, leaps into Vince's arms, hugging him tightly as Theodore watches in utter shock. Still clinging to him, Anna playfully remarks on how much rougher her hubby has become over the years, prompting a bewildered Theodore to politely ask her to step aside. The sight of Vince's extreme fluster, with Anna beaming beside him, reminds Theodore of his own past struggles. Anna finally pulls back, her gaze falling upon Theodore as she inquires, wondering who the young man accompanying Vince might be. With a sheepish laugh, Vince introduces Theodore as his disciple, then clarifies that the woman is Miss Anna, the only daughter of Gordon Farrell, captain of the second group. Vince, now composed, questions why Anna is there instead of her father, Gordon, to which she responds with a casual "ah" him. A flashback reveals Gordon Farrell, a man strikingly similar to Vince, who, a few days prior, declared his hatred for being ripped off by his wife and daughter before running away from home with a fishing rod and a note promising to return in 2 months. Vince and Theodore exchange sympathetic glances, both expressing sorrow at the news, but Anna assures them there will be no problems, as her father had prepared everything before his departure. Vince then inquires about the carriage prepared for them, and Anna proudly describes an oversized, top-of-the-line vehicle with showering facilities, suitable for a fifth circle magician. A servant, looking downcast, listens as Anna Farrell, with a subtle smile, speaks of her father. Suddenly, her tone shifts, and she exclaims, "YH, let me go? What is the meaning of this?" as the servant attempts to restrain her, pleading for her to check the books before leaving. Ignoring his pleas, she threatens to tell her father, while the servant, now addressing someone off-panel, states, "Yes, please do. With the accumulated severance pay, I can go on fishing too." He then informs them that Vince's carriage is on the third compartment side, instructing them to unpack and relax, as they will be leaving soon. Vince, with a slight grimace, relays the message to Theodore. "Is what he just says, Theo. Hurry up and get on board." Theodore, looking a bit flustered, acknowledges his professor. With a soft creak, the ornate carriage door swings open. Stepping inside, Theodore observes the spacious interior, remarking that it is wider than I thought. The carriage itself is a marvel, designed for comfort and efficiency, with magic even cast upon the horses to prevent them from tiring. Settling into the plush interior, Theodore lets out a sigh, feeling a little tired and asking if Vince feels the same. With a wry smile, Theodore replies, "No, sir. It seems like you did a lot more work compared to me." Vince, looking thoughtful, expresses relief, admitting he was about to ask a question while taking a breather anyway, and Theodore responds with a simple, "Yes?" Before they can truly begin their journey, Vince turns to his disciple, asking, "Can you show me the elemental you made a contract with?" Vince's face is alight with an almost manic glee, his eyes closed in pure delight, while Theodore looks on with a bead of sweat trickling down his temple, internally noting the professor's unusual excitement. Confirming his readiness, Vince acknowledges Theodore's role in securing the contract and urges him to summon the elemental immediately, prompting Theodore, now looking determined, to declare himself ready. Sitting calmly, Theodore calls out to Mitra, inviting her to appear. As if in response, a soft, golden light emanates from his cupped hands, shimmering with magical energy. From the radiant glow, a small, horned elemental gently floats into existence, her eyes still closed in slumber. Vince gasps, his mouth agape, utterly captivated by the sight of the newly summoned elemental. Cradling the tiny elemental in his hands, Theodore confirms to Vince that this is indeed Mitra, an ancient elemental. Now composed, Vince inquires if it's possible to communicate with her, to which Theodore admits communication is subtle, akin to caring for a child, and he can only discern her likes and dislikes through their contract connection. Humming thoughtfully, Vince's expression turns serious behind his red-tinted glasses, confirming his suspicion that she is an ancient elemental. His gaze sharpens, a flicker of intense curiosity in his eyes. Looking slightly confused, Theodore then asks if he knows how to distinguish between normal and ancient elementals. Meanwhile, Mitra, now awake, looks up with wide, curious eyes, letting out a soft, questioning sound. Professor Vince explains that the fundamental difference between normal and ancient elementals lies in their concept of self-consciousness. A look of confusion crosses Theodore Miller's face as he asks, "Pardon?" Vince clarifies that communication is often very mechanical with intermediate and low-grade elementals, prompting Theodore to confirm if it's still possible to have a conversation with them. Patting Mitra's head, the professor emphasizes that being able to converse and having free will are entirely different concepts, Theo. He continues, explaining that a common spirit is typically summoned to strictly follow its contractor's will, but in Mitra's case, she is willing to follow him on her own. Theodore watches the small elemental, noting that she surely does whatever she pleases, while Vince chuckles, remarking there's a lot of room for development. As Vince makes notes, he mentions that according to old texts, ancient spirits grow along with their contractors, and he can't wait to see what she would look like when Theodore becomes a grand magician. Patting Mitra's head once more, the professor concludes, well, anyways, that's enough for today. Theodore observes the darkening sky, as Vince, now resting, tells him it seems they'll be leaving soon, so he should go get some rest. With a final word, the professor bids him, see you in the morning. As night falls, birds fly across the darkening sky, their calls echoing softly. From above, the camp is visible, nestled under the cover of darkness, with faint lights glowing from within. A massive, dark, bird-like creature with razor talons descends, clutching a small, glowing sphere as a hand reaches desperately toward it. Within the sphere's soft luminescence, a tiny, curled figure rests, observed through an ornate, circular window. Elsewhere, under a star-dusted sky, armored figures gaze upward, their attention fixed on a brilliant, star-like object. The glowing sphere is now held firmly within a gloved hand, silhouetted against the pale moon. Suddenly, a deafening boom echoes as a massive explosion of yellow-orange energy erupts, tearing through the silence. The blast continues to rage, sending debris flying amidst urgent cries of emergency. A powerful magical wave of yellow-orange energy sweeps through a dark forest, accompanied by another desperate emergency warning. The entire landscape is engulfed in the magical fire, as panicked shouts of enemy attack fill the air. A soldier lies sprawled on the ground, blood streaking his face, his eyes wide with disbelief as he mutters, "What the hell?" His eye, wide with terror, can only whisper, "Yes." As a heavy thud sounds, and ancient, glowing runes materialize in the air, spelling out an ominous message. From the fiery chaos, a massive, armored creature emerges, leading a horde of shadowy figures forward with a guttural grunt, as another beast advances, weapon poised. The colossal creature swings its heavy weapon with brutal force, but just as the blow lands, Theodore Miller jolts awake in his bed, his heart pounding. He stirs in his bed, a lingering sense of unease from the vivid dream, wondering what in the world could be happening, and where Professor Vince might have gone. His eyes snap open, reflecting the ominous, fiery glow now visible outside, a stark contrast to the peaceful night he'd expected. Without hesitation, he moves towards the source of the light, stepping out into the strange, burning landscape. A deep concern etches itself onto his face as he questions what could have possibly happened, a chilling thought forming in his mind. Could this be an enemy attack? He clenches his fist, realizing the professor must have already engaged in battle, and though the monster's energy seems to be dwindling, he can't pinpoint his mentor's location. His frustration mounts, a powerful grip crushing the very earth beneath him, as he struggles to make sense of the chaos. Crouching down, he calls out to Mitra, asking the small elemental to emerge, then instructs her to go underground and gather information on the unfolding events, to which she responds with a soft, affirmative sound. He knows there's a limit to how much he can perceive from his current position, but if he can just detect the enemies through their energy pulses, he might gain an advantage. A bead of sweat rolls down his temple as he senses a powerful presence among the goblins, identifying it as an elite, a hobgoblin, judging by its formidable equipment. The hobgoblin's menacing face, with its sharp features and glowing red eyes, confirms its dangerous nature. Suddenly, a jolt of surprise runs through him as he realizes the hobgoblin has sensed his presence. The powerful monster stands amidst the fiery chaos, its gaze now seemingly directed towards his hidden position. Still reeling from the shock of the attack, Theodore curses the enemy's cunning, wondering how these bastards managed to pull off such a coordinated assault, realizing they must be moving underground, utilizing their digging ability. Suddenly, the elite hobgoblin, its red eyes gleaming with malice, takes aim with a crossbow, a sharp thwack echoing as it fires a bolt. The projectile streaks through the air with terrifying speed, a blur of dark energy hurtling towards its target. Caught off guard, Theodore is struck by the impact, his body recoiling violently as he begins to fall, a pained grunt escaping his lips. He tumbles into the crater, surrounded by a swarm of generic hobgoblins, their numbers overwhelming him as he crashes to the ground. From above, the elite hobgoblin lets out a triumphant roar, its menacing form silhouetted against the red sky, a chilling realization dawning upon Theodore. So many were hidden. Despite the chaos, Theodore's mind races, and he quickly issues a command, calling out to Mitra to cast Earth Spike. As a generic hobgoblin lunges with its blade, Theodore defends himself, a flash of red energy indicating a swift counter. Then, with a powerful whoosh and thump, the ground around him erupts, sending sharp earth spikes tearing through the horde, repelling his attackers. Lying amidst the newly formed spikes, Theodore acknowledges the overwhelming numbers, lamenting that he used too much of Mitra's power on the first wave, realizing he can't survive with what's left. The elite hobgoblin descends, its fanged maw twisting in a snarl, demanding to know if Theodore was the one responsible for the earth spikes, before preparing to strike. With a determined grimace, Theodore pushes himself up, using the very earth spikes he summoned as leverage, preparing for the next phase of the battle. A brutal impact sends Theodore reeling, black debris and a spray of crimson erupting around him as the force of the blow throws him off balance. He tumbles backward, a pained groan escaping him, his body arcing through the air as he loses all control. Meanwhile, the hobgoblin lands with a powerful thud, its monstrous form silhouetted against the blood-red chaos, crouching low and ready to strike again. It rises to its full height, a towering, menacing figure cloaked in shadow and jagged red armor. Its gaze, a pair of piercing red eyes, burns with an unyielding, predatory intensity. An imposing armored figure, adorned with a horned helmet and glowing red eyes, challenges. "Are you the same as the bastard in the front?" Theodore recoils, a sharp pain coursing through him, muttering, "Kurg, what the hell?" The armored leader's voice echoes with disdain, "You look pitiful, boy." As Theodore observes his opponent's distinct red and black armor, he wonders if this figure is the leader, given his unique attire compared to the others. He quickly realizes that the enemy's combat power is impossible to gauge, making it difficult to employ his usual magic. The armored leader lunges forward, a blur of motion, and Theodore acknowledges the danger. "I can't recklessly use my magic in a situation where I know nothing of his movements and abilities yet. If I can't match his movement and hit him first, then I will die of exhaustion." Then, as the enemy continues his lightning-fast assault, leaving trails of red energy, Theodore concludes that the only way to defeat him is to change tactics. Extending his hand, Theodore calls out, "Gluttony, come forth." The shadowy entity manifests, its glowing yellow eyes fixed on the foe, asking, "Shall I let loose a bit?" The armored leader moves with such incredible speed that he leaves an afterimage, making it seem as though he has vanished. Gluttony's glowing eyes widen slightly, a silent question forming as the entity processes the enemy's impossible speed. He unleashes a torrent of blue lightning, aiming to strike down the armored figure below, channeling all his focus into the powerful magic that erupts from his outstretched hands. Yet, the armored leader simply watches, a flicker of something akin to amusement crossing his features, finding the display. As Theodore is violently thrown backward, arcing through the air from an unseen counterattack, his own magic seemingly turned against him. But before he can fully register the blow, a dark, amorphous projectile, Gluttony's missile, streaks through the air towards their foe. With eyes glowing with renewed resolve, Theodore declares that his opponent is already dead. The missile detonates in a blinding flash of yellow and orange energy, a cacophony of crackling magic filling the space. Yet, the armored leader remains unperturbed, looking down with disdain, proclaiming there's no need to prolong the fight, as that should be enough. Theodore finds himself pinned to the ground, surrounded by a suffocating red aura, the armored leader standing triumphantly over him. A dawning horror fills his eyes as he comprehends the true nature of his opponent's power, questioning if this impossible feat is spatial magic. Suddenly, he is violently displaced, the world around him twisting into a vortex of red and blue energy, as the spatial manipulation takes full effect. The armored leader's face fills the view, a cruel smirk playing on his lips, mocking Theodore as a moron. Theodore lies broken on the ground, the impact of the armored leader's spatial magic still reverberating through his body. Dust settles around him as the imposing figure of the armored leader looms overhead, his foot resting mere inches from the defeated mage. A mocking voice echoes through the air, asking if that was truly all he had to offer, if there were any other tricks up his sleeve. Theodore shivers, his mind reeling from the revelation that a monster could speak and wield such powerful magic, a question escaping his lips in disbelief. The armored leader's eye glows with sinister amusement, revealing that his abilities were all thanks to the slaves. He explains that prisoners of war and even monsters are readily exchanged, a humiliating punishment inflicted upon enemies. The armored leader continues, detailing how a human magician slave they acquired taught them everything, and how simple it is to control those tamed by brainwashing magic. He boasts that only a brilliant leader like himself could sense mana and learn such skills, while the other useless slaves were simply handed over to lesser goblins. Looking down at the defeated mage, the armored leader dismisses Theodore's concern, assuring him that he will soon join the ranks of the enslaved. Like the others, he would live as mere livestock, his heart eventually ripped out and sold at the market. With a final, chilling pronouncement, the armored leader commands his unseen subordinates to tie him up, the ominous sound of his magic swirling around him. Despite the overwhelming defeat and the grim future laid out before him, a fierce resolve ignites in Theodore's eyes, a silent vow to absolutely kill them all. Surrounded by the armored leader's grotesque minions, Theodore Miller hears the taunts, a chilling laugh echoing as the leader questions his defiance. "You? Kill us?" he sneers, declaring Theodore's journey at an end. The armored leader's voice drips with contempt, promising him a future spent in servitude. A surge of yellow energy begins to coalesce as he pronounces Theodore's fate as our slave. The powerful magic slams into him, engulfing his form in a blinding, golden light and sending him reeling backward. But even as he's pushed back, a defiant grin spreads across his face, a white aura flaring around him as he prepares his own counterattack, declaring, "See." His eyes narrow with fierce determination as he mentally chants, "Shield on my hands, haste on my body." He reveals his intent. What you bastards just saw was. With a swift motion, he unleashes his own spell, a burst of flash magic erupting from his hand. The blinding light expands rapidly, striking the surrounding minions with concussive force. His fist glows with residual energy, a testament to the power he just unleashed. Empowered and resolute, he stands ready, a radiant aura surrounding his form. The minions recoil in terror and pain from the sudden magical assault, as Theodore's eyes burn with an unyielding resolve, a silent promise of retribution. He advances on the disoriented figures, his presence now radiating an undeniable power that makes them cower. A brilliant light pierces through the clouds, illuminating a dense forest below, as the distant sounds of conflict echo across the landscape. A man with blonde hair and striking red glasses turns sharply, his expression grim, realizing the source of the commotion is coming from the rear. He addresses Anna Farrell, explaining that despite the explosion, there were no major injuries, but all contact with the rear has been lost, and the boss's location remains unknown. Concern etched on his face, he surmises that the sounds from the rear indicate significant havoc, then instructs Anna to take care of the front line, to which she assents with a determined gaze. Meanwhile, Theodore, his face contorted in a grimace of effort or pain, urges others to follow him to the rear. But his efforts are cut short as he is suddenly thrown backward, collapsing amidst a cloud of dust and debris. He lies prone, his body unresponsive, a chilling realization dawning that he cannot move. Sweat beads on his brow as he struggles internally, grappling with the overwhelming force that has rendered him immobile. A colossal, shadowy figure, the armored leader, now looms over the fallen Theodore, its presence radiating an oppressive aura. A voice commands him to stand up, but Theodore, still unable to move, can only wonder if this is where his journey ends. The armored leader's monstrous face, now revealed with glowing red eyes and fierce markings, challenges him directly, demanding a fight from War Chief, Jake's killer. Back at the front, the man with red glasses clenches his jaw, his eyes filled with resolve, vowing to come for someone, his determination unwavering. A voice cries out, filled with urgency and alarm, "No, for you, Theo." A look of anguish crosses Theodore's face as he struggles to comprehend the situation, questioning why the fallen figure won't simply rise. His blood boiling at the sight of Jake's defeat, the armored leader warns Theodore not to make him repeat himself, dismissing any notion of a familial bond between them, yet asserting the importance of the defeated one. With a predatory grin revealing sharp fangs, the armored leader confirms there's no relation, but emphasizes the significance of the one Theodore defeated. Meanwhile, the hobgoblin, battered and reeling, struggles to regain his footing, a pained sound escaping him. The armored leader looms over him, a massive sword held ready, as the hobgoblin lets out a guttural cry of pain. As expected from a human magician, the armored leader thinks, his hand glowing with a sinister red energy, preparing to unleash what he considers mere cheap tricks. But a sudden, unexpected force binds the armored leader, leaving Theodore bewildered, as his own mana is still unrecovered, making him wonder who else could have cast such a spell. His gaze falls upon a small, glowing figure, and Theodore recognizes the elemental spirit, Mitra. He questions how she managed to intervene, realizing that Mitra is using her dwindling magic to bind the armored leader's feet, the effort barely sustaining her form. With a determined clench of his fist, Theodore prepares himself for what comes next. As golden energy begins to emanate from his hand, he reaffirms his resolve, knowing he cannot give up. Unfazed by the armored leader's threats, Theodore declares, "I have no clue about what you said just now, but if that's what you want, then come at me." With a surge of golden energy, he charges forward, his fist glowing brightly as he prepares to strike. Closing the distance in an instant, Theodore delivers a powerful blow directly to the armored leader's chest. The impact sends a shockwave through the air, causing fragments of the armored leader's protection to splinter and fly. His punch connects with devastating force, shattering the heavy armor into a shower of crimson shards. Despite the visible damage, the armored leader endures the full brunt of the attack, his expression a mask of pain and defiance. A guttural sound escapes the armored leader's lips, a declaration of his unwavering resolve. "Kukuku, this is it." Theodore's eyes widen in disbelief, a cold sweat beating on his brow as he questions, "What? How did that not pierce him?" His gaze sharpens, the realization of his opponent's incredible durability sinking in. Before he can react, the armored leader retaliates, his massive hand clamping down on Theodore with crushing force, eliciting a pained gasp. Held firmly in the armored leader's grip, Theodore struggles, a choked sound escaping him as the pressure intensifies. He strains against his captor, a grim realization dawning upon him. "Shit, I don't have enough mana to attack." Still held firmly in the armored leader's crushing grip, he desperately needed more time to recover, especially with Mitra gone. He knew he had to buy that time, no matter the cost. With a guttural cry of effort, he forced out the word, levitation. A burst of energy erupted around him, propelling him upward and breaking the armored leader's hold, sending dust swirling in his wake. He tumbled through the air, gaining precious distance from his formidable opponent. His face, etched with grim determination, showed no sign of surrender. But the armored leader was relentless, already winding up for a counterattack as the young mage plummeted towards the ground. He hit the dusty earth with a slide, scrambling to regain his footing. Before he could fully recover, a glowing blue spear, launched by the armored figure, hurtled towards him, forcing a gasp of surprise. Looking around at the numerous spears already embedded in the ground, he wondered if the bastard ever tired, or how he could possibly recover and attack so quickly. Another spear, crackling with energy, was hurled with a chilling declaration, "Your death." He slid desperately across the ground, barely evading the deadly projectile as it carved a trench in the earth beside him. With no time to regenerate his mana, and no path to escape, he questioned if this scrap would truly be his end. As Theodore desperately flees, the small, dark creature in his hand questions his resolve, asking if he truly intends to perish here. But with a grimace of defiance, he clenches his fist, declaring his refusal to die and initiating a triper-layer Earth Dome spell. Dust and debris erupt around him, as the Earth responds to his will, rapidly forming a protective dome. Yet, before the dome can fully solidify, a powerful impact shatters its upper layers, sending chunks of rock raining down. The assault continues relentlessly, red energy streaks tearing through the nascent defense. Despite the overwhelming force, Theodore's determination remains unbroken, his mind set on not failing this time. Bruised and battered, he extends his hand, a faint, glowing energy swirling around his fingertips as he prepares a desperate counterattack. Simultaneously, the armored leader launches another devastating missile, a glowing projectile hurtling towards the young mage. But before it can connect, Theodore's own attack strikes true, sending the armored leader recoiling with a pained cry. Theodore stands, utterly spent, acknowledging that he has poured every last ounce of his power into that single, desperate strike. As the dust settles, the armored leader is seen falling to one knee, his earlier confidence momentarily shaken by the unexpected blow. Despite the surprise, the armored leader quickly recovers his composure, a chilling chuckle escaping him as he commends Theodore's fight, but declares the outcome of their battle already decided. A new, imposing figure, with crimson skin and sharp horns, declares himself the new chief. His voice echoing as he reveals his name, Antonov. He raises a powerful, clawed hand, a gesture of his undeniable authority. For him, the sight of a shadowy figure consumed by roaring flames, its eyes glowing red, is the ultimate proof of his triumph. But from within the inferno, a defiant voice challenges him, asking if that is truly what he believes. With a burst of crackling energy, the shadowy figure of Theodore emerges, now wreathed in an even more intense, furious blaze, his presence radiating immense power as Antonov dismisses him as a worthless scum. Antonov watches, stunned, as a fiery dragon's head manifests from the swirling magic, questioning how such a display is even possible. As Theodore strides away, leaving a trail of embers and dust, Antonov wonders if there is another magician at play, his confidence visibly shaken. Later, bruised and weary, Theodore calls out to Professor Vince, lamenting his inability to protect others, wishing for more strength and power. The professor, with a gentle expression, reassures him that it was not his fault, but rather the chaotic nature of their world that is the true issue. Carrying the exhausted Theodore, Professor Vince begins to move, his steps firm and resolute. He then directs Theodore's gaze towards something in the distance, urging him to look over there. As Theodore recovers from his ordeal, a voice reminds him of the lives he saved, saying, "The people who survived thanks to you." Then, with a renewed sense of purpose, the voice urges him forward. "Let's hit the road again, Theo." From the depths of the dungeon, monstrous growls echo, signaling a fierce confrontation. Armored figures clash with the creatures, their leaders shouting orders to protect the clients from the rampaging beasts, as cries of alarm fill the air. Amidst the chaos, a dark-skinned, muscular figure snarls, its eyes burning with primal fury, a formidable presence on the battlefield. Meanwhile, far from the fray, Professor Vince observes the unfolding events from a window, a thoughtful expression on his face. He muses on the practical uses of monster parts, noting that even troll blood could be used for potions, and remarks on the relentless pursuit of profit in such endeavors. As Theo questions whether they should intervene, the professor calmly dismisses the idea, explaining that rushing in would only earn them the monster's resentment. Anna Farrell then playfully teases him, calling him hubby and asking why he looks uncomfortable after such a brilliant performance. He immediately asks her to refrain from addressing him that way, but she simply responds with a defiant no, hubby. Anna then praises him as a fifth circle master of the Bergen Academy, an honor he accepts, before she extends the compliment to Theo as well. Turning to the young man, Anna mentions hearing about his feat, specifically that he subjugated a hobgoblin chief by himself. Theo, looking flustered, quickly corrects her, stating that it was the professor who subjugated him, and that the story must have gotten twisted. Vince, however, reassures Theo, acknowledging that it was his achievement too, and encourages him to be confident in himself. Theodore, relieved, offers a simple, yes, thank you. His conversation with Vince is abruptly cut short as Anna interjects, demanding their attention. Hold on a second. I didn't come here to hear you two talk. I have things to tell you. Vince, slightly taken aback, asks what she needs. With a rustle, Anna reaches into a container, preparing a gift in return for their assistance. Presenting the offering, she asks them to accept it, a token of gratitude for stopping the recent attack. Inside the container, Theodore discovers a familiar, shimmering blue form, prompting a surprised, "This is?" Anna explains that this is something highly sought after by the Magic Society, its rarity making it difficult to acquire. Hoping it will be helpful to both of them, she offers the precious item, though Vince expresses hesitation, feeling it's too valuable to accept. She dismisses his concern with a slight frown, suggesting his reluctance is merely an excuse. Vince, looking startled, recalls his father's extensive preparations before he left, and Anna confirms that this very item is one of them. He then muses aloud, wondering if the corporation's true intention is to strengthen its ties with a fifth circle magician. Accepting the gift, Anna playfully leans into him, declaring it a perfect wedding present from her hubby, to which he responds with a weary plea for her to stop joking. The cart continues its journey, rattling along the path. The train speeds along its tracks, carrying its passengers through the verdant landscape. Inside one of the cars, Professor Vince gazes out the window, while Theodore sits across from him, a quiet tension filling the space between them. Breaking the silence, Theodore asks. Vince turns, a slight smirk playing on his lips, acknowledging the young man's observation before clarifying. He explains the nature of the strange item, a fruit born from plants that feed on monster blood, a rare occurrence the Magic Society has dubbed the monster berry. The professor then muses, considering the monstrous hobgoblins who might also be seeking such a valuable resource. He admits its exact use remains unclear, but hints at a recent discovery, prompting Theodore to inquire further. Vince leans forward, a knowing glint in his eye, revealing he's referring to an additional gift Theodore might receive. A look of confusion crosses Theodore's face as he tries to piece together the professor's cryptic words. Then, a flicker of understanding dawns on him, his eyes widening slightly as the implications of Vince's words become clear. Meanwhile, the train pulls into its destination, revealing the grand skyline of Melter, the magic headquarters and capital of the Magic Kingdom. The journey brought them to Manhwa, a city known for its formidable magical institutions. Surrounding the Central Magic Society, four distinct magic towers stood tall, each representing one of the fundamental elements. Among these, the tower that nurtured the most belligerent and remarkable magicians was the Red Magic Tower. A figure in a flowing red robe, Professor Vince, stood with an air of authority, his gaze fixed on the distant structure. Theodore, walking beside him, finally connected the dots, realizing that Professor Vince himself belonged to the esteemed Red Tower. Vince then instructed him to stop by the Magic Society after they passed through the castle gate, to which Theodore promptly affirmed his understanding. As their carriage approached the city's entrance, a bustling crowd and numerous guards indicated the strict checkpoints Manhwa was known for. Indeed, the city was particularly renowned for its stringent entry protocols. Yet, Vince casually remarked that they wouldn't need to wait, prompting Theodore to quickly deduce that their invitation would grant them swift passage. A passing woman, observing their privileged entry, playfully chided her companion, lamenting that the invitation only allowed the magician to bring one assistant. Noticing a subtle shift in his mentor's demeanor, Theodore commented that Vince looked strangely happy, a suggestion the professor quickly dismissed as Theo imagining things. As they proceeded through the checkpoint, a guard called out to them, acknowledging their presence. A hand extends an official-looking envelope, sealed with a distinctive red wax emblem. With a soft click, an official in a crisp white uniform meticulously examines the document through a monocle. He confirms the details aloud, identifying the bearer as Professor Vince Heidel of the Bergen Academy, a superior of the Red Tower, noting that his last visit to Manhwa was 7 years prior, before asking if there were any discrepancies. Vince calmly assures him that all the information is correct. The official bows slightly, apologizing for his rudeness, and wishes Vince well, urging him to continue his good work. As they proceed deeper into the building, Vince and Theodore approach a grand doorway, flanked by 2 more uniformed guards. Theodore, observing the heavy security, expresses concern about the numerous guards, asking if they can truly enter. Vince, with a reassuring tone, tells him not to worry. The guards part the heavy curtains, allowing the 2 to pass through the ornate entrance. Stepping into a brightly lit corridor, Vince leads the way, his red robe a striking contrast against the dark interior they just left. Theodore looks around in awe, finding the experience incredible, and wonders if such privilege is granted only to magicians who receive an invitation. They soon arrive at a counter, where another official awaits them. The official confirms that the application for the pupil tournament has been completed, but has one more thing to verify. He apologetically asks if Vince's disciple is in the 4th circle, explaining it's mainly for 4th circle magicians, and that it's just a formality. Vince holds up 3 fingers, stating that his disciple is in the 3rd circle, which prompts a surprised "excuse me" from the official. He continues to question, asking if his disciple can truly participate, explaining that all tournament participants are fourth circle magicians, and despite safeguards, injuries, and even fatalities occur every year. Unfazed by the official's concerns, Vince retorts, wondering what could possibly be wrong with a third circle magician, especially if he is a disciple from the Red Tower, confident that he will definitely be able to overcome any difference in power. Meanwhile, a man with a dark mustache and goatee lets out a knowing smirk, his blue eyes glinting with an unspoken thought. A man with a sharp goatee and a knowing smirk observes the scene, his eyes glinting with amusement. Meanwhile, a blonde student, wearing red glasses, asks Theodore if he knows the man, to which Theodore replies, "No, it's my first time meeting him, but he's quite rude considering it's our first meeting." The man then formally introduces himself, stating, "Sorry for my late introduction. I am an average from Blue Tower. Please call me Loren." Loren's smirk widens, a hint of mischief in his gaze. From above, the grand hall of the tournament stretches out, its intricate architecture hinting at the scale of the event, as Loren remarks, "It looks like this is your pupil's first tournament." He continues, explaining that the tournament's rules have changed a bit, and he was about to offer some advice, prompting the blonde student to question, "The rules have changed?" Loren clarifies that each participant will receive token payments, then addresses Theodore directly. "Now, you're called Theodore, right? You should have received a gold medal from the reception desk earlier." Theodore confirms, holding up the token, as Loren explains, "Yes, that's exactly the participating token of the pupil tournament." Theodore looks down at his token, which bears the number 132, realizing, "This is my registration number." Loren continues to detail the new rules, explaining that participants must prove their superiority by competing for tokens, and the winner will take all tokens from the loser, a stark change from previous tournaments. He gestures with a flourish, emphasizing that the final number of tokens in their possession will determine the competition's result, a clear shift towards a more aggressive format. The blonde student expresses surprise, noting that it wasn't like this before, to which Loren responds, "Well, the number of participants has increased, so the rules had to change accordingly. The pupil tournament must be over before the main event begins, but..." As the conversation about the tournament's new structure continues, Theodore muses that with the old league system, the schedule simply wouldn't work, prompting him to ask if they'd simply turned it into a scramble. Loren, with a slight smirk, acknowledges that some criticized it as barbaric, but then questions if a winner-takes-all system isn't actually quite effective. Theodore, still processing the implications, then poses a single, direct question, his expression thoughtful. He asks what happens if one pursues a tired opponent, or avoids a match after collecting a certain number of tokens, to which Loren simply responds, "Interesting," his back turned. Loren then turns, acknowledging Theodore's point as such a good one, before adding that there's a reason those from the Red Tower are known for their intelligence. He continues, explaining that last year's participants had to fend for themselves, causing delays, and then calls out a name, Mia, beckoning her closer. As a young woman with light purple hair approaches, Loren introduces her as his dear pupil, Mia Gulak, the second daughter of Viscount Gulak. Mia, her golden eyes gleaming, offers a polite greeting, stating, "It is nice to meet you." Chewing on bubblegum, Mia explains that a new rule was added this year, due to the previous year's delays caused by participants having to take care of themselves. Growing impatient with the preamble, Theodore interjects, telling them to stop going in rounds and just get to the point. Loren, with a wide, unsettling grin, assures Mia that he will, then reveals the crucial rule: a participant with only one token cannot refuse a challenge. He then points directly at Theodore, implying he's an example, and adds that magicians of the Red Tower sometimes do this, concluding that it's simply one's own fault for being careless. A man in ornate blue and gold robes chuckles, assuring his companion that he will grant some time to prepare, adding that the one who receives the challenge can pick the date and time. Meanwhile, Loren, with a knowing smirk, asks Theodore what he intends to do, implying that the new rule about challenges might affect him. Theodore, seemingly unfazed, turns to his professor, inquiring if anything else is scheduled for the day, his expression calm. Loren confirms there is, revealing he had arranged a dinner reservation at a high-end restaurant directly run by the Imperial family. Theodore's eyes widen slightly at the mention of the Imperial family, a determined smile spreading across his face as he declares his long-standing desire to experience such an establishment, vowing to finish his current tasks as quickly as possible. Loren, observing his student's resolve, simply states that the match is about to begin, urging him to face it now. A stern-faced man with a mustache responds with a challenging, "Well, bring it on." The scene shifts to reveal the Pentarium, a vast multi-purpose arena where this year's pupil tournament will be held, its intricate structure dominating the landscape. The arena is divided into 5 independent stadiums, with the central main hall opening only on the final day of competition. A woman in a wide-brimmed yellow hat instructs the fighters to put on a crystal, holding up 2 small, glowing objects. She explains that it's a protective magic crystal, capable of blocking up to 3 attacks of 4th circle magic, and each time a fighter is attacked, 1 crystal will be destroyed. Theodore, looking concerned, asks if such an artifact isn't quite expensive, but the woman quickly dismisses his worry, stating that it's not expensive at all because it's disposable, and only costs a few golds. He looks down, a slight frown creasing his brow as he considers the value of a few mere golds, while Mia, with a knowing smirk, questions his noble status. She continues, suggesting that he must be a distressed baron's son, prompting him to retort with a frustrated sigh that her behavior is not how the Gulak family conducts themselves. As the tension rises, Loren steps in, along with a female official in a yellow hat, who quickly interjects, urging them to save their arguments for the match itself. Meanwhile, in the vast, empty stands of the arena, two figures watch on, one in a striking red cloak, the other in a calm blue coat, awaiting the spectacle. Back on the arena floor, an unseen announcer's voice booms, introducing the first combatant, Theodore Miller, followed by his opponent, Mia Gulak. The official from earlier, now on the field, raises her arm high, signaling the imminent start of the duel. With a final declaration of "match begin," the two combatants face each other, the air crackling with anticipation as they prepare for battle. Without hesitation, Mia unleashes a volley of sharp ice shards, her eyes glowing with fierce determination as she declares she intends to end the fight quickly out of courtesy. A powerful icicle bolt follows, a concentrated blast of frigid magic streaking across the arena floor, aimed directly at her opponent. She shouts, urging him not to avoid the attack, promising him a swift return home if he complies. But Theodore, agile and quick, deftly dodges the barrage of ice, his body a blur of motion as the shards whistle past him. With a focused gaze, he begins to channel his own power, a faint glow emanating from his hand as he prepares to unleash a shockwave, ready to counter Mia's aggressive assault. He channels his power, a golden aura flaring around him as he prepares to ignite his next spell. But before he can fully unleash it, Mia counters with a burst of fiery magic, while Theodore quickly prepares a grease spell to defend himself. The force of his counterattack sends her reeling backward, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. Without hesitation, he follows up, summoning a powerful wind cutter that glows with a vibrant yellow energy. The attack strikes true, shattering the protective emblem on Mia's chest into countless fragments. From the sidelines, Vince watches the unfolding battle, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he takes in the intensity of the exchange. Theodore stands victorious over his defeated opponent, who lies prone on the ground, the match clearly concluded. As his hand glows with residual power, he wonders if he should have pushed himself even further. Elsewhere, a white-haired girl sits on the ground, her cheeks flushed as she softly affirms something. Theodore Miller launches himself forward, a swift, wind-infused attack manifesting as a sharp cutter, slicing through the air. The impact reverberates, as his strike lands squarely on Mitra's shoulder. With a decisive move, he pins her against a wall, demanding to know what she thinks of his power. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he asks if he should go easy on her. From the sidelines, an observer gasps, recognizing the fighter who claimed the first point. Meanwhile, Theodore prepares another move, his form enveloped in a vibrant green aura, ready to strike again. Mitra, however, retorts with a defiant expression, telling him that he lacks the manners of a nobleman. He simply raises a finger, challenging her, to see if she wants to get hit again. Recalling the force of his previous attack, Mitra steals her resolve, wondering if it was a lightning bolt that struck her. Then, with a surge of power, she casts an arch shield, a brilliant yellow barrier forming around her. But just as the shield solidifies, Theodore calls out her name, as an unseen force seems to disrupt her concentration. Suddenly, Mitra is thrown off balance, her newly formed shield dissipating as she cries out in surprise, questioning the unexpected turn of events. Thrown off balance, Mitra lands hard, the impact echoing through the arena. Before she can recover, Theodore unleashes a powerful chain lightning spell, its electric tendrils arcing directly towards her. A flash of surprise crosses her face as the crackling energy engulfs her. She recoils violently from the shock, the force pushing her back even further. From the sidelines, Theodore watches, his small companion Gluttony perched on his shoulder, as he muses that for someone so full of confidence, Mitra relies too much on flashy magic. Nearby, Professor Vince, the man with red glasses, offers his own assessment, acknowledging that Mia is undoubtedly talented, even without considering her family's prestige. However, he notes that what she truly lacks is discipline, suggesting that carrying her family's glory means she receives only compliments, and her real combat experience amounts to little more than playing at subjugating guards. The professor's thoughts then turn to Theodore, whose unconventional journey has provided him with extensive experience in life and death situations, giving him a true understanding of real combat. Meanwhile, Mia, looking downcast and blushing, struggles to comprehend her defeat, wondering how she could have lost so decisively when two of her crystals were damaged without even getting close to her opponents. She reflects that her father never taught her how to handle such a situation, and questions if it's strange that losing doesn't feel entirely bad to her. Back with Theodore, a slight sweat beads on his brow as he admits to his small companion that he never actually aimed for her head. Still reeling from her previous defeat, Mia finds herself facing Theodore's taunting smirk as he remarks on her earlier confidence. Accusing her of feigning weakness to make him drop his guard, a notion she quickly denies, her cheeks flushing with indignation. Meanwhile, Professor Vince and another observer watch the exchange with wide eyes, as Mia, her frustration mounting, clenches her fist and reveals her true intention. Her body beginning to glow with a fierce blue aura as she declares this is the first time she's ever felt such intense anger towards someone, especially a country bumpkin like him. With a powerful surge of magic, she unleashes a frozen wave, a torrent of ice magic erupting from her hands, commanding him to freeze to death. Theodore, however, remains unfazed, his expression one of mild annoyance as he prepares to counter her unnecessary movement. Mia, still confident in her attack, warns him that if he gets hit by it, he's done for. Her frozen wave crashes into Theodore with immense force, the blue ice magic engulfing him completely, shattering around him. Yet, just as the ice connects, a coating shield of golden energy erupts around Theodore, absorbing the impact. Mia's relentless assault continues, however, and with a sharp crack, the golden shield begins to fracture, shattering into countless pieces around Theodore. Despite her breakthrough, the effort proves too much, and Mia collapses to the ground, defeated once more. Looking down at her, Theodore calmly explains that he had 4 layers of shields active, acknowledging her surprising feat of breaking through all of them. Defeated and humiliated, Mia can only manage a single, choked word. Her face contorted in anguish, she laments the state of her features, having slipped on her own ice. Meanwhile, the official referee announces the victor, declaring Theodore Miller the winner of the match. A small, furry creature beside him lets out a soft sound as Theodore admits he hadn't intended to make his opponent cry, while Professor Vince attempts to console the defeated Mia, promising better results next time. The referee congratulates Theodore on his first win, but he confesses a conflicted feeling, not truly believing he'd won. She then instructs him to take his time and accepts 4 tokens from Mia on his behalf. As the tokens clink into his hand, the referee reminds him that losing such a match would require him to pay from his own pocket, urging caution. He reacts with surprise, exclaiming at the unexpected bounty. Later, Professor Vince, seated casually, asks if he's finished with the formalities, ready to discuss the match. Theodore confirms the fight wasn't bad at all, prompting the professor to ask if it was easier than he thought. Vince explains that Theodore's battle experience, gained through Alfred's memories, makes him already familiar with combat, suggesting that students who grew up sheltered are no match for him. Theodore laughs, realizing it was Vince Heidel all along, and acknowledges the truth behind the saying that this place is where the strong gather. His gaze sharpens, reflecting a newfound understanding of his environment. A broad, confident smile spreads across the professor's face, his arms crossed, as if awaiting someone important. Meanwhile, a blonde-haired man in red glasses approaches, wondering aloud what a busy person like Vince could possibly be doing in this place. Theodore, standing nearby, observes the newcomer, a hint of surprise in his expression as he questions if the man is a magician and not a sword-wielding warrior. Vince greets his old friend with a playful smack, exclaiming how long it's been, while the blonde-haired man recoils, pleading with him not to hit so hard. The professor dismisses his friend's complaints, telling him to stop exaggerating and to introduce him to the disciple he's brought along. With a sigh, the man in red glasses concedes, agreeing to the introduction. Vince places a hand on Theodore's shoulder, proudly introducing him as his disciple, Theodore Miller, explaining that they met at Bergen Academy and he's been sponsoring him ever since. Theodore then formally introduces himself, expressing his pleasure to make the acquaintance. The professor laughs heartily, finding Theodore to be a cute and innocent-looking fellow. His eyes narrow slightly as he adds, almost as an afterthought, by the way. Vince then grabs Theodore's face, pulling him closer, uttering a simple ho as he scrutinizes him. With a knowing smirk, the professor asks if Theodore was picked up on the battlefield, implying it would be a disgrace to refer to him as a mere greenhorn. Confused by the sudden intensity, Theodore turns to Vince, asking who in the world this person is. The man with the blonde hair and red glasses, who at first glance appears to be nothing more than a casual old man, is in fact the supreme mage of the Blue Tower. Taking in this unexpected information, Theodore processes the words, a look of confusion and dawning realization spreading across his face. The sheer power and cunning of the supreme mage, Blundeladruncus, is evident in his wide, knowing smile, a stark contrast to his seemingly casual demeanor. As the name Blundeladruncus is uttered, Theodore's mind races, questioning if this truly is the master of the Blue Tower. In the realm of Melter Kingdom, for formidable magic towers stand as bastions of protection, their ancient powers safeguarding the land. Within these towers, the magician's rankings are meticulously divided into 5 distinct stages, beginning with the basic rank for newcomers just entering the tower, followed by the average rank, for those who have accumulated a good track record and some experience. Above them are the superior magicians, individuals who have earned fame and merits through their deeds. Then the prime rank, recognized as pioneers of the magic tower, and last but not least, the supreme sage, praised as the true master of the tower. A young man with dark blue hair looks on, realizing that the person before him must be a supreme-class absolute magician, none other than the Blue Tower's master himself. As Theodore Miller, a third-grade student from Bergen Academy, bows respectfully to the tower master, the older man chuckles, assuring him there's no need to be so uptight. The Tower Master then turns to another man with blonde hair and red glasses, remarking that it's not manly to bow down too much, and asks Vince if he agrees, who simply responds with a weary plea not to be asked. Vince, looking thoughtful, then directly questions the Tower Master, asking what he is doing there. The Tower Master dismisses the question as a joke, then clears his throat, explaining that it's nothing big, just curiosity about what's been happening since he hasn't been to the capital in a while. He adds that he couldn't help but be curious, especially since the Tower Master brought a disciple with him, implying a deeper reason for their visit. Vince, now looking troubled and covering his eye, wonders aloud if the rumor has already spread. Blundell leans in close to Theodore, a playful glint in his eye, as if sharing a secret. He muses aloud, his gaze fixed on the young man, that the more he observes him, the more he likes him, even going so far as to say that if he hadn't already met a certain child, he would have tried to enlist Theodore as his own disciple. Vince, standing nearby, interjects, cautioning him not to speak so casually. Vince's expression remains serious, his brow furrowed as he questions if Blundell just claimed to have taken in a disciple. Blundell simply grins, a knowing smirk playing on his lips, telling him not to be too surprised. He continues, his voice filled with a quiet confidence, that while Theodore's disciple is quite good, the winner of this year's tournament has already been decided. Theodore, looking utterly bewildered, asks what he means. Suddenly, an announcer's voice booms through the stadium, declaring the end of the match between Marcus Giovanni and Sylvia in Stadium 4. The announcement continues, revealing that fighter Sylvia has won, with an astonishing time of only 24 seconds. Theodore's eyes widen in disbelief, muttering the time to himself, struggling to comprehend how someone could destroy all 3 crystals in such a short span. Vince, still looking concerned, explains that such a feat is difficult even if magic were fired from the very start, implying that Marcus Giovanni was defeated by an overwhelming skill difference. Blundell, however, simply smiles, enjoying their reactions. Theodore's mind races, a deep sense of unease settling over him as he wonders what kind of monster could possibly achieve such a thing. Blundell places a hand on Theodore's shoulder, the small bells on his cloak jingling softly, as they both look out towards the arena. From behind, the 3 figures stand silhouetted against the bright light of the stadium, the implications of Sylvia's victory hanging heavy in the air. A soft, almost imperceptible chime echoes, as a young woman with striking light blonde hair and sharp blue eyes gazes forward, a subtle smile playing on her lips. Her expression shifts, however, to one of cool determination, a hint of annoyance flickering in her gaze. She stands tall, clad in a crisp uniform and a flowing blue cape, a sturdy staff held casually in one hand, her presence commanding attention as the thought of her silver hair crosses one's mind. Theodore watches her, a flicker of concern in his eyes, while the young woman, Sylvia, addresses someone off-panel with a simple, yet firm, master. Blundell Adruncus, beaming with pride and amusement, chuckles heartily, praising her with an "Oh-ho, good work." But his praise is met with a playful, yet forceful, "Ack," as Sylvia swings her staff, striking him squarely on the head, sending dust flying. Undeterred, Blundell reaches out, calling after her, "Sylvia, come back here." He manages to grasp her arm, announcing his intention to introduce her to someone. Sylvia, however, looks less than thrilled, her blue eyes narrowed in clear displeasure. Her boots click softly on the stone floor, as she reluctantly follows. Standing beside his new disciple, Blundell proudly declares, "This is the disciple who I have been teaching secretly for a while, Sylvia," to which she offers a curt hello. Her gaze, still holding a hint of annoyance, meets Theodore's, who returns her stare with a mixture of awe and apprehension. As the extrasensory skill he gained from Alfred's experience continued to whisper to him, Theodore found himself contemplating the delicate girl, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. Her power, he realized, was even stronger than that of the hobgoblin chief he had faced, a formidable presence that belied her youthful appearance. Blundell, observing Theodore's intense focus, chuckled knowingly, remarking that he seemed quite interested in Sylvia. He then proposed a challenge, suggesting the 2 young mages engage in a match. The master of the Blue Tower pressed further, asking if this wasn't a good chance for Theodore to show Sylvia his cool side. Sylvia, meanwhile, watched the exchange with a subtle, almost imperceptible frown, her sky-blue eyes holding a hint of annoyance. Theodore, however, remained hesitant, his expression clouded with apprehension. With a polite but firm tone, he apologized, explaining that he would have to decline the offer. He reasoned that at that moment, he could show her nothing but his unsightly appearance. Blundell simply smiled, accepting the refusal with good humor. "That's too bad," he mused, before adding, "Then we shall do it next time." With a final glance, he called out to Sylvia, and the 2 began to walk away. Their footsteps echoed softly, leaving Theodore alone with his thoughts. As Theodore and Blundell walk side by side, another figure passes them, their blue cloak billowing gently. Suddenly, Blundell turns, a playful smirk on his face, catching Theodore's attention. The 2 stand facing each other, the conversation taking a more serious turn, as the master of the Blue Tower addresses the young mage. He reminds Theodore, "You are aware that you can avoid her and aim for the top rank, right?" To which the young man replies, acknowledging the path of least resistance, "I know. That's the easy way out." Theodore looks down, a thoughtful expression on his face, while Blundell watches him intently. Then, with a sudden declaration, Blundell states, "That's why I want to challenge her," his words hanging in the air between them. Theodore's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his features at the unexpected challenge. Blundell's red-tinted glasses reflect the light, his expression hidden but his intent clear. Theodore, still processing the statement, begins to protest. "I can't reasonably agree with your ridiculous choice, but..." His voice trailing off as he considers the implications. Blundell, however, is undeterred, a confident grin spreading across his face as he explains, "My blood is boiling after a long time. I've always wanted to embarrass that sly old man," his finger pointing emphatically. Hearing this, Theodore's initial apprehension gives way to a different emotion, and he responds, "Oh, that's good. I want to see it too," a hint of excitement in his tone. With a new plan in mind, Theodore suggests, "First, let's head to the artifacts and bookstores." As they resume their walk, Blundell assuring him, "Tell me if you need anything." He follows Blundell into a grand building, its ornate architecture hinting at the treasures within. His affirmation, "Yes, sir," echoes through the space, confirming their agreement. Meanwhile, a young shopkeeper laments the endless stream of tourists, muttering about how many people simply pass through. She sighs, gazing out her window, frustrated by a day filled only with window shoppers. She continues to lament that they would all flee upon hearing the price, unable to afford her high-end artifacts, until a sudden realization makes her pause. As Gluttony, perched on his shoulder, murmurs about sensing money nearby, Blundell and Theodore stride confidently into the shop. The shopkeeper's eyes widen in recognition, realizing she faces a mage from the Red Tower, and one of superior rank at that. A hand, emanating a faint purple glow, reaches out. As Blundell, now an imposing, shadowed figure with eyes burning red, commands the trembling shopkeeper and her assistant to display their finest wares. He declares that the price is of no consequence. A low rumble echoes through the opulent shop as Vince, accompanied by a young man, observes the wares presented by a female assistant. With a confident smile, the female assistant proudly declares that these are all of their finest products. A smirk plays on Vince's lips as he confirms, that was exactly what he had said. However, the assistant hesitates, her expression troubled, as she begins to explain that their store's absolute best items are all. Cutting her off, Vince's gaze sharpens as he simply commands for them to bring it out. The female assistant quickly recovers, assuring the professor that, of course, a superior magician of the Red Tower such as himself is definitely qualified to purchase such an item. With a soft clink, her gloved hands carefully open an ornate, golden-clasped box. Inside, resting on a bed of crimson velvet, lies a formidable, intricately designed gauntlet. Vince turns to his assistant, instructing him to appraise it, to which the young man promptly replies, "Yes, sir." As Vince and his assistant observe, the female assistant also prepares to appraise the item, a soft rustle accompanying her movements. The gauntlets, imbued with wind magic, were said to create an air current capable of deflecting any projectile, their past owner having effortlessly broken through barrages of arrows. Rated as precious, their consumption would increase proficiency in wind-type defense magic, while wearing them would apply the blessing of the flowing wind. A young man, Vince's assistant, stares in disbelief, realizing this B-rank artifact is on par with something as legendary as roaring flames. The shop assistant, her expression softening slightly, quotes a price of 180 gold, but offers a discount to 144 gold for those with an invitation. Without a word, the young man carefully places the gauntlet's box onto the counter. Vince, observing the transaction, declares his intention to pay a lump sum for all of them, asking if any further procedures are necessary, as the assistant looks increasingly flustered. Her face contorted in a grimace of discomfort, the assistant manages to stammer out that, of course, no further steps are needed. A confident smile spreads across Vince's face as he announces his decision to take the items. The assistant's eye, wide with a mixture of fear and exasperation, reflects the overwhelming nature of the transaction. With the deal concluded, the young man turns and walks away, a blur of motion. As they exit the shop, Vince addresses his companion, Theo, asking if they should proceed to the next store. Back inside, the assistant, still visibly shaken, offers a strained, almost pained, "Thank you for the business." As the two stand amidst their recent purchases, Theodore can't help but wonder aloud about the sheer amount of money Professor Vince must have just spent, musing if his mentor has become more of a wallet warrior than a true magician. Unfazed by the comment, Vince simply instructs Gluttony to consume all the rare-grade items first, remarking that if the entity were a person, these valuable artifacts would merely be appetizers. Theodore, taking in the implications of such a statement, quietly acknowledges his understanding. With a determined expression, Vince calls out to his magical companion, announcing that it's time to eat. From the shadowy depths, Gluttony's amorphous form emerges, its eyes glowing with anticipation, eagerly proclaiming its readiness. As Vince gestures towards the pile of artifacts, the items begin to vanish, absorbed by the hungry entity. A system notification confirms the consumption of the Necklace of Cleanliness, and with it, a noticeable increase in proficiency for the second circle magic, Clean. Moments later, another message appears, indicating that the stone fist magic bracelet has also been consumed, granting an increase in proficiency for the third circle magic, stone skin. The consumption continues with sticky boots, and a final message appears, stating that gluttony will require 1 hour and 58 minutes to fully digest its meal. As the last item vanishes, Vince clenches his hand, a faint glow emanating from his palm, his expression a mix of concentration and slight discomfort. Theodore, observing the process, reminds his professor that increasing mana through artifacts isn't the only factor, as one must also deepen their understanding to wield fourth circle magic. Vince leans forward, a knowing smile playing on his lips, as he remarks that it's finally time to do what one loves most. Theodore, looking up with a thoughtful expression, begins to respond, pondering what he loves most. When Vince interjects, clarifying that he's talking about reading, of course, a slight smirk on his face as he adjusts his glasses. The ticking of a clock fills the quiet study as Theodore sits at his desk, while Vince stands nearby, observing him. Suddenly, Theodore's internal world shifts, his form bathed in a crimson glow as he feels a powerful surge within him, a circle forming. His magical core, represented as a vibrant red heart, pulses with intricate symbols and glowing particles. A profound heat building within him as he realizes his heart is boiling up with raw power. Back in the study, Theodore looks up at Vince, a new light in his eyes. Vince, adjusting his red-tinted glasses once more, acknowledges the breakthrough, stating that Theodore has finally engraved the fourth circle. He offers his congratulations, extending a hand as he welcomes Theodore to the path of a fellow magician, urging him to continue his devotion to the study of magic. With a determined smile, Theodore affirms his understanding and promises to do his best, accepting the challenge from his professor. Standing over Theodore, Vince begins, "Now, then, since it has finished eating." And with a confident smirk, he asks, "Shall we feed it the precious grade items this time?" Without waiting for an answer, he begins to pull various artifacts from a large sack, spilling them onto the desk. Theodore watches the stream of valuable items with a pained expression, thinking to himself, "I can't believe we are feeding it all these amazing artifacts. Besides, these aren't just worth 1 or 2 pennies." Observing his student's hesitation, Vince urges him, "Don't hesitate." Crossing his arms, the professor continues, "Use whatever means you have at your disposal. Once you have made up your mind, don't stop." Leaning in, he challenges Theodore directly, "Don't you want to win against Sylvia?" The young mage looks down, contemplating the weight of the challenge and the sacrifice. His expression hardens with resolve as he finally declares, "Understood." Extending his hand, from which gluttony's maw emerges, he commands the entity, "Gluttony, eat them all." A distinct gulping sound echoes as gluttony devours the artifacts. Vince watches Theodore, a slight smile playing on his lips, and simply says, "Theo." From this day forward, Theodore would receive specialized instruction, as Vince declared, explaining that the greatest asset of his magic was its inherent versatility. He elaborated on the nature of water magic, describing how the very clouds floating in the sky, the rivers carving paths through the earth, the snow-capped peaks, and even the early morning fog were all manifestations of water. This freedom to transition between solid, liquid, and gas was the very essence of the water attribute. He continued, noting that while it possessed no particular weaknesses, it also didn't specialize in any single area. Theodore mused, realizing it was a medium adaptable in various aspects. Vince then offered a crucial piece of advice, urging him to avoid direct confrontation with Sylvia as much as possible. He shifted the topic, asking if Theodore recalled the staff carried by the Blue Tower Master, referring to a crude, large wooden staff. Theodore confirmed his memory, acknowledging it was indeed quite large for a staff. Vince corrected him, stating it wasn't truly a staff, but rather a very good stick. He continued, explaining that the old man had learned an Eastern fighting method with that stick as a hobby, but the astonishing problem was that he had reached the master rank with it. In fact, Vince had heard the master had even broken a few knights' heads with it. As Theodore processed this, a thought occurred to him, while Sylvia stood silently nearby. As Vince continues his instruction, he recalls Sylvia, noting that she once carried something similar to the power he is now discussing, a memory that flashes across his mind, showing her in a red cloak, engaged in a fierce battle against a monstrous red demon. He then advises Theodore to maintain his distance from her if possible, to which the young student respectfully acknowledges the warning. Cutting off any further discussion, Vince declares that it's time to move past words, his hands already beginning to weave intricate patterns of glowing blue water magic. The memory of Sylvia's formidable power still lingering, Theodore watches intently as the water swirls around him, mimicking the professor's movements and beginning to manifest his own control over the fluid element. With the demonstration complete, Vince asks if they should begin their practical training immediately. Suddenly, a powerful magical force slams into Theodore, sending him tumbling downwards through the air, surrounded by swirling light blue energy. As he continues his uncontrolled descent, the pressure intensifies, the air crackling with raw power. Through the vast, ornate hall, multiple shimmering blue projectiles streak towards him, each one a direct threat. With a desperate surge of will, he cries out, calling forth a protective barrier. His face contorted in effort, a brilliant light erupts from his palm, coalescing into a shimmering blue shield. Just as the shield fully forms, one of the projectiles slams into its center, exploding in a blinding flash of light and radiating energy. The impact reverberates through the hall, but Theodore stands his ground, his defense holding firm against the unseen assailant. Across the vast space, the other mage, now clearly visible and surrounded by his own blue aura, remarks on the impressive reaction before declaring his intent to escalate the challenge. Theodore clenches his fist, a determined grimace on his face, ready for whatever comes next. And so, at long last, the final day of the pupil tournament arrived, casting a grand shadow over the ancient city. Still on his knees, Theodore struggles to catch his breath, his face etched with exhaustion from the recent ordeal. Looking down at him, Professor Vince remarks, "Theo, to be honest, I was considering pulling you from the battle if you couldn't satisfy my standards, even if it meant having to live with your anger toward me." Theodore, looking up at his mentor, asks, "Professor, did I pass?" A slight scoff escapes Vince, confirming his success with a simple 100%. Meanwhile, in the opulent Pentarium's waiting room, various participants and observers gather around a long, ornate table, the air thick with anticipation as the final results of the pupil tournament are displayed. The ranking board prominently features Sylvia Adruncus in first place with an astonishing 95 tokens, while the second-place contender only managed 21, prompting a red-haired disciple to muse aloud. Second place only has 21 tokens. Doesn't it mean that other people didn't even have time to collect those tokens? Her sharp red eyes fixated on the results, she acknowledges, as expected of the Blue Tower Master's disciple. The waiting room hums with quiet conversations and the clinking of glasses as the various attendees process the tournament's outcome. At the head of the table, Master Blundell Adruncus sighs, remarking, "Tisk, there were some spirited challengers in the beginning, but it seems like there is none these past few days." He then turns to Sylvia, who sits across from him, asking, "Young people these days have no spirit. Isn't that right, Sylvia?" She responds dutifully, "Yes, Master." He turns, a slight sound drawing his attention, and recognizes the young man approaching. Addressing the Tower Master, Theodore asks after his well-being, prompting Blundell to recall him as Vince's disciple, and then by name, Theodore. Theodore expresses his honor that Blundell still remembers him. Meanwhile, a young woman with striking white hair sits at a long table, calmly eating a pastry. A determined look crosses Theodore's face. The nervous feeling that had plagued him before has completely vanished, making him wonder if he has truly become stronger. He decides it's worth taking a chance. Blundell remarks on Theodore's rapid progress, noting his achievement of the 4th circle in their short acquaintance, and offers his congratulations, which Theodore humbly accepts. Blundell, however, senses a deeper purpose behind Theodore's visit, questioning if his business truly lies with him, or perhaps with the young woman nearby. As if on cue, the white-haired young woman suddenly bolts from her seat, dashing away from the table. Theodore calls out to her, identifying her as number 13, Sylvia. He then boldly challenges her to a fight in the pupil tournament. He stands before her, a smirk playing on his lips. As she looks away, her expression unreadable. With a confident tone, he remarks, "Yes, compared to the 95 tokens you have, I only have 5 tokens." His smirk widens, a challenge in his eyes, as he reminds her of the rules. The first-ranked participant can't refuse a challenge. Looking down at her hand, Sylvia responds with quiet resolve, "Refuse. I am not someone who would do that." A heavy thud echoes through the room as Theodore and Sylvia stand before Blundell Adruncus, the master of the Blue Tower, who observes their exchange. She reflects on her own aspirations. "I wanted to reach 100 tokens too." Suddenly, a roar erupts from the grand hall, a collective gasp of astonishment as the news spreads. Someone challenged for first place. Among the murmuring crowd, a man dismisses the challenger with a sneer. Just a kid who doesn't know his place." Only 2 hours remain until the tournament's conclusion, yet here they are, with the main hall now opening for the final confrontation. Anticipation crackles in the air as the grand arena awaits its combatants, for this will be the final match. From above, the spectators gaze down at the empty floor, a collective thought echoing through the stands. The final match, huh? Another man in the crowd muses, "That reminds me, the Blue Tower Master's disciple is also participating this year. Well, I'm sure it would be enough for us to kill some time." As the news of the final match spreads, a murmur ripples through the crowd, with one spectator questioning if anyone had heard of Theodore Miller before. Another, a man with a prominent mustache, expresses his disbelief, wondering where such a person could have come from, and how a nobody like him managed to reach the tournament's final. His companion, a bald man in a hooded cloak, chuckles, admitting his own curiosity, but confidently stating that the match's outcome has already been decided. Below them, the vast arena stretches out, with 2 figures standing distantly on the stone floor, poised for the impending confrontation. The reason for the bald man's certainty is clear. Theodore's opponent is none other than the Blue Tower Master's favorite disciple. Sylvia Adruncus stands tall and composed in the arena, her blonde hair flowing around her as she awaits her challenger. Meanwhile, Theodore steps onto the grand stage, a quiet wow escaping him as he takes in the sheer number of spectators, wondering why so many have gathered. He hadn't anticipated such a massive audience, his dark suit a stark contrast against the bright arena lights. A wave of nervousness washes over him, his stomach going numb, but he quickly dismisses it, realizing this very pressure is precisely what he needs. With a determined glint in his eyes, he knows that today, in this place, he will adjust his collar and face his destiny, ready to show everyone who he truly is. With a resolute stride, he advances into the heart of the arena, the sound of his footsteps echoing softly as he prepares for the ultimate challenge. As Theodore prepares for his match, two figures stand overlooking the grand arena, a muscular, white-haired man with a shovel slung over his back, and a blond man in a flowing red cloak and distinctive red glasses. The blond man approaches the railing, asking, "Do you mind if I stand here?" Without turning, the white-haired man replies, "Of course not. Suit yourself." They both gaze out at the vast space before them, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. The white-haired man then muses, recalling a familiar adage, "Win the fight that can surely be won, and make sure you also win the fight that can't be won, too." Isn't that the motto of the Red Tower? The blond man nods in agreement. "You are correct. So you still remember." The white-haired man chuckles, adding, "Huh, she always said those words, that Red Tower master." A thoughtful expression crosses the white-haired man's face as he continues, "You must be aware about the Theo kid's abilities, right?" The blond man considers this, then asks, "Do you think that he can be Sylvia's opponent?" "Well, there is no point in talking about it, right?" He sighs, concluding, "But what can we do now is just to watch over them and the outcome of this match." The camera pulls back, revealing the immense, intricate architecture of the arena, its glowing structures and massive chains stretching across the vast space, awaiting the combatants. A female announcer, brimming with excitement, declares the momentous occasion, proclaiming this to be the final round of the pupil tournament, as Sylvia Adruncus makes her grand entrance, a vision of grace and power. Then, through a swirling cloud of dust and light, Theodore Miller steps into the arena, his presence commanding attention. A sharp, resonant sound echoes through the vast space, heightening the tension as a hand clenches in anticipation. Both Sylvia and Theodore fix their gazes forward, their eyes burning with fierce determination, ready for the impending clash. Finally, the command rings out, signaling the official start of their battle. From a towering height, Theodore looks down upon Sylvia, a small figure standing alone in the vast, open training grounds. He recalls watching all of her previous matches, noting how she always deployed her magic with abnormal speed. A golden glow emanates from his hand as he considers that if she takes the initiative, then it's all over for her opponent. With a surge of power, Theodore unleashes a torrent of flames, shouting the incantation, "Double Blaze Shell." The fiery magic erupts, expanding rapidly towards Sylvia, who looks up, her cape fluttering in the sudden, intense winds. Surrounded by the swirling inferno he commands, Theodore questions if she's done yet, then commands the winds to blow forward, amplifying the destructive power. The flames surge with renewed vigor as he unleashes the next spell, Gale Force. The combined fire and wind magic engulfs the entire area, a blinding, roaring vortex of heat and force. Sylvia is completely enveloped by the raging inferno, the intense heat and pressure threatening to overwhelm her. Theodore maintains his powerful assault, confident that this magical combination of destructive power and speed will be too much for her clumsy water defense magic to stop. Yet, amidst the flames, Sylvia's hand begins to glow with a cool, blue light, as she prepares to unleash her own counterspell. The combined force of Theodore's double blaze shell and gale force erupts in a blinding inferno, sending him scrambling back from the sheer concussive force, while two distant figures watch the spectacle with wide, concerned eyes. As the smoke billows and obscures everything, he wonders aloud, unable to discern her location within the dense haze. But then, a realization dawns on him, a whisper of disbelief as he coughs through the lingering smoke. His powerful accelerated double blaze shell, somehow, had been blocked. His eyes widen slightly, reflecting the shock of this unexpected outcome. A faint, chilling sound echoes through the air, a subtle crackling that hints at something cold. The sound grows louder, like ice crystals forming and cracking under immense pressure. He coughs again, the truth settling in his mind. His attack was indeed blocked. And as he brings a hand to his mouth, a cold understanding washes over him. It's the temperature, he muses, recalling a book he once read about ice magic gaining strength as the temperature drops, even beyond the hardness of minerals. She must have lowered it enough to completely nullify his assault. Revealing herself amidst the dissipating smoke, enveloped in a soft, ethereal blue glow. Sylvia, having just revealed her true power, now stands poised, a vibrant blue aura swirling around her feet as she plants her staff firmly on the ground. Theodore, witnessing this display, feels a jolt of surprise, realizing the sheer magnitude of her water magic, a formidable fourth circle spell. With a decisive declaration of liquid snake, she unleashes her spell, causing massive serpentine constructs of water to erupt from the ground. These colossal water forms twist and coil, rapidly closing in on Theodore, their fluid bodies shimmering with raw magical energy. Sylvia continues to channel her power, her movements graceful as she directs the surging torrents. The water constructs engulf him, trapping him within their swirling depths. He is violently buffeted by the powerful currents, the impact sending him reeling. The sheer force of the magic overwhelms him, pushing him down into the churning blue mass. The water continues to churn relentlessly, tossing his form about like a ragdoll. He is flung upwards, momentarily breaking free from the immediate grasp of the water, only to be pulled back down. His face contorts in a grimace of effort, struggling against the relentless pressure of the spell. The water magic persists, a continuous, roaring vortex of power, keeping him trapped. As Sylvia's powerful water magic continued its assault, a massive, serpentine construct of glowing blue energy coiled and struck with incredible force. Theodore found himself constantly on the defensive, realizing the sheer speed of the attacks, and that a single direct hit would be devastating, making continuous evasion an impossible task. With a grim determination hardening his features, he knew he had no other option but to confront Sylvia head-on. The magical energy around them flared even brighter, a sharp, crackling sound accompanying its violent surge. From the center of the arena, Sylvia maintained her powerful spell, as Theodore continued his desperate dance of evasion against the relentless water constructs. Suddenly, the blue energy erupted in a violent burst, forcing him to react instantly to the explosive impact. With a frustrated TSK, Theodore slid across the ground, barely avoiding the attack as dust billowed around him. From a distance, Vince observed the unfolding battle, remarking on the sheer artistry of Sylvia's spell. Blundell, standing beside him, concurred that no ordinary magic could halt the snake's momentum, then turned to Vince, asking what their next move should be. Vince listened, his expression thoughtful, as the question hung in the air. Back in the arena, Theodore knelt, seemingly defeated, but a voice declared that he would be the one to provide the answer. His eyes narrowed with renewed resolve, Theodore's face hardened, ready to face whatever came next. A powerful burst of blue energy erupts, signifying the ongoing magical assault. As the blue energy swirls around him, Theodore moves dynamically, contemplating his next move against the water magic, considering a fire magic counter, but holding back a hidden card for now. He observes the massive water snake construct, deciding he will have to use Magic Bullet as a secondary option. Reflecting on his increased magical power, he realizes he can probably shoot 3 or 4 magic bullets now that his magic has reached the 4th circle. Taking a determined stance, he resolves to halt the water snake's advance, even if only for a moment. But the overwhelming blue energy forces him to fall, losing his footing amidst the swirling currents. Perched on his shoulder, Gluttony urgently commands, "Mitra, raise it now." The blue energy continues its dynamic, swirling motion, intensifying around the falling mage. As the blue magic reaches a fever pitch, it begins to mix with glowing orange and yellow particles, hinting at a new power. Still enveloped by the swirling blue magic, Theodore continues his descent into a rocky chasm. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light bursts forth from below, illuminating the darkness. As his hand glows with the golden light, Theodore recognizes an opening, a chance to turn the tide. Concealed by the swirling water snake, Theodore knows Sylvia cannot see him, giving him the perfect window to unleash his counterattack. With a surge of golden light, he thrusts his hand forward, firing a concentrated projectile. The spell, a potent magic bullet, streaks through the air. It slams into its target with explosive force, a brilliant flash of light momentarily blinding the space. The golden energy pierces through, a sharp point of light cutting through the air. Sylvia's protective barrier shatters into countless fragments, unable to withstand the concentrated magical assault. The impact sends her reeling backward, her body flung through the air. Her shield, too, breaks apart, leaving her face contorted in a gasp of shock as the attack connects. Around the scene, ethereal chains and arcane symbols shimmer, a testament to the powerful magic unleashed. Having expended immense energy, Theodore collapses to one knee, residual light blue magic still clinging to him. A sudden darkness envelopes the view, a brief moment of quiet after the explosive confrontation. From a different vantage point, a woman in a wide-brimmed witch hat watches the aftermath, her expression one of utter surprise. The announcer's voice rings out, declaring Theodore the victor of the first exchange. Exhaustion washes over him, the effort of his last spell evident as he struggles to catch his breath, thinking he only needs to repeat that feat 2 more times. But Sylvia, despite the impact, remains defiant, her own will unbroken as she prepares to unleash her next move. Her eyes, sharp and resolute, betray no hint of surrender, only a fierce determination to continue the fight. Meanwhile, the strain of the battle manifests as a searing pain across Theodore's face, the magical backlash threatening to overwhelm him. A sudden, inexplicable chill washes over Theodore Miller, causing him to pause and wonder if he merely imagined the sensation. Before he can fully process it, Sylvia Adruncus unleashes a barrage of sharp ice magic, crystalline arrows surging towards him, leaving him to question the nature of the attack. As the blue glow intensifies around him, he identifies the incoming threat as ice arrows. The ice magic multiplies, forming a relentless volley that closes in on him, each arrow glinting with deadly intent. A grimace crosses his face as he realizes the sheer volume of the attack makes dodging them all an impossible feat. With a surge of orange and red energy, he casts Burning Hands, unleashing a powerful torrent of fire from his outstretched palms, aiming to incinerate the icy assault. Even as his fire erupts, Sylvia's determined blue eyes remain fixed, maintaining her icy assault, while Theodore clenches his fist, preparing for the next phase of the confrontation. His fire magic collides with the incoming ice, creating a brilliant, explosive impact that sends shockwaves rippling through the air. The fiery blast expands rapidly, pushing back against the relentless ice, a vibrant display of clashing elements. To his surprise, he realizes that despite his powerful counterattack, more ice magic is still incoming, forcing him to adapt quickly. With a swift motion, Theodore casts West Wind's Protection, manifesting a swirling barrier of golden wind magic around himself. As the magical confrontation intensifies, a crucial detail about Theodore's defense is revealed. West Wind's Protection, a shield of the West Wind, utilizes the caster's mana to create an air current capable of deflecting projectile attacks. Despite his efforts, he is still reeling from the force of the previous attack, his body pushed back by an unseen magical impact. Catching his breath, Theodore exhales a relieved phew, momentarily safe but acutely aware of the ongoing danger. However, Sylvia's assault is far from over, as a chilling blue energy rapidly spreads across the ground, freezing the very earth beneath their feet with a sharp, cracking sound. His eyes widen in alarm, realizing the ground is now completely frozen. Without hesitation, Sylvia takes advantage of her new icy terrain, sliding forward at incredible speed, enveloped in a vibrant blue aura. She's speeding up by sliding down the ice road, her movements becoming a blur as she prepares for a striking magical attack. Gripping her staff with fierce determination, the young mage closes the distance, ready to deliver a devastating blow. Theodore's eyes fix on her weapon, a sudden realization dawning on him. Don't tell me. Staff art. Before he can react, Sylvia's staff connects with a resounding quang, sending him reeling from the powerful impact. A pained grunt escapes him, his body flung backward as the force of the blow sends him tumbling. Standing victorious over her fallen opponent, Sylvia holds her staff aloft, its tip still humming with residual energy. As the battle intensifies, Sylvia launches herself forward, a brilliant blue aura of ice magic flaring around her, her movements blurring with impossible speed. A stark warning echoes in Theodore's mind, a memory of Professor Vince's words: avoid close combat with Sylvia at all costs. Sweat beads on his brow as he struggles to keep up, for one thing was certain after dealing with her attacks. Her staff art was far more dangerous than any magic. From a towering height, Sylvia descends like a predator, her weapon poised to strike as she closes the distance on her opponent. A blinding flash of blue energy erupts as her attack connects, the force of the impact reverberating through the air. Her staff becomes a blur of motion, tracing arcs of green energy, a relentless assault that leaves no room for counterattack. Theodore is sent reeling backward, the sheer power of her blows pushing him off balance. He struggles to regain his footing, the world around him a dizzying blur of motion. Gritting his teeth, he acknowledges the grim truth. In this type of close combat, I have no chance of winning. No matter what, I have to widen the distance between us. With renewed determination, he pushes off, attempting to create space, but Sylvia is already there, her movements fluid and inescapable. The two clash again, a whirlwind of strikes and desperate defenses, Theodore fighting for every inch against her overwhelming speed. He recoils violently as Sylvia's staff art slams into him, the impact radiating outward in a crimson burst. The force sends him tumbling backward, his body a blur against the ground. He pushes off, desperately trying to create distance, his movements a streak of speed. A pale blue aura flares around him, a defensive spell aiding his retreat. He lands in a low crouch, a cloud of dust erupting around him. One of his precious crystals shattered from the impact, but the recoil had fortunately created a considerable distance between them, giving him a moment to breathe. He knew he couldn't let her get close any longer. But Sylvia was already closing the gap, her form a silhouette of determination, staff held ready as dust swirled around her. A small, unsettling smile played on her lips, a detail that sent a shiver down his spine. Her grin widened, a clear sign of her enjoyment in the chase. Meanwhile, in a desolate, ruined landscape, two figures stood, one with a shovel slung over his shoulder, the other in a striking red shirt. The man in the red shirt mused that too much talent sometimes makes people lonely. He glances over his shoulder, a flicker of concern crossing his features. Vince then turns to the man with the shovel, explaining that Sylvia hasn't truly had a proper friend and holds herself to a higher standard than everyone else. While in a different location, a large bearded man with a scar across his eye grins menacingly, a smile he's never shown before. As Sylvia, still in pursuit, asks with a hint of playful malice if playing with her friend is truly that fun. The large bearded man, his grin widening, encourages someone to play to their heart's content, until they rediscover the joy they had forgotten about a long time ago, as Theodore is engulfed in a defensive orange magical aura. Sylvia, a blur of motion, closes the distance with incredible speed, her form wreathed in brilliant blue magic. Her azure energy slams into his orange defenses, creating a violent magical explosion. The blue magic continues its relentless push, overwhelming his resistance. The force of the impact sends him reeling, his body twisting from the direct hit. Gritting his teeth, Theodore vows to himself that he cannot let her get any closer than this. With a fierce cry, he unleashes a powerful magic missile, a burst of yellow energy streaking towards his relentless pursuer. He executes a swift, evasive maneuver, leaving a trail of glowing blue and yellow energy in his wake. But Sylvia, anticipating his every move, declares she has already deduced his attack strategy. Still, he continues his rapid movement, creating afterimages as he darts across the terrain. Then, Theodore is seemingly caught and sent tumbling, indicating Sylvia's successful counter. However, a system message reveals the activation of Illusion Track, a skill obtained from Night Prowler's Mirage that produces a lifelike illusion of the user. Meanwhile, a scarred man named Kurg reveals his intention to set a trap at that particular location. Kurg's attack lands on what appears to be Theodore, striking with a burst of yellow energy. But it is Sylvia who recoils in surprise, having been outmaneuvered by the illusion. Her attack connects with the illusion of Theodore, as the narration notes that a surprise attack works only once on Sylvia. Kurg's eye narrows, realizing he won't fall for the same trick again. Before he can react, the real Theodore delivers a powerful blow to Kurg, sending him reeling with a red impact. Kurg cries out in shock and pain, questioning what just happened. He finds himself surrounded by a shimmering, light blue aura, realizing with a jolt that the girl has been absorbing his skills and tactics with alarming speed. Meanwhile, a confident smirk plays on her lips, her light blue eyes gleaming with satisfaction. A sigh of relief escapes him, yet a flicker of annoyance crosses his face as he mutters, "Phew, seriously, this is annoying. My heart had been closed off, but now, Sylvia Adruncus unleashes a torrent of ice magic, sharp formations of icicle grow erupting from her hands, their brilliant blue glow illuminating the training grounds. She reflects on a past filled with jealousy, hatred, misunderstanding, and withdrawal, having given up on approaching others after being hurt by their feelings towards her. Meanwhile, Theodore Miller responds with his own powerful spell, an earth wave rising from the ground, its brown energy surging to meet the icy assault. The ice magic continues its relentless push, a shimmering blue force threatening to overwhelm. But the earth magic holds firm, a solid defense against the onslaught, as Sylvia realizes this emotional wall she built in her mind had blocked her from reaching the fifth circle of magic. Standing in a stark red, abstract space, she understands this psychological barrier was the true impediment to her progress. Yet, now, she finds herself facing someone who doesn't hate or fear her, a person who continues to surprise her with his amazing magic. A new, unfamiliar sensation stirs within her, a feeling she's never experienced before. This burgeoning emotion ignites a fierce desire within her, a longing to know more about this person and to win against him. Her hands press against the glowing red surface of her mental barrier, a silent resolve hardening in her gaze. Later, Kurg and Theodore stand side by side, observing a distant vista, a soft light illuminating their forms. Her gaze sharpens, focused on the invisible barrier that has long held her back, the fourth circle wall that Sylvia has struggled to overcome. A fierce resolve burns in her eyes as she wonders, will today finally be the day she achieves victory? Her hands glow with a soft, ethereal light, a silent vow echoing in her mind. This will be the last time she allows herself to be held back. Meanwhile, a smirk plays on Theodore's lips, a mirror of her ambition as he thinks, yeah, that's exactly what I want too. He recalls a time, ever since entering the academy, when he had always been chasing someone else's back, a perpetual follower in the shadows of others. Sitting alone in a vast library, a pensive expression on his face, he acknowledges that everything changed after he met gluttony. His hand glows with a faint, inner light as he makes a silent declaration. This is the last time he will ever chase after someone. High above the ground, Sylvia hovers, a light blue aura swirling around her as she prepares her next move, a soft thump echoing from her ascent. From below, Theodore observes her, noting that while it's just magic that allows someone to float in the air, it's incredibly useful for blocking underground attacks. With a powerful surge, Sylvia manifests a formidable ice shield around herself, the vibrant blue magic swirling with an audible whoosh. Theodore's eyes widen slightly in surprise as he recognizes the spell, wondering aloud, "Ice shield? Isn't that the same spell she used to block my double blaze shell?" Sylvia remained enveloped in a swirling vortex of ice magic, her formidable ice shield holding firm. Sharp, crystalline shards of ice continued to manifest around her, a testament to the spell's enduring power. As expected from a genius, Theodore mused, she had indeed devised an excellent countermeasure, making his clumsy magic bullet utterly ineffective against her defense. It was also incredibly difficult to pinpoint her exact location within the swirling ice, leading him to question if he should abandon the magic bullet entirely and opt for a frontal confrontation instead, gambling with their trump cards. Meanwhile, Sylvia's expression remained fiercely determined, her thoughts confirming that the ice shield was merely a diversion, allowing her to prepare another, more potent magic. With a resolute sigh, Theodore made his decision, declaring, "Fine, then let's do this." A faint blue aura began to emanate from his form as he prepared for a direct assault, his voice echoing with conviction. "Let's fight head-to-head." He was ready to gamble with their trump cards, whatever the cost. Calling upon the ancient grimoire, he uttered the name, Mitra. As small, jagged rocks began to rise from the ground around him, imbued with a faint, glowing energy. The ground beneath his feet began to churn, more stones tearing free and ascending into the air. With hands clasped and eyes closed in concentration, he chanted the incantation, "Giant of the earth, I command you to throw the stones. Answer my call and manifest your power." In response to his powerful summons, massive, jagged rock formations erupted from the earth, a clear manifestation of fourth circle earth magic. He unleashes the double catapult, sending massive chunks of earth arcing through the air, glowing with raw power. The sheer effort of the spell causes him to grunt, as the ground beneath him continues to crumble and launch its rocky projectiles. Briefly glancing at Gluttony, he murmurs an apology for making the grimoire work so hard, before his hands ignite with a fierce, orange glow, channeling a new, fiery power. Engulfed in a double blaze shell, he declares that the winner or loser of this confrontation will be decided by this very attack, his form wreathed in intense, swirling flames. Meanwhile, the double catapult continues its barrage, sending glowing, jagged rocks hurtling through the air. The fiery aura around him intensifies, his body becoming a beacon of scorching energy. With a final, strained expression, he confirms that his preparations are now complete, the red-orange glow reflecting in his determined eyes. Across the battlefield, a chilling blue energy begins to coalesce, forming sharp, crystalline ice shards that glow with an ethereal light. Sylvia stands amidst the contrasting elements of fire and ice, her form now enveloped in a powerful, shimmering blue aura. With eyes closed in concentration, she invokes the owner of the freezing cold, Emer, commanding her power to be unleashed upon those who dare to challenge her. The blue energy around her swirls into a violent vortex, radiating an immense, frigid force. Her eye snaps open, glowing with an intense, piercing blue light, as she activates Minor Force, ready to meet the incoming assault. She unleashes a powerful blizzard, a swirling vortex of brilliant blue ice magic erupting around her. The frigid energy crackles with intensity, expanding rapidly as her spell takes full form. Suddenly, the blue ice collides with a surge of fiery orange, sending debris scattering with a thunderous crash. Amidst the fiery glow, Theodore clenches his fists, a determined shout escaping him as Gluttony clings to his back, ready to meet the challenge head-on. He unleashes fusion magic, enveloping a massive rock in a searing inferno, transforming it into a blazing projectile. With gritted teeth, Theodore channels his power, the fire crackling intensely around him. Multiple glowing orbs of fire magic manifest, swirling with destructive energy. He then unleashes Volcanic Shell, a devastating spell that engulfs the area in a torrent of flames, its power radiating outward. The fiery explosion expands with a deafening roar, a blur of orange and red consuming everything in its path. Meanwhile, Sylvia's ice magic continues to swirl, a beacon of blue against the encroaching heat. From within Theodore's inferno, dark, heavy chains suddenly emerge, twisting through the flames. With a final, explosive burst, the chains detonate, sending shrapnel and fire flying in every direction. Theodore's volcanic shell erupts in a blinding flash of red and orange, its explosive chains detonating with immense force, sending glowing particles scattering across the battlefield. From a vantage point high above, two figures observe the chaotic aftermath, their forms silhouetted against the fiery glow. But instead of his opponent, it is Theodore who is violently thrown backward by the sheer impact, a pained cry escaping him as he loses his footing amidst the swirling dust. He tumbles through the air, his body flailing uncontrollably as he falls. A pained gasp escapes him, acknowledging that he has reached his absolute limits. Still falling, he resigns himself to the inevitable, knowing he can no longer fight. His eyes narrow in grim realization, understanding that if Sylvia walks out unscathed after facing that attack, it will be his defeat. Theodore is enveloped in a swirling vortex of dust and debris, the lingering residue of the powerful impact. A look of disbelief crosses his face, questioning how she could have possibly withstood such an assault. Meanwhile, Sylvia, seemingly untouched by the explosion, shows only a faint blush, her expression serene. Her voice cuts through the lingering dust, asking him what his name was, to which he replies, Theodore Miller. Then, with a hint of playfulness, she asks if she can call him Theo instead. Lying defeated amidst the dust and debris, Theodore can only manage a weak, resigned plea, telling his opponent to do whatever she wants, for he has no energy left to speak. Looking down at him with a slight blush on her cheeks, Sylvia simply states, next time, before raising a pickaxe high above her head, inviting him to let's play. Theodore, still on the ground, reacts with a bead of sweat tracing his temple, his expression one of utter exhaustion and dread. Suddenly, a small, triangular object lies on the ground, its presence marking a stark shift in the scene. It is Sylvia who now lies defeated on the dusty ground, her body sprawled, the pickaxe discarded beside her, revealing the previous sequence to have been a mere illusion or a glimpse into a different outcome. Instead, a brown-haired woman with glowing yellow eyes cheers triumphantly, her fists clenched in excitement as the true winner is declared. The announcement rings out, confirming that the winner of the pupil tournament has been decided, and it is Fighter 132, the disciple of. The camera pans to reveal the imposing figure of Vince Heidel, the Red Magic Tower's superior ranked mage, his red glasses glinting as he presides over the event. Amidst a shower of sparkling particles, the name Theodore Miller is called out, drawing his attention with a look of surprise. He manages a strained, almost pained laugh, his expression a mix of disbelief and forced amusement. With his name echoing through the arena, Theodore raises a triumphant fist into the air, a quiet victory blooming around him as soft particles drift down. A dark suit jacket and trousers lay draped over an elegant chaise lounge, awaiting their wearer. With a bandaged arm, Theodore reflects on his recent triumph, acknowledging that his opponent must have been truly formidable, a formidable opponent indeed. He recalls her incredible skill, wondering if that was the true definition of a genius in every sense of the word. Despite his own growth, he feels a profound sense of humility, thinking he had gotten much stronger, but realizing there's still a long journey ahead. Later, in a richly appointed room, Theodore kneels before Professor Vince, who sits comfortably, a new suit laid out between them, the professor observing him with a knowing gaze. Vince suggests they celebrate his victory, but Theodore questions if it's truly a celebration when he's still admiring Sylvia's abilities. The young man admits that the victory feels surreal, a sentiment Vince seems to understand. The professor, with a slight smirk, reminds him that's just how victories work, then asks if he feels ready to stand. As Theodore confirms he's never worn a suit before, Vince offers his assistance, to which the young man gratefully accepts, guiding him through the process. Vince instructs him to put his arm through the sleeve, then proudly declares that he now looks like a gentleman, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. Standing tall in the new attire, Theodore feels a bit awkward, the unfamiliar elegance a stark contrast to his usual student wear. He finds himself in a formal setting, Professor Vince urging him to simply endure the award ceremony. Yet, Theodore questions why he had to borrow a suit if normal clothes were permitted. Vince, with a knowing look, explains that His Majesty's presence makes such attire a basic courtesy. As they navigate through a bustling crowd, Vince checks on Theodore, who affirms he's doing all right, despite the palpable tension. Nearby, a nervous figure is on the verge of passing out, overwhelmed by the thought of His Majesty's presence. The vast audience stretches out before them, a sea of faces murmuring with anticipation. Observing the assembled crowd, Theodore asks Professor Vince if the audience in the stands seems peculiar. Vince acknowledges his observation, confirming the unusual nature of the attendees. He elaborates that bureaucrats from several departments have flocked to the event, and even the three most powerful families in the kingdom have gathered, a revelation that makes Theodore's situation feel even more daunting. As the ceremony begins, a wave of murmurs and applause washes over the assembled dignitaries, making him acutely aware that every single person here comes from one of the kingdom's great powers, his heart pounding with the weight of the occasion. He knows he cannot afford to make any mistakes, standing among the esteemed guests. Beside him, a young woman with blonde hair turns her head, a soft smile gracing her lips. She offers a gentle, reassuring grin. He lets out a quiet sigh, reminding himself that anxiety accomplishes nothing good. Suddenly, a booming voice cuts through the hall, announcing the arrival of His Majesty. And heavy footsteps echo through the grand chamber as a formidable silhouette emerges from the light. This imposing figure, the king of Melter Kingdom, begins his slow, deliberate walk down the long red carpet, flanked by guards. Theodore watches him approach, a sense of awe and trepidation filling the air. It is Kurt III, his presence commanding absolute silence. Addressing everyone present, the king's voice resonates, granting them permission to finally raise their heads. His Majesty addresses Tower Master Blundell, noting the passage of 3 months since their last encounter, a period during which the Tower Master seems to have been quite occupied. Blundell, with a knowing smirk, replies that had he not missed their meeting without notice, they would have met much sooner. The king then presses further, recalling that Blundell even took a vacation to care for his disciple, expressing his curiosity to see just how much effort the Tower Master had invested in raising the child. He reveals this is precisely why he has come personally, to which Blundell readily agrees to introduce her, prompting the king to remark on the 10 years she was kept a secret. The king then suggests proceeding with the award ceremony, but when Blundell offers to announce the names, he is cut off by His Majesty, who simply requests the plaque. Blundell, with a slight smile, confirms that the king wishes to award them himself, to which he respectfully assents. Theodore, observing the exchange, realizes the king intends to personally bestow the awards, a fact that makes him reflect on the rumors of His Majesty's disdain for pretentiousness. The king then calls for someone to step forward, offering words of encouragement, commending their great work and urging them to continue in the future. Theodore, having received his award, bows deeply, expressing his gratitude to His Majesty. With Theodore's award presented, the king observes the remaining 2 individuals, noting that only they are left. He then calls out, commanding Sylvia, Blundell Adruncus's disciple, to come forward. Sylvia, with a respectful bow, acknowledges the king's command. Sylvia kneels before the king, who declares that as the runner-up of the pupil tournament, she will receive 100 gold coins as a reward. He continues, bestowing upon her the Jack Frost staff and the title of a baron. Sylvia, the Blue Tower's disciple, expresses her gratitude to His Majesty, who acknowledges her, looking forward to her future growth. Next, the king calls for Theodore Miller, Vince Hadel's disciple, to come forward, and Theodore immediately kneels in response. As the winner of the pupil tournament, the king announces he will give Theodore 100 gold coins, the protection bangle, and bestow upon him the title of a baron. Theodore, a student of Bergen Academy, begins to express his thanks. When the king adds that after he succeeds in his new title as Baron Miller, he will also receive the title of a viscount. The unexpected promotion to viscount leaves Theodore visibly shocked. Overwhelmed, he manages to stammer out his thanks to His Majesty. From an elevated perspective, the king stands tall as Sylvia and Theodore kneel before him on the grand red carpet. The carpet now lies empty, the ceremony concluded. A satisfied smile spreads across the king's face. The king's voice booms, declaring the situation to be good. As he continues to address his court, explaining that the Melter Kingdom is bordered to the northeast by the Harken Mountain Range and to the northwest by the Andrus Empire. He emphasizes the need to protect the country from the ambitions of evil and savage imperialists, and states that they need people like the two young magicians, further instructing the Magic Society to help spread the word about today's events and not to stop nurturing future talents. With a stern expression, he demands, "Do you understand?" Prompting a figure to bow deeply in response. "Yes, Your Majesty, as you command." Meanwhile, a portly man, his belly distended from a satisfying meal, remarks, "I don't need to hear you speak to know that the meal was satisfactory." Across a grand table, Theodore smiles at his professor, agreeing, "It's exactly like you said." The professor simply listens, his back to the viewer, before turning slightly to offer a thumbs up, acknowledging Theodore's words. Theodore beams, his hands clasped in satisfaction. It has truly been a great day, Professor." Professor Vince, with a knowing smirk, expresses his agreement, stating that he feels the same way. Meanwhile, in Theodore's hand, gluttony quivers with anticipation, its small, dark form eager for sustenance. Theodore, looking down at the grimoire, declares his own hunger, then playfully threatens gluttony, demanding his meal immediately if it doesn't wish to be eaten itself. With a decisive motion, he offers a red-bound book to the hungry grimoire. As the book is consumed, a series of system messages flash before his eyes, indicating that the fourth circle magic, Sandstorm, has been learned, and the skill surviving in cold weather has also been absorbed, further enhancing his capabilities. A soft glow envelopes Theodore as another message appears, confirming that the third circle magic, Resist Cold, has also been successfully learned. Suddenly, Gluttony, still held in his hand, speaks with an unexpected formality, inquiring if Theodore has a question for it today. Theodore's eyes widen slightly, a clear sign of his surprise at the grimoire's sudden change in tone. He looks intently at Gluttony, questioning if its way of talking hasn't changed. Theodore sits, a question forming on his lips, wondering why the creature in his hand has changed its way of speaking. The small, dark entity responds with a curious hum, reminding him that its speech was previously broken. Its voice, now clear and articulate, explains that consuming a large number of artifacts recently allowed it to recover its vocal abilities, though it wasn't enough to unseal its next stage. Theodore's eyes widen slightly, never having considered such a possibility. The creature then asks if he thought it normally spoke in such a broken manner, prompting him to request one more question. With a confused expression, the entity asks what he is talking about, insisting it has already answered his one question. A moment of realization washes over Theodore's face, a soft gasp escaping him. He then finds himself in conversation with Professor Vince, who declares something to be a joke, leaving Theodore utterly bewildered. Theodore's mind races, a bead of sweat forming on his brow, as he internally questions the very definition of a joke, words meant to cause amusement. The creature in his hand, chattering excitedly, asks what he already knows about jokes, then inquires if it can transfer its right to ask a question to others. The entity finds this idea quite interesting, noting that it doesn't matter, but he is the first user to make such a request, and there's nothing wrong with the act itself. Professor Vince reiterates his earlier statement, thanking Theo for his concern. Still pondering the nature of humor and Gluttony's strange request, Theodore addresses the grimoire, asking, "Gluttony?" The amorphous entity responds, its voice now clear and articulate, "Anything is fine." Appearing in a new, more defined humanoid form, complete with stylish red glasses, Gluttony dismisses the triviality of the choice. "Do I look like someone I would care about such trivial things?" Theodore, taking the cue, then asks, "I see. Then let me ask you a question." He seeks to understand the fundamental connection, to teach me about the relationship between language and magic. Gluttony begins its explanation, delving into the ancient past, revealing that the concept of magic had existed long before humans even gave it a name. It speaks of the elves, who had lived for 1,000 years, their long lives intertwined with the very essence of magic. Then, the dragons, beings who had existed for tens of thousands of years, and the demons, bound to a false eternity, all possess their own unique forms of power. Countless other races, it continues, all utilized magic power under different names, each with their own understanding and application. However, humans alone were born without any inherent power, forcing them to steal the elves' songs and tap iron like the dwarves, mimicking the magic of others. Sometimes, they even mimicked the rituals of demons, until, after several thousand years, the concept of circles was finally completed. This marked the first time since the world's beginning that magicians were born into the human species. Gluttony, the ancient grimoire, then addresses the human magician's question, stating, "That question is too comprehensive. There isn't enough time in your life to hear its explanation." Theodore, undeterred, reframes his inquiry, asking, "What if it is limited to human language?" Gluttony, in its amorphous form, replies, "It's the same. There are 536 minority languages, so the amount of information exceeds the limit allowed for one question." He presses for more details, asking why ancient and modern languages yield different magical effects. Gluttony's form shifts slightly, agreeing to the question, but first wanting to clarify a fundamental point. As Theodore sits, his hand extended, the grimoire explains that using magic can be seen as earnestly asking the world to move. He considers this, finding the idea of persuasion plausible. It continues, explaining that the concept of language, especially as it relates to magic, involves persuasiveness, and that the closer one gets to the world's creation, the more the world will listen to the magician's voice, its small form chattering. Theodore acknowledges that magic using ancient languages is indeed stronger and more efficient than modern ones. Yet, he ponders, sometimes it doesn't manifest at all, wondering why that might be. The amorphous entity, in its small, dark form, declares language to be a contradictory medium. He internally notes that Gluttony seems to consider this part of his earlier inquiry. It elaborates, stating that reducing the number of users increases a language's power, but conversely, if too few users remain, the meaning of ancient languages becomes ambiguous. Theodore reflects on this, realizing his own understanding of ancient languages, while significant, still falls short compared to the true ancient practitioners. He considers the implications, knowing that unless one can integrate an ancient language into daily life, truly mastering its advantages remains an elusive goal. As his internal companion queries the name of the ancient language under research, Gluttony reveals it is called Balkard language. This ancient tongue, according to the records, was prominently used during the era of the Balsia Empire, a time when magic itself reached its zenith. However, foreigners often struggled to grasp its precise pronunciation, a detail that makes Theodore pause, asking about the very nature of that pronunciation. Vince, the man with red glasses, explains that pronunciation is key, a fundamental truth that applies to any language. As he speaks, a faint blue glow begins to emanate from his hands, emphasizing that the pronunciation and expression of a language are intrinsically defined by its standard usage, a concept he illustrates with growing magical energy. Gluttony further clarifies that the world itself acknowledges the courtship of magicians based on these very words, leaving Theodore to react with a surprised "huh" as the implications sink in. Suddenly, Vince is engulfed in a brilliant, crackling blue aura, his form becoming a conduit for raw magical power. The blue energy swirls and expands rapidly, creating a vortex of light and force around him. Theodore recoils, overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of the magical pressure, his body reacting instinctively to the powerful surge. As the energy washes over him, Theodore's own form begins to glow, a clear sign that he has broken through the six-stitch circle's wall, achieving a new level of magical mastery. Watching the protagonist break through, Vince allows a satisfied smile to spread across his face, uttering that it is truly an honor to witness such an achievement in person. A familiar voice cuts through the quiet, addressing him directly, and Theodore, looking rather put out, is told to go back to sleep if he's finished with his work. The small, amorphous creature, Gluttony, complains, accusing him of being cranky because of a joke, and asks for some slack, claiming it usually only sleeps. Theodore, still looking annoyed, questions what the creature wants, wondering what happened to the entity that used to fall asleep immediately after finishing its business. Ignoring the jab, Gluttony offers advice to increase his growth speed, warning that at his current rate, he would be old and dying before unlocking all the seals. His expression shifting to surprise, Theodore asks what exactly this advice entails. Gluttony then declares it will teach him one of its hidden functions without any conditions, prompting Theodore to wonder if he heard correctly. The creature elaborates, explaining the digest ability, which transforms knowledge into proficiency by consuming magic books. It continues, detailing how it can grant skills through devouring rare artifacts and even memorize magic for later use. Gluttony emphasizes that these are all national treasure-level skills, before hinting at yet another, even more profound hidden function. Theodore's brow furrows in thought, considering if the creature's words are true, and if this implied hidden function could be even more powerful than the incredible abilities just described. Gluttony, sensing his internal debate, chuckles, noting his temptation. Admitting his interest, Theodore concedes that he won't deny the allure, but immediately asks about the catch. Still reeling from the revelation of its hidden functions, Theodore hears Gluttony's voice, almost a whisper, suggesting he's been living his whole life in lies, before reassuring him that it simply wants to help him grow quickly. But the grimoire quickly shifts its tone, declaring that the true measure of its power lies in the quality of the food it consumes, leaving Theodore to question the very quality of the food he's been providing. Gluttony's frustration boils over, mentally chastising him for never having fed it rare books, save for ballistics magic and introduction to elemental magic, demanding he stop offering common items and find more valuable tomes. A wave of realization washes over Theodore as he processes the grimoire's words, a single question forming on his lips. What do you mean? He mentally reviews his past offerings, confirming that those 2 specific volumes were indeed the only rare grade magic books he had ever fed Gluttony, acquired purely by chance. Clenching his fists, Theodore acknowledges the truth in Gluttony's statement, realizing that if its words hold true, he has no reason to refuse, and for his own growth, he must continue feeding it rare books. He considers the implications, understanding that unlocking a hidden function through such a straightforward method would be undeniably advantageous if it meant freeing up even one more ability in the process. As he places his hand on a large tome, Gluttony's voice echoes, revealing that the release condition for this particular function is surprisingly simple. The amorphous grimoire manifests in his hand, its voice a low hum as it explains that he can unlock it by simply allowing it to digest something that exists around him, prompting Theodore to ask, "What is it?" Gluttony's eyes glow with an unsettling intensity, its voice drawing out the word, "That's." Theodore looks down at the grimoire in his palm, a sense of unease beginning to settle over him as he murmurs, "What?" His face contorts in a mixture of shock and dismay, the full implication of Gluttony's condition dawning on him as he exclaims, "Why does it have to be that?" Professor Vince, his blonde hair disheveled, slumps forward, a soft blue light emanating from his form as if exhausted from a profound effort. He sits across a grand table from Theodore, their hands still glowing faintly with the residual energy of a shared magical process. A sigh of relief escapes him, his red-tinted glasses reflecting the lingering blue aura around his hand. Theodore stands, offering his congratulations to the professor, acknowledging his success in finally carving the 6th circle. Vince grasps Theodore's hand firmly, expressing his gratitude, acknowledging that this achievement was only possible because of him. He continues, admitting that if he had been studying alone, it might have taken him another decade or more to reach this point, considering their meeting at the Bergen Academy his greatest fortune. Theodore, slightly embarrassed by the effusive praise, suggests that the professor might be exaggerating, but Vince insists he is telling the truth. The conversation shifts to a dark, rectangular object, a grimoire, as the professor reflects on how the question he had just posed to Gluttony has accelerated the archaeological field by decades. Back at the table, Vince, still holding Theodore's hand, expresses his disbelief at finally being rewarded after so many years of waiting. Theodore looks away, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face, wondering if it is the right time to reveal something to the professor. His thought turns to Gluttony, the amorphous creature with glowing yellow eyes, implying a deeper connection or secret. Still reeling from Gluttony's latest demand, Theodore finds himself questioning, how could he possibly be asked to feed a dimension pocket to the grimoire? The very thought is absurd, as he knows all too well just how rare and expensive such items are, a condition Gluttony had explicitly presented. He recalls that spatial magic, the very foundation of such an item, demands at least the 6th circle of mastery, and for a dimension pocket, a significant amount of space must be meticulously sewn into it, making the creation process incredibly difficult. Consequently, within the kingdom, only magicians of superior rank or those authorized by the Magic Society are even permitted to purchase them. Private sales are strictly prohibited, and replacing a lost or destroyed one is nearly impossible, leaving Theodore to wonder why he's being asked to feed such a meticulously maintained object to Gluttony. Noticing his apprentice's troubled expression, Professor Vince gently inquires if Theo is worried about something, to which the young mage hesitantly begins to respond. However, he quickly dismisses his concerns, claiming it's nothing and that he simply forgot, prompting a skeptical "seriously?" from the professor. Internally, Theodore resolves to find another way, deciding he can feed Gluttony substandard goods if necessary, rather than risk a precious dimension pocket. Meanwhile, Professor Vince, with a knowing smile, announces that he too had something important to tell him, something he almost forgot due to his sudden enlightenment. Theodore's eyes widen slightly as he looks up at the professor, a question forming on his lips. Vince reaches out, placing a reassuring hand on Theodore's arm, telling him not to think of it as a burden. With a profound gaze, the professor then poses a momentous question, asking Theodore Miller if he will be his successor. Vince's words hang in the air, leaving Theodore stunned by the unexpected proposition. A knowing smile plays on the professor's lips as he clarifies his intent, explaining that his offer is exactly what it seems, a place within his own family line. Theodore's eyes widen in disbelief, sweat beading on his forehead as Vince declares that he wants to include Theo's name in it. The young man can barely process the weight of the offer, wondering if such an honor could truly be meant for him. Vince, sensing his apprehension, openly admits his ambition, confessing he is a shameless person for aiming at the grimoire's knowledge, and he will not deny it. He then challenges the young mage, asking if he will still believe in him despite this confession. A softer expression crosses the professor's face as he reveals this is a question he has wanted to ask for a very long time. Theodore, still grappling with the enormity of the situation, humbly requests that the professor not consider him a burden. Their hands meet in a firm clasp, sealing an unspoken agreement between them. Looking down, the young man accepts, asking his professor to continue guiding him in the future. A subtle, satisfied smirk spreads across Vince's face, confirming the new relationship. The professor's voice takes on a new authority, declaring that he is no longer Theodore's professor, but from now on, he is his master. Having just formalized their master-apprentice bond, the two men stood as silhouettes, their handshake sealing a new chapter in their journey. Meanwhile, a towering structure loomed under a bright sky, as a voice suggested that for those interested in summoning magic, a particular event might prove beneficial. Observing a bulletin board with his apprentice, Vince found the prospect intriguing, though he also noted that the attack magic of the year, hosted by the Red Tower, was equally compelling. However, he cautioned his young charge, personally believing it wasn't a place he should venture, as many there delighted in crushing young talents. Their discussion was abruptly interrupted by a voice asking if they were indeed Vince Heidel and Theodore Miller. As a woman materialized from a shimmering effect, she introduced herself as Melrose from the Blue Tower, stating she had come to find them for a specific reason, leaving Theodore to wonder what was happening. With a serious expression, Melrose apologized, but insisted they accompany her, explaining that the Tower Master had called for both of them. Her hand moved with a decisive gesture, underscoring the urgency of the summons. Soon, the grand, luminous architecture of the Blue Tower came into view, its spires reaching towards the heavens. Inside, the master and his apprentice walked through a vast hall, the murmurs of other occupants echoing softly around them. Feeling an unfamiliar sensation, the young man turned to his mentor, asking why he felt as though he was being watched, to which his master mused that he seemed to have become quite the celebrity after yesterday's events. Theodore listens intently as Vince, walking beside him, offers advice regarding the day's tournament, asking if there is anything specific he should watch out for. Dismissing the idea of paying attention to others, Vince states that if given any notice, they will simply cling to them. The two mages then ascend a grand spiral staircase within the Blue Tower, its intricate design reaching towards the sky. A heavy door creaks open, revealing their destination. Stepping into a vast, book-filled chamber, they are greeted by the Tower Master, Blundell, who exclaims his long wait for their arrival. With a slight smile, Blundell apologizes for summoning them so early in the morning. As the conversation unfolds, Theodore's eye gleams with an intense focus, sensing something unseen in the chamber. Meanwhile, a powerful, fiery aura flares around Vince, a silent testament to his hidden strength. A boisterous laugh echoes through the chamber, as Kurg, a muscular, monkey-like figure, playfully teases Vince for finally revealing a layer of his power. Blundell, the Blue Tower's 8th Circle Master, questions Kurg's audacity to fool his eyes, while Kurg dismisses his words, asking what he is talking about. Vince, looking somewhat surprised, accepts Blundell's congratulations on breaking a certain wall, offering a polite thank you. With the initial greetings and revelations concluded, Vince turns to Theodore, asking if he has something to inquire about, to which the young mage readily agrees. Vince's expression hardens as he processes the numbers, 932 and 1106. And Blundell, observing his reaction, calmly asks if he understands their meaning, explaining that those figures represent the number of people who have been seeking information on him and Theodore since yesterday. A flash of red ignites in Vince's eyes, a barely contained fury escaping as he utters a sharp, "Excuse me?" The Tower Master, however, remains unperturbed, assuring him there's nothing to worry about, as he had anticipated such a reaction and blocked all information even before the awards ceremony began, reminding him that only His Majesty holds authority above his own. Blundell then asks how he knew this would happen, before clarifying that it's a common occurrence every year for people to try and recruit promising participants, though the scale had gotten a little out of hand this time. Turning away, the professor's anger continues to simmer, his eyes glowing with an intense red light as he fumes about leaving the capital to escape political machinations, only for them to still covet his successor. Theodore, feeling an oppressive heat radiating through the air, wonders if this is the unintentional release of magical power. But before the situation can escalate further, Blundell raises a hand, a calming blue aura emanating from his palm, telling the agitated man to not get too heated up. With the Tower Master's intervention, Vince is brought to his knees, a faint red glow still clinging to him, as Blundell reminds him that even a 6th Circle magician's power isn't enough to overturn the political world, and that antagonizing those in power is unwise. Theodore watches, astonished, realizing that Blundell had achieved such control with just one gesture. And the Tower Master, now seated again, turns to him, asking what their wise Tower Master would do in this situation. Blundell muses to himself, wondering why he should concern himself with trivial matters when, as an 8th Circle magician, he could simply overpower any opposition. His casual words leave Vince and Theodore stunned, both wondering if he's truly serious, as Vince admits he never expected such a personality from him. Blundell, however, remains completely at ease, settled comfortably in his seat, seemingly oblivious to their shock. He holds up a document, questioning if it's a dispatch mission, given that Theodore's ranking is still considered basic. Turning his attention to Vince, Blundell asks if it isn't better for Theodore to be out of his room until the end of the magic contest. He then offers Theodore a chance to take a breather, noting that he hasn't been back to his hometown in 5 years, and suggests he take this opportunity to visit. Blundell's expression is knowing as he repeats the word, hometown, emphasizing the significance of the offer. Theodore, looking surprised, confirms that coincidentally, the Miller Barony is indeed the destination of this dispatch mission. Within a grand, book-lined chamber, Theodore stands attentively as Professor Vince, distinguished by his red glasses, outlines a new assignment, while an elderly man with a long white beard listens intently from his seated position. Vince explains that a magician was dispatched to investigate a cave found in the Miller Barony, and now Theodore must investigate his whereabouts. He dismisses the idea of it being a simple request, clarifying that the cave, discovered 3 months prior, isn't merely a dungeon, but an ordinary cavern that a moderately smart individual had been sent to explore. As Theodore takes the red book, the elderly man, now visibly distressed, mutters that contact must have been cut off. The elderly man coughs, confirming the situation, and suggests that Theodore won't need to work hard, merely resting comfortably in his hometown and avoiding rumors, adding that it would be nice if he brought the magician back with him. Theodore nods, still focused on the book, while Vince observes him. With a confident smile, Theodore affirms his understanding, believing he can complete the task by himself if that's all there is to it. The elderly man, however, remains deeply concerned, muttering that if the magician didn't deliberately cut off contact, the situation could be quite dangerous. His sudden outburst causes both Theodore and Vince to look at him in surprise, wondering what he is saying all of a sudden. The elderly man then declares that he has found a suitable companion for Theodore. This unexpected announcement leaves Theodore looking utterly bewildered, a question mark hanging over his head. A young woman moves through the quiet aisles of a vast library, her light blue jacket a soft contrast to the warm, wooden shelves. Spotting someone familiar, she offers a shy greeting, causing him to turn with a surprised expression, a thought forming in his mind. Professor Vince explains that Theodore wasn't the only one who began receiving attention yesterday, as Sylvia is going through a similar experience. Theodore confirms the professor's statement, while Sylvia looks down, a faint blush on her cheeks. As Theodore reaches out to take her hand, he acknowledges that it is indeed Sylvia. Attempting to excuse himself, Theodore is abruptly stopped by Vince, who insists he wait a moment longer. The professor grabs his arm, calling out his name with a firm tone. Vince explains that despite her great magical skills, Sylvia has absolutely no experience with friendship and is still mentally young, asking Theodore to help her build social experience on this trip. Theodore looks uncomfortable, questioning if it isn't a bit much for a grown man and woman to be traveling together. Vince reiterates that the young woman is still unaware of the opposite sex, and her interest in Theodore stems from a feeling of similarity. As Sylvia looks up with a puzzled expression, Vince concludes that she simply needs someone to be her friend. Still reeling from the unexpected news, he finds himself sweating under the stern gaze of the professor. With a slight gesture, Vince invites him closer. As he steps forward, the professor places a hand on his shoulder, presenting a small, intricately carved wooden plaque, prompting a curious inquiry from the young man, wondering what it could be. This plaque, Vince explains, serves as an investigator's identity for the Magic Society, and a grant will be awarded based on its rank. He then clarifies that while the mission is only level 9, the lowest possible, and the payment a mere 3 gold, there's more to consider. Taking the plaque into his own hand, Theodore begins to consider the possibilities, realizing he might be able to leverage this. Vince confirms his unspoken thought, stating that the grant would indeed increase, recalling that one could receive up to 100 gold. Theodore's eyes widen slightly, a new calculation forming in his mind. 100 gold, he muses, would be a significant sum right now. He pictures a barren landscape and a meager bowl of food, remembering the dire state of his homeland, where many people are starving due to poor agricultural yields. If he could combine that 100 gold with the 200 he won from the tournament, it would be a tremendous help to his impoverished hometown. With a newfound resolve, Theodore declares his understanding and decision to take Sylvia with him, earning a pleased, good thinking from Vince. He receives a firm hand on his shoulder, as Vince reminds him that this mission is a valuable learning opportunity, emphasizing the rarity of being accompanied by a fifth circle magician. Meanwhile, Sylvia, imagining the gossip, wonders what people will say if she returns home with a pretty girl and a hefty sum of 300 gold. A wide smile spreads across her face, as she considers the mission a potential gold mine. The Magic Society expresses gratitude for the swift acquisition of the plaque. Back with Vince, Theodore humbly dismisses any talk of trouble, thanking his professor for their safe arrival at the capital and assuring him he'll do everything he can to help with such a simple request. Suddenly, a woman named Anna approaches Vince, thanking him, but he quickly asks her to maintain a respectful distance. Anna, oblivious to his discomfort, blushes and fantasizes about becoming a Supreme's wife, noting that his robe suggests he has reached the 6th circle. Vince, sweating profusely, recognizes her determined expression, wondering what in the world Anna could possibly want from him. Shaking off the strange encounter, Vince dismisses Theodore to get some rest, who awkwardly agrees. The professor explains that after the contest, their previous harassers will return to their own territories, allowing them to quietly focus on magic. He then hands Theodore a dimensional pocket, sternly warning him to take care of it, as losing it would result in an investigator being dispatched with tracking magic, and Theodore would be charged for all associated costs. Theodore's face pales at the thought of gluttony potentially swallowing the dimensional pocket. Still reeling from the weight of his new responsibility, Theodore feels a cold sweat trickle down his neck, wondering if this dimensional pocket could somehow lead to a formal hearing. He reassures himself, or perhaps an unseen presence, that he will take great care of it. Meanwhile, on a departing carriage, the man with red glasses is asked if they are ready to leave, his back turned to the speaker. Turning to face the older, bald man, Vince announces his departure, who then advises him to take care of himself. With a shout of, "Giddy up," the carriage wheel kicks up dust, beginning its journey with a rhythmic clatter. The landscape blurs past, the sound of hooves echoing. The carriage speeds down a dirt road, its occupants now well on their way. Inside, Theodore sits thoughtfully, calculating their progress, realizing that at this pace, they will reach Miller Barony in 5 days, far sooner than the initial 15, but a new problem weighs on his mind. Across from him, Sylvia sits calmly, yet he can't shake the awkwardness of their shared space, even understanding her innocent nature. He muses that while she may not be aware of such things, he still finds himself unable to overcome the discomfort of the situation. Suddenly, a realization or a jolt causes him to exclaim, his eyes widening slightly. Still traveling by carriage, Theodore attempts to break the silence, asking Sylvia if she has any interest in elementals. She simply responds with a soft, almost dismissive, mitra, as the small elemental creature, Gluttony, peeks out from her side. The elemental, in turn, seems to perk up at the mention of its name, its small form radiating excitement as tiny rocks and leaves float around it. Sylvia, startled by its sudden burst of energy, looks down with wide eyes. A soft smile graces her lips as she gently cradles the creature, uttering a fond hoing in response to its antics. Observing the interaction, Theodore finds himself relieved that she is acting like a girl her age, thinking it would have been truly hopeless if she had shown interest in Gluttony as a magician instead of a pet. Gluttony playfully tickles her, eliciting a soft giggle from Sylvia, who finds the sensation so ticklish. The carriage continues its journey, the rhythmic clatter of hooves echoing across the fading light of dusk as the sun dips below the horizon. 4 days have passed since their departure, and they anticipate arriving at Miller Barony by tomorrow. Sylvia then turns to Theodore, asking about his hometown, curious about the place he calls home. He pauses, considering her question, before describing it simply as the countryside. He elaborates, painting a picture of a place where people farm and eat every year, surrounded by mountains and forests, where wild animals sometimes descend, leading to hunts and feasts. Theodore continues to describe his rural hometown, a place where life isn't always abundant, yet its people never hesitate to give to their neighbors, a place where such fools live. Hearing this, Sylvia remarks that it sounds like a good place, and he confirms with a gentle smile that indeed, it is. Later, looking out a window at the fading light of day, Theodore finds himself lost in thought, his mind drifting to his mother and father. The journey's end draws near, a quiet anticipation hanging in the air. But the calm shatters as Sylvia's eyes widen in alarm, a glint of steel reflecting in their depths. Beside her, Theodore's face contorts in shock, a sharp exclamation of Hawkeye escaping his lips. Outside, the serene landscape has transformed into a misty, ethereal forest, where countless glowing eyes pierce through the fog, watching them. From the swirling mists, grotesque, clawed hands emerge, reaching with malevolent intent, wreathed in dark, crimson energy. A horde of monstrous figures, their forms twisted and menacing, presses forward, their presence radiating pure malice. Through a window, both Theodore and Sylvia stare out in disbelief, he muttering, "Impossible. Why are there undeads in this place?" From the deep shadows of the forest, a horde of monstrous figures surges forward, their forms indistinct but their intent clear. As the threat materializes, Theodore's expression hardens, while Sylvia, her eyes wide with alarm, gives a firm nod of understanding. The ground trembles as the creatures close in, their speed blurring the very road beneath the carriages, and a desperate cry echoes, warning everyone to stay alert. Among the charging mass, a hulking, armored beast with glowing red eyes looms, its presence radiating raw power. Smaller, agile figures leap through the air, their movements leaving trails of yellow magical energy in their wake. Inside one of the carriages, Theodore urgently calls out, trying to rouse the slumped form of Vince, who groans weakly, clearly still incapacitated. With a grimace of determination, the young mage instructs, declaring that he and Sylvia will handle the immediate threat, urging her to take the professor to safety and hide him for a while. The attacking force consists of familiar foes, vicious goblins with their sharp features, and the more bestial kobolds. Adding to the danger, a line of brutish orcs, their faces contorted in battle lust, also joins the assault. Later, standing amidst a swirling, misty aura of magic, Theodore notes with some relief that no truly massive monsters are yet in sight, though he cannot detect the presence of a warlock. As he ponders the situation, a soft, orange glow emanates from his hand, a subtle sign of his own magical energy. As the battle rages, Theodore, surrounded by crackling orange energy, acknowledges the situation, knowing that sometimes, things simply cannot be helped. With a surge of power, he unleashes a fiery blast, commanding his enemies to burn to death. Standing atop a jagged rock, he watches the inferno consume his foes, the orange flames illuminating the desolate landscape. He considers their meager resistance, their physical capabilities low, and their lack of weapons, concluding that if all enemies were like these, he could easily handle 1,000 more. Confident in his assessment, Theodore strides forward, his figure a blur of motion through the shifting environment. But his confidence shatters as a monstrous figure bursts into view, a massive troll lunging directly at him. The sheer scale of the creature is overwhelming, its bulk filling his vision, and he realizes that the warlock controlling the undead still hasn't shown up. Theodore braces himself as the troll charges, its immense form blurring with speed, making him question if using a fourth circle magic blaze shell would be a waste against such a foe. Before he can fully react, the troll's colossal arm swings down, a devastating blow aimed directly at him. He hits the ground with a grunt, cursing the fact that his magic bullet spell is proving ineffective against this undead creature. As the troll looms over his prone form, preparing for another strike, Theodore finds himself in a desperate situation. Suddenly, a shimmering blue energy manifests above him, causing him to exclaim in surprise at the sight of liquid snake. The mysterious liquid snake, magic, of vibrant blue, continues to churn and expand, emitting a strange, gurgling sound as it takes on a more defined, serpentine form. The ethereal blue energy pulses with an otherworldly glow, its fluid movements hinting at immense, controlled power. Observing the phenomenon, a man in a brown suit sits on a rocky outcrop, looking up at Sylvia Adruncus, who stands beside him with her staff, as he muses, so that works too, I guess. He continues, explaining that liquid snake is a fourth circle magic, remarkably mana efficient, and certainly useful for situations like the one they're facing. Sylvia nods thoughtfully, recalling that her grandfather had mentioned something similar. The man in the brown suit closes his eyes, deep in thought, confirming that it is indeed a control-type magic. He then turns his attention to an unseen presence, a small, blue ribbon fluttering from his hand, and asks, Mitra, can you do it? Responding to his call, a small, orange-haired creature with wide green eyes appears, letting out a cheerful, hoy. Immediately, the ground beneath them begins to crack and rupture, sending chunks of earth flying upwards. The disturbed earth rapidly coalesces, forming a towering pillar that spirals towards the sky. As the earth pillar fully forms, the man in the brown suit extends his arm, naming the spell, Earthworm, while Sylvia looks on, her expression a mix of awe and surprise. The massive earth pillar, summoned by Mitra, continues its powerful ascent, rumbling and shaking the ground as it pushes skyward. Observing the spectacle, Sylvia turns to the mage, asking if he can truly control such a colossal force. He smiles faintly, then addresses Mitra, wondering if the elemental heard her words. Sylvia, meanwhile, stares in disbelief at the sheer scale of the rising earth, confirming her astonishment. The mage, with a confident smirk, declares that he is the one who created this immense structure. His stance remains firm, grounded as the earth magic continues to surge around him. And Mitra, the elemental, continues to channel her power, causing the pillar to grow even larger. The ground trembles violently as the earth cracks and shifts, the pillar expanding with explosive force. With a determined expression, the mage clenches his fist, asserting his will over the burgeoning magic. He confidently states that he can control it, regardless of its immense size. The earth pillar glows with raw power, its base radiating an intense light as it reaches its full, towering height. Finally, the colossal structure stands complete, a testament to the elemental's power and the mage's control, now covered in lush green foliage. The immense earth pillar, now covered in dense foliage, slowly recedes into the ground, leaving behind a landscape transformed by raw magic. As the dust settles, the young mage stands silhouetted against the dawn, his form weary but resolute, while Sylvia sits nearby, observing the aftermath. His hands still outstretched from the effort, Theo's face is a mask of intense strain, sweat beading on his brow. Watching him, Sylvia's eyes widen in a mixture of awe and concern. She murmurs, almost to herself, "You wiped them all out," before he suddenly collapses, a cloud of dust rising around him. Sylvia quickly moves to support him, holding him close as he struggles to regain his breath, his body trembling from the immense magical exertion. Her voice filled with worry, she asks, "Theo, are you all right?" He manages a weak smile, admitting, "It was a bit too much, but I succeeded. Next time, I'll be able to do it more perfectly." A quiet resolve settles over him, as he thinks, there are still a lot of things to improve, so let's think about it slowly, his gaze sharp and determined. Suddenly, a bald man with glasses pops up from behind a bush, exclaiming, "Oh, magicians! Did you take care of all those ugly enemies?" as he approaches the two mages sitting on the newly formed earth structure. Theo, still recovering, replies, "For now. However, there could be more of them. We should leave as soon as possible." The bald man salutes crisply, responding, "Yes, sir. I will start right away," before turning to carry out the orders. Meanwhile, in a different location, a brown-haired man clutches his head in distress as a chilling realization dawns on him. Calm down. Looking at those numbers, the undeads should not have been active for so long. That means the warlocks and undeads have only recently appeared. Still reeling from the implications of his recent discovery, he sits within the confines of a moving carriage, his mind racing. The Miller barony, no matter how remote, should have reported any major catastrophe, yet he had heard nothing. A wave of distress washes over him, his hands instinctively rising to cover his face as the weight of the unknown presses down. The journey continues along a winding path, the carriages moving swiftly through the landscape. Their route traverses a series of 5 hills, each one a marker on their journey. He reflects on the distance between the border zone, recently attacked by the undead, and the Miller barony, noting that they have just passed the 4th hill. His gaze sharpens, realizing that only one more hill remains before they reach their destination. From across the carriage, Sylvia asks if they have arrived, to which he replies, "Almost, Sylvia," as he begins to rise and move towards the carriage door. With a sense of foreboding, he instructs her to step out of the carriage on his signal, admitting to a bad feeling about what lies ahead. Sylvia, looking up at him, questions the nature of this signal, and he demonstrates by knocking 3 times on the carriage roof. Without hesitation, he swiftly climbs onto the roof of the moving carriage, his form a blur against the passing scenery. From his vantage point, he casts a cling spell, a first circle binding magic, its energy shimmering as it takes effect. Immediately after, he activates his Hawkeye skill, his vision extending through the dense foliage, scanning the path ahead with enhanced clarity. A blinding, golden light erupts, blurring the surrounding forest into streaks of green and yellow, as if the very air is being torn apart. From atop the carriage, he watches the spectacle unfold, his expression tightening with a mixture of concern and intense focus. But before he can fully process what he sees, an unseen force suddenly yanks him downwards, pulling him off balance as a voice from below cries out, "Is that? Mister, please hurry up." Sweat beading on his brow, he clenches his jaw, a single, frustrated thought escaping him. Damn it. A massive fire rages in the distance, its flames licking high into the sky, prompting Theodore to exclaim, damn it all." His gaze fixed on the inferno, he wonders if them are involved, a red glow emanating from the scene. Indeed, a fierce battle unfolds, as several figures, their weapons glinting, clash against a monstrous troll, surrounded by a vibrant red aura. The combatants press their attack, and Theodore, witnessing the brutal exchange, realizes they are fighting against the undead. Running towards the commotion, he can hardly believe his eyes, questioning how the villagers are able to fight against such formidable foes. Amidst the chaos, a red-cloaked fighter lunges forward, vowing to make his opponents regret being born, his movements a blur of aggression. With a triumphant cry, he delivers a powerful blow, urging his victim to have a taste of this. Theodore observes the unfolding battle, wondering if these skilled fighters are mercenaries, noting their impressive combat prowess. Thanks to their efforts, the road to the village remains safe, a testament to their unexpected strength. A villager approaches Theodore and Sylvia, pleading with him to proceed to the village first, to which he hesitantly asks about their fate. Suddenly, Sylvia is seen falling, her body plummeting downwards with alarming speed. Theodore and Sylvia stand together, their expressions etched with concern as they witness the unexpected descent. Standing side by side against a vibrant, sunset-hued sky, the young mage asks, "Now then shall we begin?" With a focused intensity, he begins to memorize a new spell, a soft orange glow emanating from his face as a third slot opens within his magical repertoire. His hands come together, crackling with fiery energy, as he prepares to unleash a triple fire arrow. The air shimmers with heat as countless fiery projectiles streak across the sky, leaving brilliant orange and red trails in their wake. Below, 2 villagers recoil in astonishment, one exclaiming, "Oh, what the hell is that? Fire arrows. Looks like it though." Then, with a powerful surge of frigid air, his companion prepares her own attack, a chilling blue aura surrounding her as she conjures an icicle arrow. Her icy projectiles follow, piercing the air with sharp, white streaks, a dazzling display of combined magical might. But the moment of awe is shattered by a sudden warning from another villager. "Incoming. Don't get caught up in it," as he questions, "More enemies?" The 2 villagers from before look up, their expressions now etched with renewed concern, as the threat of additional foes becomes clear. Without hesitation, the young mage and his companion clench their fists, ready to face whatever new dangers emerge, a faint blue glow already surrounding her hand. And with a combined burst of power, a brilliant, multicolored explosion erupts, signaling the start of their unified assault. He clutches the small child close, his gaze fixed on the unfolding chaos, a flicker of concern crossing his features. Meanwhile, allied soldiers observe the scene, one remarking on the welcome sight of powerful mages joining their ranks, finding reassurance in their presence. From another vantage point, a commander barks orders, declaring that now is the time to push forward and vowing to personally deal with any who dare to retreat. With a surge of raw power, Theodore unleashes a devastating fire spell, a brilliant orb of orange energy erupting from his outstretched hand. As the fiery magic intensifies, Sylvia steps forward, adding her own formidable fireball to his, their combined efforts creating a swirling vortex of destructive heat. Their gazes, sharp and unwavering, reflect the immense concentration required to wield such potent magic. The combined spell swells into a colossal, incandescent sphere, its fiery core pulsing with raw, untamed power. Then, with a deafening roar, the magical inferno explodes outwards, a wave of pure energy engulfing everything in its path. Enemy soldiers are instantly consumed by the blinding light, their forms reduced to mere silhouettes against the overwhelming blaze. The sheer destructive force of the magic, a searing wave of heat and concussive energy, rips through the battlefield. The fiery devastation continues its relentless spread, leaving a trail of chaos and destruction in its wake. As the blast finally dissipates, enemy soldiers are sent flying through the air, their cries of terror echoing across the ravaged landscape. Amidst the blur of battle, a monstrous figure lunges forward, its massive claws poised to strike. An older warrior, wielding a heavy axe, admonishes his red-haired companion, reminding him that during a battle, he cannot afford to lose focus, or this will become his eternal grave. The red-haired vice-captain, a scar prominent over his eye, dismisses the nagging, instead urging his superior to look over there, towards something unseen. As the first light of dawn breaks through the darkness, the sun begins its ascent. From a high vantage point, Theodore and Sylvia observe the distant battlefield, where a commander's voice echoes, ordering his troops to stop pursuing the fleeing enemies and maintain their formation. A sigh of relief escapes Theodore, his brow furrowed with exhaustion, as he acknowledges that they were able to avert the worst-case scenario. His body gives out, and he collapses to his knees, clutching at his tie, while Sylvia watches on, her expression a mix of concern and weariness. His eyes, heavy with fatigue, slowly drift upwards, scanning the horizon. A sudden realization dawns on him, his eyes widening in surprise as he utters a soft, "Huh." The vast expanse of the sky stretches above, an ominous silence broken only by the faint sound of something approaching from afar. Suddenly, a colossal, winged creature bursts into view, its powerful wing beats echoing through the air, a new and terrifying presence in the dawn sky. Its reptilian form dominates the frame, its gaze fixed on the world below, a clear and present danger. He stares up in disbelief, the massive winged creature now clearly identifiable as a ghoul wyvern, an impossible sight. Knowing he must act quickly, Theodore prepares to intercept it with magic bullets, a desperate thought crossing his mind. Is it already too late? As a brilliant yellow aura flares around them, he and Sylvia, along with the vice-captain, combine their efforts to erect a protection bangle, triple layer. Despite the artifact's legendary ability to withstand even fifth circle magic, Theodore's instincts scream a dire warning. This shield won't be able to hold it. The impact sends dust and debris flying, leaving him utterly shocked as their defenses crumble under the monster's assault. Suddenly, a new figure appears, a muscular warrior with orange hair, his sword drawn, muttering a question about magicians as he surveys the scene. He charges directly into the fray, engaging the monster with brutal force, scoffing at the young mages. Aren't you two just children? His amber eyes narrow as a powerful, red-glowing attack surges towards him, the air crackling with destructive energy. The crimson blast engulfs both the warrior and the monster, sending splatters of blood and debris flying in every direction. Theodore watches, his expression a mixture of awe and shock, as the battle unfolds before him. With a triumphant grin, the orange-haired warrior dusts himself off, declaring that he's finally gotten rid of that annoying bastard. He explains that the creature had descended from the sky when he arrived, making it impossible to catch, before offering a gruff, thanks anyways to the two young mages. With a relieved expression, Theodore assures the powerful warrior that, on the contrary, they are grateful for his help. He then formally introduces himself, stating, "I'm Theodore, an investigator dispatched by the Magic Society," before gesturing to the young woman beside him, adding, "This is Sylvia, my colleague." The orange-haired warrior, observing their introductions, acknowledges their politeness, noting that it's only right for him to say his name as well. He explains that his group consists of mercenaries hired by the village head, and offers a brief, almost apologetic, greeting. Standing tall and confident, he declares himself in charge of this ragtag band of misfits. With a more serious tone, he apologizes for the dire situation they find themselves in, before finally revealing his group's name, the Wandering Wolves. Theodore, his expression now firm, responds that he will have to verify their identities first. After 5 long years away, Theodore finally returns home, only to be met with an unexpected identification check at the gate. The orange-haired warrior, clearly annoyed, states, "I don't want to make a fuss, but as you two can see, our current situation is not ideal." He urges Theodore, "Please be understanding and let's get this over with." Theodore simply replies, "Yes, I understand." He then presents a rolled certificate, noting that it's been a while since he last saw something like this, and that it's even stamped with the royal seal. The document declares its owner an honorary baron, serving as proof of Theodore Miller's status. The warrior's eyes widen slightly as he reads the name, asking, Miller? That's the same family name as the lord, though, Theodore confirms. Yes, that's correct. The lord of this place happens to be my father. A look of utter shock and regret washes over the warrior's face as he realizes, damn, so you are the son of my employer. It seems I have made a big mistake. Quickly composing himself, the warrior bows deeply, offering a sincere apology and a welcome. Welcome home, young master. My apologies for what happened just now, but fortunately, it wasn't that big of a deal. As their hands meet in a firm handshake, the warrior muses, to think you would call that big of a crowd no big deal. With a slight smirk, he suggests, let's go in and talk about it. The bustling sounds of a lively street fill the air, hinting at the vibrant life within the city. A low murmur ripples through the bustling marketplace, a collective hum of anticipation and curiosity. As two figures emerge from the city's grand archway, a voice cuts through the crowd, exclaiming, look, isn't that young Master Theo? A blonde woman, her expression a mix of surprise and confusion, wonders aloud, why would young Master be here when he is supposed to be studying? But before anyone can answer, an elderly man with a flowing white beard rushes forward, his arms wide, crying out, why young Master Theo? Grandpa Albert. He pulls Theodore into a tight embrace, tears welling in his eyes, muttering, Egu, our young master. I can't believe you have grown up to be such a fine man. As Theodore and Sylvia continue their walk, the crowd swells with excitement, cheering, young Master Theo is back. A dark-skinned woman, her hands clasped in surprise, then asks, but who is that young lady next to him? Sylvia, leaning slightly into Theodore, feels a blush creep across her cheeks, as the townsfolk's whispers grow louder. The blonde woman from earlier, now with a wide, almost mischievous grin, speculates, perhaps she's young Master's girlfriend? Whoa, I am so jealous. Where did you find such a beautiful maiden like her? Another voice chimes in, suggesting, young Master, there's a piece of silk cloth in our shop that was passed down as an heirloom. We can definitely make a veil out of that. Theodore, clearly flustered, thinks, come on everyone, it's not like that. A small blonde girl, looking up at Theodore with wide eyes, asks innocently, Theo, where is our Theo? As the pair continues to move through the adoring crowd, Albert and the blonde woman watch them go, with Albert calling out one last time, Theo. A soft smile graces Theodore's lips, a quiet acknowledgement of his return. As he declares his presence, his father embraces him tightly, a heartfelt, welcome home, my son echoing through the square. The older man's face is etched with emotion, tears streaming down his cheeks as he holds his son close. He pulls back slightly, his voice thick with regret, ashamed of whatever past event weighs heavily on his mind. But Theodore offers a reassuring smile, insisting his father shouldn't dwell on it, relieved that everyone is safe. His father's hand rests gently on his shoulder, a quiet affirmation of his son's words. Suggesting they talk more after he's had some rest, they prepare to head inside, leaving the bustling town behind. Inside, the warm crackle of a fireplace fills the air, creating a comforting ambience. A hand stirs a bowl of soup, as someone expresses how much they've missed the simple, watery dish. Gathered around a table with his family, including Sylvia, Theodore thinks of all the stories he wants to share. But for now, he knows he must first address the crisis at hand, his expression turning serious. He listens intently as his father recounts the unsettling news, explaining that the undead began appearing about a month ago, with the local woodcutter being the first to encounter them. Pondering the situation, Theodore then asks about the mercenaries, though he doubts their estate possesses the funds to hire such a group. A sigh escapes his father, who seems to share his son's concern about the cost. Theodore's thoughts drift to the mercenaries, recalling how they arrived to subdue local bandits, yet on the very day they settled in the village, monsters began their attacks. His father, however, expresses gratitude, acknowledging their significant help and lamenting the shame it would be if they were to leave. But Theodore's internal monologue continues, finding the situation quite suspicious, knowing that mercenaries are individuals who would do anything for money. He considers the possibility of a hidden treasure in the village, but quickly dismisses it as unlikely. Observing the current circumstances, he admits it would be right to feel grateful towards the mercenaries, yet a deeper unease persists. Aside from the fact that Randolph's abilities are far too strong for a mere leader, Theodore finds their presence unsettling. He concludes that no matter how he looks at it, the actions of those mercenaries, known as the Wandering Wolves, are undeniably suspicious. Preparing to depart, he stands with Sylvia and the woman, who wave him off. With a final glance, he tells Sylvia he will see her later, before turning to leave. He descends the stairs, a weary sigh escaping him as he contemplates his next move. Then, a thought strikes him, and he calls out, Gluttony, can you wake up now? The small, amorphous creature stirs in his palm, its voice echoing in his mind. You sensed it right, boy. You're more sensitive than I thought. Gluttony's eyes widen slightly as it continues. 2. Or maybe 3. Holding the grimoire, Theodore decides. Okay, then let's go with 2. For now, it would be a wise choice to dig up some information with one question and one answer. As the grimoire absorbs the knowledge, a system message confirms that Magic Wall has been consumed, and his proficiency with 4th Circle Magic Stone Wall has increased. Another message follows, stating that explosion is an art has also been consumed, and the fourth circle magic explosion has been acquired, leaving him momentarily surprised by the sudden influx of power. Gluttony lets out a satisfied gulp, having devoured the magical knowledge. A relieved sigh escapes Theodore, muttering, "Good, it's finally done." With its hunger sated, Gluttony then asks, "Then let me ask you a question." It seems Gluttony wasn't aware of the events that took place while it was asleep, so Theodore had to explain everything to it. From the dispatched investigator who had gone missing surveying the cave, to the massive amount of undead in the area, all leading to the ominous presence of a red-hooded figure with glowing blue eyes. The skeletal hand of a warlock, controlling the undead, was a chilling thought, and Theodore, processing this grim reality, acknowledged that he understood the situation. Based on his explanation, Gluttony declared that this was certainly no normal case, and that it could guess the source, prompting Theodore to ask what it was. With its wide, expressive mouth open, Gluttony revealed that it was highly likely a grimoire had been discovered in that cave. Theodore flinched, his eyes widening in disbelief, uttering a stunned, "What?" His shock was palpable as he stared, unable to comprehend the implication, asking, "You are telling me that there are other grimoires like you?" Theodore Miller, holding the small, dark creature in his hand, questions its nature, wondering if there are other magic tomes like it. The creature, Gluttony, responds with a chittering sound, clarifying that it is not just any magic tome, but one of the 7 deadly sins. It then offers a proposition, stating that if Theodore agrees to its terms, it can consume some of his power to locate a specific magic tome for him, adding that it would be more accurate than mere guesswork. Theodore, taken aback by the creature's sudden helpfulness, expresses his gratitude for the offer, but wonders why it is acting so unusually nice. He presses it for its true intentions, noting that it's not acting like itself, and asking what it truly desires. Gluttony, with a sly grin and another chittering sound, reveals its primary motivation. It wants to eat magic tomes. It further explains that this act would not only benefit Theodore by increasing his achievements as a mage, but also potentially help release its own seals, and as an added bonus, it would find the black mage for him. Theodore, seeing through the creature's feigned generosity, remarks that it is a glutton as always, calling it a pig-like bastard. Gluttony readily admits this is its nature, and after a moment of consideration, Theodore agrees to the terms. With a satisfied expression, Gluttony acknowledges his choice, declaring it a good choice. It then states its intention to begin the search, implying the start of their new joint venture. A faint thrumming resonates through the room as Theodore kneels, his gaze fixed on the glowing entity in his hand, initiating the search. With a whoosh of displaced air, Gluttony's consciousness surges outward, a torrent of energy sweeping across vast, icy plains. It tears through towering mountain ranges and plunges into the deepest, most jagged chasms, its ethereal form a blur of motion. Finally, in a realm of perpetual twilight, it confronts a cloaked figure wielding a staff, a powerful manifestation of the magic tome's essence. The entity's mask-like face contorts in a silent roar, its glowing blue eyes radiating immense power. Back in the physical world, Gluttony, now a small, dark blob, clings to Theodore's palm, declaring its success. Found him. A soft glow emanates from the creature as it confirms, search complete. Theodore lets out a weary sigh, acknowledging the immense effort required, muttering, "Phew, that was pretty powerful." He reflects on the searchability, noting its level 2 designation, yet still finding its raw strength surprising. He recalls the tome's previous attack, thinking, it was able to block it. A concerned expression crosses his face as he considers, "I think the magic tome has weakened the user." Weaken? Gluttony's form distorts slightly as it explains, "There are very few magic tomes that maintain a symbiotic relationship like me." The small creature continues, its voice a chattering murmur. "Most are parasitic to their hosts and enjoy manipulating their bodies and minds." Theodore processes this unsettling information, realizing, that means the magic tome that attacked you is also of that kind. Gluttony concludes, "In any case, I found out its location." Gluttony explains that the magic tome and its host are located at the cave Theodore had been investigating, describing it as their base of operations, before declaring that since the question was answered, it would now go back to sleep. But Theodore, holding the small creature in his hand, quickly interjects, asking what would happen next. The creature, seemingly offended by the implication, retorts that his question is quite rude. He sighs, clarifying that if he could simply eat anything, he would have consumed the very stones Theodore used to float with magic, explaining that magic is only used to make the undead move. Theodore ponders this, realizing that if the magic were released, the undead would simply revert to corpses, as they possess no inherent magic or intelligence of their own. However, Gluttony then reveals that there are a few exceptions to this rule, prompting a surprised inquiry from the young mage. But the creature refuses to elaborate further, stating that he cannot answer without a formal request, and that this is as far as he will go. As Gluttony shrinks into a small, round form, seemingly falling asleep in his hand, Theodore hears footsteps approaching his room. He looks down, still holding the now dormant grimoire, as the footsteps draw closer. A knock sounds at the door, followed by a polite voice asking if the young master is still awake. After being invited in, a man enters, apologizing for the intrusion and assuming Theodore must be tired, his presence a sudden interruption to the quiet night. As the orange-haired warrior steps into the room, he offers a casual reassurance, telling Theodore not to worry, to which he responds, knowing the man would eventually seek him out. With a knowing glance, the warrior remarks that he's sure Theodore's patience must be wearing thin. Settling into a chair, the warrior continues, admitting he knew Theodore wasn't an average person, before Theodore asks if he can inquire about something. The warrior simply agrees, giving his permission for the question. Theodore, looking serious, questions why the warriors' group chose to stay in the village, suggesting they could have easily broken through the undead siege. Reclining comfortably, the warrior claims they were acting in good faith, but then admits he'd be suspicious too if someone said that, letting out a frustrated sigh. He then asks if it would be acceptable if he couldn't reveal everything, to which Theodore replies that as long as it's enough to persuade him, it's fine. The warrior begins his tale, recounting how a long time ago, an ancestor of his family hunted a black mage, traveling to a foreign country but never returning. The heirloom he carried, a pair of twin swords, also vanished without a trace. For a long time after that, his family searched for the heirloom, eventually creating an artifact capable of locating it. Theodore, connecting the dots, asks if the artifact pointed towards a specific direction, and the warrior confirms it was indeed towards that accursed mountain. He explains that after more than a century, they were about to give up hope, but the artifact, which normally showed no reaction, suddenly began to stir. He holds the glowing artifact, its light reflecting in his eyes, as the warrior explains that it has begun moving and pointing beyond the undead horde, prompting him to ask if the warrior has remained in the village solely because of two swords. The warrior quickly clarifies, those are not just any ordinary blades. The secret moves of his family's swordsmanship are intricately engraved within them. He continues, his gaze distant, believing that if he could only get his hands on them, he would likely become a sword master in 20, no, perhaps even 10 years. Theodore nods slowly, understanding the depth of the warrior's ambition, realizing that if this was a way for him to overcome a personal wall, then he had no choice but to empathize with his feelings. Leaning back in his chair, the warrior sighs, admitting that his stubbornness has reached its limit, and it doesn't seem like staying here any longer will help him retrieve those swords. Theodore looks on, a thoughtful expression on his face, as the warrior adds that staying would only cause his men to lose their lives. Standing up, the warrior then declines Theodore's previous proposal, stating that half of his men would end up dead during the evacuation. He corrects Theodore's phrasing, insisting that he should say it correctly. Half of them will end up surviving. Theodore's expression hardens slightly, acknowledging that no matter how one phrases it, the grim result remains the same. The warrior, now looking determined, then offers a new proposal, placing a document on the table between them. As Theodore looks at him, the warrior clarifies that to be exact, it's a job. Theodore, now resolute, declares that he, Theodore Miller, the investigator of the Magic Society, will give this job to the captain of the Wandering Wolves. He carefully examines the small, golden token in his hand, a thoughtful expression settling on his face. Meanwhile, the mercenary captain, Randolph, looks on with a slightly bewildered and shifty gaze, a single, questioning sound escaping his lips. As Theodore drops a cascade of gold coins onto the table, he clarifies that 100 gold will serve as the initial deposit, with an additional 200 to be paid upon the job's completion. He then formally states his offer, proposing to hire the Wandering Wolves for 300 gold over 2 days, leaving the mercenary to stammer in surprise at the substantial sum. Randolph, now standing and leaning forward, insists on hearing the full details first, prompting Theodore to inquire if the offered payment is somehow unsatisfactory. The mercenary assures him that the pay is more than sufficient, even leaving extra change, but emphasizes that his group never fights a losing battle, regardless of the reward, confident that Theodore wouldn't offer such a sum without a solid plan. Theodore silently acknowledges the mercenary's unusual shrewdness, before placing a small, round object on the table and explaining that a purely defensive war is simply not an option. He elaborates, stating that defending against an endless horde of tireless undead is tantamount to suicide, a sentiment Randolph readily agrees with, acknowledging the sheer annoyance of such opponents. Theodore nods in confirmation, then declares that there is only one viable path to reverse their dire situation. With a determined expression, he reveals his strategy. The plan, he states, is to launch a counterattack, a revelation that causes Randolph to ponder its implications. The mercenary wonders if this means sending a few elites to strike the enemy base, a thought Theodore confirms with a slight, knowing smile. A hand gestures, emphasizing a point in the ongoing discussion. Still, Randolph remains unconvinced, his expression firm as he states that the current offer isn't enough to persuade him. Theodore, however, meets his gaze calmly, acknowledging the mercenary captain's challenge with a subtle shift in his own demeanor. Despite the warrior's skepticism, Theo confidently declares that he has already pinpointed the warlock's exact location. He continues, explaining that if the warrior can hold the front lines and protect the villagers, it won't be difficult to deal with a single necromancer under the cover of night. The warrior, however, is taken aback by the revelation that the enemy's location has already been found. A scoff escapes him, as he questions the logic of attacking at night when the undead are supposedly weaker during the day. Theo counters, asserting that when the undead swarm the village at night, their base becomes critically exposed and vulnerable. The warrior stares, a mix of disbelief and grudging admiration on his face, muttering about the monstrous kid and wondering if he's truly only 19, questioning what the magic towers are teaching children these days. Unfazed by the warrior's reaction, Theo calmly outlines his full strategy. While the wandering wolves defend the village, he, Sylvia, and the warrior will launch a direct assault on the enemy base, confirming that this is his precise plan. The warrior listens, then adds a contingency, stating that if the counterattack fails, the troops will evacuate with the villagers. He then offers an additional 300 gold if Theo agrees to cooperate. Theo looks down at the floor, considering the offer, before simply asking, "How about it?" The warrior sighs, a wry smile playing on his lips, admitting that the young master got him good, and that he has no further reason to reject the commission. With a decisive gesture, he declares that he will accept Theodore Miller's commission. Holding a small, red, crystalline object, he makes a solemn vow, invoking Marcus, the god of war, to witness that this oath shall be upheld until the very end. He stands opposite the warrior, a faint red glow emanating from his hand, mirroring a similar aura around the other man. The red energy pulses from his palm, a subtle display of his magical intent. As Theodore, now a silhouette, continues to speak, the warrior, Randolph, listens intently, a questioning him, escaping him. Randolph's brow furrows, his expression shifting to one of suspicion as he considers Theodore's words, wondering if the spoils of a subjugation request would truly go to the issuer. Theodore, however, presses on, revealing his true interest lies in the family heirlooms he suspects are hidden within the warlock's base, casually inquiring about their potential cost. This unexpected turn catches Randolph off guard, his previous suspicion replaced by a look of utter bewilderment. A bead of sweat trickles down Randolph's face as the realization dawns on him. Theodore might have been planning to use his family's precious heirlooms as a bargaining chip from the very beginning. Theodore, a sly smirk playing on his lips, raises a finger to them, suggesting that Randolph has just received a timely sum of 300 gold, and then provocatively asks if he'd like to place the first bid. The morning sun casts a warm glow over a distant village, its peaceful facade belying the impending conflict. Theodore, still with that mischievous grin, proposes a win-win scenario. He gets 200 gold back, and Randolph reclaims his heirlooms, leaving the warrior utterly flabbergasted by the sheer audacity of the offer. Meanwhile, Randolph's forces, clad in heavy armor, stand ready in their designated positions, prepared to face an onslaught of undead, confident they can repel even twice the numbers from the previous night. Randolph surveys the sprawling fortress below, the rising sun casting long shadows across its intricate design, a thought escaping him that he is quite surprised by the young master's capabilities. He admits, no matter how great a magician one might be, it's astonishing to think Theodore could prepare all of this in just half a day, even wondering if he should have learned magic himself. As Theodore looks on, seemingly lost in thought, Sylvia stretches languidly beside him, murmuring his name with a hint of weariness. He glances back, a slight frown on his face, as she asks if he just woke up, then complains that merely looking at the preparations makes her tired already. Theodore simply replies that it's been a while since he took a nap, before observing the sun setting over the horizon and declaring it's time to begin their preparations. Later, under the pale glow of the moon, he takes a sip from his cup, knowing it will be a long night ahead. Meanwhile, a monstrous, shadowy form, wreathed in glowing purple energy, begins to coalesce, its presence radiating an ominous power. Back with the mercenaries, one of Randolph's men grumbles that just looking at them makes him tired already, but Randolph, with a determined glint in his eye, tells him he can whine after everything is done. He addresses his assembled forces, their weapons glinting in the dim light, commending them for their great work all this time, even if he calls them idiots affectionately. With a fierce grin, Randolph declares that tonight will be their last night until the sun rises tomorrow, and they should get ready to say goodbye to those damn bastards. More shadowy figures, their forms indistinct and menacing, continue to emerge from the darkness, swirling with ethereal energy. The horde grows, a vast, indistinct mass of dark entities, their numbers swelling under the pale, eerie light of the night sky. Randolph, mounted on his horse, surveys the scene as Theodore and Sylvia stand ready beside him, the air thick with anticipation. Meanwhile, Theodore's eyes glow with a faint blue light as he activates his weight reduction ability, a subtle shift in his physical state preparing him for rapid movement. Sylvia, too, prepares herself, a large shadowy form of gluttony looming behind her as she focuses on hide mana force, ensuring her magical presence remains undetected. Kneeling on the parched earth, Randolph's voice rings out with grim determination, declaring that the time has finally come and asking if they are both ready for the impending conflict. Standing before the shadowy gluttony, Theodore confirms their readiness, assuring Randolph that they are indeed prepared and will be counting on him. A flicker of intense focus crosses Randolph's face, his green eyes narrowed as he braces himself. Then, a figure blurs into motion, surrounded by a brilliant white and blue aura, moving with impossible speed across the sky. Randolph's expression tightens, blue lightning-like energy crackling around his head, a testament to the sheer power he is witnessing or preparing to unleash. The figure continues its breathtaking ascent, leaving a vibrant trail of blue energy streaking across the vast expanse above. Suddenly, a burst of red and white energy erupts, a powerful impact or maneuver against the dark backdrop. The energy then transforms into pure white lightning, streaking across the cloudy sky with blinding speed. Below, Theodore and another man cling to each other, both wide-eyed and gasping in disbelief. The man exclaiming that the movement is incredible and questioning if this is how aura users operate, marveling that a human could move like that without magic. He moves with incredible speed, a blur across the landscape, carrying both Theodore and Sylvia effortlessly. The wind whips around them as Randolph maintains his breakneck pace, Theodore secured on his back, and Sylvia perched lightly on his shoulder. His gaze sharp and determined, Randolph instructs, "From here on, I will follow your instructions. Direct me to the quickest route, even if the terrain is a little difficult." Theodore, focused, responds, "I understand." Then 40 degrees to the left until you see a small cliff. Following the precise directions, the trio continues their aerial dash, a streak of motion against the clear sky. They plunge into a darker, more rugged landscape, their speed unwavering as they navigate the challenging terrain. Still carried by Randolph, Theodore remains intently focused, his eyes scanning the path ahead. Finally, they arrive at their destination, Randolph announcing, "We are here. What's next?" As he gently sets them down, Randolph offers a sheepish apology. "Please let us down first. Whoops, I forgot about you too since you were so light." Standing now on solid ground, Theodore prepares himself, declaring, "Let me use detection first." A voice calls out, "Oi, young master." But Theodore is already activating his view mana force, his silhouette consumed by the intense focus of his ability. His eyes widen, a flicker of surprise or alarm crossing his features, as he perceives the hidden energies of their surroundings. A strange, ethereal thread of mana extends from Theodore's nose, as if he's inhaling the very essence of the air around him, a deep, unsettling sensation washing over him. Overwhelmed by the intensity, he clutches his head, a pained groan escaping his lips as Randolph's leg is visible nearby, indicating his presence. Sylvia, her brow furrowed with concern, asks if he's all right, to which he replies, "Why yeah, I am fine." He acknowledges the dangerous sensation of being swept away by the dark mana, grateful he managed to stop it quickly. His gaze sharpens, a grim realization dawning as he confirms, that bastard's definitely in there. The oppressive mana around the cave is undeniably filled with darkness. With a determined tap, he activates a glowing orb in his hand, its light cutting through the gloom as he declares, "Let's go in." Stepping forward, the young mage leads the way into the cavern's depths, his companions following closely behind, the shadowy form of Gluttony looming large in the background as they advance. His face glows with an intense, almost painful light, the mana force he perceives causing his features to ripple with the strain. Suddenly, the trio stands ready, weapons drawn and stances firm, prepared for whatever lurks in the darkness ahead. A tense expression crosses Randolph's face as he senses the enemy's presence, his eyes narrowed in anticipation. Before them, a towering, skeletal figure, wreathed in a menacing red glow, fully reveals itself, its form radiating raw power. Its hollow eyes burn with malevolence as it snarls, "You rats! You dare to invade my residence. You shall pay for it with your lives." With a guttural cry of "kill," the red entity lunges forward, its glowing form clashing instantly with the prepared adventurers, and the battle begins. His eyes narrowed, Theodore observes the situation, a small, controlled flame flickering between his fingers, as he acknowledges their timely arrival, while a gruff voice from nearby confirms the assessment. With his sword drawn and ready, Randolph expresses his aggressive intent, eager to make their enemy regret its very existence, as Theodore, below, maintains a stern gaze amidst the fiery glow of the cave. Then, with a determined expression, Theodore extends his hand, gathering energy as he prepares to unleash his power, a single command ringing out, signaling the start of their offensive. A torrent of fire magic erupts, engulfing the immediate surroundings in a searing inferno, as skeletal figures are consumed by the vibrant, dancing flames. On the other hand, a concentrated fireball detonates with explosive force, sending shockwaves of heat through the cavern. The inferno continues its relentless spread, devouring more of the undead. Sylvia watches the mage, thinking to herself that she had expected him to hurt himself using such powerful fire magic inside the cave, but he's proving to be quite amazing, completely blocking off the undead with a barrier after his fiery assault. With that, Randolph, kneeling amidst the smoldering remains, muses that he simply needs to finish off those still burning. Theodore then turns to Sylvia, requesting her help to circulate the air quickly with her wind magic, suggesting they take a breather until the air clears to some extent, to which she nods in agreement. She confirms that she still has about 80% of her mana left, indicating she has plenty to spare. When asked about his own condition, Randolph replies that he's in the same state and can keep going at this pace. "Great," Theodore declares, ready to proceed. As the trio ventured deeper into the cavern, their footsteps echoing softly in the oppressive darkness. He considered the reports, which indicated this cave should only be a few hundred meters deep. Holding a small, glowing shard to illuminate their path, Theodore realized they should have already reached the end by now. A chilling thought began to form in his mind, one he desperately hoped wasn't true. Turning to the burly warrior beside him, Theodore addressed Randolph, who responded with a questioning hum. He requested that Randolph attempt to carve into the seemingly solid wall ahead, adding that if possible, he should also channel his aura into the strike. Without hesitation, the warrior agreed, preparing to unleash his strength. With a powerful, arcing motion, Randolph swung his sword, a vibrant red aura flaring around the blade as it met the unyielding stone. The impact left deep gouges in the rock, but the wall held firm for a moment. Then, with a soft, unsettling crackling sound, a fissure began to spread across its surface, revealing a void beyond. Randolph stared in disbelief at the crumbling barrier, while Theodore, observing the unfolding event, simply muttered, as expected. Beyond the shattered wall, a massive, dark expanse stretched out before them, a chilling realization dawning on the group. They had stumbled into a dungeon. Theodore's expression tightens, a clear sign of unease washing over him. He realizes the gravity of their predicament, muttering that the situation is far from ideal. His gaze sharpens, scanning the newly revealed darkness, a sense of foreboding settling in. Suddenly, numerous ethereal figures, glowing with an eerie blue light, materialize from the depths, causing him to question their nature before identifying them as specters. Randolph, seeing the ghostly apparitions, curses under his breath, lamenting his lack of holy water. But Theodore remains resolute, his expression firm and determined. Randolph, ever the protector, shouts, insisting he should be the one to face the threat first. However, Theodore turns to him, calmly instructing the warrior to get behind him. With a clenched fist, he prepares to confront the specters himself. Randolph, after a moment of hesitation, acknowledges the young master's command, placing his trust in him. Meanwhile, the spectral forms continue to emerge, their eerie glow illuminating the dark dungeon entrance. They fill the space, their presence ominous, suggesting there is nowhere in this world to escape their grasp. In this strange new dungeon, a peculiar truth emerges. There exists a predator that is, paradoxically, afraid of its prey. As the ethereal specters swarm, Theodore commands gluttony to consume them, and the amorphous entity begins to absorb the ghostly forms with a vibrant, swirling blue energy. The consumption intensifies, the blue energy swirling violently as gluttony devours the spectral threats. Guiding the process, Theodore extends his arm into the maelstrom, his hand glowing faintly as it directs the flow of power. With a surge of light, his hand becomes a conduit, drawing the remaining specters directly into its radiant core. As the last of the ethereal forms vanish, system messages confirm the successful consumption of the goblin shaman and orc warrior ghosts, leaving him to ponder the implications. Another message appears, confirming the consumption of a brainless troll ghost, followed by a cryptic notification that a certain function remains locked to the user. He sighs softly, realizing that specters, being astral bodies, were vulnerable to gluttony's unique ability to eat them, a rare exception to its usual diet. From behind him, the mercenary captain demands an explanation, having witnessed the specters being drawn into his raised left hand. His companion, the blonde mage, also presses him for answers, wondering if it was a drain system or a modified sealing magic, while Theodore secretly thanks his luck that they hadn't seen the full extent of his power. He considers revealing a prepared artifact to deflect their questions, but before he can elaborate, a sudden, internal shift occurs. His eye flares with an intense, crimson glow, a powerful red aura emanating from him, hinting at a new, formidable ability awakening within. A suffocating red energy swirls violently, consuming the space and distorting everything within it. As the ominous power intensifies, a voice questions the escalating phenomenon, noting how the very fabric of reality seems to be tearing apart. The red aura expands, pushing against unseen boundaries, and the space continues to widen, revealing the silhouettes of two figures caught in its terrifying embrace. Amidst the chaos, a hand glows with a vibrant, light blue energy, contrasting sharply with the surrounding crimson. Theodore clenches his fist, his expression tight with concern, realizing this ominous energy must be emanating from the mysterious sculpture. Suddenly, from the heart of the light blue glow, an ethereal white form begins to coalesce, its spectral presence growing more distinct. The skeletal figure fully emerges, its voice echoing with fury, cursing those who dare to interfere with its plans. Its skull-like face contorts in anger, as it accuses them of ruining its creations. With glowing blue eyes, the entity declares that their journey has reached its end, asserting its newfound invincibility. The towering figure laments their timing, stating that even a day earlier, they might have prevented its complete transformation. Its face now blue-skinned with piercing yellow eyes, the transformed entity proclaims that only death awaits them. Clenching its powerful hands, it vows to engrave the image of death into their minds, showcasing the magnificence of one who has broken free from mortal constraints. The newly transformed Lich King, A skeletal figure with glowing yellow eyes and blue-gray skin moved with an unsettling grace, its form blurring amidst the swirling red energy. As it solidified its presence, a chilling sound emanated from its form, a guttural that seemed to echo the very distortion of space around them. One of Theodore's companions, witnessing the terrifying sight, gasped aloud, "Elder Lich." Theodore Miller's brow furrowed in frustration, his mind racing to comprehend the situation. "This is driving me crazy," he muttered. "Why would an Elder Lich show up here? Damn it." His companion's voice, filled with urgency, then cut through his thoughts, asking, "Young master, do you have a plan?" Theodore's thoughts drifted to the nature of such formidable foes, realizing the gravity of their predicament. An Elder Lich, unlike a normal lich which completely disappears when its corpse is destroyed, will not die unless its soul is destroyed. This meant their true target was not the physical form, but a hidden core, a life vessel that held its essence. In other words, they must find and destroy the life vessel that held its soul, because if they couldn't, that bastard would keep coming back no matter how many times they killed him. The Lich King, meanwhile, seemed to be musing on its own resilience, acknowledging, "Damn, it's already hard to kill it once." Its dark, clawed hands clenching as it considered the implications of its own existence. But to think it has an immortal body. With a determined expression, Theodore turned to Randolph and Sylvia, his companions standing ready behind him, declaring, "I will try to locate the life vessel. In the meantime, you two, distract him." The Lich King, having overheard or sensed their plan, spoke with a sinister edge, "I was planning to kill you bastards and use your bodies as my servants, but..." Its hand raised, a dark energy swirling around its fingers, it concluded, "I changed my mind." A sudden burst of dark, crackling energy erupted from the Lich King, signaling a shift in its malevolent intentions. Theodore, Sylvia, and Randolph stand firm on the crimson, shadowy expanse, facing the formidable presence of the Lich King. The Lich King's voice echoes with a chilling promise, declaring Theodore's body would make an interesting experiment, and that he would be captured alive. Unfazed, Sylvia retorts with a sharp laugh, mocking the Lich King's barking and challenging its right to take Theo away. The Lich King, observing its new form, muses on the difficulty of adapting to this unfamiliar body, especially against their trivial powers. It acknowledges Theodore's unique power as an experiment, but dismisses him as merely a fourth-circle magician. A determined glint in his eyes, Theodore internally vows to deal with the Lich King later. With a swift, almost imperceptible gesture, the Lich King utters a single command, and its form begins to dissipate, vanishing into thin air. Theodore's eyes widen in disbelief, his hand reaching out as he questions what is happening. Suddenly, a torrent of dark, fiery energy erupts, a shadowy blade manifesting within the swirling chaos. Sylvia recoils, her face etched with shock, as the raw power washes over them. Randolph cries out in alarm, his voice filled with concern for his young master. From the heart of the maelstrom, the Lich King fully materializes, its hands clasped, emanating an even more potent and ominous dark aura. Standing before a swirling vortex of crimson energy, Randolph calls out, his voice laced with urgency, wondering aloud where Theodore has been sent, while Sylvia, beside him, echoes his concern for their young master. Yet, a deeper, more sinister voice cuts through the air, dismissing their worries, declaring that this is no time for such trivial thoughts. The unseen speaker, a shadowy, imposing figure, continues his chilling monologue, proclaiming that the moment these rats dared to set foot in his sacred domain, their fate was sealed. A massive, clawed hand emerges from the darkness, emphasizing his words as he asserts they had already surrendered to death. His voice booms with absolute authority, commanding them to lament their demise and be reborn as his servants. Now fully revealed, a bald, muscular man with glowing yellow eyes and a golden crown-like adornment stands amidst a vibrant red aura, his hands clasped as he calls out to his slumbering minions, urging his servants, trapped in a deep abyss, to awaken. The red energy around him intensifies, his hands spreading wide as he issues a final, powerful decree, demanding they come before him. From a swirling mass of crimson, a hand with long, sharp claws begins to emerge, reaching out from the depths. Then, a muscular figure, also adorned with a crown, slowly rises from the blood-red pool, its form writhing into existence. Another shadowy, skeletal form follows, crackling with dark energy, as the abyss yields its monstrous inhabitants. The bald man watches, his glowing yellow eyes fixed on his newly summoned army, a silent testament to his immense power. Randolph's face contorts in a snarl, his amber eyes blazing with fury as he dismisses the taunt, demanding to know if the dark mage is truly mocking him. The unnamed antagonist, observing the blindfolded warrior behind him, muses aloud that Randolph's swordplay bears a remarkable resemblance to that of his own servant. A subtle smirk plays on the antagonist's lips, his expression one of detached amusement. Randolph, refusing to be intimidated, cuts him off sharply, declaring that he doesn't care about such comparisons and will simply cut down whatever stands in his way. The antagonist, however, finds a deeper meaning in the defiance, noting the special relationship between Randolph and Sylvia. With a fierce resolve, Randolph challenges the dark mage, asking if he truly believes he can defeat a sword master, his jaw set in grim determination. His stance shifts, ready for battle, as he reiterates his unwavering intent to cut down any obstacle. The antagonist, staff in hand, simply offers a condescending challenge, inviting Randolph to try his best. Meanwhile, one of the monstrous servants watches with a glowing red eye, its gaze fixed on the unfolding confrontation. The monster's internal thoughts ponder the nature of humans, questioning if it is their instinct to challenge an unbeatable opponent. Its grotesque face twists slightly, as it continues to observe the scene with a chilling curiosity. The monster then senses a powerful emotion erupting from deep within its host, a feeling that resonates with its own dark nature. The antagonist, now looking down at Sylvia, reveals the source of his host's emotion, a sense of inferiority, which he attributes to her presence, addressing her dismissively as a little girl. The masked figure continues to address Sylvia, acknowledging her as the prized disciple of Blundell, the Blue Tower master of this era, before turning his attention to his internal host, questioning the unpleasant feelings harbored towards the young woman. Confused by the strange pronouncements, Sylvia can only ask what in the world he is talking about. The antagonist, seemingly amused, then asks if they haven't come to find his host, revealing that he is the magician they lost contact with, Giovanni of the Blue Tower, a statement that visibly shocks Sylvia. With a chilling smirk, he declares his intention to impose punishment on her for not remembering who he is. Though she still doesn't fully grasp his words, Sylvia's expression hardens with resolve. Standing firm with her staff in hand, she challenges him directly, demanding he return Theo to her. The antagonist's smirk widens, noting that she possesses more guts than his host, and accepts her challenge. His voice echoes with a sinister invitation, "Entertain me." Before the antagonist can make another move, Randolph lunges forward, a blur of motion, twin blades arcing through the air towards the masked figure. His face contorted in a snarl of pure fury, Randolph's eyes glow with an intense green light, reflecting his unwavering determination. With a powerful strike, he brings his sword down, forcing the antagonist to raise an arm to block the blow, sparks flying from the impact. Randolph presses his advantage, his blades continuing their relentless assault against the antagonist's defenses, the air crackling with kinetic energy. Randolph, the captain of the Wandering Wolves, unleashes a furious dual sword assault, his blades a blur of motion. The sheer speed of his attack catches Giovanni off guard, sending him reeling backward. Randolph presses his advantage, his movements fluid and relentless, as one of his crimson blades slices dangerously close to the mage. The force of the blows continues to drive Giovanni back, forcing him to defend against the relentless barrage of steel, and sending him spiraling downwards through the ethereal blue space. He struggles to regain his footing, unable to escape the captain's assault, as he plunges deeper into a swirling vortex of blue energy. Randolph descends with him, maintaining his aerial offensive. But then, a fierce determination ignites in Giovanni's eyes, which glow with an intense green light as he parries the next strike, the clash of blades echoing sharply. Despite the fierce clash of steel echoing through the space, the blonde fighter finds himself increasingly frustrated. He curses the relentless opponent, thinking, "This old man. Even as an undead, he leaves no openings at all." With a determined glint in his green eyes, he resolves, "No matter what, I have to aim for his core and stab it." A sharp intake of breath escapes him, his gaze unwavering. As he maneuvers his blade, his attention is drawn to a familiar symbol, the crest engraved on the sword. His eyes narrow slightly, a flicker of recognition passing through them. That crest belonged to Clovis, the name of a family once among the top 10 in the Andres Empire. It was a lineage that valued strength above everything else, a prestigious family that periodically filled the seats of the Imperial Seven Swords. However, the once mighty Clovis collapsed after a certain incident. Back in the fray, the blonde fighter's sword clashes once more against the dark-clad opponent's weapon, sparks flying with each rapid exchange. The muscular, masked figure, wielding a distinctive red-bladed weapon, remains an impenetrable wall. The downfall of the Clovis family began with the disappearance of a man carrying a royal decree, a decree that had been presented to them one day, marking the beginning of their end. He realizes the figure before him is the very entity his family has sought, confirming his suspicion that this undead must be an ancestor. Yet, unlike mortals bound by physical limits, the undead can sustain their assault indefinitely, fueled by an endless supply of mana. This particular foe, once a formidable swordmaster, makes a prolonged engagement a perilous prospect. A swift, brutal strike connects, sending a jolt of pain through the blonde fighter. Undeterred, he lunges forward, his blade a crimson blur. He brings his sword down with all his might, aiming for a decisive blow to the opponent's head. The attack slices through the air with a sharp, cutting force. A surge of triumph washes over him, believing he has finally landed a critical strike. He expects the undead to be incapacitated, having severed its head. But his relief quickly turns to disbelief as the impossible unfolds before his eyes. Despite his certainty that he had decapitated the creature, the blonde fighter continues to hack at its still-moving form. The undead's head, wreathed in an eerie glow, remains animated, defying all logic and leaving him utterly bewildered. Theodore curses under his breath, realizing the foe he just decapitated has already regenerated, wondering if he truly severed its head. He lunges forward, his sword arcing toward the undead's head once more, muttering to himself that the head is usually an undead's weak point. His green eyes narrow with intense focus, a determined glint reflecting the urgency of the situation. As the undead stands firm, its form shrouded in a faint blue light, he acknowledges its impressive stance, knowing he must quickly find and destroy the source of its power. He presses his attack, a blur of motion and blue energy, his sword striking the resilient opponent with powerful force. The blade flashes again and again, a relentless assault against the seemingly unyielding foe. Yet, the undead stands its ground, a crimson glow beginning to emanate from its form, hinting at a deeper power. As he continues his strikes, the crimson aura around the opponent intensifies, making him wonder if this undead has somehow retained the skills of a true sword master. The crimson smoke swirls around the undead, its eyes glowing ominously, confirming that it can indeed wield an aura. The sheer power radiating from the opponent is staggering, making Theodore realize the absurdity of a rotting body executing sword techniques with such perfection. Despite its formidable abilities, he reminds himself that it is still just an undead, a remnant from a bygone era, and as long as he can find a gap to break its energy source, he still has a chance to prevail. Theodore Miller, his sword glowing with a fierce white light, stares down at his opponent, a sneer twisting his lips as he mocks the undead's pathetic state, wondering if he should address him as an ancestor. He continues, revealing his long search for this particular foe, who has now been reduced to nothing more than a foul-smelling corpse, before the shadowy undead figure responds, thanking all the descendants of Clovis. Theodore, his expression hardening, retorts that the undead's kind has been aimlessly wandering the streets, suggesting that even his opponent might have been a victim of circumstance. The undead, a crimson glow emanating from its form, reveals its deep-seated resentment, explaining that the royal decree was merely a pretext for the Andrus Empire to dismantle their family. Theodore's gaze sharpens, accusing the ancient foe of harboring regret for obeying the emperor's orders. A low, guttural growl rumbles from the undead's shadowed form, its crimson aura flaring more intensely. Undaunted, Theodore's own body begins to glow with a faint white light, as he offers the old man still bound by his grim reality a final chance. With his glowing sword raised, ready to deliver eternal rest, he challenges the undead to demonstrate how it intends to kill him. A swift, powerful swing of his blade cuts through the air, sending a wave of white energy directly towards the crimson-shrouded opponent. His hands clench tightly around the sword's hilt, his resolve unwavering. A determined glint shines in his green eyes, reflecting the bright, ethereal light of his power. Meanwhile, the undead's face remains obscured by shadow and a malevolent crimson glow, its expression unreadable as the attack approaches. A moment of stunned disbelief washes over him, as the words echo in his mind. Did you just seriously just? Before he can even process the thought, the undead opponent moves with blinding speed, a shadowy blur of red energy erupting from its form. The impact is immediate and brutal, sending Theodore reeling back with a pained cry as his protective aura shatters around him. His leg buckles beneath him, the force of the blow threatening to bring him to his knees. He is thrown violently through the air, the shadowy figure of his attacker looming above him, relentless in its assault. With glowing red eyes and a blade wreathed in crimson energy, the undead presses its advantage, striking again and again. Theodore's face contorts in a grimace of pain and effort, struggling to withstand the barrage of blows. He is overwhelmed, pushed back further and further, the sheer force of the attacks leaving him no room to breathe or retaliate. Finally, he crashes to the ground, the undead figure looming over him, its red and blue energies clashing violently. Even on the ground, the assault doesn't cease, red energy continuing to rain down upon him. But then, with a guttural cry of defiance, Theodore pushes himself up, now wielding two swords, a fierce determination hardening his gaze. His breath comes in ragged gasps, but his eyes, sharp and green, burn with resolve, as he silently vows, "Am I going to die here? No, I have to return, no matter what." Gripping the two swords tightly, Theodore resolves to reclaim what was taken from him, muttering his intent to retrieve them from the old man. He would then, finally go home. Meanwhile, a soft creaking sound echoes through a quiet room, disturbing the slumber of a figure with long, light hair nestled deep in their bed. A silhouette of a man with glasses stands in the doorway, while a slender finger from the bed twitches, as if in protest. Having heard the words, His Majesty said he would only allow one person. The sleeping figure's face remains serene, unaware of the visitor. A young man with spiky, light hair kneels beside the bed, his presence causing a soft rustle of blankets. The figure in bed stirs, letting out a soft groan, her hand rising to cover her face in annoyance as the rustling continues. Her eyes flutter open, glancing at the young man as she asks, Appa, didn't I tell you not to bother me when I am asleep?" With a soft movement, she sits up in bed, her gaze fixed on the young man. Meanwhile, the older man from the doorway, Mary, bows deeply, greeting the young lady with utmost respect, stating it's a great pleasure to meet her. As the young man walks away, followed by several robed figures, he promises to guide her, so that she can rise to the level of master as an imperial soldier, now that she is to become a member of their family, with Mary serving as her butler. Gasping for breath, Theodore struggles, his face contorted in pain or exhaustion, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his chin. His jaw clenches tight, a silent testament to the immense pressure he endures. Even as his body screams in protest, he pushes himself upward, a fierce resolve burning in his eyes, knowing he must return, no matter the cost. Before he can fully recover, a dark-clad figure descends from above, a blur of motion and chilling intent, striking down with incredible speed. The opponent's assault is relentless, a torrent of dark energy and flashing blades, forcing the blonde fighter into a desperate defense. Each strike is a whirlwind of crimson light, the air crackling with raw power as the masked assailant presses their advantage. The impact of their blows reverberates through the space, a violent symphony of clashing forces. Theodore is thrown back, his body a mere plaything against the sheer force of the opponent's onslaught. The crimson energy flares even brighter, enveloping the scene in a dangerous, pulsating glow. Amidst the blinding light, the two figures clash again, a desperate dance of offense and defense. The masked assailant lunges forward with twin daggers, their glowing red blades aimed directly at the struggling fighter, who barely manages to parry with his sword. Overwhelmed by the sheer power, Theodore is engulfed in a massive explosion of red energy, the force of the impact sending him reeling. Engulfed in a blinding burst of pink energy, he is violently thrown backward. As the masked opponent closes the distance with terrifying speed, striking with glowing red daggers that tear through the air. A concentrated blast of that same searing energy slams into him, his body recoiling from the impact. The opponent's hand pulses with an ominous pink glow, gathering power for the next devastating move. Swirling violently around his arm, the raw magical force crackles with destructive intent. Then, a massive, explosive burst of pink energy erupts, blasting outward with overwhelming power. Streaks of that same destructive force tear through the air, a relentless barrage aimed directly at him. The opponent delivers another powerful, energy-infused strike, driving him back with brutal force. Violently thrown by the impact, he is engulfed once more in the opponent's swirling pink energy. He crashes heavily into the ground, the force of the blow echoing through the space. From a hidden vantage point, a creature with a sharp profile and a glowing green eye observes the brutal exchange. The undead opponent, a shadowy figure wreathed in vibrant pink energy, continues its relentless assault, striking with overwhelming force. The sheer power of the blow sends a blonde-haired fighter reeling backward, his body blurring amidst the magical impact, as he defiantly declares, "Since you've been waiting for 100 years. Then, with a fierce expression, he adds, "You won't have any complaints if I win like this, right, old man?" Before counterattacking with a weapon infused with the same potent pink energy. The blonde fighter's strike connects, pinning the shadowy undead opponent to the ground, dark smoke billowing around the impact point as the pink energy weapon holds it fast. Kneeling, the blonde fighter concentrates his power, a swirling vortex of crackling pink energy erupting around him, preparing for a decisive blow. He rises, weapon held high, his stance radiating unwavering resolve as the pink aura intensifies. But the undead opponent is not so easily defeated, and with a sudden burst of speed, it retaliates, striking the blonde fighter and sending him recoiling from the impact. The shadowy figure looms, its red eyes glowing menacingly, a dark, oppressive aura swirling around it as it prepares for another strike. Amidst the chaos, the blonde fighter's voice cuts through the air, offering reassurance to an unseen presence. "Now, don't worry about anything and get some rest." He continues, his back to the viewer as pink energy still radiates from him. Ancestor. With renewed determination, the blonde fighter unleashes a devastating new attack, a torrent of fiery red and orange energy exploding outwards. As the powerful energy surges, he cries out in alarm, "Damn it, young miss," his concern evident despite the ongoing battle. A mysterious blue-clad figure looms over the blonde fighter, acknowledging his unexpected victory against the swordmaster, while the blonde fighter, holding a white-haired individual close, expresses his own surprise at the outcome. With a subtle shift, the masked figure's gaze seems to sharpen, a silent assessment passing between them. A sudden, intense light flares, illuminating a dark, confined space. As the light intensifies, a hand clenches, struggling against the overwhelming brightness. Disoriented and unable to see, Theodore curses the elder lich, wondering where the hell he's been sent. He finds himself standing in a crimson-lit void, realizing there are no exits, no windows, not even a door. A chilling thought crosses his mind, questioning if this is some kind of sealed space. Suddenly, a massive, gray, crystalline object materializes before him, prompting him to wonder what it could possibly be. He senses an incredibly dense black magic power emanating from it, a terrifying realization dawning that this crystal might be the dungeon's core. The concentrated mana surrounding him burns his skin, confirming his suspicion that this crystal is undoubtedly the Elder Lich's life stone. The life stone itself is a jagged, ethereal gray crystal, pulsating with an ominous energy. He deduces that the Elder Lich must have placed his life vessel into the heart of this dungeon, which would explain how he could utilize space transformation. The source of all these incidents, the Elder Lich, is now directly before him, his very heart within reach. Theodore unleashes a powerful fire spell, his blaze shell erupting with furious energy as he strains against the invisible barrier of the life vessel. He believes that as long as he can destroy this life vessel, the Elder Lich and its undead legion will crumble. The inferno rages, a swirling vortex of destructive magic, engulfing the core in a blinding, scorching light. The sheer intensity of the flames suggests that if that small crystal is destroyed, the Lich's power will be utterly annihilated. Yet, despite the overwhelming power of his attack, the life vessel remains stubbornly intact, shimmering faintly within the inferno. A wave of frustration washes over him as he realizes his blaze shell isn't enough to shatter the core. He recalls ancient records stating that the life vessel can only be destroyed by the aura of a true sword master, a level of martial prowess far beyond his current capabilities. Or by the devastating attacks of a seventh circle magician, a rank of magical mastery he has yet to achieve. In other words, he currently possesses no means to destroy the life vessel. Collapsing to his knees, he slams a fist against the ground in sheer exasperation, the weight of his powerlessness crushing him. The thought of regrouping with his allies crosses his mind, but he knows it will be incredibly difficult to find Sylvia and Randolph in this chaotic space. Disoriented and trapped, he's unsure of his own location or theirs, and the precarious state of the dungeon means any wrong move could bring the entire ceiling down upon him. Still reeling from the inadequacy of his previous attack, Theodore finds himself trapped in a desperate internal struggle, wondering what he could possibly do next. Hunched over, a flicker of an idea crosses his mind, and he considers if he should still attempt a risky maneuver. If he were to concentrate all his remaining mana, sacrificing one of his arms to unleash a magic bullet, then perhaps there was a chance. He imagines the devastating power, believing it would possess the same firepower Alfred unleashed in his prime. Yet, a grim reality sets in. His arm would likely not withstand the immense output of such a magic bullet. Even with the sacrifice, there was no guarantee of success against the Elder Lich's life vessel. Despite the doubts, a fierce resolve hardens his expression as he begins to channel his mana, a crimson aura flaring around him as he prepares to unleash the single, potent shot. With his finger extended like a gun barrel, he vows to pour every ounce of his being into this one bullet. The magic bullet forms, crackling with raw energy, and he declares his intent to blow away not only the life vessel, but also those damned undead surrounding him. But just as he's about to fire, a sudden thought makes him pause, a crucial realization about the nature of the undead he faces. Gluttony's voice echoes in his mind, reminding him that once released, the undead are nothing but corpses, devoid of magical power or wisdom, though there are a few exceptions, like specters that gluttony itself could consume, and the Grimoire had never shown any interest in Mitra. He considers the floating, irregular stone, wondering what aspects of it truly demand his attention, and whether this object possesses any inherent magical power or wisdom. As the thought crosses his mind, a shiver runs down his spine, a primal instinct reacting to the stone's ominous presence. He realizes that this very life vessel, the stone sustaining the Elder Lich's immortality, perfectly aligns with the condition gluttony had mentioned earlier. With a surge of resolve, he initiates an appraisal, seeking to uncover the stone's hidden truths. The system reveals the stone to be Giovanni's life vessel, a sealed artifact created with dark knowledge, containing the soul of Giovanni, corrupted by black magic. A negative resource contract protects its seal, invalidating attacks below a certain level and making it immune to spatial magic, granting Giovanni limited immortality as long as it exists. As his hand glows with the light of appraisal, the system further clarifies that the magic tool is rated as a treasure. The appraisal continues, detailing that consuming the vessel would absorb a large amount of magic power, though the digestion process would take 3 days. Additionally, consuming it would absorb some of Giovanni's knowledge and proficiency, but would also forge a hostile relationship with an unknown entity. A knowing smirk plays on his lips, confirming his suspicions about the artifact's immense value and power. He clenches his fist, a sudden realization dawning on him, as the implications of the appraisal sink in. Suddenly, Gluttony's voice echoes in his mind, declaring its readiness with an eager, "I've been waiting, boy." The life vessel pulses with a faint, ethereal glow, its fate now hanging in the balance. A searing pain erupts through Theodore's body, a violent internal tremor as the life vessel begins its integration. He has consumed Giovanni's life vessel, absorbing some of the warlock's knowledge and proficiency, though it will take 3 days to fully digest, and now, an unknown entity has taken an interest in his very existence, as a brilliant golden light erupts around him, forming a protective shield. Theodore instinctively calls forth a barrier, the raw power of his new acquisition manifesting as a radiant defense. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a chaotic surge of yellow and orange energy continues to buffet the surroundings, the air crackling with destructive magic. Randolph and Sylvia struggle against the Lich King's terrifying rotting power, a sixth circle life drain spell that makes any lesser magic feel utterly meaningless, its insidious tendrils draining their very essence with shocking speed. Barely able to stand, Randolph grits his teeth, knowing that with his remaining mana, he can only manage a third circle spell, a meager defense against such overwhelming force. The Lich King, radiating malevolent green energy, praises their resilience with a chilling promise, eager to transform them into his eternal servants. Beside him, Sylvia gasps for breath, her strength failing, realizing she cannot hold on much longer against the relentless assault. With a cruel smile, the Lich King extends a skeletal hand, unleashing another torrent of vibrant green magic directly at the two struggling heroes. The potent energy engulfs them completely, their forms swallowed by the swirling emerald light. Engulfed in the Lich King's malevolent green energy, Randolph struggles, his body blurring with the force of the impact. The Lich King, observing his prey's agony, remarks that Randolph's resistance is not bad, as the mercenary is further consumed by the blinding yellow-green magic. The sheer power of the attack sends him flying backward, his form momentarily dissolving into a fiery orange aura. Barely clinging to consciousness, Randolph cries out to Sylvia, urging her to use everything at her disposal against the opening he's created in the Lich King's shield. Meanwhile, Sylvia's face is etched with desperation, her eyes wide with a mixture of pain and resolve as the red glow of the battlefield reflects upon her. Extending a trembling hand, bathed in a soft blue glow, she beseeches the master of the cold, Emer, to lend her power. A colossal, ethereal blue figure begins to coalesce, its form shimmering with icy energy as a voice questions the nature of this desperate plea. The towering entity, Emer, fully manifests, its glowing blue eyes fixed on the scene, a smirk playing on its lips as it asks if this is their final struggle. With a surge of minor force, Emer unleashes a devastating blizzard, a torrent of brilliant blue and white energy erupting from its form. The icy magic expands rapidly, swirling and crackling as it engulfs the surrounding area. The intense blue and white energy continues to spread, filling the space with its overwhelming power. Reflecting the magical light, Theodore's eyes now glow a vibrant green, and a look of profound relief washes over his face as he witnesses the outcome, murmuring that it worked. From within the swirling blue ice, the Lich King's voice echoes, acknowledging the incredible power of the Blue Tower's little girl. Yet, his tone shifts to a taunt, reminding her that she cannot escape the inevitable, for the moment this ice, maintained by her insignificant magic, melts. He warns, that moment will be her last. As the chilling words reverberate, Theodore watches with growing alarm, realizing the immense strain on Sylvia as her mana rapidly depletes. Her face etched with exhaustion, Sylvia confirms her complete mana depletion, the effort of sustaining the powerful ice magic taking its toll. But then, a surge of brilliant blue energy erupts, as Emer's hand glows with an intense, crackling power. The Master of the Cold stands tall, his entire form radiating with swirling, vibrant blue magic, a beacon of raw elemental force. His eyes glowing with fierce determination, Emer declares his intent to bring an end to the conflict, his voice resonating with the power of the blizzard. A swirling vortex of green and yellow energy engulfs a lone figure, its oppressive force threatening to crush him. The man recoils, his face contorted in a desperate grimace, as the intense magical pressure forces a cry of frustration from his lips. Brought to his knees by the overwhelming power, he wonders if this is truly how his journey will end. The vibrant green and yellow energy continues to consume him, blurring the edges of his vision as he struggles against the inevitable. Suddenly, the Lich King appears, his skeletal form wreathed in a brilliant blue aura, his glowing eyes narrowing as he senses a discordant, vulgar sound disrupting the silence. A powerful surge of blue energy erupts from his form, a clear indication of his formidable magical might. The blue aura intensifies, expanding rapidly around him, creating a dynamic shield or an impending attack. With a burst of brilliant light from his outstretched hand, the Lich King unleashes a wave of pure magical force. He cries out in exertion, the sheer power he wields causing his form to blur with motion. His face contorted in a grimace of intense concentration, the Lich King struggles to control the overwhelming blue energy now radiating from him. The raw magical energy continues to surge, manifesting as glowing green script against the deep blue expanse. Its intensity growing with each passing moment, the ethereal symbols flickering and expanding. Amidst the chaotic blue light, Theodore struggles, his body contorted as he clings to a jagged rock face, a sword held tightly in his grasp, fighting against an unseen force. The very air around him crackles with power, a blinding white light erupting from the swirling blue energy. His eyes widen in disbelief, a gasp escaping him as he questions, "What the hell is this?" The space around Theodore and Sylvia begins to warp and shift, a towering pillar of blue energy drawing their gaze upwards. As the strange phenomenon continues, Theodore observes, "The bloody space that we got trapped in is disappearing. We're back in the original cave that we entered." Sylvia watches the transformation with a determined glint in her blue eyes, her expression resolute despite the unsettling changes. The blue and white energies swirl and dissipate, leaving behind a faint, lingering glow. A new, ominous red energy begins to pulse, accompanied by the thought, worked. Theodore's thoughts race, hoping that both Randolph and Sylvia are safe, but a more pressing question arises. Why isn't this place reverting to its original form? Since the life vessel, the core of the dungeon, has been removed, shouldn't the dungeon be restored too? He surveys the distorted red landscape, wondering if the dungeon could truly return to its original state. Turning slightly, he considers the possibility that there might be another core, a life vessel beyond the one they'd already dealt with, though he'd never heard of two cores existing within the same dungeon. As the environment around him shifts from crimson to an eerie, glowing green, dark tendrils begin to writhe and stretch from the ground. Suddenly, a wave of unsettling black mana washes over him, causing him to recoil in shock and question its ominous presence. His gaze falls upon a small, glowing book floating amidst the green energy, wondering if the strange phenomena are emanating from it. A realization dawns on him. That book must be a grimoire. The grimoire, Gluttony, begins to manifest, its form twisting and expanding into a monstrous, tentacled entity, glowing with an intense yellow light. Its voice booms, filled with disdain. Who do you think you are, to use space transfer in front of me? Leave it to me from here on, boy. With a surge of power, the entity unleashes a sweeping wave of yellow energy, its dark tendrils lashing out with destructive force. A wide, gaping maw forms on its body, mocking, this bastard. He's pretty fresh, huh? The swirling yellow and purple energies intensify, dominating the space with overwhelming power. A massive, dark appendage extends, tearing through the air, asserting Gluttony's complete control over the situation. A chilling scream echoes, causing Theodore's eyes to snap open, his mind racing to identify the source of the sudden, piercing sound. From the grimoire, a dark, amorphous form lashes out with incredible speed, its shadowy tendrils striking with violent force. The entity continues its furious assault, a vibrant yellow glow surrounding its chaotic movements. A spiky, green maw emerges from the glowing mass, snarling in defiance at an unseen presence, demanding to know who would dare covet its user. A shadowy, mask-like face forms within the chaos, its glowing yellow eyes fixed on an unseen target as it dismissively asserts that the intruder should have known its place. Theodore recoils, his body enveloped in the grimoire's eerie yellow light, startled by the entity's sudden, aggressive manifestation. The mask-like face of Gluttony then declares a change of heart, announcing its intention to capture him alive. As the yellow glow intensifies around his ear, Theodore wonders if this is why he was the only one teleported to the core room. Before he can fully process the thought, a dark tendril from Gluttony wraps around his wrist, securing him firmly within its grasp. Meanwhile, a system message reveals the grimoire's true identity as Death's Worship, a legendary artifact holding the soul of Jerem, a ninth circle necromancer who sought to transform any reader into an undead host for his perfect resurrection. Another message highlights the grimoire's extraordinary power, confirming its rating as legend. Finally, the system details the potential rewards for consuming the grimoire, offering a low chance of absorbing 50 to 100% of Jerem's abilities, including his negative dimension and control over the undead. A chilling system message warns that if the grimoire is consumed, there's a very high probability the warlock Jerem will seize control of the body, and to prevent this, one must unlock another of Gluttony's seals and increase their achievements. Theodore's eyes widen in disbelief, the words ninth circle echoing in his mind, as it's widely known that nearly 1,000 years have passed since any such magicians were last seen. He considers the implications, realizing that if a ninth circle magician were to reappear, they would possess the power to dominate the entire continent single-handedly. A flicker of concern crosses his face, yet he remains resolute, knowing there must be a hidden function to all of this. Turning his head slightly, he addresses the monstrous entity holding him, reminding it that it can't simply devour the grimoire right now. Gluttony's grotesque form looms closer, its long tongue flicking out, as Theodore internally debates the slim chance of successfully consuming the grimoire, wondering if the risk of becoming a ninth circle magician might be worth it, only for the entity to dismiss his thoughts with a curt, "Stop speaking nonsense." He then presses the creature, asking if it possesses a method to control the grimoire. The entity's response is evasive, stating it cannot reveal more, before adding that the grimoire will regain its strength in about 5 minutes and attempt to use space transfer again. Theodore's jaw clenches in frustration, a vein throbbing on his forehead, as the creature casually assures him not to worry, having merely wanted him to know. He looks down, contemplating the situation, realizing the dimension pocket he borrowed from his master is something he can no longer afford to hold onto. His hand clenches, a grim determination settling over him, knowing that if he allows the grimoire to use space transfer again, more copies of Giovanni will inevitably appear. Gluttony's monstrous face appears once more, its tongue lolling out, reassuring the boy that he needn't worry, for they won't simply vanish. Theodore found himself pondering Gluttony's rather ambiguous answer, a small, amorphous entity resting in his palm. With a sigh, he offered the dimension pocket to the grimoire, saying, "Well, here you go. Eat it quickly before I change my mind." The grimoire eagerly accepted, its form distorting as it began to consume the spatial artifact, a vibrant yellow-green aura flaring around it. The process was swift, and a system message confirmed that the dimension pocket had been consumed. As gluttony settled, another system prompt appeared, indicating that the owner could now change its name. Then, a more significant notification flashed, revealing that the inventory function had been activated, allowing for essence extraction, magic power absorption, and a memorization ability. Theodore wondered if this was gluttony's true hidden function. A moment of confusion crossed his face as he muttered, It's a bit unnecessary though. If it has the same function as the dimension pocket, then it wouldn't have been necessary to eat it. Gluttony responded, its form shifting slightly. You can't contain a grimoire with dimension pockets. Well, you might be able to keep it in for a while, but as soon as it regains consciousness, it will flee using space transfer. Theodore questioned if that wouldn't happen with the inventory, to which Gluttony affirmed, that's right. The inventory is a dimensional entity that exists within me and differs from other spaces. Floating in the ethereal yellow space, Theodore absorbed the implications as Gluttony's voice echoed. Without the power to traverse across dimensions, the grimoire can't escape by any means. Indeed, the story would change completely if what Gluttony said was true, for it would be a dimensional space capable of blocking a grimoire's space transfer. He finds himself surrounded by a blinding yellow light, a wry thought escaping him that his luck has simply run out. Suddenly, a deep, gulping sound echoes through the space, as if something vast has just swallowed a significant portion of reality. The dimensional pocket around him begins to warp and tear, collapsing at an alarming rate, far quicker than he had anticipated. The very fabric of space squeezes in on him, threatening to crush him completely. Just as he plummets into the void, a hand reaches out through a shimmering green light, pulling him from the brink. His loyal companion, Sylvia, cradles him, her voice filled with concern, asking if he's hurt anywhere. From the shadows, a blue-haired mage observes their struggle, remarking that the cave will soon completely collapse, suggesting they postpone their reunion for later. The cavern continues its violent descent, blue energy crackling as the structure gives way. With a swift, decisive motion, the blue-haired mage closes the distance, his eyes gleaming with intent. He seizes Theodore, a smirk playing on his lips as he notes that it seems the young master has gotten his hands on the heirloom. Carrying the unconscious Theodore, the mage moves away, acknowledging the notice of his presence, and boasting that thanks to these guys, he has suffered quite a bit, but now it's only a matter of time before he reaches the level of a sword master. He holds the unconscious Theodore close, the dimensional space around them violently tearing itself apart, as he offers a chilling proposition. But before he can elaborate, he decides to postpone the discussion, the urgency of their escape paramount as Sylvia cries out, realizing the imminent collapse. With a burst of speed, he pulls Theodore further into the rapidly shrinking portal, leaving Sylvia to desperately lunge forward, her hand outstretched, pleading for just a bit more time. But it's too late, as the dimensional rift violently implodes, swallowing the space whole and severing any connection to the world they just left. As the sun rises over distant peaks, casting a golden glow across the land, a joyous clamor echoes through a grand hall, where the sounds of revelry and laughter fill the air, as figures celebrate beneath ornate, stained-glass windows. One man, caught in the throes of merriment, throws his head back in boisterous laughter, his joy mirroring the general jubilation. Below, hands raise mugs in a collective toast, while above, Theodore Miller observes the festivities from a quiet balcony. Despite the triumph, a heavy sigh escapes him as he leans against the railing, reflecting that while the results show a victory over the elder lich, he only got lucky this time and cannot expect such a fluke again. His gaze is distant, his brow furrowed with a profound sense of inadequacy, as he admits to himself that he is not strong enough. From below, a voice calls out, questioning why his master looks so dejected, even though they won. The orange-haired man below, looking up at Theodore, remarks on the continued use of young master despite their contract being over, to which he simply replies, that's obvious. He then adds, with a hint of exasperation, that he wouldn't want Theodore to force him to work extra hours by using the fact he paid 200 gold, before asking if he wants to see the heirlooms. A narration box appears, stating that since ancient times, men have been crazy about swords, as the hilt of a striking red blade comes into view. The vibrant red sword, held firmly in a hand, gleams with an almost hypnotic allure. Examining the distinctive red sword, Theodore notes that it feels different from when he first encountered it in the cave, prompting Randolph to reveal that, apart from the blade itself, all other components had been replaced with new ones, a costly endeavor he deemed well worth the 200 gold. From a higher vantage point, Randolph playfully asks how much more Theodore intends to offer him, then suggests he abandon magic altogether to become a merchant instead. Continuing his teasing, he advises the young master not to keep the young miss waiting too long, a remark that clearly catches Theodore off guard. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the establishment, an older man, Grandpa Albert, directly asks Sylvia when she plans to marry young Master Theo, causing her visible embarrassment. As Sylvia looks down, mortified, the older man continues, asking if he can address her as Madam in advance. Theodore, overhearing the escalating rumors, shouts in exasperation, insisting that he has already told them they are not like that. Leaping from the balcony in a desperate attempt to intervene, he pleads with everyone to stop and not spread the rumor any further. Grandpa Albert, however, finds the idea delightful, while Madame expresses her approval, remarking that it sounds wonderful. Sylvia, still blushing, begs Grandpa Albert to stop, as it is too embarrassing, even as Theodore is seen in the background, still trying to reach them. Randolph, observing the chaos he helped instigate, smirks knowingly, as if to say Theodore is finally back to his usual self. The scene dissolves into general merriment, with Randolph laughing heartily, Sylvia still flustered, and Theodore holding his head in utter despair, while Grandpa Albert, Madame, and other patrons continue to enjoy the spectacle. Footsteps echo through a grand, sunlit hall as an old mage ascends a sweeping staircase. His determined stride carrying him deeper into the ornate structure, the sound of his boots a steady rhythm against the polished stone. From high above, the figure appears small yet resolute, a solitary journey through vast architecture. He pauses before a heavy, dark door, his gaze fixed on the entrance. A gloved hand raises, delivering a precise knock. The door creaks open, revealing a glimpse of the room beyond. Stepping inside, the old mage enters the chamber. A sigh escapes him as he muses, wondering what could be happening today, surprised to receive a summons from the Red Tower Master, a person notoriously difficult to meet, second only to His Majesty himself. A woman with vibrant red hair, a smirk playing on her lips, challenges his words, recalling how he used to avoid her calls, no matter how many times she tried to reach him. The old mage, looking slightly abashed, dismisses her comment, stating that such matters are no longer important. With a knowing look, Veronica prompts him, asking the true reason for his visit. She leans back on her ornate chair, a confident smile gracing her features, addressing him directly as MS, Veronica. Veronica, the Red Tower Master, cuts straight to the chase, asking if the old mage has heard about the Elder Lich's subjugation case. The old mage acknowledges her question, confirming he's aware of the case handled by the winner of the pupil tournament. A slight smile plays on Veronica's lips as she notes his quick understanding, knowing he already grasps the true purpose of her inquiry. She then demands he simply give her the information she seeks, her tone firm. The old mage expresses a desire to help, but regretfully states he cannot this time, revealing he has a prior appointment with someone else. When Veronica presses him for the identity of this individual, he declares the information confidential, prompting her to exclaim in frustration, demanding he just tell her. He then questions if she's giving him an order or merely throwing her weight around. Veronica repeats the word order with a hint of challenge, suggesting he would feel bad if she were to truly give one. The old mage chuckles, dismissing her words as a joke, insisting he was merely teasing her. With a serious gaze, he finally reveals that His Majesty the King is the one with the prearranged appointment, then asks if she still wishes to see him. Veronica's expression hardens as she confidently affirms, of course, her determination unwavering. Settling back into her opulent throne, the Red Tower Master appears ready for whatever comes next, her presence commanding the grand chamber. From an unseen vantage point, a powerful entity observes, a voice echoing with intrigue, declaring that the unfolding events have piqued its interest. Meanwhile, deep within a dark and ancient structure, a lone torch casts flickering light, clutched firmly in a gloved hand. As the torchbearer, Johnny, descends a crumbling staircase alongside his cloaked companion. Johnny, his face illuminated by the torch, looks around with a hint of apprehension, while his companion nervously glances about, remarking on the pervasive curses in the area. His companion, growing impatient, snaps at Johnny to respond when spoken to. Johnny's gaze shoots upwards, his eyes widening in alarm as he realizes the ceiling above them is beginning to crumble. A torrent of debris and dust begins to rain down from the ceiling. Both Johnny and his companion are caught in the sudden onslaught, recoiling from the impact as the structure gives way. Johnny, his face now streaked with dust and sweat, struggles to regain his bearings. The view shifts to a blurry, disorienting perspective from within the falling debris. More fragments of the ceiling continue to fall, accompanied by the distinct sounds of shattering and crumbling. Johnny and his companion are completely engulfed by the cascading rubble and thick dust. He and his companion peer into the darkness below, a sense of unease settling over them as Johnny questions if the ominous presence they detect is truly the treasure they seek. But before he can fully process the thought, a colossal, shadowy entity with pulsating red patterns erupts from the depths, its form obscuring the light, a chilling voice echoing, "No." The sheer scale of the creature leaves him stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stammers, "Fooled? What the hell are you?" His words are cut short as the entity strikes with blinding speed, a devastating impact rippling through the air. A violent explosion of green energy and debris erupts from the point of contact, engulfing the space where he and his companion stood. The force of the blow sends them both plummeting into the abyss, tiny figures against the monstrous, ever-expanding form of the shadowy entity. As he falls further into the darkness, the entity's tendrils stretch and writhe, its glowing red patterns intensifying with each passing moment. He finds himself ensnared, caught in the entity's grasp as its glowing eyes fixate on him, a voice rumbling, "Something new. Did you throw yourself at me to become my food?" A worthless human being? Terror grips him, his body trembling uncontrollably as he desperately pleads. Spare. Spare me, PL. His plea is met with a deafening roar as the entity expands further, red energy spikes erupting from its form. The monstrous body pulses with dark power, its glowing patterns a stark contrast against the encroaching shadows. The entity's gaze remains fixed, its voice a low, guttural growl as it contemplates its captive. This is troubling. Hungry. Wanna eat. Bathed in an ethereal light, the shadowy entity known as the Lich King looms, its tendrils writhing with dark energy, red eyes glowing ominously. Its predatory thoughts echo, seeking something stronger, more fulfilling, as glowing particles drift around it. Yet, in a stark contrast, Johnny finds himself at a lively table, surrounded by companions, including Sylvia, all enjoying a meal together. A wide, contented smile spreads across his face, seemingly at peace after his recent ordeal. The bustling Melthor business district hums with activity. Amidst the crowd, a conversation unfolds, with one voice inquiring, "Oh, Veronica did?" The other replies, confirming that she continues to be forceful, prompting a dismissive retort, "I don't really care, but is it because of her dignity?" The hooded figure then adds that if he believed that, he wouldn't have continued to observe the other's majesty, before chuckling and admitting he was joking, then noting, "In any case, old man Shugel, you have changed a lot as well. If it were the past, you would have dealt with Veronica's stubbornness yourself, but I guess it can't be helped now because of your age." Shugel, looking annoyed, scoffs at the mention of his age, asserting that someone like the Red Tower Master should grow wiser with time. But to think that she just continues to become more immature. He sighs, concluding that, honestly, she's a problem. The hooded man, however, quickly steers the conversation back to its original intent, stating, "But, I'm sure that wasn't your main point. That boy, Theodore Miller." Shugel, his expression thoughtful, confirms that the hooded man came to talk about him, explaining, "I felt a subtle strangeness about him besides the fact that the Blue Tower Master has become interested in him. Not only did a failing student suddenly become the champion of the pupil tournament, but he encountered and even defeated an elder lich when visiting his hometown." The hooded man leans in, prompting, "So what you're thinking is?" Shugel, the elder of the White Magic Tower, finishes the thought, suggesting there's something suspicious about the boy, clarifying that while he doesn't dislike heroic stories, anyone could question that kid, Theodore's actions. Shugel, the elder of the White Magic Tower, expresses his concern that the king has granted an excessive reward, but the hooded man dismisses the notion, stating it was merely consolidation. He acknowledges Shugel's concerns, but notes it has been a long time since he's seen the elder react with such intensity, given his normally calm and passive demeanor. As he speaks, the hooded man crushes a small, golden seed between his fingers, a soft crunch echoing in the air. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he declares that humans fear genius and ability, things they simply do not understand. Shugel then challenges his perspective, asking him to consider where all those countless geniuses went while he climbed to his current position, and how many trials and opportunities they experienced. The hooded man, still holding the golden seeds, responds with an analogy, "No matter how good a horse is, it's nothing if it can't run in the meadow." He continues, suggesting that whatever power Theodore possesses, by giving the horse land to run through and people to ride it, it will truly become a horse. The image of Theodore, enveloped in a crackling blue aura, flashes across the mind's eye, as the hooded man concludes that coming this far is also a part of the young mage's strength. Theodore stands, hands clasped in a meditative pose, his body radiating an intense, vibrant blue energy that swirls around him. Shugel, looking thoughtful, acknowledges the young mage, stating that before he is a king of a kingdom, he is a mage who has acknowledged him. A weary sigh escapes him, as he admits that it seems he has aged, indeed. From high above the city, Shugel's voice echoes, declaring that they should depart to bring Theodore back. A powerful blue aura pulsed around him, making him feel as though he might vomit, a violent reaction to the magic coursing through his body. He grimaced, realizing this wasn't the normal method for advancement, as his newly created fifth circle felt incredibly unstable due to the life vessel's influence. The heart of the elder lich he had accidentally consumed, he mused, was the cause, having forced him to jump to the fifth circle even though it hadn't been 15 days since its consumption. The sheer power of it made his eye twitch with pain and concentration, until the overwhelming energy violently threw him back against the wall. He lay there, gasping, the magical backlash finally subsiding, a quiet poo-ha, escaping his lips as he thought, "Damn, it's finally done." Sitting up, he rubbed his head, wondering what he would tell his master, then realized there wasn't a single thing his mentor wouldn't already know about the elder lich's fifth circle. Suddenly, a voice called out, Theo," making him shriek in surprise as a young woman appeared in his doorway, asking if she could come in. She looked at him, a slight blush on her face, asking, "You're already in, so what?" Then quickly apologized. I'm sorry." He waved her off, saying sorry first in this situation is, never mind. "Just come in, Sylvia." Scratching his head awkwardly, he then asked, so, why did you come looking for me?" She replied, "HM? All right, I almost forgot. Grandfather said to bring you." He could only respond with a questioning. Grandfather? Enveloped in a soft, ethereal mist, the Elder of the White Tower stands, a figure of quiet authority, who is also Theodore's grandfather. His expression a mix of surprise and apprehension. He processes the sudden appearance of his family. Meanwhile, the dispatched barracks of the White Magic Tower stand ready, their presence a silent testament to the ongoing events. A soft rustle of robes accompanies the Elder as he turns, his attention drawn by a familiar voice. Realizing it's his grandson, Shujel. Stepping forward with a bright smile, Sylvia announces, I brought Theo. Theodore watches, still a little bewildered, as his grandfather affectionately pats Sylvia's head, praising her with a warm, Egu, my cute puppy. Good work. Then, his gaze shifts to Theodore, a knowing smirk playing on his lips as he remarks, You're that Theodore. The young mage, still processing the situation, finds himself formally greeting the Elder, acknowledging his simple appearance before confirming his identity. Theodore Miller, the disciple of Vince Heidel, greets you. The Elder of the White Magic Tower, Shujel, responds with a polite, Right, it's nice to meet you as well. He then clarifies his presence, stating, I'm Shujel of the White Tower. I was dispatched as the coroner after receiving your report on the recent incident. Theodore, taken aback, questions, Coroner? You said. With a knowing grin, Shujel confirms, That's right. They normally don't get dispatched, but, leaving the implication hanging in the air. He listens intently as the Elder explains that due to the unusual appearance of an Elder Lich, someone was dispatched to investigate the cause and effect, a rare occurrence he'd never heard of before. With a knowing look, the Elder remarks on his stiff expression, causing him to stammer, asking what the older man means. The Elder's voice takes on a sharper edge, questioning his nervousness, as if he were trying to hide something. Caught off guard, the young mage quickly apologizes, his composure momentarily broken. A soft chuckle escapes the Elder, who then observes that Theodore possesses a serious personality, quite unlike his youthful appearance, though the young man dismisses the observation as unimportant. The Elder then declares his intention to be straightforward, revealing he received a report that Theodore had defeated the Elder Lich. He presses further, demanding to know how Theodore managed to destroy the life vessel, a feat theoretically impossible unless one possessed the aura of a sword master or was a mage exceeding 7 circles. Theodore's gaze drifts away, his expression clouded with internal debate. He considers the truth, how it was simply desperation, and that he used a space bag borrowed from his master. He explains that he collected the life vessel within, then destroyed it, reflecting that looking back, it truly was a crazy thing to do. Internally, he corrects himself, knowing it wasn't truly destroyed but went inside gluttony, a secret he cannot reveal to others. The Elder's eyes widen in disbelief, uttering a shocked what? At the mention of a destroyed space bag. Still under interrogation, Theodore explains that the Elder Lich didn't know he possessed gluttony, which allowed him to destroy the life vessel. But to Shujel, he attributes his success to a space bag he had on hand at the time, a revelation that clearly surprises the Elder. The Elder of the White Tower hums in thought, acknowledging that while it's a twisted method, there is a possibility of success, and that it's not a technique one could simply use without prior knowledge, to which Theodore readily agrees. Shuggle's eye gleams with a calculating light, finding the situation truly fortuitous. Meanwhile, Theodore reflects on the Elder Lich's ignorance, who never knew he held gluttony in his left hand. The Lich had likely assumed Theodore incapable of destroying the life vessel, unaware of the consume, variable gluttony introduced. Theodore continues his internal monologue, realizing that if the Lich hadn't coveted his body, they all would have perished, and the Elder Lich could have attacked the entire world, not just the barony. Shujel then thanks Theodore for his cooperation, noting that his testimony aligns with other accounts, and apologizes for the questioning, to which Theodore humbly replies that he only did what was necessary. With a satisfied smirk, the Elder thanks him for his understanding, then suggests they finish their last piece of business. Theodore's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing his face, as he questions what last business Shujel refers to. Shujel explains that there would have been no need for him to travel all this way if a mere coroner could have been dispatched, but he is here because he received orders from someone to meet Theodore, leaving the young mage utterly bewildered. The Elder then presents a sealed letter, confirming that this is indeed the reason for his visit, as Theodore stares at the missive in disbelief. The scene shifts, revealing a sprawling city under a hazy sky, suggesting a new location or a broader scope to the unfolding events. He walks away from the towering stone gate, his footsteps echoing softly on the ancient path. As he passes through the archway, a blonde-haired mercenary calls out, wondering why he's leaving without saying goodbye to anyone. Theodore pauses, reflecting that he didn't want to lose heart by saying goodbye, and besides, it's not like he'll never return. The mercenary sighs, musing on the grand talk of some people who don't even have a home to return to, before adding that his own group was also planning to leave soon, and he was just waiting to say goodbye. He then declares that the things they went through together were the best, offering a special 50% discount for their next hire. With a smirk, the mercenary advises Theodore to just not go around getting swindled. He grumbles about such an insolent employee until the very end, but then dismisses it with an anyway. As Theodore continues to walk away, the mercenary calls out one last time, addressing him as young master mage. With a final, knowing grin, the mercenary suggests, and before you leave, you should look back once. Theodore turns his head, a slight frown on his face, wondering what the mercenary means. Looking back, he sees a group of people waving enthusiastically, wishing him a safe trip, good luck with his studies, and for Sylvia to come back again, promising they'll be waiting. With a final glance, he turns back to the path ahead, continuing his journey. A confident smirk plays across his lips, a silent acknowledgement of the journey ahead. Turning his back to the viewer, he walks away, disappearing into a brilliant, almost ethereal light. His voice echoes with a promise, assuring those left behind that he will indeed return. Within a grand, ornate hall, the elderly mage Shugel stands before Theodore and Sylvia, along with another brown-haired man, as if preparing for a significant journey. With a knowing look, Shugel addresses the young mages, asking if they are ready for what lies ahead. Theodore, with a determined expression, confirms his readiness. Sylvia, equally resolute, echoes his sentiment, declaring herself ready as well. A slight smile plays on Shugel's lips as he nods, announcing that they will begin by heading back to the capital city. Turning to the brown-haired man, Shugel entrusts him with the task of finding traces and residues of the elder lich, confirming that he can rely on him to report to the Magic Society. The man responds with a firm nod, assuring Shugel of his understanding. With a mischievous grin, the old mage wishes them good luck. He then looks down, his expression thoughtful. As glowing magical symbols appear around his feet, Shugel instructs Theodore and Sylvia to hold their breath, preparing for a teleportation spell. His eyes now glowing with intense yellow light, the old mage activates the spell, initiating their teleportation. Back in the capital city, Theodore finds himself reflecting on the unexpected turn of events, never imagining he would return under such circumstances. Elder Shugel had mentioned 3 individuals with whom he had pressing business, all considered influential figures within the current Melthor kingdom. Among them, the king himself, and Sir Brundle, the esteemed Blue Tower Master. Then there was the Red Tower Master, and Theodore couldn't help but wonder what awaited him. Despite the uncertainty, he felt a strange sense of anticipation. A blinding flash of light enveloped him, the world dissolving into a shimmering vortex of magic as the teleportation spell took hold. Suddenly, the light faded, and a voice announced their arrival, causing Theodore to gasp in surprise as Sylvia asked why he was staring. Disoriented, he stammered, realizing they had indeed arrived, and Sylvia, observing his reaction, inquired if this was his first experience with mass teleportation. She mused that it made sense for space mages to travel in secret, unlike normal teleportation, then warned him that he might feel sick or nauseous for a while, advising a checkup if he didn't feel well. As Theodore remained frozen, she urged him to move quickly, lest he become overlapped, prompting a quick yes sir, from him. Footsteps echoed through the grand hall, and a voice remarked, "Look who it is." Theodore and Sylvia walked alongside Sir Brundle, the Blue Tower Master, their journey into the capital now truly beginning. A blond man with red-tinted glasses smirks, remarking on a peculiar omen from his breakfast. I got 2 yolks in my egg this morning." Meanwhile, the mage of the Red Tower, Vince Heidel, strides through a grand hall, his red cape flowing behind him, as he muses, "And it looks like it was to tell me that I'd see 2 friendly faces." Elsewhere, Theodore Miller, looking distraught and tearful, faces his master, who chides him. "Theodore Miller, how was your dispatch? Looks like you've become a crybaby in the time I haven't seen you." Still teary-eyed, Theodore tries to explain. "Master, so many things happened to me," but Vince Heidel cuts him off. "Let's talk later. Just breathe for now." Sylvia and Vince Heidel watch him, with Vince Heidel adding, "Looks like a kid." Back with the blonde man, Vince Heidel questions him. "By the way, are you really here by chance? I'm sure you wouldn't be passing by here by coincidence." The blonde man laughs nervously. "Ha ha ha. As expected of you, Elder. I swear that I persuaded her." His expression then shifts to surprise, a sudden, sharp cry echoing through the air. "HM? Kayak." In a burst of chaotic purple energy, Veronica, the Red Tower Master, is violently thrown through the air. Theodore reacts with wide-eyed shock, his face contorted in disbelief. Nearby, Sylvia also stares in stunned silence, her eyes wide with alarm. Vince Heidel sighs in relief. "It's a relief that you were able to stop her." While the blonde man, looking exhausted, replies, "Ugh, I tried my best, but she's been like this since she heard of Theo's return." Veronica, now on the ground, casually pushes herself up, a mischievous gluttony floating beside her, as she remarks, "Oopsie daisy." Still radiating an almost palpable energy, Veronica, the Red Tower Master, greets an unseen figure with playful familiarity, asking him to cease bullying her mages. Meanwhile, Vince Heidel, looking utterly exasperated, is questioned by Johnny, who hides his face in distress, about the difficulty of dealing with the Red Tower Master. Unaware of their plight, Veronica continues her conversation, inquiring if Vince Heidel's disciple was indeed a Four-Circle mage, to which he confirms her statement. A wide, unsettling grin spreads across her face, her expression hinting at a mischievous intent. Theodore, still reeling from the impact, struggles to comprehend the overwhelming magical energy that feels like fire, emanating from the casually standing Veronica. Nearby, Sylvia and Gluttony observe the scene, the small elemental commenting on the sheer instability of a fifth circle mage's power. Theodore, blushing deeply, admits to trying to calm the magic down after the incident, but without much success. Veronica's eye gleams with understanding, explaining that his symptoms are a natural consequence of pouring too much water into a small bottle, a given due to his vessel. With a casual gesture, she praises Theodore for his hard work, acknowledging his difficult experience. Turning to Shugel, the old mage, Veronica declares her intention to take Theodore with her, much to Sylvia's wide-eyed surprise. When questioned by an unseen voice about eating something strange, Veronica dismisses the idea, stating she simply has business with the king. Vince Heidel, still looking utterly defeated, can only sigh and agree to her terms, provided she doesn't destroy anything. Veronica, still holding him close, grants him permission to do as he pleases, her voice laced with amusement. Theodore, flustered by her proximity, can only stammer a confused agreement as she laughs, asking if he isn't thrilled. With a playful squeeze, she tells him to relax, finding his stiffness amusing. Meanwhile, Sylvia watches the scene unfold, a worried expression on her face as she murmurs to herself. Standing before the grand entrance of the Melthor King's parlor, Theodore sighs, while Veronica praises his ability to overcome class differences with fusion magic, a feat she finds quite impressive for a kid. He quickly corrects her, stating he's 19, but she merely laughs, teasing him about his lack of popularity and calling him a serious study bookworm. Sylvia, still observing from a distance, notes that Veronica truly has no filter, as the Red Tower Master continues her taunts, predicting Theodore will end up living alone like the gloomy bastards in the White Tower. With a sharp, fanged smile, Veronica remarks on the absence of anyone around, despite their presence. Theodore, looking around, acknowledges their unannounced arrival, then questions why there's no gatekeeper during what should be a busy time of day. He begins to suggest calling for assistance, finding it difficult to enter alone. But Veronica, a mischievous glint in her red eyes, interrupts his thoughts, hinting at an alternative if there's no gatekeeper. She declares there's always a way, producing a small, glowing, intricate object from her hand, which Theodore recognizes with surprise as the Red Tower Master's unique key. He urges her to look closely, as she exhales softly, holding the ornate, glowing key that promises entry. She launches herself forward with incredible speed, a powerful kick blurring through the air. The impact sends both Theodore and Sylvia reeling backward, their bodies propelled by the unexpected force. They tumble through the air, disoriented, as the red-haired mage's playful assault continues. Landing gracefully, she grins, asking if that was easy, while the two students groan in confusion and surprise. An older, white-haired mage, Shugel, looks on with a sigh, recognizing her, and she responds that she came to the palace for a visit, despite having summoned him to the Red Tower earlier. With a mischievous chuckle, she explains that she wanted to visit the palace, as it had been a while since her last call. Sylvia, still looking shocked, listens as the Red Tower Master adds that she thought it would be polite to follow proper formalities and procedures. Theodore, utterly bewildered, questions the mention of formality and procedure, wondering aloud who this woman truly is, as she laughs heartily. The two students, still on the floor, are then instructed to greet His Majesty the King, a command that leaves them speechless. Veronica, realizing their confusion, muses that the king isn't just some normal person to these kids, before admitting she had forgotten that detail. From his seat, the king, Blundeladruncus, greets them both, telling them to stand up and come closer. He tells them to relax, stating that if he wanted them to be stiff, he would have called them to the main palace, and that the reason he called them to the parlor was for a different purpose. The king's words were meant to congratulate him on his victory as a mage to a mage, not as a king to his citizens, for the subjugation of the elder lich could have been a catastrophic incident. Addressing the young mage, King Blundeladruncus continued, saying that as a representative of all the people of Melthor, he thanked him for his hard work. Theodore, bowing slightly, acknowledged that the achievement was made possible through the joint efforts of the barony's people and the mercenary group, the Wandering Wolves, so it wasn't an accomplishment he could claim alone. Pleased by his humility, the king declared it good to see him so modest, and announced he would now present his congratulations to both Theodore and Sylvia as representatives of the people for stopping the catastrophe, instructing Brundle to read the decree. Theodore affirmed his understanding, and the king's decree continued, stating that from this day forth, the mage ranks for Theodore Miller and Sylvia Adruncus would be raised from basic to average, with appropriate expenses and bounties paid for level 3 risk missions. Additionally, the king announced that Vince Heidel's space bag, which had been destroyed during the mission, would be returned free of charge. Finally, with a decisive gesture, the king declared that he would grant Theodore one wish. As Theodore knelt, the king extended a hand, instructing him to raise his head, and asked what it was he wished for. A gulp escaped Theodore as he considered the implications, wondering if this meant he could ask for a national treasure-ranked artifact, but quickly dismissed the idea, knowing the risk was too great. Suddenly, Gluttony's voice echoed in his mind, chastising him as an idiot, insisting that the problem was quality, not rarity, and urging him to find magic tomes like the one it had just consumed, not merely rare books. Considering Gluttony's advice, Theodore realized this might be his chance to stabilize his fifth circle by consuming a powerful magic tome. Looking up at the king, Theodore began, addressing his majesty, and dared to ask for his wish. As the scene fades from a bright white to a deep, encompassing black, his voice echoes, now accompanied by the towering, modern architecture of a grand institution, requesting access to take a book from the Magic Records Library. The building itself seems to stretch endlessly towards the sky, its numerous glass panels reflecting the ambient light. Finally, they arrive at their destination, a grand entrance marked with the words, non-value. Even as he stands before the imposing structure, Theodore finds his mind replaying a recent warning, a frustrating memory he wishes he could simply forget, unable to believe that Court, that arrogant man, had treated him like a child. He had been explicitly told not to touch any forbidden books, a command that makes him wonder if the man truly believes he enjoys reading. Turning to his companion, Theodore asks if she is still upset, to which Gluttony, her red hair a vibrant contrast to the muted surroundings, declares her intent to pluck out every hair from Court's beard the next time she sees him. As they stand before the door, which appears to be sealed by the most powerful locks, Theodore observes the glass, noting that it looks like normal glass to him, but quickly corrects himself, realizing it's not glass at all, but adamantium alloy. Gluttony, surprised, questions if the glass is truly adamantium, and Theodore confirms it, urging her to look closer. He reaches out, his hand gently touching the surface, a faint, ethereal glow emanating from the point of contact. Suddenly, with a burst of raw power, Gluttony launches a devastating kick directly at the door, her foot wreathed in a crimson aura as it strikes with immense force. Theodore recoils in shock, uttering a surprised exclamation at her sudden, impulsive action. His mind races, wondering what would happen if the doors were destroyed, a look of utter disbelief spreading across his face as he processes the event. Despite the incredible force of the attack, the door remains completely unscratched. He lets out a soft sigh, still reeling from the door's impossible resilience, which hadn't even budged under Gluttony's immense power. With a frustrated groan, Gluttony admits it's still impossible with her bare fists alone, acknowledging she has a long way to go. She playfully vows to break him next time, prompting Theodore to question why she speaks, as if she's a hero talking to a villain. She dismisses his dramatic interpretation, clarifying that the door simply requires a password. Theodore explains that only the king and the tower masters possess the authority to use it, as Gluttony eagerly declares her readiness to enter the Magic Records Library. Looking up at her, he simply calls her kiddo. Moments later, they find themselves inside the vast, silent expanse of the library. Settling onto the floor amidst towering shelves filled with ancient tomes, they take a moment to absorb their surroundings. He then asks her a question, to which she promptly responds, "What is it?" Theodore ponders the monstrous power she displayed trying to break the door, and the blazing magical energy she unconsciously emits, wondering if she might be a battle mage, or perhaps, by chance, Miss Veronica. With a knowing smile, Gluttony reveals she is a red dragon hybrid, not half, but a quarter, explaining her superior strength, longer lifespan, and the hot magical energy she emits. Theodore's eyes widen slightly as he processes this information, realizing that a red dragon hybrid explains everything. The blazing magical energy Gluttony emits definitely goes beyond the realm of humans, he muses, as she looks down at him. Catching his gaze, she offers a soft apology, explaining that she can usually suppress it if she's conscious, but it's normally quite difficult to do. He assures her it's fine, though he thought summer had arrived a bit early. With a playful smirk, she teases him, remarking that his style of flirting with girls is old school and won't work on her. Then, her tone shifts as she asks if he's found a book he wanted. Still looking frustrated, he admits he hasn't, despite having gathered the genres he was looking for. Surrounded by countless tomes, he finds it incredibly difficult to decide which one to take, as they all seem to be of the highest quality. The grimoire acknowledges his predicament, agreeing that it can't be helped, since all the originals of the books sold in the market are housed here. She adds that if it were her, she wouldn't be able to pick one even if she searched all day. Holding a book in his hands, he realizes the biggest problem is that each one comes with a specific condition. Even if he finds a decent book, he can't meet the requirements. Frustration boiling over, he slams the book against his head, lamenting that he can't let such a good opportunity go to waste. Gluttony then points out a book, noting it requires a 7th circle mage. He considers the possibility of learning it once he reaches that stage, then asks about another one. She describes The Song of Battle as a popular book among Red Tower mages, adding that while it's pretty hard, the rewards for learning it are immense. As he reads the book's description, he realizes it promises powers similar to that of aura users, a significant discovery. Contemplating the implications, he acknowledges that, regardless of whether he ultimately takes it, the book is definitely worth appraising further. The Song of Battle, a secret technique created by descendants of samurai who couldn't learn aura, greatly strengthens the body by using magical power as its driving force, its effectiveness superior to any secondary magic. However, one drawback makes people reluctant to use it, as this treasure-rated magic tome requires a 5th circle mage or higher to consume it, after which physical skills will greatly improve, and some of the author's abilities will be passed on according to suitability. Theodore muses that a book like this should be coveted by all mages, not just those of the Red Tower, finding it hard to believe such power could exist beyond secondary magic, and wondering why he hasn't seen anyone use it before. That's simple, Gluttony replies, because the magic isn't efficient. The Song of Battle requires tremendous concentration, she explains, adding that if one uses it in a real fight, they'll need to focus on at least 4-circle magic. Then it's true, he thinks, realizing that one needs to be at least a war mage to use it easily. And while increasing one's body, using 4-circle magic isn't bad. It can actually turn bad when one tries to use other magic with the remaining circles. The pros and cons are clear, he considers, finding the decision to take this book a bit. Take that book, Gluttony commands, her voice echoing in his mind. Gluttony, how did you? He asks, as the grimoire's inner voice simply thinks, hungry. Don't worry about the small things, Gluttony dismisses, adding that the book he's holding might help him unlock his third skill, prompting Theodore to question, your third skill, knowing she won't tell him what that is. With a sly chuckle, Gluttony extends a hand toward Theodore, assuring him that he won't regret trusting her. Even as she says this, she clarifies that her recommendation isn't blind, implying a deeper understanding of the book's true nature. Theodore, looking up at her, questions her meaning, as she explains that while the magic might seem to demand high concentration, it won't necessarily be worthless. She then poses a rhetorical question, suggesting that such a demanding power might not be what it seems. With a wide, knowing grin, Gluttony challenges him to consider what truly makes the book unique. Later, Gluttony's voice echoes, inquiring about the outcome of Theodore's recent mission, which she sarcastically refers to as a vacation-like endeavor, to which he admits it was complete chaos. As Veronica pours a warm drink into a mug, she comments on the chaos, acknowledging that Theodore must have had a difficult time. Theodore thanks her, then muses that he never expected the Tower Master to take such a liking to him, to which Veronica responds with a questioning, is that right? She explains that the Tower Master apparently noticed every minor detail about him, even when he made a slight mistake, and Theodore acknowledges this, though he admits he doesn't remember such instances. Still, Veronica reflects that if the Tower Master is treating him with such affection, it must be a first for her, concluding that she is quite a complicated person. Theodore then reveals that for him, the Tower Master calls him by his name, but that achievement took 2 years. A soft, warm glow emanates from a magical artifact, as Theodore dismisses a lingering thought, deciding that it holds no importance in the present moment. Meanwhile, Veronica turns to him, her expression thoughtful, asking, Theodore, that thing you said when we were eating, were you being serious? He lets out a quiet sigh, then confirms, yes, I was. A chilling memory of the Elder Lich flashes through his mind, a stark reminder that he cannot always rely on sheer luck. His gaze hardens with resolve, a silent vow to himself. Veronica watches him, her own expression reflecting a deep understanding of his conviction, as he states his desire. I want to become stronger. He recalls the feeling of powerlessness during his fight against the Elder Lich, solidifying his decision. I wish to join the Red Tower and increase my strength. With another soft sigh, Veronica acknowledges his unwavering determination. I can see that you're determined. Then we'll start with the procedure right away. A confident, almost mischievous smile spreads across Theodore's face, pleased with the outcome. He expresses his gratitude to Veronica. Thank you so much for understanding my stubbornness. Just then, Veronica begins to speak. Hey boy. But before she can finish, a small, dark creature emerges from Theodore's hand, its voice echoing with impatience. Did you forget my food? I waited for a long time. Theodore reacts with exasperation to Gluttony's sudden interruption, as the creature loudly demands, you bastard. We were in the middle of an important talk. Gimme food. He reassures the Red Tower Master not to worry about him. And with a book in hand, he turns to the small, hungry creature, telling it to eat. Gluttony, barely containing its excitement, thanks him before eagerly demanding food. Theodore offers the requested book, which Gluttony immediately begins to devour with a satisfied yum. The amorphous creature, now a blob with wide eyes, is cradled in his hand, its form shifting as it consumes the magical text. Its large, black eyes fixate on something unseen, a thought forming that this new acquisition is worth synchroing with. Theodore's gaze falls upon Gluttony, a question of synchro, crossing his mind as purple energy begins to emanate from his hand. A system message confirms the user's synchro condition is extremely suitable, the purple aura around his hand intensifying. Suddenly, a new system notification appears, stating that Li Yunsong, the author of the Song of Battle, has requested to converse with the user, and after a random judgment, a spiritual connection with him has been accepted. In a verdant forest, dark, wispy tendrils float through the air, interspersed with glowing blue particles. A figure with long, black hair tied in a ponytail stands amidst the trees, his back to the viewer, clad in traditional light blue robes, as purple energy swirls around him. Another system message confirms that synchro has been initiated, and the man now sits cross-legged, eyes closed, enveloped in the same mystical purple glow. His sharp, light blue eyes, framed by a white cloth around his forehead, open with an intense focus, revealing the face of Li Yunsong. He sits in deep meditation, his form still amidst the verdant forest, when a subtle shift in the air registers a presence approaching. It seems a guest has come. A gentle breeze whispers through the misty mountains, carrying with it the faint scent of damp earth and ancient secrets. As Theodore, now inhabiting a new form, takes in the serene landscape, he remarks on the pleasantness of the wind, a subtle observation that belies the profound shift in his existence. He feels as though he's entered someone else's body, a sensation eerily familiar to his past experience with Alfred, and the realization dawns that this vessel belongs to Li Yunsong, the very mage who penned the legendary Song of Battle. Turning his gaze inward, Theodore addresses the entity, sharing his consciousness, confirming that he speaks to Gluttony, the one who resides within him. As he delves deeper into Li Yunsong's memories, he uncovers the man's origins. Born into the main branch of the Xiaomui clan, the guardian family of the White Clouds mountain range. This lineage, in Western terms, would equate to being the heir of a famed knight family, a stark contrast to the magical traditions Theodore knows. Gluttony's voice echoes in his mind, questioning if he is from the East, a query Theodore confirms, recognizing the implications of his host's background. It seems the knowledge of Li Yunsong's birth was kept private, even after his death, making it all the more surprising to Theodore that the author of the Song of Battle was an Easterner. The East, a region where people explore the uses of aura rather than magic, is depicted through the image of a stoic figure in traditional attire, hinting at a different path to power. In this land, mages have been reformed, now known as shamans, wielding a different kind of spiritual energy. Theodore ponders how an Easterner could have traveled all the way to Melthor, and furthermore, created a high-ranking magic like the Song of Battle, a feat that challenges his understanding of both worlds. A voice echoes, suggesting, well, why not listen to my story? And so, the tale begins, with him recalling his birth into a renowned clan with a long history, though his life was far from easy. After his clan discovered he possessed no innate ability to learn aura, he faced their harsh judgment. They erased his name from their family history, banishing him to a secluded villa high in the mountaintop, but he simply couldn't accept such a fate. At 15 years old, he embarked on a perilous journey, searching for the kingdom of magic in the West, often facing near-death experiences, yet never giving up. All for the sake of learning magic, a skill considered wrongful by his people, he eventually met a good master upon arriving in Melthor, and began his studies in the magic tower, successfully creating his own magic by combining the knowledge of martial arts he'd learned as a child. This was the Song of Battle he had witnessed, his best work, which took him 20 years to complete. Theodore is amazed by the revelation, but the mage admits that magic isn't perfectly complete. He explains that he included unnecessary portions due to his guilt over using his clan's prospects without consent, and now, he will teach the true form. The perfected Song of Battle is what he created before those additions, the dance of the immortals, literally the dance of the gods. This ultimate form closely resembles the martial arts of the Xiaomui clan, and he begins to demonstrate its power. As he moves, dark, swirling energy erupts around him, a powerful display of the perfected technique. He continues, explaining that the destructive power he wielded was something he wasn't allowed to use, a forbidden art. The sheer force of it, he admits, was so immense that it was difficult to even call it magic. He then recounts his return to the clan, once more, determined to prove to those who had ignored him that he was not worthless. His movements were sharp, decisive, a testament to his resolve, as he sought to demonstrate his newfound strength. But his father was still alive then, and condemned his magic as nothing but witchcraft. Even when he was stronger than any of the martial artists in the clan, his power was still rejected. Afterward, he returned to the Melthor kingdom, and died not long after, perhaps paying the price for overusing his body in creating this magic. It was a life where he wasn't able to leave anything behind, and he had nothing else to hope for. But now that a successor has appeared before him like this, he admits he is actually more grateful to Theodore. The young mage listens intently, his expression thoughtful as the weight of Yunsong's words settles upon him. Yunsong raises his hands, bathed in a soft glow, reflecting on his past, wishing that his vain fate might somehow be of help in Theodore's life. His voice fades, leaving a profound silence in its wake. The synchronization with the entity Li Yunsong has finally concluded, leaving a profound impact, and a new message appears, confirming the acquisition of experience with a remarkable synchronization rate of 92.8%. Through this process, the perfected version of the high-ranking magic, Song of Battle, has been discovered, revealing an extremely high compatibility between the entity Li Yunsong and the user Theodore Miller, which has resulted in a portion of Li Yunsong's physical skills and abilities being transferred. However, to adjust to this significant increase in physical abilities, the user is required to undergo a long period of sleep, with a mandatory rest of 30 hours and 12 minutes from this moment forward. A flicker of light catches the eye of the young mage as he slowly begins to stir. As he regains consciousness, Theodore finds himself disoriented, wondering aloud, where am I? Gluttony, ever present, greets him with a question, are you up? How do you feel? Theodore, still groggy, asks how long he's been asleep, to which Gluttony replies that he's been out for about 30 hours. The grimoire then adds that it doesn't know what he went through, but that after consuming the Song of Battle, there's something he should see. With a knowing smirk, Gluttony advises him, I recommend you take a look in the mirror. Pushing himself up from the couch, Theodore feels a strange new power coursing through his limbs, his movements more fluid and powerful than before. He lets out a surprised, "Huh," as he stands fully upright, his gaze falling upon his own reflection, revealing a drastically altered physique. Gluttony watches his reaction with amusement, while Theodore, eyes glowing faintly red in disbelief, mutters, "I can't believe it. I'm sure my physical body was normal before eating the book." He flexes a newly defined arm, realizing that not only his outer appearance, but also his muscles, stamina, and senses have all significantly improved, pondering how he only inherited an ability, yet changed so much that he now resembles a typical knight. Running his hands through his newly darkened hair, Theodore, now transformed, feels a profound sense of change, acknowledging the lingering hope he has received. Internally, he marvels at the unexpected results, unable to believe he has overcome the inherent physical weakness of mages so quickly. Still adjusting to his new, powerful physique, he flexes, a question forming in his mind. He wonders what he should do next, realizing there's only one more task left to complete. A confident smile plays on his lips as he considers what it would take to meet Miss Veronica, the Red Tower Master, and complete his unfinished fifth circle. Meanwhile, in a grand hall, an unnamed mage assistant reports to Veronica, the Red Tower Master, about a pair of ogres appearing in Viscount Belmont's territory. The assistant explains that while the Lord's forces managed to repel them, there were many casualties, and they've requested a warmage immediately. Veronica, listening intently, instructs the assistant to make a request to the Knights of the Second Order, sending a few knights along, believing that should resolve the issue, to which the assistant acknowledges her order. Her red eyes narrow, a flicker of irritation crossing her face. Stretching dramatically in her chair, she complains about the lack of exciting work these days. With a frustrated sigh, she questions why this bastard is pushing his territory problems onto the magic tower, musing that she should just send royal investigators to empty his pockets clean. Veronica sighs, stretching languidly as she reflects on the interesting new talent she's discovered. Though a hint of annoyance crosses her features as she laments the young man's 10-day absence, despite her invitation, and the time she'd carved out of her busy schedule to meet him, only for him to abandon her like this. As an aide approaches, attempting to explain a new request, she cuts him off, already anticipating his usual complaints about trivial matters. He tries to clarify that it isn't a big deal, but she dismisses his concerns, asking who dares request an audience when her schedule is clear, only to learn it's an average mage who recently joined the Red Tower. A sudden realization dawns on her as the aide mentions the name, Theodore Miller, and her previous annoyance transforms into eager anticipation, demanding he be brought in immediately. The aide, surprised by her sudden shift in mood, stammers a question, but she quickly decides it would be faster to meet him herself. She instructs the aide to call an elder and have him take care of her work, as she's too busy to handle mundane tasks now that something truly interesting has arrived. The aide, still somewhat bewildered, confirms her departure, leaving to follow her instructions as she strides away. A playful, almost predatory smile spreads across Veronica's face, anticipating the arrival of the young mage. Meanwhile, Theodore approaches the grand entrance of the Red Tower, reflecting on the overwhelming amount of documents he'd been dealing with and how he should prepare for his meeting with the Tower Master. As he steps inside, Veronica greets him with a knowing smile, acknowledging his presence. Theodore apologizes for his delay, explaining that he had planned to come earlier, but encountered a slight problem, leaving Veronica to question the nature of his excuse. The Red Tower Master, Veronica, observes the young mage before her, musing aloud how much a human can change in just 10 days, while Theodore offers a polite apology for taking up her time. Dismissing his gratitude with a slight smirk, she reminds him there's no need for thanks when she was the one who summoned him, then asks if he's there because of their last conversation. With a firm gaze, he confirms her assumption. A brief thought crosses Veronica's mind about being bored anyway, before a low, delighted laugh escapes her, her expression shifting to one of mischievous anticipation. She admits to liking this new development better, questioning his certainty, but Theodore quickly retorts, telling her not to get gross, like the old man Blundell, as it's physiologically impossible. Accepting his terms, Veronica simply states, "Fine, then let's go," prompting Theodore to ask where they are headed as they begin to walk. Her eyes glowing with a faint red light, Veronica's smile widens as she replies, welcoming his presence anytime and revealing their destination to be a place you probably know real well. Standing within a vast, ornate hall, Theodore inquires about their location, to which Veronica confirms it as a demonstration hall for the tower's mages. She adds that few places are built stronger than this one, a statement Theodore acknowledges with a thoughtful sound. Veronica then recalls his special training with Vince before the pupil tournament, before revealing the best solution to the disaccord he's experiencing. She explains that while recreating the situation where his magic circle increased is ideal, its impossibility leads them to his second method. Theodore questions this alternative, as Veronica clarifies that the collision he feels is a symptom of inconsistency between his body and mind. With a determined expression, the young mage listens as she concludes that he simply needs to make them into one, implying a deeper integration of his magical and physical self. Suddenly, a powerful red aura flares around Veronica, pressing down on Theodore as she declares he's reaching his limits. The sheer force of her magic pushes him back, and she states that this is the only way she can help him, having just released the immense pressure she was holding back. Theodore collapses to the ground, overwhelmed by the magical weight, struggling to comprehend how heavy it truly is. Veronica smiles, her eyes glowing with power, as she addresses him, saying, "Now then, kid." Still reeling from the magical pressure, Theodore finds Veronica's voice echoing through the training hall, challenging him to a spar where she would only use magic up to 5 circles and attack him from the front. Considering her words, he internally acknowledges her formidable titles, a quarter dragon and an 8-circle archmage, yet he refuses to back down in fear of her reputation. With a confident smirk, Veronica stands tall, a massive, serpentine red dragon-like entity looming behind her, its eyes glowing with raw power. Theodore, his dark hair now tied back, simply nods, understanding the challenge, and anticipates the moment he can wipe that laid-back expression from her face. Meanwhile, a system message appears, revealing that the magic tome, Gluttony, has been consumed, and a D-rank portion of its seal has been undone, manifesting as a glowing purple orb held by a shadowy, clawed hand. This partial release means Gluttony can now chant spells in a voice inaudible to others, or activate artifacts in place of the user, a significant upgrade to its capabilities. Another system message clarifies that previous owners named this ability Another, but the current user is free to change its name if desired. Suddenly, Theodore is engulfed in a fiery orange aura, blasted backward by an unseen force, the impact of a blaze shell and gale force spell sending him tumbling through the air. Veronica watches his trajectory, a knowing smile playing on her lips, and asks if he has increased his speed through wind magic. She then illustrates her point with a generic mage, explaining that for mages, the act of chanting spells always presents a danger in itself, with a high chance of failure if one moves while casting. The hooded mage is shown injured, blood dripping from his arm, as Veronica emphasizes that standing still to cast leaves them vulnerable to enemies who target them. With a powerful yellow aura flaring around her, Veronica declares that with an ability like Another, she can use magic without those inherent risks. Golden energy flared with explosive force, signaling the start of another intense training round. A confident smile playing on her lips, Veronica declared the effort pretty good, kid, but quickly added that it wouldn't be enough. Before Theodore could even register her words, a powerful blow, accompanied by the chant of Song of Battle, sent him reeling, a surprised grunt escaping his lips. He barely had time to brace himself as another rapid strike, sonata of speed, connected, the sheer velocity of her attacks overwhelming his defenses. Again, a blinding impact, Vivace, slammed into him, leaving him breathless and disoriented. The air crackled with a flurry of rapid-fire impacts, each one a testament to Veronica's relentless assault. Observing his struggle, she admitted he was better than she had expected. A glint of excitement sparked in her eyes, confessing that his progress was making her eager for more. Another sharp blow forced a pained cry from Theodore, his body unable to keep up with her overwhelming speed. He was sent flying through the air, his form a blur against the golden light of the training hall. Veronica moved with impossible swiftness, leaving multiple golden afterimages in her wake, a testament to her physical prowess, which, despite her lack of enhancement magic, was on par with any Aura user. Finally resting on the ground, she praised his movements, noting how he seemed like a completely different person from 10 days ago, and mused that he truly was the best, always managing to capture her interest. Theodore, battered and bruised, manages a wry thought. I guess I should be thankful for that. As he desperately tries to create distance, activating Open all memory slots, and unleashing a double blaze shell spell, knowing that close range simply won't work against her. Veronica, engulfed in a fiery aura, questions his choice. Magic in this situation? Dismissing his efforts with a simple, well, not that it'll work. Theodore is sent flying back, his body aching, yet he marvels at her power. Oh man, that was amazing. To think you'd be able to use Song of Battle this efficiently in 10 days. Veronica, however, remains unimpressed, reminding him, but it still isn't enough, kid. You still got some moves left, right? Theodore pants heavily, his face etched with exhaustion. As Veronica, her hands glowing with golden energy, challenges him further. From now on, come at me with the will to die. You'll regret it if you try to save your moves in front of me again. He rises, determined, declaring, if that is what you want, then I shall surprise you once more. He acknowledges the truth, that Veronica is indeed a magic missile, and that to hit her with his full power, piercing even 6-class defenses, he needs to use the magic missile with its original power, which requires an ejection port and crucial finger training. Clenching his fist, he believes this technique might finally work after strengthening his body through synchro. With renewed resolve, he launches himself forward, ready to unleash his perfected technique. Engulfed in a searing aura, he struggles on the ground as Veronica's voice cuts through the heat, asking if he intends to challenge her from mid-range, then declaring she likes that idea even better. With a triumphant raise of her arm, Veronica stands tall, shimmering particles of fire dancing around her as she prepares her next devastating attack, leaving him a small, vulnerable figure in the distance. Then, with a thunderous roar, a concentrated fire arrow erupts from her, a blinding beam of pure destructive energy. The arrow strikes with explosive force, detonating in a chaotic maelstrom of fire and light that engulfs everything in its path. He is thrown violently into the air by the blast, the sheer power of the fire arrow leaving him stunned as he realizes the recklessness of trying to match her fire magic. Before he can recover, Veronica shifts tactics, summoning an earth wave that sends massive pillars of rocks surging from the ground, threatening to crush him. The earth continues to rumble and rise, its formidable power a testament to her mastery over the elements. As the earth magic impacts him, Veronica begins to conjure an electric wall, while a small, golden spirit watches the unfolding chaos, remarking on the cute spirit it sees. Pushing himself to one knee, Theodore extends his hand, a fiery aura crackling around it as he calls out, "All right, Mitra," summoning his loyal spirit. With a surprised gasp, Veronica turns just as the small, golden spirit, Mitra, darts towards her, interrupting her assault. Her eyes glowing with a fierce red light, Veronica's lips curl into a subtle smirk, an intrigued aura, escaping her as she observes the unexpected arrival. The golden spirit looks on with wide, surprised eyes, while Veronica, now composed, watches it with a knowing heh. Still reeling from the impact, Mitra cries out, a weak block barely holding against the force that sent the spirit tumbling. Meanwhile, Theodore considers his magic, acknowledging that while his 5-circle spell is still incomplete, a 5-circle is still a 5-circle, a potent force in itself. He recalls gaining 5 memory slots, a crucial step in his magical development. This advancement allowed him to complete one combined spell, a unique creation based on a different theory from the fusion magic commonly known today. As the fiery spirit observes the unfolding battle, it notes Theodore isn't trying to create distance, a puzzling move in close combat. Mitra realizes that not only is he not using Alfred's magic missile, but the spirit also doesn't understand his current strategy. Veronica, surrounded by crackling energy, wonders why he's making such a reckless move, certain he knows there's no chance of winning in a close combat scenario. Her eyes glowing with fierce resolve, she concludes that all she has to do is destroy him completely. Suddenly, a massive explosion of fire and energy erupts, blasting outwards with incredible force. Amidst the swirling dust and purple energy, Mitra is visible, seemingly unharmed by the blast. Veronica's eye widens in sudden realization, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. As the dust settles, revealing faint figures, she questions if what she's seeing is illusion magic. Oh, she thinks, as the sheer number of figures overwhelms her senses, making it impossible to grasp the full situation, especially when he's using this song of battle. Amidst the swirling heat and countless forms, she desperately searches for the true mage, the real one, the master of heat, Surtur himself. This audacious display, a mere minor force, dares to plead for even greater strength, its fiery essence burning brighter. The illusions continue to multiply, each one a flickering ember in the inferno he has unleashed. Then, the ultimate declaration rings out, Inferno. Veronica's expression hardens, a glint of resolve in her eyes. A confident smirk plays on her lips, as she realizes that if this is how it's going to be, then she too must get serious. A burst of fire erupts from Theodore's hands, a spell he considers a mere minor force. He continues to channel the fiery magic, the intense heat swirling around him. The spell culminates in a devastating explosion, an inferno unleashed with precision. Despite the inferno being a powerful 7-circle magic, he had deliberately lowered its intensity to match his own current level. Yet, he muses, against Miss Veronica, the undisputed pinnacle of a fire mage, even a 7-circle spell might not prove effective. But if it were Alfred Velrontis' magic missile, he wonders if the outcome would be different. A brilliant, glowing projectile streaks through the air, leaving a trail of light in its wake. As the missile closes in on its target, Theodore silently urges it to connect, watching as it strikes Veronica. Veronica's eyes narrow with fierce determination, her expression unwavering as the magic approaches. The missile impacts her directly, engulfing her in a blinding flash of light and raw magical energy. Emerging from the dissipating light, Veronica, though slightly disheveled, offers a small smile, acknowledging his skill with a simple, "Pretty good, kid." He struggles to catch his breath, his mind reeling from the sheer power he just unleashed, yet it wasn't enough. Impossible, he thinks, to have poured all his strength into that one shot, only for her to block it so easily. With a heavy thud, he collapses to the ground, utterly spent. Meanwhile, a faint smile plays on her lips as she muses. It has been a long time since she felt a chill run down her spine. Observing the young mage from behind, she wonders just how much this punk will grow in the next 10 or even 20 years. Her voice cuts through his exhaustion, instructing him to drink a healing potion and take a 30-minute break before they resume sparring 5 times a day. Looking up, surprised by her compliment, he hears her add, his last attack was really good, and he should make sure to keep doing that from now on. He can only echo, from now on. A mischievous grin spreads across her face, her eyes glowing with a faint red light as she asks, "Oh my, is our kid already tired?" She continues, explaining they'll need to train like this every day for a month, then warns him not to whine about not being able to do what other kids do. He thinks to himself, he can't believe he has to train until he throws up blood every day. He feels an overwhelming urge to run away, but then, with a shake of his head, he firmly rejects the thought. With renewed determination, he declares, "Let us begin right away." He has no thoughts of backing out after coming this far. As if on cue, the training resumes with explosive force, engulfing him in a torrent of fiery magical energy. His eyes widen, sensing the immense magical pressure building around him, a silent acknowledgement that something powerful is indeed coming. Suddenly, a blast of golden energy erupts, catching him midair and sending him hurtling through the space. The attack manifests as a colossal, glowing fist, radiating the raw power of a song of battle and a rhapsody of power, striking with a mezzo forte intensity that threatens to shatter everything in its path. Wreathed in fiery magic, Veronica unleashes the full force of her assault, challenging him with a taunting, "Nice. Let's see if she can block this." He is sent spinning through the air as her laughter echoes, revealing the cruel truth. Still can't detect illusions from a distance. Crashing to the ground, Theodore curses, realizing the deception. "Shit, since when was that an illusion?" Veronica looks down at him, her voice sharp with disappointment. "I didn't notice at all." "Now, kid." Golden lightning erupts around him, trapping him in an inescapable magical cage as he struggles, realizing, "Damn it, I can't find an escape route." Overwhelmed and in pain, he curses his failure to perceive the illusion, wondering if this is truly the end of their fight. A sudden, sharp impact reverberates through the air, and Theodore's eyes snap open, looking up in utter surprise. He channels his magic, a powerful surge of energy crackling around him. As the light intensifies, a complex five-circle defense magic barrier materializes, its hexagonal patterns glowing brightly. The protective shield fully encompasses him, a testament to his growing power. He gazes at the shimmering barrier, a hint of surprise in his eyes as he questions if this is truly his own protection. Suddenly, a familiar voice exclaims, "Don't tell me? Wow, kid, you finally did it," as Veronica embraces him tightly, her expression a mix of surprise and pride. Struggling in her grip, Theodore pleads with his tower master to release him. She playfully pats his head, chiding him, reminding him to call her big sis when they're alone, lamenting that this might be the last time she gets to play with him. Considering the half-month that has passed since his training began, he muses that it shouldn't be too difficult to call her big sis, especially since such a busy person made time for a five-circle mage like him. Sweat beading on his brow, he attempts to thank her for her help, stumbling over the honorific. Before he can finish, a red-robed mage rushes in, announcing a huge problem and urging the tower master to confirm it immediately. Veronica lets out an annoyed tch, muttering about someone who can't read the atmosphere, while Theodore groans in discomfort. She asks about the rank of the problem, learning it's a fourth-ranked mid-level importance, which she admits is a bit high. She then dismisses Theodore, telling him to rest. Veronica, having concluded her previous task, prepares to immerse herself in the day's responsibilities, stating her intention to return after getting some work done. Her focus shifts to the Warmage's shrine, specifically the Red Tower, a formidable structure that stands as a symbol of power and authority. The Red Tower's influence naturally extends to the combat department, making it responsible for maintaining order and addressing threats. This includes the extermination of criminals, from common bandit groups to more insidious threats lurking in the shadows. Their mandate also extends to reducing those who seek to gain power through revolt, crushing any uprising before it can take root. Now seated at her desk, Veronica begins to review a critical report, her expression serious as she assesses the potential dangers of the mission it outlines. The mage presenting the report explains that these events occurred 4 days prior, setting the timeline for the unfolding crisis. An informant had detected a number of individuals being referred to as slaves while intercepting talks between black market traffickers. These traffickers were operating within Count Bergen's territory, their masked figures moving with sinister intent. The organization leading this illicit trade was identified as Shackler, a name that now carries a heavy weight of criminality. Veronica reacts with disbelief, questioning the veracity of the report, as slavery had been banned from the Melthor Kingdom for 100 years. The mage reassures her, confirming that the information was cross-checked multiple times, and that the discovery of several smuggled iron cages, large enough to hold a person, tragically confirms the slave trade's resurgence. Veronica, still seated at her grand desk, demands to know the race of the slaves being trafficked. From across the desk, Johnny confirms that they are elves. A flicker of intense frustration crosses Veronica's eyes as she thinks, how could these people, after centuries, still fail to reflect on their actions and continue to covet the elf race? She concludes that they will need to dispatch at least 2 superior-ranked mages for this critical mission. Leaning forward with fierce resolve, Veronica orders Johnny to swiftly assign members and eradicate the Shackler group. Johnny hesitates, a bead of sweat forming on his brow, as he begins to address her. Tower Master, about that. He continues, revealing that the only superior Warmage remaining in the tower right now is Vince Heidel. Veronica's expression hardens as she questions, he's the only one? What about the others? Johnny explains that while there are about 23 average-ranked mages, most have recently been promoted, and the rest are already engaged in missions, leaving them unavailable. Veronica's frustration is palpable, realizing that means they cannot be sent. With a look of exasperation, she demands, "What are we supposed to do if we don't have anyone to use?" Johnny can only offer a meek apology. Veronica leans heavily on the desk, her frustration boiling over as she asks, "It's not enough to only send Vince. Isn't there anyone else we can son?" Her eyes narrow sharply, a dangerous glint appearing as she considers her options, a soft, questioning sound escaping her lips. Still reeling from the revelation of the elf-slave trade, Veronica, the Red Tower Master, decides to send a capable average mage to handle the situation. With a determined glint in her eye, she declares, "Dispatch Vince Heidel and Theodore Miller. These two people for this mission." Her aide, Johnny, looks surprised, questioning, "Summon these two right now?" An average-ranked mage. The mission's objective is clear: free the slaves from an organization called Shackler and annihilate its members. Veronica continues, explaining the secondary goal. "In addition, you want us to find the reason why they're here trading in Melthor, right?" She clarifies, "Exactly. It would be nice if you can manage to capture the leader, but if the situation becomes dangerous or you can't afford to do so, then deal with them after getting the information." Johnny nods, acknowledging her instructions. "Yes, I understand. However, Tower Master, can I ask for a favor?" Theodore Miller, seated nearby, reacts with a subtle gasp as his name is mentioned, his eyes widening slightly behind his red-tinted glasses. Johnny leans forward, his voice firm as he makes his request. "I want you to exclude him from this mission." Veronica's eye narrows, a flicker of irritation crossing her features, her gaze sharp and intense. A sharp, red eye narrows, a voice questioning, "What? What does that mean?" Theodore, looking young and somewhat vulnerable, is the subject of the conversation. As someone points out, Theo is still only 19 years old. The concern deepens, with the speaker wondering, "So how can you already give him such a dangerous mission like this? This is too cruel to him." But the young mage, resolute, declares, "It's enough for me alone to dirty my hands." Veronica, reclining with an air of authority, counters, "Then you won't be able to deal with them alone. Take the kiddo." Theodore, taken aback, begins to protest, "But Tower Master," before his determination solidifies, and he firmly states, "I'll do it." Giovanni, watching the exchange, expresses his shock, "Theo, you." He then steps forward, hands clasped, asserting, "I have no thoughts of sending Master alone to a dangerous place. Please let me go with him, if you feel that I will be of use." Veronica lets out a soft chuckle, remarking, "Oh, did you hear that, Vince? That's what the kid says." She sighs, conceding, "If that's the case, then it can't be helped." Reassured, she adds, "The kid will do a good job, so don't worry." And she extends her hand, offering a small, ornate space bag to the young mage, telling him to take it. Theodore, looking surprised and a little flustered, asks if he hasn't been reissued a space bag yet, then wonders aloud if this is the Tower Master's bag, and what would happen if he lost it, while Giovanni stands by, observing. He hesitantly accepts the item, muttering a surprised think, "Why? Huh?" before realizing there's already stuff inside the bag. Veronica dismisses his concern with a wave of her hand, assuring him it's all junk and he can use it if he wants, as potions and scrolls are pretty useless to her. With a final, stern look, she tells them if that's all he has to say, then they should leave right away, warning that if they delay any longer, Old Man Shugel will get old waiting for them to teleport. A faint smile plays on Theodore's lips, a subtle hint of his determination. He confidently declares that they will be back. Suddenly, a blinding flash of golden light erupts, engulfing the two mages as they are whisked away by the teleportation magic. Moments later, Theodore and Giovanni materialize in a desolate, snow-covered landscape, the biting wind whipping around them. Giovanni, still reeling from the sudden shift, suggests they take a short break before proceeding. But Theodore, already regaining his composure, dismisses the idea, stating that the dizziness goes away pretty fast, leaving Giovanni to question his resolve. He walks through the familiar, yet somehow different, streets of Bergen, reflecting on how he never imagined returning to this place. Theodore recalls leaving his letter of resignation at the academy when he departed for the capital city with his master, a decision that set in motion a whirlwind of events. The feeling of being back is indeed familiar, yet distinctly altered, likely due to the sheer volume of experiences he's accumulated in just over a month. He remembers fighting monsters for the very first time, a terrifying ordeal that pushed him to his limits. He also recalls winning a battle against a genius he never would have had the chance to meet in his previous life, and surviving after encountering a monster previously only known through ancient texts. Then there was the unexpected meeting with a person he'd never even dreamed of, someone he could now converse with as an equal. All these experiences, he muses, are truly unbelievable events. Yet, the 5 glowing circles now etched into his hand serve as undeniable proof of those profound experiences, as Giovanni softly calls out his name. He suggests they take a moment to look around first, reminding his companion that they've arrived in this territory in secret. Therefore, they must do their utmost to avoid revealing their true identities. As they move through the old city, a weathered sign depicting a coiled snake hangs above a street, hinting at the local establishments. The sounds of a bustling market fill the air, a vibrant scene of everyday life in this rural town. From a shadowed perch, Theodore observes the bustling streets of Bergen, noting the presence of many foreigners, specifically those from Austin. His gaze sharpens as he identifies 2 aura users among them, and even a well-trained swordsman, all while his companion remains silently by his side. Theodore's eyes, glowing faintly red behind his dark glasses, betray the intensity of his focus. He recognizes the distinctive curve of a shamshir, a weapon commonly wielded by Austin's swordsmen, its unique hilt and blade confirming his assessment of the group below. Later, seated at a table with Giovanni, a sudden realization washes over him. A quick glance over his shoulder confirms his suspicion, as he quietly remarks that they've acquired a tail. Giovanni acknowledges the presence of their followers, but assures him there's no immediate danger from them. Theodore, his eyes still glowing with an inner light, deduces that these aren't assassins, but rather an intelligence group, likely sent to gather information. From a new vantage point high above the street, he considers their options, observing the 2 figures below who are tracking their movements. If that's the case, he decides, they'll need to lure and capture them. Standing tall on the rooftop, Theodore looks up at the sky, a plan beginning to form in his mind. He then casts his gaze downward, his expression resolute as he prepares to execute his strategy. A figure plummets through the air, their dark clothes blurring against the city's rooftops, as a single thought echoes, heist. The green-cloaked individual, caught off guard, realizes the trap has sprung, a small, shadowy companion tumbling alongside them as they wonder, when did they notice me? Before they can react, a blonde mage, clad in dark tactical gear and red-tinted glasses, descends with predatory speed, shouting, now, as he closes the distance. Blue magical energy flares around his hands, enveloping the falling figure in a binding spell. The green-cloaked figure struggles against the sudden magical restraints, a desperate plea escaping their lips. Wait. But the spell holds fast, pinning them and their small companion to the rooftop below. With his target secured, the blonde mage makes a swift exit, disappearing into the urban labyrinth. All that remains of the struggle is a discarded mask, lying silently on the cold stone. From a higher vantage point, Theodore looks down at the scene, a flicker of recognition crossing his face as he mutters, huh? Don't tell me you're... The green-cloaked figure, now revealed as a blonde woman with green eyes, looks up at him, a hint of exasperation in her voice as she confirms, Miss Kenies? Ugh, that's right. Thanks for noticing that it's me, young master. Giovanni, standing beside Theodore, inquires, by chance, is she the black market trader you traded with in the past? To which Theodore simply replies, yes, that's right. As he gazes at Kenies, Theodore's expression darkens slightly, recalling his master's stern warning. Master once told me not to trust those living in the underworld. Still bound and visibly distressed, Kenies winces, the blonde mage's grip firm upon her. He had stopped going to that smuggling store after that, she thinks, as the mage presses her, asking if she is a member of the Shackler group. With an air of cold authority, the blonde mage demands, let's hear the reason why you're following us. Before she can answer, Kenies, her face contorted in discomfort, pleads, can't you undo this magic first? The mage's expression hardens, his voice sharp with impatience. Don't you get the situation? Just quietly answer our questions. He leans in, his threat chilling. If you tell a single lie, I'll listen to you after I pluck out those eyes of yours. Kenies gasps, fear flashing across her face. The blonde mage, seeing her distress, concedes, I can't talk like this. He releases her, allowing her to sit up, but his warning remains clear. You only have one chance. Make sure to answer wisely. From a distance, Theodore watches the scene unfold, a thought forming in his mind. She said she was wondering why I was following her, right? Today was just a... He continues his internal monologue, recalling, I noticed you too after passing by, so I followed you. Kenies, catching her breath, explains her presence. Pant. Since young master didn't come looking for me for almost 2 months. Theodore's thoughts drift. Oh, a coincidence, huh? Looks like you don't trust those eyes of yours. The blonde mage, his face shadowed and eyes glowing red, leans in once more, demanding, wait and listen to what more I have to say. Kenies, now more composed, reveals her true intentions. I was thinking of splurging one last time booze saving this territory. So I was thinking of doing one final trade with young master. The blonde mage leans in, his voice a low probe, asking if there's a specific reason she's suddenly planning to abandon this territory. From her kneeling position, Kenies responds, her tone laced with resignation, that the place is going downhill, and those guild idiots have no idea what a mess they're making. She laments the very idea of a slave trade existing in Melthor. Her eyes narrow with fury as she declares that she doesn't want to welcome such trash-ass bastards. The blonde mage's expression remains unreadable behind his red glasses as he simply repeats, slave trade? Kenies insists she isn't lying. She explains that the Austin bastards secretly breached the castle walls a week ago, her face etched with distress. Theodore and Giovanni listen intently as Kenies continues, stating that if they investigate, piles of evidence about slaves will surface. A hopeful glint appears in Kenies' eyes as she asks if she's being released, but the blonde mage's voice cuts through, noting that they've learned information much sooner than expected, which is lucky for them. Suddenly, Theodore's voice rings out, cutting through the tense exchange, addressing her directly as a black market trader. He stands beside Giovanni, both looking down at the scene, his gaze fixed on Keniz. His command is clear: tell them more about that in detail. Within a grand, book-lined chamber, Sylvia moves gracefully, offering a cup to Theodore, who sits across a large wooden table from her, while Johnny observes nearby. As she extends the tea, she admits the place is a bit disorganized, but invites them to take a seat anywhere. With a light laugh, Sylvia explains that she doesn't have much to offer these days, but hopes the tea will suffice. Theodore, his expression hidden behind red-tinted glasses, cuts through the pleasantries, declaring that he'll decide what to do based on the usefulness of the information she possesses. A slight grimace crosses Sylvia's face as she calls him savage, before directly asking if they seek information regarding slave trafficking. Theodore confirms her assumption, specifying that he needs details on where those Austin bastards are staying and when they conduct their trades, with Johnny adding a quiet reminder of their purpose. Sylvia's eyes flicker with a faint green glow as she hesitates, admitting honestly that she doesn't know the exact details of it all. Theodore and Johnny react with visible frustration, but Sylvia quickly interjects, urging them to listen to her explanation. She sighs, explaining it's an ironclad rule of hers never to step into dangerous places. Continuing her reasoning, she states that getting entangled with such individuals would be disastrous, even with multiple lives at stake, which is why she was preparing to leave the territory entirely. With a sly wink and a knowing smile, her eyes glowing distinctly green, Sylvia proposes a deal. Sylvia, having just proposed a deal, explains that she will provide the necessary information in exchange for help, but Theodore questions her position, wondering if she's truly in a place to ask for assistance. She clarifies, stating that the matter puts her life at risk, and even under torture, she couldn't reveal more than she already knows. Theodore hums thoughtfully, considering it's not a bad deal, as both parties would get what they want. He offers to write up a compulsion contract if she doesn't trust him, but Sylvia warns him not to, likening herself to a rat. Theodore, with a smirk, remarks that she's good at digging her own escape, to which she responds that she'll take it as a compliment. She then laughs, asking if not creating an escape hole wouldn't put her life on a thin thread, her expression a mix of amusement and cunning. But Theodore quickly interjects, telling her not to misunderstand, as she knows her current information isn't enough. Johnny sighs, realizing what's happening, and asks if she wants a down payment. Sylvia, with a confident smile, tells him to take it if he wants, prompting a surprised "what?" from Johnny. Johnny, leaning forward in disbelief, demands to know what she just said. Sylvia, with a wide, almost manic grin, declares that she'll give them everything in her store, telling them to take as much as they can. As the dark, wispy energy swirled from his hand, Theodore declared his intention to begin. With a command to consume everything, gluttony, the amorphous entity, surged forward, devouring the glowing artifacts with a violent, shattering sound. A system message confirmed that most of the artifacts had been ingested, and it would take approximately 31 minutes and 14 seconds for them to be fully digested. Observing the process, Theodore mused on the extraordinary function, finding it amazing how the consumed artifacts could transform into the owner's magic. He acknowledged the function's uniqueness, even if he didn't fully understand its underlying principles, letting out a small laugh. Just then, Johnny returned, looking exhausted from patrolling the area, and asked if Theodore had already taken everything. Theodore confirmed he had indeed taken everything, despite having told Gluttony to take only what it wanted. Johnny, unfazed, assured him it was fine since he had given permission, just as Sylvia arrived, stating that something else was far more important. Standing before them, Sylvia asked if they would both take a look at what she had found. Her hand pointed to a detailed map of the East Bend quarter, showing various buildings and a river. She explained that while she could navigate without it, they might not, asking if they recognized the map she had drawn after walking around. She then revealed that while it was true an organization was collaborating with theirs, she hadn't been able to confirm the presence of slaves herself, as a cloaked figure stood nearby. She continues her report, explaining that the bastards of Austin are far too vigilant, and while no one knows the exact number of slaves, the boss and a few managers are the only ones with that information. Admitting it hurts her pride, she confirms that even for her, it was difficult to uncover this intelligence, but she can somehow divert the patrolling guards. However, the standing guards pose the real challenge, as they show no weakness in their skills and reveal nothing about their organization. She then details their general organization, noting 2 guards stationed near each of the 2 barracks on the outskirts, while pointing to locations on the map. 4 more guards are positioned near the large central barrack, which is also close to the guard posts. Additionally, 4 guards are at the entrances of the other barracks, but as she previously mentioned, these are stronger than the patrol team, especially the 10 standing guards near the central barrack. Theodore then inquires about the patrol guards, their routes, and intervals, to which Sylvia responds that they remained within the map she drew, with intervals of an hour to an hour and a half, and 5 groups of 2 people patrolling around. Observing his thoughtful expression, Sylvia asks what he is contemplating. He confidently states that success will be certain if they attack them from both sides. To prevent the slaves from being taken away, He suggests they ask the Bergen garrison to surround the area, while he and his master each rescue 4 slaves. Johnny, listening intently, asks if that's correct and if he'll be ready to make a move tonight, to which Theodore confirms that was indeed his plan. Johnny then expresses surprise, wondering if he still has more to say. The map of Dawn River marks a specific, suspicious location, a place Theodore feels is off, despite it being only speculation. Deep within a dense forest, 3 small figures in orange robes move along a winding path, their footsteps echoing softly through the quiet woods. From the shadows, Theodore watches them, his gaze sharp as one of the robed figures passes by, unaware of his presence. He reflects on his past battles, having grown weary of countless monsters and undead, but acknowledges this is his first time fighting against people. Yet, his resolve remains firm, believing there's no need to hesitate when facing criminals who treat humans as mere merchandise, deserving of death. With a determined expression, he extends a hand towards them, confident he can deal with 100, or even 1,000, of such despicable bastards. Suddenly, an unseen force slams into one of the robed figures, sending a shockwave of glowing particles outward as they are violently struck. The impact sends the first figure crashing to the ground with a heavy thud, while another cries out in surprise, turning to face the unseen assailant. A third robed figure lets out a piercing scream, their face contorted in terror and pain as the attack continues. The young mage moves with blinding speed, a blur of motion as he lunges, his form crackling with electrical energy, striking another of the cultists. Mid-air, surrounded by a vibrant blue electrical aura, he delivers a devastating blow, impacting 2 of the robed figures simultaneously. As 2 figures lie defeated, the last remaining cultist scrambles away in panic, their desperate scream echoing through the forest as they flee the overwhelming assault. As the magical assault concluded, one of the robed figures was caught mid-motion, their sword arcing uselessly through the air. Another criminal cried out in surprise and pain, a burst of crimson energy engulfing them as they were struck down. The third, however, managed to scramble away, fleeing into the dense foliage with a desperate thud. A small, round object lay discarded on the ground, a silent testament to the swift and brutal encounter. Standing over the 2 incapacitated figures, Theodore noted that just as Miss Knies had predicted, the patrols in this area were indeed weak. His gaze sharpened, his eyes scanning the surroundings with intense focus. He watched a distant flare of light, thinking that in any case, his master must have also begun his own operations by now. A soft breeze rustled through the leaves, carrying the faint scent of pine and damp earth. Moving with silent efficiency, he continued his reconnaissance through the forest. He paused, his gaze drawn to something in the distance, a subtle shift in the natural landscape. Though he didn't see anything immediately special, a small white tint stood out against the green. That white tint looked a bit out of place, prompting him to consider going down to investigate further. As he continues his reconnaissance, a figure in a wide-brimmed hat grips the hilt of a katana, muttering, "I was wondering who would come looking for this place, but sure enough." Meanwhile, a crimson eye, belonging to Gluttony, flares with intense focus, observing the unfolding scene with a silent, knowing understanding. The hat-wearing figure shifts into a ready stance, their blade drawn and poised, then questions the newcomer, "Is it a warmage of Melthor?" A faint, ethereal glow emanates from the hat-wearing figure, their presence becoming more formidable as they prepare for combat. Stepping forward, a man with short blonde hair and piercing green eyes responds calmly, "Just as you say," before introducing himself as the Janissary of Austin. A blonde man with piercing green eyes regards his opponent, acknowledging their presence with a simple, "I see," before questioning, "Are you a warmage of Melthor?" From the shadows of the forest, a hooded figure responds, confirming the blonde man's identity. "That's right, Janissary of Austin." The hooded figure then adds, with a hint of surprise, "I didn't think we'd get caught this quickly." The Janissary of Austin, his expression unwavering, states his conviction. No one would set up a human trafficking system here in Melthor unless you were insane. The hooded figure, however, seems to possess deeper insight into the situation, explaining that since everyone related, not only those who buy and sell slaves, will all be punished. You guys probably didn't choose to sell the elf in Melthor, but were planning on passing through, right? The Janissary of Austin confirms the hooded figure's deduction, clarifying that their true objective was, in order to transport that elf? No, I should say the high elf that you captured that's inside. A low growl escapes the hooded figure, their eye narrowing in a silent display of anger, as the weight of the Janissary's words settles upon them. The Janissary of Austin, sensing the shift, presses further. "Why do you think that? I heard news that 3 months ago, the Fila River, which is the lifeline of Austin, had started to dry up, a dire situation that now explains their desperate actions." The captured high elf, with long golden hair, remains silent, her hands clasped in front of her, as the Janissary continues. "Although the problem of the drought won't be solved, it'll definitely help the situation." The hooded figure, now holding a staff, simply responds, "I see." The Janissary of Austin, observing the hooded figure's resolve, challenges them, "Despite knowing that, you're planning on stopping us?" The hooded figure's response is swift and unyielding. "Who cares about your situation?" Instead of shifting the blame onto the fact that they had kidnapped a high elf, the hooded figure suggests it would be far more beneficial to be indebted to Elvenheim. The Janissary of Austin, however, offers a different path, promising that if the hooded figure were to look the other way, the Sultan would honor him generously. But the hooded figure dismisses the notion, declaring it ridiculous and not something that could be revealed to the public. The Janissary presses, questioning how he could be asked to become an accomplice for a few pockets of gold, to which the hooded figure simply responds with a knowing, "I see." With a swift motion, the hooded figure draws his sword, declaring that their conversation has reached its end. As he raises a hand, a brilliant, white-purple energy surges from his palm, streaking towards the Janissary with blinding speed. The Janissary cries out in surprise and pain, his face contorted as the magical impact strikes him. But even as he reels, a faint orange glow emanates from his hand, a desperate counterspell forming to deflect the attack. Having made his point, the hooded figure turns and walks away, his steps echoing softly as he disappears into the forest. The Janissary sighs, a frustrated expression on his face, muttering about how annoying it is when people are willing to die for their beliefs. His hand clenches, a fierce orange-red fire beginning to swirl around it, acknowledging that his current power is still incomplete, but he has no choice but to use that now. With a roar of power, the Janissary is engulfed in a blazing inferno of orange-red flames, his entire form radiating immense magical energy. Under the cloak of night, a guard insists to his companion that he witnessed something unbelievable, swearing he saw it with his own eyes. His face contorted in disbelief and fear, he exclaims that they were elves. His companion, however, dismisses it as a joke, wondering if he'd been drinking during the daytime, but the first guard vehemently reiterates his claim, describing their long ears and light-colored skin. He then questions if these mysterious figures are members of the Thieves' Guild affiliated with Miss Knies, his eyes wide with concern. His companion acknowledges that they aren't as vigilant as the Austin bastards, but asserts there's no reason not to deal with future risk factors. With a chilling resolve, the companion decides it would be a good idea to deal with these guys first. Before the bald guard can even react, a sudden blue energy blast erupts from the companion's hand, striking him with brutal force and eliciting a shocked cry. The bald guard is sent reeling backward, the impact throwing him off balance, as the aggressor continues his relentless assault. The first guard, witnessing the sudden violence, curses himself, realizing this is exactly why he had insisted on proper guard duty. Closing the distance with terrifying speed, the aggressor follows up his magical attack with a swift blade strike, slicing into the bald guard. The bald guard is violently thrown through the air, his body twisting from the force of the blow. Theodore Miller, moving with lethal precision, lunges forward, his blade arcing towards the bald guard. He considers the implications of his actions, knowing it would be troublesome if more individuals were to arrive. The bald guard, realizing the threat, curses the little punk and attempts to react, but a sudden realization hits him. There was another one. Before he can fully comprehend, Theodore's knife finds its mark, a swift, decisive strike silencing the guard. Theodore then grapples with the man, his movements a blur of efficiency. With a final, powerful heave, he throws the guard to the ground, ending the brief struggle. A sigh escapes him as he looks down, admitting his own carelessness. The impact had been loud, but thankfully, it seemed no one else had heard. A small scratch mars his arm, a reminder that if he had completely assimilated Li Yunsong's experiences, he would have easily dodged the attack. He wonders if he still hasn't fully grasped the song of battle, a voice in his mind questioning his capabilities. His foot presses down, a soft sound echoing in the quiet. Meanwhile, in another location, a robed figure expresses frustration, claiming the current situation is different from what was promised, especially regarding the delivery of 2 elves. A bald subordinate, his face contorted in frustration, gestures wildly as he addresses his companions, demanding to know if they truly grasp the immense risks their guild is undertaking. Before the bald man can continue, a hooded figure, identified as Boss Raycon, sits calmly at a table, listening to another subordinate plead for just a little more time. Boss Raycon's patience wears thin, his voice sharp as he retorts that a week has already passed, expressing his utter exasperation with the lack of progress. From a hidden vantage point, Theodore Miller observes the scene, his gaze sharp as he mentally questions if this Boss Raycon is the leader of the guild that Miss Knies is a part of. He notes the presence of 5 soldiers, all of them aura users, their forms visible below him. This new information, he realizes, must have been overlooked by the White Tower, prompting him to decide against a reckless charge, opting instead to continue observing the situation. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoes, indicating a shift in the environment. The bald subordinate, now holding a knife, looks around with a surprised expression, muttering that he'd sensed a rat nearby, confirming Theodore's presence. The bald man calls out, challenging his unseen opponent not to hide. He demands that whoever is there reveal themselves. Frustration flickers across Theodore's face as he curses the situation, wondering if there truly is no other option. Observing the figures below, he concludes that he has no choice but to initiate a frontal assault. A bald man with a scarred face grins menacingly, mocking his opponent as just a kid, asking if he's lost his mommy. Having been detected, Theodore reacts with a subtle shift in his expression, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. He begins to move, his hand dropping to his side as a quiet resolve hardens his gaze. As he prepares for battle, a surge of red lightning crackles around his arm, a divine blessing invoked to transform him into a living weapon. The bald man, witnessing this sudden display of power, recoils in shock, realizing the true nature of the kid before him. Theodore stands over the now fallen bald man, who lies defeated on the ground, having underestimated his opponent. Another soldier, clad in a yellow cloak, reacts with alarm, wondering if the executioners have already found them. Unfazed, Theodore activates another skill, green energy lines tracing patterns around his head as he prepares for the next phase of combat. He then unleashes a sonata of speed, blue energy lines swirling around him, indicating a rapid acceleration. With blinding swiftness, he strikes, a blur of motion and yellow energy trails, sending a cloaked soldier flying through the air. His eyes remain sharp, observing the chaos he has wrought, his expression intense. The bald man, now surrounded by his defeated comrades, struggles to comprehend how this young shithead could possess such overwhelming strength. As the bald subordinate and his cloaked companion desperately tried to buy time, Theodore Miller knew he couldn't afford to get caught in this situation, needing to run while they distracted their pursuers. However, before they could even fully engage, he unleashed a powerful surge of force circle magic, a brilliant blue energy crackling around his hand. With a swift motion, he conjured a devastating chain lightning spell, the electric currents arcing from his fingertips. The raw power of the spell struck one of the figures, eliciting a guttural scream as the lightning consumed him. Moments later, Theodore stood amidst the fallen, the sounds of their pained gasps and groans echoing in the sudden silence. One of the cloaked soldiers, barely conscious, pleaded for his life, but Theodore simply looked down, offering no response. A flicker of thought crossed his mind as he surveyed the scene, concluding that the fight had been surprisingly boring. He covered his mouth, a familiar unease settling over him, as he still couldn't quite get used to killing people, unlike the monsters he regularly faced. An unexplainable unpleasantness gnawed at him, leaving him to wonder if there was truly nothing he could do to change this feeling. Suddenly, a small, vibrant green orb materialized on his hand, pulsating with an ethereal glow. He looked at the glowing object, a surprised "huh" escaping his lips, before a deeper sense of bewilderment took hold. His gaze then snapped to a shadowy entity with piercing red eyes that had suddenly appeared, demanding to know what it was and where it had come from. His eyes wide with disbelief, a horrified gasp escapes him as the shadowy presence fully manifests, leaving him to wonder if it truly is a monster. From the impenetrable darkness, two malevolent yellow-green eyes pierce the void, followed by an unsettling, low chuckle that echoes with sinister intent. Reacting instantly to the chilling sound, Theodore unleashes a brilliant burst of yellow-green aura, enveloping himself in a protective, or perhaps offensive, magical light. Suddenly, a shadowy presence looms over Theodore, its form indistinct yet menacing, as he cries out, wondering what this terrifying thing could be. His eyes wide with horror, he can only hope it isn't some monstrous entity. But a sickly green-yellow aura erupts around him, constricting his body, forcing a pained gasp from his lips. Collapsing to the ground, he lets out a choked cry, the agonizing pain overwhelming him, yet he defiantly declares that it won't work on him. Despite his resolve, the curse binds him completely, leaving him unable to move or even draw a breath. As a purple, ethereal energy envelopes him, he realizes this is no mere attack, but a potent curse. The source of the affliction, a massive serpentine head with glowing yellow eyes, looms into view, its power radiating intensely, a strong curse that, unbeknownst to its caster, cannot affect the owner of gluttony, the magic tome of veracity, as the curse is already being neutralized. Suddenly, the oppressive weight lifts, and he gasps for air, panting heavily as a wave of relief washes over him. Crouching, still recovering from the ordeal, he wonders if gluttony was responsible for his sudden salvation. As if in answer, the small, dark, smiling entity appears on his palm, confirming his suspicion that the deceased boss bastard had attempted one last, desperate trick. He considers the lingering curse, likely an artifact from his defeated foe, Boss Raycon, but then remembers that such dark magic holds no sway over him. A small smile gracing his lips, he acknowledges gluttony's incredible ability to consume even curses, grateful to be alive, and muses that there truly isn't anything the grimoire can't devour. As the last vestiges of the curse crumble away, a faint rustling sound echoes through the air. The dark energy dissipates into nothingness, leaving behind only the faint glow of residual magic. A close-up reveals the final moments of the curse's absorption, a shimmering blue aura fading from his hand. Having dealt with Raycon, he had coincidentally stumbled upon slave cages, and quickly moved to free the imprisoned elves. He observes the freed beings, noting their distinct race, as one of them addresses him as dear benefactor, claiming he is loved by the earth itself. Surrounded by the grateful elves, who plead for him to guide them to that being, Theodore finds himself utterly bewildered by their strange request. A nervous laugh escapes him, as he questions who in the world that being could possibly be. Delphina of the Blue Evergreen steps forward to answer, explaining that that being is someone blessed within their tribe, the very light of all things, a prophetess who sees the future. She continues, referring to this mysterious figure as the dancer of the skies above, leaving Theodore even more confused by her cryptic words. Still reeling from the elf's cryptic words, Theodore asks for a clearer explanation, to which Delphina responds with a soft smile, identifying him as their benefactor. She then clarifies that such a being is known as a high elf. Theodore's eyes widen in shock, a gasp escaping him as the term high elf registers. High elves, it is said, are born with an astronomical rarity and possess an innate understanding of the world's value, migrating to Elvenheim for protection upon reaching adulthood. But the question lingers in his mind, why would a high elf be found in such a place, dragged here against their will? As they continue their journey, a massive pillar of fire erupts in the distance, catching Delphina's attention as she asks about the strange phenomenon. Theodore's expression darkens, his gaze fixed on the fiery column. A chilling thought crosses his mind, wondering if those flames could be a sign of something dire. His brow furrows in concern, the distant blaze reflecting in his eyes. Delphina, recognizing the magical signature, identifies the pillar of fire as her master's magic, concluding that a fight must be underway. Theodore realizes the immense power behind the spell, a feat only achievable by a mage exceeding 6 circles, and expresses his hope that his master is safe. His hand clenches tightly around a tree trunk, a faint magical aura shimmering around his arm as he worries for Sylvia. Amidst the lingering, fiery glow of a devastating magical explosion, Theodore arrives, his expression etched with profound concern. The air still crackles with immense power, the residual energy swirling violently, a testament to the sheer force unleashed. As the magical storm begins to subside, he questions what cataclysmic event could have transpired here. His eyes widen in shock at the sight before him, just as Blundell Adruncus, his master, appears, remarking on Theodore's swift arrival. Theodore immediately spots the injury, crying out in alarm as Blundell, despite his pain, manages a wry chuckle, admitting he'd been caught off guard. Kneeling to support his master, Theodore urges him not to move, but Blundell dismisses his wound as minor, insisting there's nothing to worry about. A single tear escapes Theodore's eye, his concern for Blundell evident. He struggles to comprehend how a master of Blundell's caliber, a renowned 6-circle mage, could have sustained such an injury. Theodore speculates that Blundell must have used tremendous fire magic to burn his enemy instantly, concluding that his opponent could only have been as formidable as a janissary, a powerful and elite warrior. As they converse, 2 cloaked figures emerge from the shadows, announcing that the person is calling for them and requesting their immediate presence. Blundell, still recovering, expresses his astonishment at encountering a high elf, a race he had only ever read about in ancient texts, to which Theodore responds, noting his master's prior knowledge of them. He elaborates on the rarity of high elves, who normally reside in Elvenheim, suggesting that perhaps only a handful of people, including His Majesty, Tower Master Sir Brundell, and themselves, have ever seen one in person. He considers the situation, knowing they must first provide emergency treatment before following the elves. As they move through the terrain, he supports the injured Blundell, who remarks that this must be the place the elves spoke of, yet he senses no presence. Suddenly, a voice announces, "I am a child of the Blue Evergreen tribe, the 6th dancer of our race." Then, a graceful figure steps forward, introducing herself as Eleonora, and expressing her gratitude. Theodore's eyes widen, realizing this must be the high elf, her aura profoundly mysterious. As the high elf greets them as benefactors, Blundell formally introduces himself as Vince Heidel, and Theodore follows, stating he is Theodore Miller, his disciple. He remains stunned by the encounter, his mind racing. The elf looks down at the ground, remarking that while there seems to be nothing but hard soil, plants are growing there. Theodore continues to ponder, wondering if this is truly the ability of a high elf. Suddenly, the creature he holds lets out a surprised sound, making him exclaim, "Mitra?" Before he can react, the elf swiftly takes the creature from his hands, causing him to cry out, "Wait, Mitra? What are you doing?" Cradling the small, squirming being, Eleonora asks if he knows Mitra, and states that it seems he carries an honored being, though she cannot tell him the details now. Her sharp, green eye narrows, sensing an unexpected presence as a voice declares, "It seems we have a guest." Suddenly, the forest erupts in chaos, as multiple figures clash amidst a swirling mist, their movements a blur of frantic energy. A frustrated groan escapes Theodore, cursing the situation and wondering if they had overlooked more enemies in their haste. Blundell, supporting him, offers a calm reassurance, telling him not to worry, though Theodore can only manage a questioning, "What? But?" From the shadows, a hooded man emerges, his face contorted in rage, shouting accusations and demanding to know how they dared to trespass. The hooded figure's voice echoes through the clearing, revealing their location in Bergen, as he calls for a medical team for the injured and questions the unexpected presence of Professor Ving. Theodore lets out a sigh of relief, the realization dawning on him that these were merely Count Bergen's guards, not another wave of enemies. Under the pale crescent moon, the night sky stretches above the silent forest, and a weary thought crosses his mind. I wonder if we can get a little break now. That very night, their mission was successfully concluded, following the Tower Master's mission document. Count Bergen, it turned out, had immediately extended an invitation to his estate, treating them with utmost sincerity, even allowing them access to the grand bath, normally reserved for his family, and hosting a lavish banquet, sparing no expense. Theodore, now sporting new glasses, and Eleonora, along with 9 other elves, all received similar, generous treatment. A comforting hand rests on his shoulder, a moment of quiet respite after the day's events. He observes the lavish surroundings, noting that their hosts are being accommodated in a separate villa, and apparently, they were served all sorts of fruits. As he considers the situation, Vince remarks that this is to be expected of Count Bergen, who is definitely someone with a good head for politics, wondering if he is truly that good, to which Theodore simply offers a questioning glance. Vince confirms that is what he believes, at least, adding that the Count is good at pleasing others without veering away from the law, a sly smile playing on his lips. He then recalls that when he was first assigned at the academy, the Count treated him kindly, almost to the point where it was burdensome, speculating that perhaps he wanted to make a connection with a mage of the Magic Tower. As they continue their conversation, Theodore remarks that it looks like it's almost time, while Vince advises him not to think about anything else and just enjoy himself tonight. Theodore acknowledges his master's words, turning to walk away as Vince watches him go. A booming voice then announces the arrival of their honored guests, Vince Heidel and Theodore Miller of the Magic Tower, as the 2 men descend a grand staircase. The sound of their footsteps echoes through the vast hall, a testament to the mansion's immense scale. As Theodore reaches the bottom, a stout, mustachioed man greets him warmly, exclaiming, "Ah, you're finally here. Welcome, heroes of Bergen." The man, Count Bergen, raises a hand in greeting, inquiring if they slept well last night. His imposing figure fills the frame, identified as the lord of the territory of Count Bergen. A wide, welcoming smile spreads across Count Bergen's face as he extends his hospitality, declaring, "I sincerely welcome you both to my humble estate." Within a grand, opulent chamber, a magnificent chandelier hangs from the high ceiling, casting a soft glow over the scene. Seated in the lavish room, Count Bergen greets Professor Vince, remarking, "It truly has been a long time, Professor. I never imagined we'd meet again under such circumstances." Vince, adjusting his red-tinted glasses, concurs, "I feel the same. It's only been a few months since I retired from teaching, yet here I am, back in Bergen because of this massive elf trafficking incident." The Count's expression hardens, a scoff escaping him as he considers the audacity of the perpetrators. They are truly quite gutsy fellows, to think they'd do something like that in my territory. As Theodore listens intently, Vince muses aloud that the Count might act as if he knows everything, but there are still some details his master chose to keep from him. Bergen, still fuming, questions, "Slaves? They must have no fear." Vince admits this is also his first time encountering such an incident, hinting at the undisclosed information. The conversation shifts to the victims, with images of elves resting in an annex building, and the revelation that the group involved in this trafficking had joined hands with shacklers from another kingdom. This shadowy organization, a secret group from the Austin Kingdom, is likely to cause a huge political uproar. Vince considers the implications, murmuring, it might be different if he found out after it spread in the capital city first, but right now, it's too early. No, this is information that neither I nor Master can recklessly reveal. He then informs the Count that someone from the Magic Society will arrive in about 3 to 4 days, and they will be intruding on his hospitality until then. The Count laughs heartily, assuring them, "There's no way we can trouble you so. It's even fine if you stayed 3 years rather than 4 days. Ah, now that I think about it, this is for the sake of the Melthor." Count Bergen, a broad smile spreading across his face, asks if Baron Miller wasn't a student at their academy, to which Theodore, looking somewhat surprised, simply responds with a questioning what. Confirming his thought, the Count acknowledges that he heard Theodore was able to obtain the right to graduate. He then explains that after Theodore won the tournament in the capital city, he did some meddling to ensure his graduation. Offering the certificate for inspection, the Count mentions he also considered inviting the dean, but he couldn't make the time. So, with a gesture of finality, he simply handed over the graduation certificate, confirming Theodore's completion of studies at the top of his class. Theodore looks down at the document in his hands, a faint question mark appearing in his thoughts as the Count watches him expectantly. A slight smirk playing on his lips, Theodore offers a polite, "Thank you for your concern, Count." Later, walking down a grand staircase, Theodore addresses his mentor, Vince, with a simple, "Master." Looking down at the certificate in his hand, he wonders what meaning this graduation certificate could possibly hold for him now. Vince, with a dismissive smirk, responds that honestly, it isn't all that valuable. He elaborates, stating that for someone who has jumped over high walls and approached the limits of 5 circles, that academy graduation certificate is nothing but a useless piece of paper. He understands that the true measure of a mage isn't a piece of paper, but the magic they wield. His master, Vince, looks on, his expression unreadable behind his red-tinted glasses. Vince explains that 5 years of effort isn't merely recorded on a certificate, just as magic itself isn't confined to words on a page, pointing to his own chest and declaring that the true proof lies within one's heart. Theodore listens intently, holding the certificate. His master then challenges him, asking what he intends to do with the certificate. As Vince walks up the grand staircase, he demonstrates a simple one-circle magic spell, igniting a small flame. The flame flickers brightly on the steps. Theodore, having absorbed his master's words, acknowledges that this is sufficient. He nods in agreement, realizing that just as his master says, the graduation certificate no longer holds significant meaning for him. Vince, now looking back at Theodore, begins to say that it's not a useless item without a future, addressing him as Sir Theodore. Theodore looks up, a question in his eyes, as his master continues to walk away. A faint voice echoes, causing him to pause, a familiar tone that makes him wonder if it could be the high elf Eleonora. Looking up, he sees his master, Vince, seated on the grand staircase, who casually points to a small, bird-like spirit floating nearby, asking where the voice is coming from. The tiny spirit, fluttering its wings, apologizes for the inconvenience, and requests that he come to its location, eager to share information it couldn't before. Holding the small creature in his hand, Theodore recognizes it as a sylph, a low-class wind spirit, recalling that such beings are often used for messages due to their ability to conveniently carry sounds. The sylph confirms its nature, explaining that they are spirits of the wind, then directly asks if he can take it to Miss Eleonora. As he begins to ascend the grand staircase, the young mage muses to himself, accepting this unusual method of communication. His master, still seated below, grants permission for him to proceed, speculating that if it truly is Eleonora, she might reveal secrets about ancient spirits unknown to them, likely concerning Mitra. With a determined nod, Theodore acknowledges the task, promising his master he will return. He then breaks into a run, eager to fulfill the sylph's request. The sounds of his footsteps echo through the vast halls, as he observes the sheer scale of the mansion, noting its immense size. Continuing his ascent, he ponders the implications of such grandeur, wondering how much larger a marquis or duke's mansion would be if a count's residence was already this expansive. Finally, he arrives at a door, the sylph still perched in his hand, realizing this must be the room he was directed to. Having been guided through the vast mansion, Theodore offers his thanks to the small wind spirit, which then flits away as Eleonora, seated gracefully by a large window, acknowledges his arrival with a calm greeting. As she welcomes him, Theodore's gaze falls upon a peculiar sight, a thriving grapevine, seemingly growing from a small vase nearby, prompting him to wonder aloud, what is that? He can hardly believe his eyes, realizing the vine must have sprouted from that very small container. Eleonora, observing his curiosity, asks if he's interested in the plant, confirming it is indeed a pleasant evening. She explains that she simply planted a grape seed left over from dinner, then offers him some of the fruit. Theodore is astonished that a seed planted so recently could have already grown into a mature vine, marveling at the incredible abilities of a high elf. He takes a grape, bringing it to his lips, and thanks her for the food. A look of profound surprise crosses his face as he savors the taste, wondering how it could be so delicious. He sheepishly asks for a few more, to which Eleonora responds with a relieved smile, happy that he enjoys them and assuring him he can have as many as he wishes. She muses that such fruits are always welcomed, but then Theodore, perhaps a bit rudely, asks, "May I know what gender you are?" He clarifies his confusion, explaining that her mention of being a dancer led him to assume she was female, yet something about her still feels out of place. Eleonora explains that it is quite obvious people like Theodore, with his strong sixth sense, would perceive her as having a feminine aura, and that this perception would feel natural to him. She elaborates that high elves are born without a fixed gender, neither male nor female, but once they find their lifelong companions, they adjust to the appropriate gender. Continuing her explanation, she clarifies that if their companion is male, they become female, and if the companion is female, they become male. Theodore, absorbing this astonishing revelation, can only manage a soft, then. As he processes the information, Eleonora confirms that she still hasn't found a companion. Understanding now why he felt such a strange sensation earlier, Theodore exclaims that this is truly amazing. He marvels at the unique characteristic of high elves to change their genders according to their companions, then wonders why he's learning so much about them all at once. Eleonora, with a sudden shift in demeanor, then asks Theodore if he can summon the one who made a contract, referring to Mitra. She clarifies her request, asking if he can summon Mitra to be with him right now. Theodore, slightly taken aback, questions her intent, asking if she needs him to summon Mitra so she can talk to her. Eleonora, with a knowing smile, reassures him, telling him not to worry. After a moment of consideration, Theodore agrees, then prepares to act. With a focused expression, he calls out the name, Mitra. As the summoning completes, Mitra cries out, a tiny, furious ball of energy. Eleonora looks down at the agitated spirit, noting its reaction, which seems more intense compared to their last encounter. Turning to Theodore, she inquires how much he truly knows about the being he just summoned, clarifying that it's an ancient spirit and not classified by the usual ranks of the spirit world. Meanwhile, Mitra, having expended its initial burst of energy, lets out a soft yawn before settling into a peaceful sleep, just as expected. Holding the now sleeping spirit gently in her hands, Eleonora begins to explain, asking him to listen carefully as she reveals that ancient spirits are not, in fact, beings of the spirit world at all. Instead, She continues, they are considered to be the seeds of a far more mysterious and territorial being. Theodore, intrigued, questions the term seeds, to which she confirms with a simple yes, before offering an example. With a graceful gesture, Eleonora conjures an ethereal, swirling illusion between her hands, revealing it to be a manifestation of the ancient god Zephyros, the long-forgotten deity of the west winds. A soft smile plays on her lips as she explains that this ancient spirit could cause storms with a single breath, and that this was its original form. She then shifts her focus to a different image, one of a mummified, bandaged figure, revealing that this being, Myrtle Hersium, had formed a contract with Zephyros. The image lingers on the ancient figure's face, as Eleonora adds that Myrtle Hersium was an active oddball about 120 years ago. Theodore's eyes widen slightly, his expression a mix of surprise and deep thought as he processes this new, complex history. Still processing the revelation, he could only manage a stunned, "What? Did you say Myrtle Hersium?" Eleonora begins to explain, her voice carrying the weight of ancient knowledge, that the god of the west winds from times long past was known as Zephyros. And this Zephyros, she continues, had formed a contract with Myrtle Hersium, an active and rather eccentric figure from about 120 years ago. Theodore, surprised by the name, asks if she truly said Myrtle Hersium, his mind racing as he wonders why that name is unexpectedly surfacing now. He acknowledges that it's highly possible Myrtle Hersium would be mentioned as a famous spiritualist, but he never imagined the elves would speak of him as well. Eleonora confirms his understanding, explaining that not all ancient spirits were gods like Zephyros, but Myrtle Hersium himself was an existence of that caliber. A soft sigh escapes her, her expression momentarily clouded with weariness. She then shifts the topic, stating that she will try to revive a bit of Mitra's powers, though it will only be a single thread compared to her true nature. Despite the limitation, she believes she should be able to revive her power to at least a mid-rank, leaving Theodore to ponder the implications of a mid-ranked spirit. Eleonora looks at him expectantly, asking what he wants to do next. She hums softly, her eyes still closed in thought. Opening her eyes, Eleonora asks if he truly wants to proceed. Then, with a determined look, she addresses him directly. Then, please, Miss Eleonora. Eleonora reflects on her debt, acknowledging that there's no need for grand declarations, as she simply wishes to repay Theodore for saving her life. With a soft smile and a finger pressed to her lips, she declares her intention to begin. As she cradles the small, ethereal form of Mitra in her hands, a brilliant blue light erupts, radiating outward. The vibrant energy expands rapidly, filling the space with its potent glow. Theodore, enveloped by the surging blue aura, feels an overwhelming influx of vitality, a tremendous amount of life energy that reminds him of the divine powers used by priests for healing. His eyes snap open in astonishment, as the profound sensation washes over him. He watches his own hand, now glowing with the same blue light, as his minor injuries are healed in an instant, and his exhaustion rapidly recedes. The ethereal form of gluttony, now more distinct within the energy, explains that this healing power is merely an aftereffect of Mitra's awakening, suggesting that if someone were to truly focus on this ability, they might even be able to heal lethal wounds in an instant. Suddenly, Eleonora's hands cup Theodore's face, her touch startling him as she addresses him directly, her presence now intimately close. Theodore, taken aback by her sudden proximity and the unexpected physical contact, questions her, uttering her name in surprise. She explains that she utilized the connection between him and Mitra, clarifying that without this direct contact, such a feat would have been impossible, leaving Theodore astonished by the revelation. Eleonora, her hand gently cupping his face, assures Theodore that she doesn't know how this process will affect him as the contractor, but urges him to calm his mind, announcing her intent to awaken Mitra's true form. As she speaks, a vast, ethereal form begins to coalesce and rise from the depths, shimmering with a vibrant, otherworldly glow. A voice, ancient and resonant, echoes through the space, recalling a time long, long ago, from an era when humans still wielded stone axes, when it had already existed. It describes itself as an existence beyond the norm, a life form as natural as nature itself, a transcendence that commanded the awe of all living beings, with even intelligent creatures offering sacrifices. Eventually, these beings began to call it God, though ironically, it was the very voices of those who worshipped it that shaped its personality, which had merely existed before. The entity recalls the desperate pleas of its worshippers, crying out, "O great God," and begging for mercy. It remembers the moment a human would scream before its altar, and its name would be born. Its very form was forcibly created into a shape it had never known before, by fools who did as they willed. And it, who was once free, found itself shackled to the ground, pondering how it had come to this state. It questions why it had ever considered such restriction lovely in itself, a thought that now seems alien. The entity recalls its inability to shake off these weak, pathetic beings, who couldn't even survive a few months of drought. It remembers being overjoyed at being summoned by creatures like ants compared to its power, and the joy it felt seeing its name exalted as the grains of rice were enriched, and the ancient voice of Mitra continued its lament, revealing that the transcendence, beings born from the world itself, had grown distant from nature, unaware that their very existence would lead to corruption. They survived only through their immense powers, but as they drew closer to humanity and further from their natural state, their fate was sealed. Ironically, these gods developed egos through their interactions with humans, a realization that ultimately led to their destruction. And even Mitra itself could not prevent its own demise. As the vision intensified, a network of pulsing veins appeared, before a single eye snapped open, reflecting the raw, visceral memories. Theodore, disoriented and panting, struggled to comprehend the overwhelming influx of information, as a voice from the hazy void asked if he was all right. Recognizing the voice, he questioned if it was Eleonora, who confirmed she was also witnessing the same vision through Mitra. A soft ah escaped him as he processed her words, realizing the implications of their shared experience. He wondered if these were Mitra's true memories, as it seemed his mind had been pulled into the entity's awakening. Eleonora explained that normally their existences would be separate, but his high affinity with Mitra allowed him to integrate into her awakening. Theodore then questioned if this meant they were inside Mitra's true nature, to which Eleonora advised him to remain calm and lower his body to the ground. Confused by the instruction to go down, he muttered, "Don't tell me." He stares in awe at the colossal, ancient entity before him, a fragmented seed of immense power. Realizing this is the true nature of Mitra, the being with whom he formed a contract. This fragmented seed, Eleonora explains, existed long before the current era, a primordial symbol of abundance and fertility. Its great and holy name, she continues, is about to be revealed. It is the Mother of Earth. The name echoes in his mind, Dmitra. A sudden, overwhelming sensation causes him to cry out, the sheer power of the revelation shaking him to his core. As the vision fades, he finds himself lying on a plush couch, Eleonora seated calmly beside him. She leans in, her voice gentle as she asks, "Are you all right, Sir Theodore?" He responds, acknowledging her presence. Still processing the profound experience, he muses aloud, "So, Mitra's true nature." He admits it was a greater being than he expected, prompting Eleonora to inquire, "This is your first time, right? You may experience a headache." She suggests he should get up slowly to avoid dizziness, but he dismisses her concern, assuring her, "No, it's fine. I'm actually used to this." Nearby, the small, pumpkin-like form of gluttony emits a soft, contented sound. Still reeling from the overwhelming revelation, Theodore finds himself embraced by a small, blonde-haired figure who joyfully calls out his name. His eyes wide with shock, he can only manage a bewildered sound as the small figure questions his identity, her own form now distinctly childlike. As her blue eyes sparkle with delight, Theodore tentatively asks if she is Mitra, to which she responds with an emphatic denial, her pointed ears a clear sign of her new, elven appearance. Meanwhile, a narration confirms the ritual's success, explaining that Mitra can now wield mid-ranked spirit magic, and her physical growth is a direct manifestation of her increasing power, as Eleonora observes the small, transformed spirit crawling nearby. Later, holding the now sleeping Mitra, Eleonora acknowledges the visible changes, a soft smile gracing her lips. Theodore, looking at the transformed spirit, admits to himself that he almost didn't recognize her, yet he can distinctly feel the surge of Mitra's amplified power. Reflecting on her growth, he muses on the past limitations of his own earth magic, realizing that with this new development, he might now access the abilities of a true spiritualist. His gaze sharpens, a profound thought beginning to form in his mind. Breaking the serious atmosphere, Mitra, now awake and playful, giggles at Theodore's funny expression. He responds with a mild exasperation, uttering her name with a slight huff, a hint of amusement in his tone. With a mischievous grin, Theodore playfully warns her not to grow taller than him. Mitra looks up at him, a small question mark hovering over her head as she hesitantly agrees. He lets out a soft, almost dismissive sound, a smirk playing on his lips, as a voice confirms his understanding. "Okay, Theo." Indeed, he muses, a spirit that isn't too large is truly the most advantageous. The story of the pride continues. Theodore Miller's hand clenches slightly, a subtle gesture of contemplation. As a small child, Midra looks up with wide, excited eyes, exclaiming, prompting him to wonder if this truly is the Midra he knows, before confirming to himself that it is indeed her. He watches Midra and another child play joyfully, their laughter echoing through the air. While his thoughts drift to his own progress, acknowledging that his earth attribute magic has undeniably grown stronger over the past few days. He realizes he can now likely cast 5-circle earth magic without the need for chanting. A remarkable feat, considering mages typically only cast spells up to half their circle's rank instantly. Even with exceptional ability, most might only manage 3-circle magic without chanting, with only a select few geniuses, gifted with immense sensitivity and computational power, ever rising above that standard. Despite those established limits, his hand remains steady, as he acknowledges his own extraordinary progress, having stepped within that very boundary. He watches the high elf, amazed by her abilities, asking if she can truly control the powers of a mid-ranked spirit already. A smirk playing on his lips, he finds it hard to believe, considering it normally takes a decade of training to achieve such control. He muses aloud that it wasn't just Mitra who was fortunate to meet a high elf, but he himself as well. From her kneeling position, Eleonora inquires about his injuries, asking if his treatment is complete. Theodore confirms that he feels much better after receiving Miss Eleonora's healing. Yet, a slight discomfort remains, as he admits the aches are still present. Focusing on the glowing, cursed wound on his side, Eleonora explains that the grudge of the dead is extremely strong, and her abilities can only treat his physical wounds. As she tends to his shirtless form, the elf continues, unless the grudge embedded within his injury disappears, he won't be able to fully heal. A look of concern crosses his face, as he expresses disbelief that healing this would be so difficult. He then asks what they should do, to which Eleonora calmly replies that the curse will disappear over time. Alternatively, she suggests he could find a high-ranking priest to free him from the curse, but finding such a priest. His gaze sharpens as Eleonora concludes, in the Melthor Kingdom, is a challenge. Still recovering from his recent ordeal, Theodore sits shirtless, a fresh bandage covering his side, as Blundell reassures him that he's okay, despite the appearance of his wound. He adds that he's been injured to this extent before, but acknowledges that with a month needed for full recovery, he won't be able to join the upcoming convoy mission. A look of concern crosses Theodore's face as he wonders how he, as the master, could possibly hold his disciple back. Blundell, deep in thought, considers the implications of Theodore's words, his expression unreadable. Later, dressed and outside, Blundell asks if his master is truly all right, to which Theodore replies that the wound is almost healed, and he's fine, apologizing for not being able to join the convoy mission. He reassures Blundell not to worry too much, as someone else will take his place, which prompts the older mage to muse that a tower master, perhaps even Sir Brundle or Miss Veronica, might come personally. With this new development, Blundell advises Theodore that he should start getting ready. Theodore, taken aback, questions, Get ready. Blundell then reveals that word has arrived that the convoy group for the elves has just reached Bergen. As they walk together, Theodore asks Blundell if there's truly a need for a convoy if the Magic Society has mages capable of casting teleportation magic. He questions why they would go through all the trouble, wondering aloud, can't they just use mass teleport? Blundell, considering the point, admits, that's a good question. An ancient elven voice explains that their kind instinctively seeks to nullify any technique that twists the rules of nature, like magic, simply because they are born with its blessings. This leads Theodore to question if that includes spatial magic, to which Vince replies that it would be impossible for normal elves, as one needs to be at least a six-circle mage to use such specialized magic. Trying to deal with magic resistance on top of that would be nearly impossible, he continues, but it's a bit different for high elves. Their very existence causes the mana around them to calm down, meaning they unwittingly interfere with magic activation itself. If such an obstacle is caught in a magic that needs to be as precise as spatial magic, a catastrophe is sure to happen. Theodore finally understands, realizing there was a reason behind the convoy. He concludes that this is why, unlike other elves, Miss Eleonora is being given a convoy, just as a new figure approaches, exclaiming that he arrived at the perfect time. The newcomer, Herman Alphen, Elder of the Red Tower, greets Vince, noting it's been a while. Vince acknowledges the Elder, mentioning he heard of his breakthrough to 6 circles, and that he knew he'd achieve it sooner or later. Herman laughs, thanking him, and remarks that Vince is the same as always. Theodore observes the Elder, realizing this is Herman, and asks about his legs, to which Herman replies that he can walk easily now, thanks to his supporting braces. It relieves Herman to hear that Vince has returned to the tower. Though he heard the mage hurt his legs and lost a circle in the battlefield, he can still feel the magic of a 6-circle mage from him. An elder mage, Shugel, expresses his surprise at the presence of not just one, but 2 elders being dispatched for the current task, while a thought bubble dismisses his words as nonsense. Meanwhile, Theodore, realizing the true scale of the gathering, gasps in disbelief, understanding that the situation involves far more than just 2 elders. Indeed, this is a formidable assembly, a gathering of high-ranking veteran mages, their power so immense they could devastate entire territories if they wished. One of them, a man in a striking red jacket and wide-brimmed hat, wonders aloud if the young man present is the disciple of Vince who caught the Tower Master's eye. Theodore, visibly sweating and flustered, feigns ignorance, claiming not to know what the man is talking about. The elder mage, Shugel, chuckles heartily, assuring Theodore there's no need to be embarrassed in front of him, while internally musing on how the young man could have possibly attracted the Tower Master's attention. His gaze then shifts, contemplating the unique qualities of a certain individual, acknowledging that while she might possess a fierce temper, finding another girl like her would be a rare feat. The man in the red jacket strides forward, his presence commanding as he approaches the center of the gathering. There, standing calmly amidst the powerful mages, is a child with long blonde hair and pointed ears, the focal point of their attention. The question hangs in the air, is this indeed the fabled high elf? With a graceful bow, the blonde elf introduces herself, stating, "It's good to meet you all. I am Eleonora, a child of the Blue Evergreen tribe and the 6th dancer of our race." Following her introduction, the man in the red jacket steps forward, a wide smile on his face, proclaiming, "I am Herman Alphen, the leader of the convoy team. Please forgive this old man's immature excitement in meeting you like this." A soft chuckle escapes Eleonora, her eyes gently closed in a moment of shared connection. As she extends her hand to Herman Alphen, formally stating, "The honor of meeting you is mine, Sir Herman." A jolt of surprise visibly ripples through him, green magical particles flaring around his form, his composure momentarily broken by the unexpected sensation. He realizes that simply by holding her hand, she can revitalize his body, filling him with energy. Though he had heard about the abilities of a high elf, this truly exceeds his expectations, leaving him in thoughtful awe. An aide approaches him from behind, reminding him, "Elder, as we are running out of time, we should depart soon." Turning his head slightly, Herman offers a small smile and agrees. "Fine, then let's head out." With a powerful hum, a massive, futuristic wheel kicks up dust, signaling the departure of the convoy. Herman proudly presents the vehicle, explaining, "This is the convoy party that we have prepared for you at this time. I'm sure it'll be to your liking." The enormous vehicle glides forward, enveloped in a shimmering blue magical aura, its advanced design evident in every detail. Theodore and his young companion stare in utter disbelief, the latter exclaiming, "What in the world is that? I thought we'd be driving carriages or wagons." The companion then clarifies, revealing that the vehicle is called a mana wagon, a result of countless experiments by those who strive for the fastest speed, researching engines running on magic. A bald man in dark glasses explains that despite many casualties among test drivers, they were finally able to commercialize a newly developed magic carriage, one that runs 2 to 3 times faster than conventional models. This advanced vehicle, he continues, could reach speeds up to 5 times that of a regular carriage, as Theodore Miller walks down a ramp towards the impressive mana wagon, where Johnny awaits him. Then, a man with sunglasses, smirking confidently, asks Theodore how long he intends to stand there staring, promising to show him what turning eyes is truly about. Urged to hurry and get on the mana wagon, Theodore's face contorts in a distressed expression, as he admits he doesn't really feel like riding it, no matter how much he thinks about it. Seated across from Sir Herman, Count Bergen, the esteemed representative of the Magic Towers, extends his gratitude, stating their wish to thank him for his cooperation. A soft chuckle escapes Sir Herman as he dismisses the thanks, while Bergen assures him that his support has been of great assistance. Herman then promises that His Majesty will recognize Bergen's sincere loyalty, to which Bergen humbly replies that such an honor would be immense, having only done what any citizen of Melthor should. With a slight smile, Bergen suggests that Herman need not overpraise him. Yet, a flicker of irritation crosses Bergen's face, betraying his true feelings. Meanwhile, Herman, still smiling, muses internally that while it's been a while since he last saw him, Bergen still possesses an overflowing courtesy, before admitting to himself that he truly despises such individuals. Rising from his seat, Bergen declares his understanding and announces his departure. As he walks away, a maid trailing behind him, Bergen casts a sharp glance over his shoulder. His hand rests on a medal at his hip, a silent testament to his authority. Outside, a man in a white coat greets Bergen with a questioning tone, wondering how he managed to conclude his conversation in mere minutes, and if he simply left after a few words. Bergen responds that one needs to speak politely to others to be treated well, while the white-coated man internally complains about magic enthusiasts who rush things, finding it a waste of time to deal with such a stuffy guy. He lets out a heavy sigh, regretting his earlier words. A scoff escapes him as he thinks, as if etiquette could ever be taught to such an ignorant moron. He swears, these loafers who use teleportation are truly insufferable, completely unaware that time is money. His thoughts continue, imagining a retort. He would consider what was said only if they offered their 2 useless legs in return. The old man truly wishes to die, doesn't he? If he intends to kill him, then he should just try it, the idiotic White Tower old man. Meanwhile, Herman approaches Bergen, asking if he has time to speak. A smirk plays on Theodore's lips as he considers the situation, realizing he has something important to convey. Bergen clears his throat, dismissing the elder with a curt, then bids him farewell until they meet again at the capital. He muses that the mana wagon might be a burden for the old man, but it would probably just tickle his bones at his age, wouldn't it? That old man is just. Theodore laughs, remarking that Elder Shugel never changes, that bastard will always be the same. Shugel, unfazed, asks what Theodore wanted to discuss, having heard something of interest. Theodore begins to explain that it was from Eleonora the High Elf the other day. Theodore takes in the information, a thoughtful hum escaping him as he processes the details, quickly grasping the full scope of the situation. The Janissary of Austin confirms the initial report, stating that a spy from Austin had indeed attempted to kidnap the High Elf, but then questions if something else entirely had incapacitated her escort guards. He explains that High Elves are precious beings whose presence is known throughout Elvenheim from the moment of their birth. Normally, they reside in the capital, protected by their rigorously trained warriors, making any attack on them a formidable challenge. The Janissary continues, detailing how the Elvenheim escort guards, known for their agile movements and difficulty for aura users, were completely wiped out without a trace. The old mage, Shugel, then interjects, noting that Eleonora could have easily escaped on her own while waiting for her guards, but her desire to keep her companions safe prevented her from doing so. He concludes that there's no helping the situation now, and they must move quickly, as the past few days haven't been favorable. The Janissary sighs, acknowledging that things have become quite annoying, and if the elves remain unwilling to give up the High Elf, their current allies might not be sufficient. Shujel then questions if it wouldn't be safer to remain where they are for a bit longer, adding that he would have thought the same if there were no support guard. He repeats the term, the support guard? The Janissary explains that this support guard is currently flying towards the convoy from the opposite direction, meaning the faster they get to the capital city, the sooner they can join forces. Theodore listens intently, a knowing smirk playing on his lips as he confirms his understanding. I see, as expected. He acknowledges the relief that comes with joining the Tower Master. Knowing that if they meet Miss Veronica, there will be no need to fear any enemy, regardless of their power. Finding someone stronger than an 8-circle archmage is incredibly rare, and if their enemy turns out to be one, their fate is sealed. But the Janissary cautions that this doesn't mean they can rest easy, asking if Theodore shouldn't leave his disciple behind for safety. Theodore firmly states that he cannot do that. A chilling thought crosses his mind. What if the guy tracking the High Elf is already close? The old mage considers the implications, realizing there's a high chance the enemy will come looking for him or Theodore, making it safer for his disciple to be with the convoy heading for the capital. The Janissary, observing Theodore's resolve, questions if he's truly staying despite knowing the risks. Theodore explains his strategy, believing it's better to hold back the enemy himself rather than endanger his disciple, hoping to buy at least a few minutes if the enemy finds him. The old mage sighs, acknowledging Theodore's unwavering decision, admitting he can't stop someone who has made up his mind. With a determined expression, the Janissary assures them that they will ensure the protection of both the High Elf and Theodore's disciple. A massive, sleek white vessel, adorned with glowing blue accents, begins to power up, its engines humming with latent energy. The command echoes through the air as the vessel prepares for immediate departure. The powerful engines ignite fully, propelling the ship forward with immense force, leaving a trail of shimmering energy. The mana wagon surged forward, its incredible speed blurring the world outside into streaks of light and energy, making Theodore reflect on the sheer magical expenditure required. He mused, to think they'd use over 100 magic spells just to drive a single carriage. How tenacious were they to be able to do this? His gaze remained fixed on the rapidly passing scenery, a faint glow emanating from the vehicle's propulsion system. The intense speed was undeniable, and he acknowledged. In any case, it looks pretty intense. He continued his internal assessment, noting, and the other cars are driving beside the mana wagon where Eleonora and I are sitting in. This would be difficult even for Miss Knies to penetrate through within 50 meters with her shadow skill. A slight tremor ran through the carriage, causing him to glance around with a hint of surprise. As the vehicle picked up even more momentum, he felt the shift and wondered, it's moving. Are we finally departing? The sheer velocity was astonishing, making him exclaim, oh my god, is this the speed of a carriage? This is a lot faster than I expected. A wide, almost maniacal grin spread across his face as he realized the implications. We might actually arrive in a single day. Ha ha. He continued to marvel at the speed, thinking, I thought it was just exaggerations, but if we continue at this pace, then there's no reason why it would be impossible. If we keep going like this, then I know I'll be able to meet Master Aga. His thoughts were interrupted as a delicate hand gently touched his, drawing his attention away from the window. Turning, he saw Eleonora looking at him with concern, asking, Sir Theodore, are you worried by any chance? He responded, surprised, and Miss Eleonora? Eleonora, sensing his unease, asks if his worry is obvious, to which Theodore quietly acknowledges her perception. She then explains that according to Elder Shujel, the master's injuries might spread, a revelation that surprises Theodore, who admits he hadn't realized the situation was so dire. This spread, she clarifies, could occur if he were transported using teleportation magic. The thought of the master, in such a vulnerable state, being forced to act as bait for Count Bergen's scheme, causes him to sigh deeply, admitting he can't help but be worried. Eleonora, however, reassures him, telling him not to worry too much, as that person's fate has not yet reached its conclusion. Intrigued by her certainty, Theodore asks how she could possibly know such a thing. With a calm demeanor, she reveals she possesses future vision, or in other words, the ability of foresight. Theodore's eyes widen in shock as he processes her words, realizing she claims to have the ability to see into the future. The ability to see into the future was once a power held by gods, devils, or ancient dragons long ago, a profound gift that countered the greatest weakness of all life forms, time itself. In essence, it was the ultimate ability to navigate an uncertain future. Understanding the implications of her power, Theodore asks if what she's saying means the master will ultimately be fine. Eleonora smiles gently, explaining that while it isn't a grandiose power that dictates someone's end, she can sense such things, and so, Sir Theodore, he shouldn't worry. Still reflecting on the recent conversation, Theodore acknowledges that foresight truly is an amazing ability, yet he understands its inherent limitation. One cannot foresee their own danger. Despite this, he feels a profound sense of relief, thanks to Eleonora's vision, as she softly affirms, "Hoo-hoo, that's good." Yet, a dark, desolate landscape, riddled with ominous red symbols, hints at the lurking threats he hopes will not materialize. A chilling, hooded figure with glowing red eyes emerges from the shadows, embodying the very danger Theodore fears, as he silently wishes for their safe arrival in the capital city. His thoughts linger on the master's condition, hoping that they can safely reunite with him once more. A faint, ethereal blue glow pulses, hinting at lingering magical energies. Then, a voice offers, "Here, take it." Theodore presents a simple meal, explaining that it is for both him and Eleonora. He assures her it's nothing grand, but hopes she'll enjoy it, to which she politely responds with thanks. Bending over the small table, Theodore carefully inspects the offerings. He notes the modest spread, a few fruits, biscuits, and some jerky. Though simple, he believes it should be enough to satisfy their hunger, and takes a bite of a biscuit. A thought then occurs to him, and he turns to Eleonora, asking if she doesn't eat meat, as he'd heard elves only partake in fruits and vegetables. Eleonora, mid-bite on a piece of jerky, quickly corrects him, assuring him that elves do, in fact, enjoy eating all kinds of meat. She elaborates, stating that living organisms include all things, so there's no reason for them to avoid animals, and that not eating meat would actually cause their bodies to weaken. Theodore, however, recalls a past encounter, mentioning an envoy from Elvenheim who visited Methor and only ate fruit before leaving. He questions why that might have been, but Eleonora can only respond with uncertainty. He considers the possibility that the previous Elven envoy's peculiar diet stemmed from an issue with how their food was prepared, wondering if perhaps there was a problem with the way the food was cooked. Eleonora clarifies, explaining that elves possess a more sensitive palate compared to humans, making it difficult for them to consume foods prepared with strong spices. She suggests this sensitivity is likely the reason why the previous envoys only ate fruits that weren't cooked. She further elaborates on Elven culinary practices, noting that many foods require cooking, and it's also common for them to cut lean meat and consume it while it's still fresh. Theodore acknowledges her explanation, a shiver running down his spine at the thought of raw meat, finding the idea somewhat unsettling. Eleonora, observing his reaction, asks if something is amiss, while he admits the thought gives him the chills. Suddenly, an unfamiliar sound echoes from outside, prompting Eleonora to question its origin, and Theodore suggests they investigate. Outside, a voice commands, "Car 2, Car 3, halt," as a bright, magical light illuminates the dark surroundings. Theodore finds himself amidst a chaotic scene, with two figures in blue cloaks lying prone on the ground, as another voice declares they will stop to assess the situation. Approaching him, one of the cloaked figures asks, "Ah, are you the newbie from the Red Tower?" The figure explains that Car 1, which had gone ahead, has engaged in battle with something, and they plan to continue their journey only after receiving a signal indicating the end of the fight, instructing him to wait inside without concern. He questions the signal, then asks, "So we're not going to join Car 1? He considers the situation, knowing the Red Tower mages operate independently, making it difficult for others to join their fights. Especially since Elder Herman, the war hero, is already in Car 1. They've decided it's unnecessary for them to intervene, yet a lingering doubt gnaws at him. Still, what if, he sighs, understanding that their primary concern must be the convoy's safety, not winning the battle. Bringing harm to Miss Eleonora is absolutely out of the question. Furthermore, if the enemy is powerful enough to destroy Car 1, then their own intervention would be futile. He acknowledges the logic, finding it hard to refute, but the thought that they are merely a convoy team, not a group of fighters, still troubles him. Thinking that fighting solves all problems isn't how one protects someone. Even if it were possible to defeat the enemy, a distant explosion echoes across the landscape, a powerful shockwave rippling through the air. Theodore clenches his jaw, a bead of sweat tracing his temple, realizing that bringing harm to Miss Eleonora must absolutely be excluded. He turns away, his back to another figure. As the distant battle intensifies, the thought of protection weighing heavily on him. Another shockwave, far more intense than the last, rattles the very ground, caused by 5 explosions of 6-circle magic. Theodore's eyes widen in alarm, the sheer power of the shockwave almost overwhelming him. He wonders if there are 5 5-circle mages and 3 6-circle mages involved, and then realizes one of them far exceeds the standards of a normal 6-circle mage. This immense presence, radiating with fiery energy, belongs to someone who was once a 7-circle mage, and Theodore is certain it's Elder Herman's presence. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the chaos, echoing in his mind. "Can you hear my voice?" He listens intently as Anton of the Blue Tower's voice cuts through the static, clear and urgent, confirming his presence. The voice then broadcasts a desperate plea, imploring everyone within earshot to flee the area immediately. Anton's tone shifts, emphasizing the overwhelming power of their adversary, a foe they cannot hope to defeat, and orders the protection and evacuation of the High Elf. His final words are abruptly cut short by a deafening, concussive blast, a violent impact that echoes from the distant battle. The communication line crackles with static, then falls silent, leaving only an ominous void. Theodore's eyes widen in shock and disbelief, his face etched with profound concern. A single, desperate question escapes his lips, wondering if the powerful Elder Herman could truly be in danger. Amidst the growing unease, another voice confirms the severed connection, prompting a horrified whisper from the group. "Don't tell me that Elder Herman lost?" Anton quickly interjects, attempting to quell the rising panic, insisting they cannot be certain of such a dire outcome, even as another voice reminds them of Hermann's earlier command to flee. The group's fear intensifies, one of them voicing the chilling realization that they are doomed if the enemy continues to track them. Theodore's gaze hardens, his expression a complex mix of determination and profound worry. Amidst the swirling chaos of the battlefield, a desperate command echoes across the ranks. The remaining forces are to assume battle position 6. A mage with wide, startled eyes questions the order, wondering aloud, what does battle formation even mean? As the murmurs of confusion spread, recalling Elder Hermann's earlier instruction for everyone to simply run. But Theodore, his face etched with grim resolve, reminds them of their true objective. Their mission is to escort Miss Eleonora to the capital, urging everyone to stop hesitating and move forward. He turns away, a quiet determination settling over him, the weight of their task heavy on his shoulders. The group, including the small figure of Eleonora being carefully carried, acknowledges the command, their voices unified in understanding. Theodore looks up, his expression firm, confirming his readiness with a sharp, yes? Antonov, turning to him, states their intention to buy time, asking if he understands, to which Theodore pledges to do his utmost. Eleonora, her small form still, offers a quiet affirmation, a soft, yeah, good, escaping her lips. Antonov places a hand on Theodore's shoulder, a gesture of trust, remarking on his prudence for a newcomer and entrusting him with the rest of the task. With renewed urgency, the command rings out for everyone to take their positions, Car 2 departing immediately, the direction no longer mattering as long as they move. A massive, glowing blue vehicle hums to life, its engines beginning to thrum with power. Inside, Theodore confirms their readiness, and the final order is given to start the engines and depart. A brilliant blue light flares, surging with raw energy as the magical transport accelerates, carrying its precious cargo away from immediate danger. Inside the rapidly moving vehicle, figures brace themselves, a voice cutting through the hum of magic to signal their next move. As one of them stumbles from the sudden acceleration, the command rings out, urging everyone to their battle stations. A hand clenches tightly, reflecting the tension and resolve of those on board. From above, the vehicle appears as a streak of light, carrying its occupants deeper into the unknown. Unlike the Red Tower, which prioritizes raw power, the Blue Tower's strength lies in its intricate network of links and connections. They seamlessly share their magic and abilities, maximizing teamwork and synergy to their fullest potential, allowing them to contend with even the Red Tower in a multi-person engagement, despite any individual disparities. Elsewhere, a man takes a drag from his cigarette, his gaze fixed on something unseen as he mutters that it is approaching. Indeed, a monstrous, shadowy form begins to coalesce in the darkness, its presence radiating an ominous aura. Its head emerges from the gloom, revealing glowing red eyes that pierce the shadows. The observer notes the enemy's mana is surprisingly small, a detail that sparks a sense of unease. He wonders if this is the incongruity he sensed earlier, realizing that its strength might stem from its very existence rather than its magical power. A deep sigh escapes Theodore, the smoke from his cigarette curling upwards as he stares into the overwhelming darkness before him, a grim realization settling in that this might truly be his end. Yet, as the monstrous, shadowy entity with glowing red eyes looms closer, its form wreathed in dark energy, he straightens, a flicker of defiance igniting within him as he addresses the approaching threat, preparing for the inevitable clash. His jaw tightens, the cigarette still clenched between his lips, a resolute glint in his eyes replacing the earlier despair. With a surge of inner power, his chest begins to glow with a vibrant blue aura. He declares his intent to show this monstrous adversary the true meaning of the Blue Tower. Theodore stands firm, his back to the viewer, as a monstrous, shadowy figure with glowing red eyes looms before him, its form writhing with dark energy. A moment later, he takes a drag from a cigarette, a plume of smoke curling around his face. His voice echoing with a chilling resolve as he declares, "I'll be teaching this monster bastard what it means to be in the Blue Tower." Later, his hand gently clasps another's, the owner of which laments, "Because of me, everyone had to go through such a scary thing, didn't they?" Eleanor, her blonde hair falling over one eye, looks downcast, wishing, "If I just didn't leave the village." She sits, arms crossed, her thoughts consumed by regret. "No, if I just weren't born as a high elf." The weight of her perceived responsibility presses down, as she whispers, "All of those people, because of me. It's all because of me." His grip tightens reassuringly on her hand, as he gently corrects her. "Miss Eleanor, don't blame yourself. You are a victim." He continues, his voice calm and steady. "Putting aside your being a high elf, you are a victim that was chased after by a gang of brigands." Looking directly at her, he emphasizes, "So don't act like you're the wrongdoer here. The bad guy here isn't you, but the ones who were after you." Eleanor's eyes well up with tears as he offers a final comfort. "If you still feel uneasy, you can just feel sad. There's no need for you to feel guilty." As Eleanor's hands remained clasped with his, she softly uttered his name, a quiet gratitude in her voice. Their hands began to part, as he returned her thanks, acknowledging her presence with a gentle tone. But before their hands fully separated, a sudden urgency seized him, and he pulled her into a protective embrace, murmuring an apology for the abruptness. Over his shoulder, her eyes widened in alarm, a question forming on her lips as she sensed the shift in his demeanor. Without hesitation, he pressed her head down, a sharp command to get down escaping him as the unseen threat drew closer. A blur of motion and a harsh sound effect indicated the arrival of their pursuers, their speed almost incomprehensible. A frustrated thought flashed through his mind, cursing their relentless pursuit, barely 10 minutes after their escape. Meanwhile, a young mage with dark blue hair stared in disbelief, grappling with the horrifying implication that the Blue Tower's elite had been annihilated so swiftly. He hunched over, a gasp escaping him, unable to fathom how their enemies could keep pace with even the fastest mana wagon. Red streaks of energy and blurred surroundings emphasized the relentless chase, the danger closing in from all sides. The chaotic blur continued, a chilling skull symbol briefly appearing amidst the speed, hinting at the grim nature of their pursuers. Looking up, the blue-haired mage focused his senses, detecting the faint but unmistakable mana signature of the magician convoy, confirming their imminent peril. As the true nature of the enemy reveals itself, Theodore's eyes widen in disbelief, a gasp escaping him as he grapples with the sheer absurdity of the situation. He had anticipated a formidable foe, but this was beyond anything he could have imagined. A shadowy, amorphous entity writhes into view, its form shifting with an unsettling fluidity, clawed hands reaching out from the darkness. The monster's presence radiates an oppressive aura, its glowing red eyes piercing the gloom as streaks of crimson energy crackle around its form. Meanwhile, a hooded figure with a skeletal face observes the unfolding chaos, its own eyes glowing with a malevolent red light, a chilling presence in the shadows. In a different, cavernous space, Sylvia looks on with a small, dark companion, her expression a mix of confusion and dread as she wonders about the true orchestrator of this terror, a monster unlike any she has ever encountered. The skull-faced figure's voice echoes with cold certainty, acknowledging the overwhelming power emanating from the creature, a power distinctly different from any enemy encountered thus far. Back with Theodore, he gazes at a small, glowing orb in his hand, a sense of pride emanating from it, as he remarks on the unchanging, disgusting nature of the sight before him. The skull-faced figure continues, addressing gluttony with disdain, accusing the small entity of being an awful sight for associating with an inferior human being. Its glowing red eyes narrow, declaring gluttony and embarrassment to the 7 deadly sins for stooping to the level of these lowly monkeys. The skull-faced figure's voice drips with contempt, questioning the value of relying on such pitiful abilities as luck and time. He scoffs, dismissing any challenge, believing that a brute who fails to grasp the essence of beauty and wisdom has no right to speak. After meticulously collecting and combining numerous genetic samples, he became utterly fascinated by the inherent limitations of living beings. To him, others were nothing more than failures who had abandoned the pursuit of their own potential, leaving him to ponder the true distinction between them and a crudely assembled chimera. Meanwhile, a shadowy claw lashes out with brutal force, striking Theodore and sending him reeling. He cries out in pain, thrown backward by the sheer impact. Elsewhere, Sylvia and Gluttony are confronted by a monstrous entity, its glowing red eyes fixed on them, as a voice cries out in alarm, questioning the monster's sudden attack. This terrifying creature is a self-moving Superbia-type grimoire. As the skull-faced figure declares his own affiliation with the 7 deadly sins, symbolized by gluttony, he reveals that this monster is the embodiment of pride, striking Sylvia with a burst of yellow energy. The monster seizes her, holding her captive, a usurper of species born from the very predators of the Tree of Life. This creature, the power of pride, is a wizard that collects life, just as others collect magic. Regardless of the organism's type, this monster possesses the terrifying ability to store genetic samples of any species it devours, allowing it to reproduce their innate characteristics. For a troll, it would gain regenerative power, while for an ogre, its physical strength would be applied. Theodore observes the monstrous entity, understanding its terrifying ability to absorb and replicate the traits of devoured species, wondering how many characteristics it could apply at once. From the shadows, the skull-faced figure reveals that pride has broken through its 4th seal, allowing it to now utilize 5 characteristics simultaneously, before turning to Gluttony and asking if she intends to battle the grimoire. Gluttony, with a slight smirk, challenges his assumption, stating there's no need for a fight since pride isn't there to devour them. A surprised Theodore can only utter, "What?" The skull-faced figure confirms Gluttony's words, addressing her as Monkey, and clarifies pride's true target, the High Elf. With a cold, dismissive tone, Gluttony declares her lack of interest in him, promising to let him go unharmed if he doesn't interfere. Suddenly, an unseen force slams into Theodore, his body jolting violently from the impact. He grits his teeth, a fierce resolve hardening his expression, vowing never to let Sylvia fall into the hands of such a being. A blinding flash of light erupts, engulfing the space, followed by a powerful, orange-hued magical impact, the force of which reverberates through the air. The attack sends Theodore flying through the air, his body twisting from the momentum, while Sylvia remains helplessly trapped in Pride's shadowy grasp, prompting him to cry out for protection. Despite being thrown, Theodore retaliates instantly, a golden aura flaring around him as he launches a fierce, determined punch. He grits his teeth, a new wave of enemies appearing, realizing he needs to get Eleanor to a safe place first. With a surge of resolve, he prepares to unleash a spell, aiming to strike the monstrous entity. Knowing that both he and Eleanor were thrown in opposite directions, he focuses his intent, needing to draw the monster's attention away, chanting an ancient incantation to the Lord of Flames, Surt, asking for power. With a guttural roar, he unleashes a torrent of fiery breath. The inferno engulfs Pride, exploding with a minor force that still sends shockwaves through the air. But as the flames subside, he realizes this won't be enough, needing to use Alfred's magic missile to land a critical hit. His eye narrows, a fierce determination burning within him. Pride emerges from the smoke, completely unharmed, its shadowy form radiating dark energy. Suddenly, a streak of purple energy, the magic missile, shoots towards the monster with incredible speed. It strikes Pride directly, creating a small, dark explosion upon impact. But the attack is instantly reflected, a blinding flash of light indicating Pride's protective magic. The reflected magic missile slams back into him, leaving him bleeding and battered, realizing he would be dead right now if not for his reflective protection magic. Severely wounded, Theodore knew another blow would be his end, the monster seeing him as nothing more than an insignificant ant. Lying on the ground, he recalled Gluttony's words, that if Eleanor were to die, he would survive, but the creature's true target was the High Elf's very essence. A voice in his mind suggested that survival came first, and escaping might not be a bad choice after all. But still, a deeper resolve stirred within him. Reaching out with glowing hands, he pleaded with Gluttony, not for victory, but for a single chance to strike the monster. Gluttony's voice echoed in his mind, questioning his desperate struggle and the High Elf's importance to him. With blood staining his cheek, Theodore held up his hand, Gluttony resting on his palm, declaring that his fight wasn't for that reason, and demanded to know if there was a way. Reluctantly, Gluttony agreed, warning him that he would have to pay for this, as an error message flashed, indicating an unauthorized and abnormal unlocking of its fourth seal. As golden light intensified around his hands, a system notification confirmed Gluttony's functions had been forcefully unlocked, advising caution due to the abnormal activation. The Grimoire Gluttony, now C rank, had its fourth seal broken through abnormal means, allowing its user to borrow the powers of authors from devoured books, though each author could only be called upon once through the overwrite function. A final message appeared, confirming that the overwrite function would now be used. With a blinding flash and a surge of raw power, a brilliant golden aura erupted from Theodore, signaling the activation of his new, desperate ability. A heavy, deliberate step echoes, signaling a profound shift within him. The sound of that step reverberates, as Theodore's eyes, usually warm brown, now hold a flicker of something new, a subtle transformation beginning to manifest across his features. Meanwhile, Gluttony, a shadowy, amorphous presence, observes the change with a contemplative hum, its form shifting slightly in the dim light. It questions the nature of this new trick, noting how Theodore's very heartbeat has become entirely different from before, as if he's on the verge of becoming something else entirely. Theodore's breath hitches, his gaze intense as Gluttony's voice echoes, urging him to become an entirely different being, monkey. A golden aura flares around him, the raw power of the overwrite ability manifesting as Gluttony remarks, "How wise." As the golden energy swirls, Gluttony extends a shadowy hand, asking if Theodore has noticed the good affinity he shares with it, a connection deepening with this new power. A faint, almost imperceptible smirk plays on Theodore's lips, his eyes gleaming with newfound resolve. With a confident glint in his gaze, he declares, "Leave it to me now, boyo." The monstrous entity, Pride, holds Theodore Miller firmly in its grasp, its shadowy form looming over him as it scoffs, declaring, "I don't know what kind of cheap trick you played, but there's nothing that will change, monkey." Its voice dripping with contempt, Pride continues, asserting that with his weak body, Theodore couldn't possibly leave a single scar on its form. But as Pride speaks, a fierce, golden energy begins to crackle around Theodore's hand, defying the demon's words. With a sudden, explosive surge, Theodore unleashes a powerful burst of that golden magic, engulfing his immediate surroundings in a blinding light. The radiant energy expands rapidly, its golden rings rippling outwards with immense force. Caught off guard by the unexpected counterattack, Pride lets out a surprised gasp, its shadowy form momentarily faltering. The force of the blow sends the demon reeling backward, its dark essence visibly scattering as it recoils from the impact. Now standing over the retreating demon, Theodore looks down with a smirk, coolly remarking, "Well, about that." His expression unwavering, he finishes his thought, "I think that's just what you think." Enraged by the human's defiance, Pride snarls, "How dare a bastard like you, a mere monkey like you?" Its shadowy form contorting with fury, the demon vows, "I'll rip you limb from limb and kill you." He knew the troll's regenerative ability was far beyond average, bordering on true immortality, and that it wasn't an opponent he could simply overwhelm with brute force. Turning his gaze towards the young woman beside him, he questioned if she was the one he was meant to guard. With a decisive gesture, he instructed her to remain as quiet as possible, find a safe hiding place, and then run with all her might in the direction he would indicate. A soft gasp escaped the high elf as she began to move, her form fading into the shadowy woods. She followed the faint, guiding light, her eyes fixed on its path. Hesitating, she called out, offering to stay and help him. But he knew the monster's true target was her, and his internal voice echoed that her presence would only be a burden, forcing her to accept the painful truth and continue her escape. As she fled through the dark woods, Eleonora whispered his name, a silent prayer for his safety. Her desperate wish for him to return alive hung in the air as the monstrous form of Pride loomed over him, its glowing red eyes fixed on the lone figure. Pride's voice, a chilling rumble, mocked the idea of a high elf escaping its grasp, asserting that no place in the world was safe as long as it lived. With a surge of malevolent energy, the demon declared its intent to devour him on the spot. And then, it promised to hunt down and consume the high elf as well. As the demon Pride unleashed its full might, the air crackled with the combined energies of an ogre, a minotaur, and a cyclops, each power manifesting simultaneously. Its shadowy form contorting with malice, the creature vowed to make its opponent regret ever standing against it, promising death to the arrogant monkey who dared to challenge its supremacy. Then, with a sudden, violent surge, Pride launched itself forward, a blur of purple-tinged motion. The attack continued its relentless trajectory, a whirlwind of destructive force. Theodore, caught in the onslaught, was sent hurtling backward, a grunt of pain escaping him as he struggled to regain his footing. He cursed the demon's incredible power, realizing that a direct hit from its shockwave would leave him utterly destroyed, his very insides obliterated. Another shadowy, skull-like manifestation lunged, striking him with brutal force. The impact sent a jolt of agony through his body, red lines of force radiating from the point of contact. Flung back by a shadowy claw, Theodore gritted his teeth, internally cursing the damned monster bastard for its relentless assault. But even as he dodged another swift strike, a new thought formed. The demon was not only strong but incredibly fast, a challenge he met by beginning to channel his own golden energy. His face contorted with fierce determination, he gathered his resolve, golden light flaring around him. With a surge of power, Theodore unleashed a magical strike, a blade of pure golden energy manifesting to meet his foe. Theodore unleashes a golden missile of pure magical energy, sending it hurtling towards the monstrous demon. As the attack connects, Pride roars in defiance, demanding to know if he truly believes such feeble blows could ever kill an immortal. But before Theodore can press his advantage, the demon retaliates with a blindingly fast strike, sending him reeling backward through the air. Regaining his footing, Theodore's eyes glow with intense focus, realizing the demon's trick and how it moves with a body similar to a human's. With this new understanding, he unleashes a rapid, multi-directional barrage of golden energy, each projectile striking with precision. As the golden magic continues to pummel its form, Pride snarls, promising to turn him into a living beehive if he truly believes himself immortal. Pride, observing the mage's renewed assault, realizes that he was analyzing its movements, specifically how it mimicked a human body. Then, with a guttural roar, the demon's shadowy form shifts and expands, manifesting multiple monstrous limbs as it challenges Theodore, asking how he will face this new terror. A massive, clawed arm, dripping with dark energy, extends from its evolving body, ready to strike. The demon's full, multi-limbed monstrous form now dominates the battlefield, a terrifying display of raw power. Theodore watches, a slight frown on his face, realizing that Pride has been observing him as well, and acknowledging that this is truly a kind of monster he has never encountered before. Pride's voice echoes with chilling confidence, asserting that even in his perfect form, Theodore's tricks would prove useless against it. As if to punctuate its words, a massive, blade-like red tail descends with terrifying speed, aiming directly for Theodore. The impact sends a shockwave through the air, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris as the ground shatters beneath the force. Theodore recognizes the attack as a blade tail, realizing with a jolt that its touch would be fatal due to a deadly poison. The relentless assault continues, the red tail blurring through the air as it strikes again and again. He struggles to defend himself, the sheer speed and power of the blows overwhelming his defenses. A burst of golden energy erupts from him as another strike connects, pushing him to his absolute limit. Finally, battered and exhausted, Theodore collapses to one knee, realizing he won't last another 10 minutes if the extraordinary attacks persist. A voice echoes in his mind, asking if he can hear it, and Theodore, listening intently, is told that Gluttony intends to completely borrow his body, requiring his consent. He considers the offer, wondering if accepting would allow him to defeat Pride, acknowledging it's the best option available, even without certainty. Gluttony, sensing his resolve, urges him to start immediately, noting his quick response despite the unknown consequences. With a blue aura beginning to emanate from him, Theodore firmly declares his mind is made up, ready to face whatever comes next. As Theodore Miller made his decision, Gluttony's ethereal form acknowledged his choice, its voice echoing with a promise that it would respect his will, while a system notification confirmed a hidden feature, transmission, was about to activate. The system then detailed the profound implications of this process. If the transmission succeeded, he would fully recover the pieces of Alfred Belantes and the essence he had acquired, but failure meant losing all abilities from that essence, risking his very ego to mental shock. Despite the dire warnings, a golden light began to emanate from his body, signaling the commencement of the power transfer. With the official transmission start notification, Theodore's face contorted in a grimace of intense concentration or pain as the immense power surged through him. Meanwhile, Pride, relentless in its assault, continued to lash out, its shadowy form declaring that Theodore's tricks won't work anymore, dismissing his efforts as meaningless acts. The monstrous entity reiterated its contempt, proclaiming his resistance to be a futile effort. Pride's shadowy attacks intensified, swirling with dark energy, threatening to overwhelm him. As one of Pride's blows landed, a burst of yellow energy erupted from Theodore, activating a new skill, Song of Battle. His eye now glowed with a fierce golden light, as he rapidly activated Rhapsody of Power and Forte, preparing his counterattack. With a surge of golden energy, his hands ignited, manifesting the formidable Enchant Burning Hands. He unleashed a powerful fiery attack, creating a devastating explosion of red and orange flames. Enveloped in a brilliant golden aura, Theodore stood transformed, activating Memorize and 2-slot as his power reached new heights. As the system prompts open and volcanic flash into existence, a surge of raw power begins to coalesce. With the word shell appearing amidst a blinding burst of golden magical energy, signaling a profound shift in the battle's momentum. The golden light expands, momentarily engulfing everything, a testament to the immense power now being unleashed. But even as the power surges, Theodore Miller is thrown backward, golden particles scattering around him from an unseen impact. He clutches his head, a wave of confusion washing over him as the synchronization takes hold, his consciousness struggling against the overwhelming influx of information. Fragmented memories flood his mind, threatening to shatter his grip on reality, and he fears losing himself completely to the merging consciousness. Through the haze, he perceives Pride's relentless assault, a shadowy form unleashing a barrage of impact and flames. The monstrous entity presses its attack, its shadowy tendrils reaching out, challenging him to withstand its destructive power. But as Pride's assault continues, Theodore's body begins to adapt, manifesting new defenses, a hardened carapace, heat-proof skin, and the body of Hellshadow. A deep, resonant voice echoes from within him, Gluttony's consciousness now fully merged, declaring, "I've made you wait, monkey." With newfound clarity, Theodore observes that Pride's fire magic has been completely neutralized, his transformed state rendering it utterly ineffective. Gluttony's voice, now Theodore's own, questions Pride's limited tactics, wondering if its only recourse is brute force, especially now that they are completely synchronized. A subtle twitch of his fingers, and a profound realization washes over him, the thought echoing in his mind, it might be possible. Then, with a guttural scream of pure exertion, he unleashes a magic missile, its power now at 100% capacity, blinding yellow energy erupting around him. Theodore Miller channels immense magical energy, his face contorted in a grimace of effort as golden light flares around him. The spell, a magic missile, reaching its full 100% capacity. With a powerful surge, he launches the fully charged magic missile, a brilliant orb of light streaking from his hand. The glowing orb streaks through the air, leaving trails of light in its wake. The missile continues its rapid trajectory, a golden blur against the dark, before slamming into a silhouetted figure with a blinding flash of impact, the force rippling outwards. The impact creates a powerful shockwave, sending golden energy swirling. The sheer force of the explosion pushes back the surrounding environment, shattering the air itself. A blinding explosion erupts, engulfing the target in a brilliant, golden light that illuminates the distant trees. As the light fades, Theodore's brow furrows in confusion, wondering why his target hadn't even attempted to evade the attack. He stares at the aftermath, a small red orb glowing faintly where the monster once stood, questioning if his full-power magic missile was truly ineffective against that monstrous bastard. The monstrous entity, Pride, stands unfazed by the full force of Theodore's magic, its voice echoing with disdain, claiming the attack merely tickles. A crimson glow pulses from its core, revealing an unyielding resilience that leaves the young mage cursing the damned monster. Pride continues its taunts, declaring that Theodore has exhausted his pathetic and trivial attacks. With a chilling promise to slowly rip him to shreds, the monster asserts that it is now its turn, as Theodore watches from a distance. Closing the distance in a blur, Theodore launches a desperate physical assault, but the creature effortlessly shifts, dodging his strike. A flash of frustration crosses his eyes, as he realizes the monster has become several times faster than before. Suddenly, Theodore reappears high above, leaving Pride momentarily surprised by his sudden repositioning. He questions if this is apparition magic, while Theodore remarks on its surprising skill at escaping. The situation proves difficult, and he acknowledges that even his full-capacity magic bullet won't change the outcome, as the same technique won't work twice. To catch the creature off guard, Theodore resolves to use a strategy he hasn't shown yet. Even if he doubts its possibility, he must try, as Pride's hands begin to glow with a fierce yellow energy. The monster's glowing hands surge with power, its yellow aura flaring brightly, ready to unleash a devastating attack. Matching its intensity, Theodore's own hand begins to glow with a similar, potent yellow energy, preparing for a decisive counter. A shadowy figure, one of Theodore's apparitions, moves with blurring speed across the desolate landscape. Pride's monstrous form turns, its gaze sweeping the area, unable to pinpoint its true target, wondering if this was another instance of apparition magic, and demanding to know where the real one was hiding. As more apparitions shimmer into existence, the creature's frustration mounts, feeling that it had been underestimated. Its crimson eye glows with an ominous light, activating a heightened sense of perception as it scoffs, asking if Theodore truly believed such a cheap trick would work again. The air crackles with magical energy as 6 distinct apparitions of the young mage solidify, leaving the monster to question if its own senses were deceiving it. Suddenly, the true Theodore appears, his hand blazing with a brilliant yellow light, declaring his presence with a defiant shout, ready to strike. He raises both arms, drawing in an immense surge of power, preparing a song of battle and a rhapsody of destruction, the golden energy swirling around him. With intense focus, he activates Sforzando and Memorize, opening all his spell slots to unleash the full might of his magic. His expression hardened. He resolves to deliver a powerful blow, one that would demand the sacrifice of his arm, pouring all his remaining magic into this single, decisive attack. Pride's face contorts in fury, its glowing red eye burning with rage as it curses the young mage, calling him an arrogant monkey. The golden energy around Theodore intensifies, swirling into a violent vortex, a raw display of power. His hands glow with blinding light, coalescing the immense magic into a devastating spell, the magic missile Penta United. The last vestiges of Theodore's devastating attack flared brightly, a blinding golden light that momentarily consumed everything, before slowly beginning to dissipate. As the magical transmission reached its time limit and the synchronization with Alfred Belantes dissolved, Theodore could only gasp, his face contorted in agony, acknowledging the immense toll his proper blow had taken. From afar, Alfred's voice echoed, confirming that this was indeed the best they could do, a heavy admission of their shared sacrifice. Meanwhile, the wriggling, crimson core of Pride pulsed with a malevolent light, a clear sign that even Theodore's ultimate attack had not been enough to fully eradicate it. Black markings began to spread across Theodore's face, a physical manifestation of his magic's backlash, as he wondered if this was truly the end of his journey, acknowledging how long he had managed to endure. His body gave out, sending him plummeting into a dark abyss, a fleeting memory of his parents' words, to always stay healthy, mocking his current, desperate state. Shadowy hands reached for him from the depths, and he mused on the irony of dying first, finding solace in the thought that his master would surely look after his family. As he continued his descent, engulfed in a final golden glow, Alfred's voice returned, a distant echo, commending him for having lasted well, kid. Suddenly, amidst a landscape of fiery gold, a new figure emerged, a woman with flowing red hair and small horns, her presence radiating immense power as she surveyed the chaotic scene. Her expression was one of deep regret, a quiet apology escaping her lips, as she murmured that she was too late, while Theodore's pained face flickered into view once more. Addressing the Tower Master, she declared her intent to end things quickly, her resolve hardening as she prepared to intervene in the unfolding disaster. Engulfed in golden flames, the red-haired woman manifests a glowing energy blade, ready to strike. With her eyes glowing intensely, she unleashes a devastating fiery attack, striking her monstrous opponent. The infernal blade connects, causing the shadowy entity to recoil, its form momentarily disrupted as it struggles to comprehend the unexpected damage. Pride can hardly believe that mere fire magic could pierce its body, yet it quickly reminds itself of its own immense regenerative power. Its monstrous form regenerates rapidly, and a furious roar escapes it, calling the woman a bitch. With a gaping maw, Pride lunges forward, declaring its intent to devour her first. The shadowy mass engulfs the red-haired woman, its tendrils wrapping around her in a crushing embrace. As the attack continues, a massive, glowing magical array begins to form around Pride, radiating immense power. Despite the damage to its pulsating red core, Pride remains defiant, cursing its opponent as a beastly thing. Enraged by the audacity of a mere mixed-blooded monkey, Pride prepares to unleash a devastating seventh circle magic, Hellfire. Yet, the red-haired woman stands tall, her arm raised as golden flames surge around her, gathering her own formidable power. Her expression fierce and unwavering, she defiantly challenges Pride, calling it an ugly thing. As the inferno rages, a dismissive voice cuts through the searing heat, mocking, "You keep babbling away, you're so noisy." The magical flames intensify, erupting into a blinding white and yellow conflagration, engulfing everything in a maelstrom of raw power. Shadowy tentacles coil around a glowing red orb, a voice echoing with contempt. You beastly thing. How dare a mere mixed-blooded monkey? But the red-haired woman, her eyes glowing with fierce resolve, unleashes a torrent of power, calling forth seventh circle magic. Hellfire as a massive, searing aura erupts around her. The intense heat radiates from her form, her body bathed in the golden-orange glow of her formidable spell. Yet, even as she fights back, a weary sigh escapes her lips, muttering that her opponent keeps babbling, proving to be quite noisy. The fiery magic she conjured engulfs the landscape, a brilliant, blinding light consuming everything in its path. But the attack is met with an even greater force, as the red orb at her core cracks under the strain, shattering amidst a surge of golden energy. Her body, still glowing with residual power, begins to fail, a desperate thought crossing her mind. Damn it, with the way things are going, this body won't last much longer. I need to escape before it's too late. Overwhelmed, she collapses to the ground, her form still radiating a faint, struggling glow. An unseen force then sends her hurtling through the air, the crushing realization that there's no place to hide in the face of the absolute strong, echoing in her mind. Suddenly, a devastating dragon breath engulfs her, a colossal wave of fire consuming her tiny form as she plummets through the inferno. Battered and broken, the red-haired woman continues her descent, her body a mere speck against the swirling, fiery aftermath of the powerful attack. Amidst the settling dust and fading embers of a devastating attack, a voice echoes with a frustrated sigh, lamenting that the enemy had managed to escape, a feat more vexing than dealing with even the most skilled swordmasters. She muses that the fleeing opponent must have been of a certain caliber, otherwise, they wouldn't have fallen under Hermann's influence. As the red-haired woman stands amidst the fiery glow, she realizes Hermann's insidious reach wasn't limited to just one individual, but had extended to a significant number of magicians from both the red and blue towers. Her sharp yellow eyes narrow, as she considers the few who might still be alive, the high elf, and that small, vulnerable one nearby. Meanwhile, the protagonist lies motionless on the ground, his body bruised and battered, a testament to the brutal conflict he endured. Kneeling beside him, the red-haired woman gently tends to his wounds, a wave of relief washing over her that he had managed to survive, thanking him for holding on. Barely conscious, Theodore's lips part, muttering a weak, almost inaudible plea for the Tower Master. The red-haired woman's expression softens with concern, as she gently urges him not to push himself, reminding him that his wounds are severe and he needs to rest. Standing, she calls out to the unseen, assuring them that it's safe now, and they no longer need to hide. Theodore, still struggling, reacts to the new presence, wondering if there's someone else with them besides the Tower Master. From the shadows, a blonde woman emerges, her face etched with distress as she gasps. Both women now support the injured Theodore, with Sylvia urgently asking if he's all right and if he can recognize her. Barely conscious, Theodore Miller hears a voice call out, "Ah, Miss Eleonora," as the red-haired woman looks on, and the blonde elf responds, "You were safe." Struggling to form words, he manages to utter, "I'm," as the red-haired woman gently places a hand on his chest, urging him, "Keep it together, Sir Theodore," before turning to the elf. "Hey, little one, are you all right?" A soft sigh escapes him as his eyes flutter shut, his consciousness fading into darkness. He wonders if this is truly his limit, questioning how long he can endure. Under the vast, starry night sky, he resigns himself to the inevitable, "I'll sleep this time," as the abnormal means that allowed his victory are resealed, preventing him from using overwrite until the fourth seal is unlocked through normal means. This irregular victory has also inflicted a mental affliction, requiring time to recover. 2 days after the incident, news of the High Elf's escort convoy's complete annihilation has reached the kingdom of Melter, echoing through its grand halls. The devastating loss of 5 sixth circle mages, 16 fifth circle wizards, and 8 mana wagons was a huge blow to the kingdom. Upon receiving this dire news, the Tower Masters, the Academy head, and the court ministers all gathered in a conference room, where an older man with a distinguished beard greets the red-haired woman and another man, remarking, "Ho ho, well, what do we have here? It's been a while since I've seen you." He then addresses the red-haired woman directly, "Veronica, Orda, I trust you have been well." She lets out a soft huff of annoyance, finding herself in what the Blue Tower Master, Blundeladderunks, dismissively calls an old men's gathering. Meanwhile, the White Tower Master, Orda, his masked face radiating aggression, challenges someone off-panel, demanding to know if they have a problem with old men, then escalating to a direct fight. Attempting to diffuse the palpable tension, the King of Melter, Kurt III, suggests they all take their seats, though Veronica remains visibly displeased, thinking to herself that she won't let this slide. As he settles into his chair, the king observes the empty seat of the Yellow Tower Master, remarking that it's the same as always, as that particular master is not one to show up for such gatherings. From behind, the king acknowledges a message regarding his majesty, confirming his understanding with a simple, "Ah, understood." With a firm hand resting on his chair's armrest, the king dismisses any further formalities, declaring there's no need for greetings. Now seated at the head of the table, Kurt III, the king of Melter, asserts his authority, insisting that everyone remain seated and that they skip the pleasantries to get straight to the point. Turning his attention to the Red Tower Master, the king instructs Veronica to brief them on the details of the case, to which she respectfully replies, "Yes, Your Highness." She begins her report, detailing how 2 days prior, an escort convoy passing through the Naden Mountains was attacked by an unidentified, skull-faced monster, resulting in the complete destruction of all mobilized mana wagons and the deaths of all 21 participating mages. The brown-haired man at the table listens, visibly distressed, as Veronica concludes her grim account, explaining that although the high elf was safely escorted, the monster managed to flee near the battle's end. A man in a red hat, seated beside a white-haired woman, reacts with utter shock, exclaiming, "What? All 21 of them?" Before questioning Veronica's capabilities, asking if anyone can even escape from her. The man in the red hat continues, his voice filled with disbelief, lamenting the sheer scale of the incident and wondering aloud if a monster of a master's level is truly out there. A brown-haired counselor, his golden eyes narrowed in frustration, cuts through the murmurs of the chamber, demanding silence. He continues, acknowledging that at least the high elf's safety is a small mercy, having managed to avoid what could have been a far worse scenario. Still, the gravity of the situation weighs heavily on him, as he laments the loss of over 20 elite mages due to international relations, questioning the value placed on the high elf's life over those who sacrifice theirs. He insists that proper compensation from Elvenheim is due for the fallen. As the king listens intently from the head of the table, the counselor reiterates the need to compensate the bereaved families of the wizards and secure proper recompense from Elvenheim for their efforts, turning to Blundell for confirmation. Blundell, the white-haired Blue Tower Master, responds with a knowing smirk, reminding him that the elves are a race that repays their debts, implying that everything should indeed proceed as the king has outlined. The brown-haired counselor sighs in relief, admitting he would have been in a difficult position otherwise. He then apologizes to Blundell for assigning him this task so soon after his long mission, explaining that Veronica, the Red Tower Master, simply doesn't have a good relationship with the elves. Blundell, his expression thoughtful, accepts the orders, but hints at a further complication. He reveals that before they proceed, there was a specific request from the high elf. The brown-haired counselor, surprised, asks if the request is for him, to which Blundell confirms it is. Blundell explains that the high elf seeks permission to remain in Melter until Theodore Miller has fully recovered, noting that he was severely injured in the recent battle. He speculates that the high elf likely wishes to repay Theodore for saving her life, adding that while he's unsure about other injuries, the wound on Theodore's right hand appears quite severe, and without the high elf's power, there's a high chance he won't recover properly. Whispers ripple through the council chamber, as Blundell Adirunks, the Blue Tower Master, listens to a fellow counselor question if the young man owes the high elf something. The conversation turns to Theodore Miller, the counselor noting with a sigh that this is the third time the young man has been involved in such a critical incident, including the recent escort mission. He wonders if it's simply luck that Theodore possesses, or if his extraordinary nature is what defines a hero's quality, acknowledging that the young mage has undeniably aided the country on multiple occasions. Blundell, considering the situation, states that there is no reason to reject the high elf's request, as it is the king's duty to assist victims of such significant incidents. Meanwhile, King Kurt III, addressing his court, declares that Theodore, as the sole survivor of the convoy, shall be awarded the title of Baron, and additionally, a silver magic insignia. Above the city, dark, ominous shadows resembling birds swirl, a silent testament to the recent turmoil. Back in his chambers, Theodore remains in a deep, restless sleep, his face bandaged, an eye patch covering his injured eye, as soft snores escape him. Eleonora, the high elf, watches over him with a worried expression, wondering why Sir Theodore still hasn't awakened, wishing to extend her thanks before she departs. Sitting by his bedside, she softly pleads for him to open his eyes, reluctant to leave without a proper goodbye. However, a figure in dark robes approaches, delivering the unwelcome news that they cannot wait any longer, as the Elvenheim delegates are pressing for a decision within the day. Blundell, his expression stern, acknowledges the pity of the situation, but emphasizes that the longer they wait for Theodore to awaken, the more complicated things will become. Continuing his explanation, Blundell emphasizes the delicate political situation, warning that the international relations between Melter and Elvenheim would only worsen, urging understanding for their predicament. Eleonora, seated beside Theodore's bed, acknowledges his words, her voice soft as she agrees, yet a hint of regret colors her tone, admitting it's a shame. A subtle shift in her gaze betrays her inner turmoil, her green eyes reflecting a quiet sadness. She looks down, her expression thoughtful, as if contemplating the weight of the situation. Then, a faint blush rises on her cheeks as she glances back up, her thoughts clearly lingering on the unconscious man before her. Her silent wish echoes in the quiet room, a hope that she and Sir Theodore will cross paths again at some point. A faint blue aura flickers around his head as he stirs from a deep slumber, a groan escaping his lips. Pushing himself up in bed, he curses softly, wondering how long he'd been unconscious. A sigh of relief escapes him as he looks out the window, realizing at least a week must have passed. His thoughts drift to Miss Eleonora, a pang of worry hitting him as he wonders if she returned to Elvenheim safely. Suddenly, his eyes snap open, a more intense blue energy crackling around his head as he feels a strange sensation, something entirely new to him. The blue aura intensifies around his eye, making him question if this could be similar to Alfred's superintuition. He recalls the difference between his own heightened five senses and this new sixth sense, which feels like an innate talent perfected on the battlefield, allowing him to glimpse a few steps into the future. He wonders if this very sensation was what allowed Alfred to become a war hero, even with only a magic bullet as his weapon. A throbbing pain in his head reminds him of the difficulty ahead, knowing it will take time to master this new feeling, this power that now courses through him. As consciousness slowly returns, a question forms in his mind. Who else is here, in this room, besides him? His gaze falls upon a familiar figure slumped in a chair beside his bed, and he recognizes Sylvia, fast asleep, her head bowed in exhaustion. A soft smile touches his lips as he realizes she must have been nursing him all night, her dedication evident in her weary posture. Her presence here can only mean one thing. They must be in Manaville's medical room. Suddenly, a familiar, dark, amorphous entity appears, its single eye fixed on him, announcing his awakening and revealing its own diminished state. Gluttony explains that it has lost its autonomy, a consequence of releasing the fourth seal through an abnormal method. It clarifies that as a part of a grimoire, the system itself possesses an equivalent level of power, and this penalty will remain until the next seal is released. With a sense of urgency, Gluttony implores him to use his strength to release the next seal. He reflects on their recent battle with pride, understanding that Gluttony's current state is a direct result of pushing itself too far, making communication difficult until its power is restored. As he processes this information, a sudden gasp breaks the silence, and Sylvia jolts awake, her eyes wide with surprise as she calls out his name. Leaning closer, her face filled with relief, she exclaims that he is finally awake. A quiet clink of porcelain echoes as he sets down his cup, the news of Elder Herman's passing settling heavily around him. Confirming the somber truth, Blundell acknowledges the situation, then turns to Sylvia, expressing his gratitude for her care. From behind, Sylvia dismisses his thanks, her thoughts instead on the elder, remembering him as a man of great ability and kindness, whose sudden passing was a shock, while Blundell, his eyes glowing faintly red with frustration, laments his own powerlessness during the crisis. A feeling of overwhelming rage at his inability washing over him, as Theodore, listening intently, admits that even his presence might not have guaranteed the elder's survival. Blundell, looking down, confesses that he only feels gratitude towards Elder Herman, who dedicated his life to his mission until the very end, leaving Theodore to reflect on seeing his master in such a state. Changing the subject, Blundell then asks Theodore if he realizes how this mission has made him the most famous person in the Meltoro royal family, a question that catches the young mage off guard. He continues, recounting how a mere academy student managed to defeat a tower master's disciple, and just a few days later, suppressed an elder lich during a mission, then led a team to save a high elf. Blundell laughs, remarking that Theodore has been more active than the prologue of most hero tales, brushing aside the young mage's attempts to interject, insisting that such things are unimportant, as the royal family has already begun advertising him as a hero, a fact Sylvia confirms, marveling at Theodore's fame at such a young age. He takes the document offered to him, his expression one of mild confusion, as Blundell remarks that Miss Sylvia's assessment of the situation isn't wrong, urging him to read it for himself. His eyes widen in surprise as he scans the contents, muttering about a medal ceremony and a court event. Such a high society event, hosted by any royal family, holds a special significance, but here in Meltoro, it carries an even deeper meaning. King Kurt III of Meltoro is known for his disdain for extravagance, a sentiment that shapes the kingdom's social landscape. Following his lead, he commanded his subjects to reject any events, like banquets, that led to excessive consumption. Theodore, looking up at Sylvia and Blundell, wonders if this is all because of him, to which Blundell confirms that the royal family likely plans to use his existence at the forefront to cover up the high elf escort tragedy. He questions his own value, but Blundell assures him that if they were merely trying to use his name, they wouldn't have awarded him a medal. A thoughtful expression crosses his face as he ponders, what is this medal good for? Blundell then reveals the medal to be the genuine magician medal, expressing his surprise that it took 30 years for the next recipient to emerge. He marvels at the fact that his own disciple, Theodore, is the recipient, finding it truly unbelievable, as Theodore hesitantly asks if the genuine magician medal is truly a valuable object. Blundell looks at him with a hint of exasperation, asking if he truly doesn't know the meaning of the genuine magician medal. As the conversation continued, the man with the red eyes decided to simplify his explanation, stating, "The value of that medal is equivalent to the land of a viscounty, and it is only bestowed upon magicians who have performed meritorious deeds for the country, representing the highest honor for a Meltoro magician." He added with a smirk, "Not to mention, the genuine magician medal also comes with a special monetary prize, and you'll probably receive a national treasure at the ceremony." The sheer weight of his words caused a bead of sweat to trickle down Theodore's neck. As he gasped, "A national treasure?" The ornate ceiling of the grand hall seemed to spin above him. And a moment later, he found himself adjusting the collar of a new, unfamiliar garment. Muttering to himself, "What is this? It's my first time wearing something like this, but it has no wrinkles or folds anywhere, and it feels quite nice." He wondered if it was thanks to Alfred's memories still residing within him, recalling that although Alfred was a war hero, he was also the third prince of the Belantes duchy. With a soft click, he fastened a small pin to his lapel, realizing, "I can easily wear these formal clothes that are usually hard to put on. So I receive help in these aspects too, and not just the magic bullet and super intuition." As he finished dressing, Blundell approached, asking, "Theo, are you ready?" He affirms, a slight smile playing on his lips as he adjusts his distinctive red glasses, ready to follow the instructions of his master. Observing the elegant drape of the new formal wear, Blundell remarks on the impressive tailoring, noting how easily the fabric conforms to the body. Theodore, holding a box, responds with a light-hearted, "Haha, is that so?" as Blundell approaches him. Blundell's expression shifts to one of mild surprise, then a more serious tone as he reminds him, "There's something you've forgotten." A knowing smile spreads across Theodore's face, anticipating the next step in his preparation. Now adorned with a flowing white cape, Blundell declares, "Looks like the size fits well. Nice. With this, preparation for the ball is over." As Theodore also dons his own cape, Blundell offers a final piece of advice. "I'd like to say one last thing, and it's that you're the main character of today's ball." He continues, emphasizing the significance of the event. "Nobody can be rude to you today, when His Majesty is personally awarding the medal to you. With that said, there's no need to make enemies, but—" Theodore's smile remains, as Blundell's words echo in his mind. "There's no need for you to shrink from people with ambiguous levels of power or names. So don't just bow down to anyone, Theo." With a determined look, he acknowledges, "Yes, I'll remember that." Blundell, confident in his disciple, then adds, "Well, if it's you, you'll probably do well even if I don't say anything." Finally, he instructs, "Okay, go on first, and I'll come soon." He hears the final words of encouragement, a simple farewell, as he stands at the threshold of the grand ball. A deep breath escapes him, the weight of the moment settling in. His hand grips the ornate doorknob, his heart pounding with every step he takes forward. A flicker of apprehension crosses his features, his gaze cast downwards. The rich fabric of his cape brushes against his leg, a silent reminder of the formal occasion. But still, a quiet confidence settles within him, knowing that Alfred's presence has calmed his nerves. He offers a silent thanks to Prince Alfred, just as a voice booms, ready to introduce the guest of honor. The grand hall awaits, adorned with banners, as the announcer proclaims the arrival of the owner of the genuine magician medal, an honor not bestowed in 30 years, and the true hero of this magnificent ball. With a flourish, Theodore descends into the opulent space, his name echoing through the vast chamber, Baron Theodore Miller. His eyes, now wide open, take in the dazzling scene, a mixture of awe and determination in their depths. A subtle smirk plays on his lips, as his journey at the ball truly begins. A voice rings out, announcing the arrival of the owner of the genuine magician medal, an honor not bestowed in 30 years, and the hero of this very ball. As the figure steps forward, the name echoes through the hall, Baron Theodore Miller. He stands with a composed demeanor, his hand resting lightly on the clasp of his cloak. Whispers ripple through the crowd, questioning his lineage, wondering if he isn't merely the son of an unknown noble, yet acknowledging the undeniable aura of a famous young master he exudes, surely having received an excellent education since childhood. His gaze remains steady, unwavering amidst the murmurs. As he bows respectfully, the honorary Baron Theodore Miller, a Red Tower mage of average standing, formally greets the son of the great Meltoro, his posture impeccable. A man with a neatly trimmed goatee smiles, telling him to cease the formalities, addressing him as the young hero of Meltoro. Theodore's expression is one of quiet dignity, his eyes reflecting the light of the grand hall. The speaker continues, recounting Theodore Miller's heroic deeds, specifically for saving the High Elf and her party from slave traders, a testament to his courage. And for guarding her until the very end from an unidentifiable entity's attack, his unwavering protection earning him high praise. It has been decided that these great achievements should not be overlooked lightly, and so, a gleaming medal is presented to him, an award given for loyal merits. The king, addressing Theodore, declares his high expectations for the young mage's future, as the crowd around them erupts in applause. Turning to face the assembled nobles, he then commands everyone to listen closely. With a grand gesture, the king announces that, in addition to the genuine magician medal bestowed upon Baron Theodore Miller, he is also raising his rank from Baron to Viscount, effective immediately. Furthermore, his heroic actions will be rewarded with 1,000 gold coins and a national treasure, all to be celebrated with the royal ball. A distinguished, bearded man with a wide smile then exclaims, urging everyone to bless Theodore's glory. Later, at the royal ball, a white-haired man gracefully dances with a blonde woman, the air filled with the soft strains of music. Couples twirl across the opulent ballroom, their movements synchronized to the elegant melody. Away from the main festivities, Theodore converses with a robed aide, who confirms that all official procedures are complete, but mentions a separate individual oversees the handover of the national treasure. The bearded man from earlier, his smile now carrying a hint of menace, suggests Theodore enjoy his time, adding that he should spend some time with the dogs who are aiming for him. Standing alone in the grand hall, Theodore's expression shifts to one of surprise, muttering to himself, "Did he say dogs?" Meanwhile, the king is surrounded by a group of powerful, imposing figures, one of whom remarks that they are clearly very influential people, while another greets his majesty, noting it's been a long time, and a third suggests that staying here much longer might lead to tiresome events. Overwhelmed by the sudden attention, Theodore finds himself questioning the wisdom of attending such a gathering, wondering if anyone would truly follow him to a place teeming with high-ranking magicians, even as a voice from the crowd excitedly calls out his name. Indeed, a blonde woman in a pink gown approaches him with wide-eyed admiration, exclaiming at the sight of Sir Theodore and eagerly introducing herself as Viscount Miller. She bows gracefully, confessing to having heard rumors about him and boldly inviting him to dance. The sheer number of people pressing in on him leaves him flustered, his mind racing as he wonders who these insistent individuals are, feeling utterly helpless under their collective gaze. Suddenly, a confident, playful voice cuts through the din, as Veronica, the Red Tower Master, addresses the crowd with a casual, "Hey, kids." Her presence is immediately felt as she steps forward, her foot firmly planted on someone else's, a clear warning in her tone as she asks, "Do you know who you're touching?" With a sharp, predatory smile, she challenges the blonde woman, "If you really can't give him up, do you want to fight with me?" The blonde woman recoils in shock, as Veronica asserts her good mood, warning that any challenge would be taken with a pinch of salt. Having successfully deterred the other women, Veronica takes Theodore's arm, leading him away as one of the dismissed women laments that he's now the Red Tower Master's dancing partner. Leaning into him with a mischievous grin, Veronica declares the situation boring now that no one is left to disturb them, much to Theodore's visible discomfort. She gazes at him intently, a hint of amusement in her eyes as she asks if he's already tired. With a charming, almost seductive smile, Veronica simply comments that she thinks the dress suits you well, leaving Theodore to ponder her true intentions. A knowing smirk plays on Veronica's lips, her eyes gleaming with a mischievous glint. She observes Theodore, remarking, "While I was away, you matured a bit. I'm in the mood today, so I'll stay with you." Theodore, taken aback, can only stammer, "Pardon?" Without waiting for a response, she gestures towards the exit, declaring, "Nice, let's go outside from here." His eyes wide with shock, Theodore questions, "Oh, outside? So, that," as his mind races with implications. The grand palace now stands silhouetted against the night sky, its intricate architecture bathed in the soft glow of distant stars. Stepping out into the cool air, Veronica exhales contentedly. "Oh, the wind is nice and refreshing." Theodore, still processing the sudden change of scenery, agrees, "I like open places," before hesitantly adding, "Then shall we get going?" Turning to face him, the Red Tower Master asks, What are you talking about?" She stretches her arms above her head, a playful glint in her eye, and announces, "Let's go get the national treasure." A moment of silence hangs in the air before she adds, "Wait, don't tell me. Were you expecting a silly situation?" Grabbing Theodore by the collar, she pulls him closer, asserting, "If you want to try for me, keep challenging yourself and improving for a couple more years." He protests, It's not like that." Still reeling from the abrupt departure, Theodore finds himself swept into Veronica's arms, a surprised gasp escaping him as she dismisses any further discussion. Clinging to her in a panic, he hears her confident voice tell him to hold on tight, lest he fall. A terrified scream tears from his throat as the world blurs around them, the sensation of rapid descent overwhelming his senses. They plummet through the air, a streak against the pale sky, his cries echoing into the void. Moments later, the ethereal glow of a magical street lamp illuminates an ornate, ancient city, its grand architecture hinting at forgotten secrets. Footsteps echo softly as they walk through the deserted streets, finally stopping before a majestic structure where Veronica announces their arrival, leaving Theodore to question their destination. His gaze falls upon a grand fountain, prompting him to ask if this is truly where a national treasure resides. Without a word, she reaches out, her fingers gently brushing the water's surface. Her expression turns serious as she explains that while ordinary treasures can be easily stored, national treasures cannot be kept in a single location. Their immense power and distinct properties prevent them from coexisting, and any attempt to force them together with mediocre magic would only result in an explosion. As her hand glows with an intensifying blue light, she emphasizes the unique classification of these national treasures. The fountain responds to her touch, its waters swirling and glowing with a vibrant, ethereal blue energy. A brilliant burst of azure magic erupts from the fountain, its light radiating outward with immense power. As the magical energy swirls around the ancient structure, Veronica explains that the Tower Master's magic has been released into the fountain. She continues, clarifying that each magic Tower Master possesses a few memorized locations, places of significant power or importance. Turning to Theodore, she reveals her personal connection to this specific site, stating her responsibility for the national treasure hidden within this very fountain. A soft blue glow emanates from the depths of the fountain as she acknowledges her prior knowledge of what lies sealed within. With the magical energy swirling more intensely, Veronica suggests that a detailed explanation would be best delivered after Theodore has witnessed the treasure personally. As the magic intensifies, small, crystalline particles begin to form and dissipate around Theodore's outstretched hand, a tangible manifestation of the raw power being unleashed. The fountain's magical aura flares, sending waves of shimmering blue light and particles into the air. From the heart of the fountain, a large, luminous blue orb begins to rise, pulsating with an otherworldly energy. Overwhelmed by the sight, Theodore stammers, barely able to form words as the orb ascends. He swallows hard, his eyes wide with disbelief, before finally articulating his question: what exactly is this phenomenon? The orb resolves into a glowing, ethereal shard, and Veronica clarifies that it is a remnant of a certain species, one that existed in a dimension distinct from their own physical world. As the magical energy pulsed, the object was officially recognized as one of Meltoro's national treasures. The glowing orb, now fully revealed, was specifically designated as National Treasure Number 3, known by the name Umbra. An ethereal, glowing structure stands before them, a shard that is apparently the remnant of a certain species, one that existed in a different dimension from the physical world they inhabit. This is Meltoro's National Treasure Number 3, a glowing orb that vibrates with an unseen energy, its core a pulsating red. Theodore looks up, his expression thoughtful, wondering if it truly originates from a different dimension. Veronica watches alongside him as Theodore explains that these beings existed in an astral form like spirits, unaware of space and time, and apparently, those who possess these marbles can use similar abilities to them, though he's never possessed one himself and knows little more. Holding out the glowing orb, Theodore declares, "Well, from now on, the Umbra is yours. It's up to you how you want to use it, so do as you please." He looks down, his gaze fixed on the orb, a deep contemplation settling over his features. As his hand cradles the National Treasure Number 3, Umbra, a strange feeling emanates from it, its form beginning to distort the longer he stares. The orb wriggles in his grasp, a clear indication that it's something different from magic, reacting to an entirely different kind of power. Suddenly, a monstrous voice echoes, its wide, grinning face appearing from the shadows, proclaiming, "Oh, you've brought an interesting type of food, boy, gluttony." Having been quiet for a moment, Gluttony finally speaks, wondering if the artifact's power has awakened him due to its nature as food, before asking Theodore if he knows what the bead is. He then clarifies that only half of what the quarter dragon had said was accurate, explaining that Umbra isn't merely a remnant of a species from another dimension, but rather the dimension itself, a place where the materialization of the cosmos doesn't even exist. As Theodore quickly grasps the concept, asking if Umbra is a type of astral world, Gluttony confirms his intuition, adding that it's a specific type of astral world, several stages behind the spiritual world. The realization dawns on Theodore, who gulps, understanding that an astral world is another dimension where, unlike the physical realm, only astral beings can truly exist. He muses on the idea of this tiny orb being an astral world, similar to a spiritual one, which is itself a type of astral world maintained by natural laws closely tied to the physical world, accessible only by the first spirit magicians and spirits themselves. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, Gluttony is violently repelled, thrown backward by an unseen force emanating from the orb. As his form distorts into multiple skull-like visages, Gluttony continues his explanation, describing other astral worlds like the Abyss, filled with evil spirits and demons, entire dimensions that are whirlpools of confusion and chaos. Theodore, concerned, asks if Umbra is unlike those dangerous astral worlds, to which Gluttony sighs, reassuring him that primitive dimensions are incomplete and thus easy to seal, revealing that Umbra itself is a dimension that fell long ago. Turning away with a grunt, Theodore hears Gluttony's voice, declaring that the quarter dragon won't be able to stop him from consuming this magic item. With a hungry glint in his eye, Gluttony proclaims his intent to devour the artifact to his heart's content. As a vibrant blue aura flares around him and the orb, Theodore firmly states that he will handle the situation. An informational display appears, detailing the +15 shard of Umbra. It explains that this shard is a remnant of a long-fallen dimension, which entered the physical world when Umbra was sealed. Transformed into a blue marble by a great magician, its extra-dimensional origin grants it a strong resistance to physical attacks. As the shard of Umbra is ingested, there is no digestion time, and Theodore's spiritual perception will sharply increase, though he cannot yet wholly handle its full power. Only 20% of its potential ability is absorbed, with the extracted power sealing itself as a means to contact astral beings, prompting Gluttony to question if this is his current limit. With a surge of blue energy, the entity cries out, urging the absorption to continue. The system confirms the absorption of the shard of Umbra, promising a new type of power will build within his body. From this moment forward, Theodore can perceive astral beings with his own eyes, his very form now engraved with Umbra's seal. As the transformation takes hold, Gluttony writhes, enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, its form shifting with the immense power. He glances at his hand, which now emits a faint blue steam, as Gluttony exclaims in surprise, recognizing the manifestation of Umbra's seal. Feeling spiritual information flood his mind from the newly formed seal, he calmly states his experience, while Gluttony, still reeling from the shock, questions his method of absorption. Observing him, Sylvia remarks that his magic doesn't seem to have grown stronger, then asks if he thinks anything has changed. As her hand gently touches his arm, he begins to respond, but trails off, unsure how to articulate the profound internal shift. A wave of relief washes over him, as he recalls Gluttony's earlier words, confirming his suspicion that Sylvia remains oblivious to the true nature of Umbra's existence within him. He subtly observes the faint blue sliver of energy on his hand, a hidden mark of the power now residing within him. He recoils, a jolt of surprise coursing through him as his body instantly shifts into an astral form, a brilliant blue aura flaring around him. A voice echoes in his mind, marveling. Wow, I got shocked for the first time in a while. Is that Umbra's ability? An astral form? That's amazing. The entity continues, explaining the rarity of such a feat, to switch into astral form instantly. This must be Umbra's ability. It's an astral body, a skill that only seventh circle magicians can begin to imitate. A powerful heartbeat thrums through him as he considers the implications. If I can switch forms this fast, not only can I easily dodge enemy attacks, but I can also use it to go through walls and stuff like that. A confident grin spreads across his face, knowing that even if this ability won't let him beat someone of the master level, it's still a formidable power. With renewed determination, he declares, I won't go down so easily. Suddenly, the astral form dissipates, and he doubles over, coughing violently as his body returns to normal. Confusion clouds his face as he wonders, what is my body doing? All I did was release my astral form, but it won't listen to me. Observing his weakened state, Sylvia inquires, what is it? Are you already worn out? He replies that, I definitely had enough magic and stamina, but I suddenly feel exhausted. A knowing grin spreads across her face as she explains, if you had enough magic and stamina, but you're feeling exhausted, then Umbra must be consuming your willpower. A bead of sweat trickles down Theodore's face as he grapples with the sudden, profound exhaustion, questioning the very nature of his willpower. From an unseen presence, a voice echoes, admitting that perhaps the concept of willpower should have been explained earlier, though lessons learned through experience often prove more effective. As Theodore sits, visibly weakened, Sylvia calmly observes him, noting that willpower isn't something typically used, but assures him it recovers quickly, and he'll soon be able to move after a brief rest. Still, the young mage presses for clarity, prompting Sylvia to simplify her explanation of what willpower truly is. The voice of Gluttony then interjects, describing willpower as the most fundamental power humans possess, even more basic than magic, aura, or spiritual magic. He continues, explaining that everyone uses willpower subconsciously, though its importance varies, and magicians who rely on mana and circles often remain unaware of its true nature. The abstract concept manifests as shimmering energy, a power entirely separate from the familiar realms of magic and aura. This vibrant energy pulses as Gluttony emphasizes that when wielding powers from different dimensions, like Umbra, willpower becomes critically important. A predatory grin spreads across Sylvia's face as she elaborates, explaining that since Umbra originates from a dimension devoid of mana, it's impossible to control it through conventional magical means. Theodore's gaze sharpens with understanding, realizing that to properly master this new power, he must train his own willpower. Sylvia concludes her explanation, asking if he can move now, to which he affirms, before she adds that such a powerful ability as astral transformation cannot be used without any limitations. A confident laugh escapes Theodore as he declares his rapid recovery, a testament to his innate resilience. He reflects on the inherent difficulty of life, a sentiment that resonates deeply within him. As if in response to his thoughts, a powerful surge of energy seems to rise around him, though he remains focused on the task at hand. Then, a familiar voice cuts through the air, prompting him to turn as Veronica playfully challenges him, asking what he intends to do now. She continues, her tone laced with amusement, suggesting that while she still has obligations at the ball, it wouldn't matter if he simply left, as it would only annoy him to stay, and he doesn't seem the type to enjoy such events. Theodore concedes that she isn't wrong, muttering that under normal circumstances, he would have already gone home. However, he reminds himself that today is different. He is the main character of this ball, and leaving without a word would undoubtedly spread bad rumors about him. A soft melody seems to accompany the thought of Miss Veronica, who appears lost in a moment of serene contemplation. She is the one who has remained by his side until the very end. With a determined expression, she extends her hand, inviting him to join her, a silent, let's go passing between them. Turning back to him, Veronica declares that for today, she will hang out with him a bit longer. As their hands meet, she playfully reminds him, asking if she hadn't told him to try again in a few years, before giving his hand a gentle squeeze. Walking away from the grand building, hand in hand, Veronica remarks that for a kid, he is quite daring, but she doesn't mind. The name of Theodore Miller echoes through the grand halls, a whisper of his growing legend. In the heart of the Andres Empire, a hooded figure stands amidst the aftermath of a powerful event, a silent testament to the rumors now spreading. A hand moves a chess piece with a soft clack, as a voice muses on the incredible tales. He's only 20, yet he's subjugated an elder lich and even saved a high elf? The bald man, seated in his ornate chair, finds the claims almost too fantastical to believe, dismissing them as highly exaggerated. Yet, the hooded figure, stepping forward with purpose, confirms the veracity of the reports, leaving no doubt that the information is indeed correct. The bald man, still at his chessboard, finds it difficult to reconcile the image of a hero with the Meltoro kingdom, a place where such a figure seems unlikely to emerge. With a decisive gesture, he orders the immediate mobilization of the 7 swords, dispatching them as a delegation to the Meltoro kingdom. Meanwhile, the young man at the center of these swirling rumors, Theodore Miller, gazes forward with a resolute expression. A scarred man, his face etched with experience, considers the implications, knowing that the truth of Theodore Miller's deeds will soon be revealed. With a sharp snap of his fingers, Theodore prepares himself for the next stage of his rigorous training. He slips, panting heavily from exertion, as Vince, his mentor, reminds him that willpower training is next on the schedule. A wide, confident grin spreads across Vince's face, as he declares there isn't much more to teach, but he can certainly help with this particular part. Theodore, still kneeling, refutes the idea that he could have figured it out alone, crediting his teacher's advice for helping him expand his ability to use his power. He looks down, a thoughtful expression on his face, reflecting on the progress he's made. As blue energy begins to charge around his hand, he announces it's time to begin. His eye clenches, glowing with an intense blue light, as he initiates an astral transformation. A body that transcends the limits of gravity is able to temporarily go beyond the realm of matter, a skill he managed to acquire within a single month. With his current self, he believes he should be able to do things that are ordinarily impossible. His eyes now fully ablaze with ethereal blue energy, the transformation completes. With a sudden burst, he moves, leaving a trail of shimmering blue light, his newly transformed body ready for action. His emerald eye glows with focused intensity, a slight inaccuracy in his targeted position, but this ability is indistinguishable from short-distance teleportation. With a determined expression, he pushes himself further, resolving to maintain this blistering pace. A sudden thud echoes as he reappears, a blur of motion. Another powerful thud marks his instantaneous shift, his form flickering across the space. From a distance, his mentor observes, acknowledging the astonishing speed and precision of the astral transformation. It's as if an alter ego is moving at high speeds, unrestricted by the material world, leaving no traces behind. He muses that he won't be able to keep up with the timing of Theo's appearances and disappearances much longer. The exertion is clear as he gasps for breath, pant, pant. The unfathomable willpower consumption and the extreme pain that comes with it, which can only be cured naturally, cause him to frown deeply. Yet, this very pain is a clear sign that Theo's willpower is improving. Vince, still observing, notes that Theodore has improved to a degree that his current level can't even compare to a month ago. It hasn't been long since he reached the 5th circle, and he's already nearing being on equal terms with his master. He realizes with a hint of concern that soon, he won't even be able to handle Theodore by himself. Advising him not to be impatient, Vince reminds Theodore that he has already mastered the 5th circle, and to go any further, he has no choice but to move on to the next stage. Vince acknowledges the feeling of helplessness and stress that Theodore must be experiencing, but cautions him that impatience and rash actions will only lead to further harm. However, Theodore, looking away with a conflicted expression, can only utter a hesitant, but, before asking what he is supposed to do. Vince, tapping his fingers together thoughtfully, explains that for an ordinary magician, continuing diligent training would be the best course of action. But he reminds Theodore that just as he consumed the Elder Lich's life vessel, if he utilizes gluttony's powers, he might discover an alternative solution to his problem. Theodore's eyes widen slightly as he processes this, a realization dawning on him. He considers the despair superior wizards face when they can't advance past the 6th circle, but then remembers his unique advantage, the possession of gluttony. Reflecting on how consuming a life vessel allowed him to break through the 5th circle in a flash, Theodore realizes there is indeed a definite possibility for advancement. Vince then suggests they get going, now that he seems to be feeling better. As they prepare to leave the grand hall, a young woman with light brown hair suddenly bursts through a door with a loud creak, apologizing profusely and explaining that she must still be in training. Vince, looking surprised by the interruption, reassures her that it's all right and asks if he can help her. The young woman, her face flushed with embarrassment, then asks if they are Sir Vince Heidel and Sir Theodore Miller, to which Vince confirms her inquiry. She extends a formal notice, explaining that the Academy had important news to relay, and she had been sent specifically to find him. Theodore takes the document, his gaze falling upon the words that declare this a matter concerning both him and Vince, as well as all superior wizards within the capital. The messenger continues, her voice echoing the urgency of the message, that the Andres Empire had recently expressed a willingness to send a delegate, and all magicians receiving this notice were to gather at the main auditorium of the Magic Academy. The Grand Hall, usually a place of quiet study or frolicking, now hums with an unspoken tension, the weight of political maneuvering settling upon its ornate architecture. A quiet chatter begins to fill the air, as the implications of the Academy's summons start to sink in. Turning to Theodore, Vince remarks that while he'd heard these people preferred to speak with their blades, it seems they are capable of diplomacy as well, suggesting they aren't completely ignorant of politics. A sly smile plays on Vince's lips as he adds that their knowledge of how to use their military forces is what makes Andres truly terrifying, prompting Theodore to muse aloud about these military forces. Vince clarifies that the delegates are here to discuss the treaty signed in the last war, but Theodore himself is also a significant reason for their presence, causing him to question, me? Within Theodore's mind, the shadowy form of gluttony manifests, as Vince explains that the delegates are most likely curious about his connection to the High Elves and Elvenheim. The internal tremor of gluttony's presence intensifies, as Vince continues, suggesting they are probably suspicious of the heroic tales that spread about a month ago, and will likely determine Theodore's capabilities first before proceeding with honest negotiations. With a sigh, Theodore acknowledges the complexity of the situation, muttering that international relations truly are complicated. A scoff escapes him as gluttony continues to lecture, reminding Theodore that his status as the High Elves' benefactor is far more valuable than he might realize. Meanwhile, in a grand hall, a messenger announces the arrival of the Andres delegates to the king. The messenger confirms they have indeed come to greet his majesty. With a thoughtful nod, Kurt III grants them permission to enter. Back with Theodore, Gluttony's voice echoes with disdain, proclaiming the arrival of those savages of Andres with a guttural growl. As the messenger watches the grand doors, he wonders what new nonsense the delegates will bring this time. A subtle smirk plays on the lips of one of the approaching figures, a hint of arrogance in their expression. Then, with heavy, deliberate steps, two imposing figures clad in dark, armored cloaks stride into the hall, their footsteps echoing with a resonant thud. Each thud of their boots on the polished floor announces their presence, a powerful, unyielding rhythm filling the space. They continue their measured advance, their dark forms casting long shadows across the ornate hall. The smirk deepens on the face of the lead delegate, a prominent scar cutting across his left eye, adding to his formidable aura. Finally, he bows with a flourish, introducing himself as Van Heliones, the fourth sword of the almighty Andres, greeting the son of Melter. From the almighty Andres Empire, the seventh sword, Lloyd Forlin, formally greets the son of Melter, making his presence known with a subtle, almost imperceptible, raise of his hand. Meanwhile, the scarred delegate from Andres, his golden eyes narrowing with a subtle glare, acknowledges the king's presence, stating, "It's been a while, Sir Heliones." The king, his expression stern, replies, "It has been, Your Majesty. It's our first time meeting since the last treaty signing. I believe we've known each other for a long enough time." His gaze sharpens, a deep frown creasing his brow as he continues, "I'm not in the mood for formalities, so let me just ask you straightforwardly. Are you here in order to extend the ceasefire treaty?" He pauses, his voice laced with suspicion, before delivering the cutting alternative, "Or have you come in hopes of yet again another war?" As the king's words hang in the air, Lloyd Forlin, the seventh sword, stands silently, his eyes fixed in a look of unwavering attention, while Van Heliones responds with a confident air, as bold as always. "Then I shall also answer straightforwardly, as His Majesty wishes." His scarred face remains impassive as he begins to explain. "1 month ago, heroic tales regarding a high elf spread in Melter. We were ordered by His Highness, the Emperor, to verify the authenticity of this tale." With a wide, almost predatory grin, he declares, "I, Van Heliones, member of the Seven Swords of the Empire, shall carry out this imperial order." The king lets out a weary sigh, the weight of the situation evident in his posture, and dismisses the notion, preposterous. Only after confirming the relations between Melter and Elvenheim, "Are you planning on discussing the ceasefire treaty?" His gaze sharpens, a hint of challenge in his voice as he directly questions the delegate. "Am I mistaken, Sir Heliones?" Van Heliones responds with a subtle, unsettling smirk, his intentions still veiled. The king, his eyes fixed in a penetrating stare, decides to defer the immediate confrontation, saying, "Well, let's just leave it at that for now. Moving on, through what means do you plan on verifying the truth of this tale? Are you planning on sending another delegate to Elvenheim to ask?" He continues to press the point, asserting that the Knights of Andres place no trust in mere words, even if they come from the elves themselves. His hand clenches into a tight fist, emphasizing that the Empire acknowledges only one law, the law of power. As the king speaks, Van Heliones steps forward, a smirk playing on his lips as he offers, "Majesty, allow me, Van Heliones, to meet that young lad." The Knights of Andres, Van Heliones asserts, place no trust in mere words, not even the testimony of the elves. For the Empire, there is only one law, a law proven through sheer power. "Your Majesty," Van Heliones intones, "please allow me." His objective, to meet that young lad. Meanwhile, two men converse, one questioning if they are truly asking Theodore for a duel, wondering how a fifth circle magician could possibly contend with a sword master. Theodore, his expression grim, considers the Andres Empire. This powerful nation, better known as the Empire of Swords, has been an enemy of Meltoro for hundreds of years, though also famed for its seven-sword masters. The true symbol of the Andres Empire is their duel. Rather than using practice weapons, they wield real blades, aiming for each other's lives, and it is common for someone to die in that process. What nonsense, Theodore exclaims. Do you think we're unaware of that? He can hardly believe the audacity, thinking, you use the duel as an excuse to kill others, even as the thought crosses his mind that, even if he's a hero, he's still only 20 years old. His expression hardening, he declares, as someone who is called a master of the sword, you should be ashamed. Van Helions, however, remains unfazed, explaining, if I did something like that, not only would I receive the hostility of Elvenheim, it wouldn't be of any benefit to the Empire. He continues, his voice even, I wanted to give an offer that's beneficial to us all. Theodore, rising from his seat, warns, if you keep on bantering, it won't end with simple empty talk. Then, with a hint of challenge, he adds, of course. A chilling grin spreads across Van Helion's face, his eyes glinting with a predatory light. Suddenly, the grand doors of the hall swing open, and a figure steps inside, their presence commanding attention. Van Helion's voice rings out, introducing her. I, the disciple of Van Helion's, the fourth sword of the Empire's seven swords, Rebecca, greet Meltoro's Sunday. The newly introduced Rebecca walks with purpose, her steps echoing softly in the vast chamber. Theodore observes her, a question forming in his mind. Is that so? A sword user of similar age to Viscount Miller. As Rebecca continues her approach, he notes, she's of similar age to me, yet exudes master level. He finishes his thought, sensing her powerful presence, aura. Even though it's my first time meeting her, I feel like I've seen her before. With a firm gesture, Van Helion's, clad in dark armor, reiterates his request to the king. His red eyes glowing with an unsettling intensity, he questions why they shouldn't allow the beautiful waltz of sword and magic to unfold. He elaborates, suggesting this grand display should be between young heroes of two nations. Meanwhile, within a grand chamber, the king reflects on the proposal, acknowledging a shared sentiment of unease. Theodore Miller, seated nearby, recognizes Van Helion's cunning, finding him as sly as ever, while the king expresses his annoyance at the situation. The king understands Van Helion's true intent, realizing he made the proposal knowing it would be rejected, simply to waste time and gain another excuse to prolong his stay. Theodore, observing the king's frustration, internally grumbles about being dragged into the envoy's schemes, knowing he would use any rejection to gather information throughout the capital. The king agrees with Theodore's assessment, acknowledging that even the White Tower's informants are already tracking the envoy's movements. Theodore considers the implications, noting that with two sword masters, the envoy is an elite force, whose movements cannot be easily restricted. He concludes that the best course of action is to send them back as quickly as possible to limit their influence. Rebecca, the young sword master, stands before Theodore, who is told he isn't obligated to accept the offer, as rejecting it wouldn't put them at a disadvantage. Theodore looks at Rebecca, then asks the king if he believes she can be defeated, to which the king confidently replies, yes, your majesty. Even if he doesn't fully utilize the national treasure's abilities, he still possesses immense power. And indeed, that assessment holds true. The king then turns to his advisors, asking, Veronica, Blundell, what are your views on this matter? Veronica, leaning back with a confident smirk, replies, if they were to fight 10 times, he would win 9, and perhaps tie once. At the very least, I don't believe the young man will lose. Theodore, surprised by her unwavering faith, asks, oh, is he really that good? The older advisor, Blundell, quickly interjects, I'm telling you, the kid is no joke. You can trust him. I guarantee it. Blundell laughs heartily, adding, this old man thinks the same. It might be a unilateral decision, but there's no way he'll lose. I also think it wouldn't be bad to pretend we can't win by adding a reasonable condition. Theodore, absorbing their confidence, muses, is that so? He clears his throat, a subtle shift in his demeanor. The king, now fully visible on his throne, declares, then there's no need for us to turn our backs. Minister, bring the ceasefire agreement from last time. His Majesty continues, outlining his strategy. Narrow down the land we can bring from near the border, and appeal for any of the conditions that you think we can establish. The minister, a bald man with a monocle, stands at attention, receiving His Majesty's command with a solemn nod. Theodore, lost in thought, murmurs, now that I think about it, it really is strange. He strokes his chin thoughtfully, realizing, these achievements are too difficult for one person to accomplish. The king, seated regally, entrusts a vital duty to Theodore Miller, who stands before him. With a slight grin, he continues, there's no need for modesty. Your service is so exceptional, it wouldn't even be enough to grant you territory, so don't hide your achievements. He recounts how their adversaries have always resorted to force instead of discussion, crossing borders to steal limited wheat, attacking, and setting homes ablaze for their own luxury. The king then addresses him directly, Theodore Miller, and with a confident smile, he instructs, as long as you represent Meltoro, you must win. Teach those wicked beings the history of this nation, show them how much bad karma they've accumulated, and how strong an enemy they've made. He promises, and I will give you a reward befitting your victory. His gaze sharpens as he declares, "I'll leave it to you, Theodore Miller." The young mage bows respectfully. "I gracefully accept your command." The scene shifts dramatically to a desolate, snowy landscape, where two hooded figures stand before a vast, unseen force. Theodore observes the gathering, thinking, "It's to the extent where I know almost every face. I feel like 80% of Meltoro's forces are here." Nearby, another hooded figure, Rebecca of Andres, stands ready. Theodore of Meltoro, now clad in practical gear, salutes the assembled forces. Theodore Miller and Rebecca of Andres stand ready in the circular arena, as the white-haired elder officiating the match asks if they are both prepared. With a resounding bang, the elder signals the beginning of this battle, his imposing figure looming over the combatants. He then lays out the terms of engagement, stating that the victor must show generosity to the defeated, and the loser must exhibit respect for the winner. Adding a final rule, the elder warns that if the match concludes, no further fighting is permitted, to which Theodore nods in understanding. Rebecca, her gaze sharp, also agrees to the conditions, her readiness palpable. With all parties in agreement, the elder's expression hardens as he prepares to give the final command. Then, from this moment on, the fight begins, and both combatants blur into motion, circling each other with intense focus. Rebecca lunges first, her body a coiled spring of lethal intent, sword already arcing towards her opponent. He meets her assault with a swift block, the impact echoing through the arena as he parries the blade. A blur of motion, and Theodore counters with a powerful kick, aiming to disrupt her stance. His relentless assault continues, forcing her to react instantly to his rapid movements. Rebecca's eyes narrow as she processes these precise and unexpected movements, her body twisting to evade or deflect the next strike. Theodore recoils from the impact, a blur of motion as Rebecca's swift kick connects, or is expertly parried, sending him skidding across the ground. From the sidelines, an observer gasps, unable to believe she can attack with such speed, while another acknowledges that even if she's young, she must still be a formidable sword user from Andres. Meanwhile, the shadowy elder watches intently, his glowing red eye fixed on Rebecca, confirming her identity and noting that her skill is exactly what one would expect from the next generation sword of the Empire. Theodore continues to slide backward, the sheer overpowering pressure making him feel as though Rebecca is going to consume his very goals. His eyes narrow in recognition, a sudden realization dawning on him. He's definitely seen this swordsmanship before. The elder's thoughts echo his sentiment, identifying the style as the swordsmanship of the captain of the Wandering Wolves, Sir Randolph. As the female warrior takes a combat stance, her body sliding into position with two blades held ready, an overpowering pressure emanates from her, fueled by an almost primal desire to devour her target. Observing her movements, the male mage realizes this swordsmanship is definitely familiar, a style he recognizes with a jolt of surprise. It is the swordsmanship of none other than Sir Randolph, the captain of the Wandering Wolves. A frown creases his brow as he considers the implications, wondering if she could be a blood relative of Sir Randolph, or perhaps, simply trained in the same school. Her red eyes glow with an intense stare, locking onto him with predatory focus. With a sudden burst of speed, she leaps forward, closing the distance between them in an instant. Her blades meet his defense with a resounding clang, sending sparks flying as their weapons collide. As she continues her aggressive assault, pushing him back, he reminds himself that now is not the time for such thoughts. What's important right now is winning. His eyes glow with a fierce yellow light as he clenches his jaw, forcing himself to focus completely on the battle. Before she can press her advantage, he unleashes a powerful chain lightning spell, sending crackling blue energy directly into her, interrupting her attack. The female warrior, a blur of motion and crimson energy, continued her relentless assault, her blade arcing with deadly precision. Her sharp red eyes narrowed with disdain as she scornfully addressed the mage, demanding he face her properly. Mid-leap, surrounded by a vibrant red aura, she challenged him to fight fair and square. But before he could respond, a sudden, powerful shout from her, infused with raw aura, ripped through his defenses, negating his magic and sending him reeling back in shock and pain. Despite the unexpected blow, the mage's eyes hardened with resolve, a fierce determination igniting within him as blue lightning began to crackle around his form. Unleashing a concentrated lightning sphere, he retaliated, sending a blinding surge of electricity directly into his opponent, who recoiled from the impact. The blue lightning continued to arc and crackle, engulfing the space where she had been, a testament to the raw power he commanded. Yet, with astonishing speed, she recovered, closing the distance in an instant, her blade flashing out as she mocked his predictable tactics. Her attack, infused with a searing red energy, aimed directly for a vital point, a testament to her ruthless efficiency. The blade found its mark, striking him with a sickening thud as red energy flared around the impact point. But even as he was struck, the mage moved with impossible speed, a surge of blue lightning enveloping him as he vanished from her sight. Then, with a deafening roar, a massive explosion of purple energy erupted, engulfing the area. Still reeling from the mage's powerful attack, the female dual blade user's body vibrates with residual energy, a low rumble echoing around her. Despite the impact, she forces herself to stand, her opponent's voice echoing in her mind, identifying her as a magician of Melter. She begins to walk forward, a chilling thought crossing Theodore's mind. Is she simply accustomed to pain? Furthermore, she had proven resilient enough to withstand his lightning sphere with her bare body. Observing her unwavering advance, Theodore lets out a soft "hoo," realizing that half-baked spells would not be enough to defeat her. He muses that the fight wouldn't be so difficult if he could just use magic bullets, but the risk of critically injuring her if he missed his shot weighed heavily on him. Taking a decisive step, he resolves that she would not die by his hands in such a manner. With a deep exhale, he prepares himself for what comes next. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, he sprints forward, activating a skill known as Song of Battle, Sonata of Allegretto. From a distance, an unnamed bald man chatters in disbelief, questioning why a mage would choose to engage in close-quarter combat in such a situation. As Theodore continues his rapid advance, the bald man wonders if he has gone insane, concluding that the magicians of the enemy tower must truly have a few loose screws. Meanwhile, the female warrior raises her weapon, calling him an arrogant bastard and noting his eagerness to meet his end. The warrior's blades flash, a whirlwind of motion as she continues her relentless assault, determined not to be underestimated. Her movements are a blur, each slice a testament to the formidable knights of Andres, a name that echoes with martial prowess. The sheer speed of her swordsmanship is astonishing, leading one to wonder if this is a specialized technique, akin to the legendary Sir Randolph's. But as Theodore watches her, his gaze sharp and analytical, he notes a subtle difference in her speed, a lightness that sets her apart from Sir Randolph. Despite her impressive agility, he perceives her as being just a fraction slower than Superbia, a critical observation in this high-stakes battle. Then, with a sudden burst of blue energy, Theodore charges forward, closing the distance in an instant. He unleashes a powerful punch, aiming directly at his opponent. Yet, with practiced ease, the warrior deflects the blow, her blade meeting his fist with a sharp clang. A rumble of disbelief echoes in her mind, as she questions how she could possibly be losing to him in speed. Theodore, moving with impossible swiftness, executes a perfect dodge, evading her counterattack. With a fierce expression, he prepares another charge, his hand glowing intensely as he activates, all slot open, unleashing his full potential. Enveloped in a brilliant blue aura, he surges forward, a force of pure speed and power. He delivers a devastating shock impact, the force of his blow sending his opponent reeling. With a final, decisive, penta-united strike, he forces the dual blade user to her knees, the battle's momentum clearly in his favor. As residual energy glows around his leg, he stands victorious, yet his guard remains up. He knows he cannot let his guard down, even against a defeated foe, especially one who is a knight of the formidable Andres Empire. His eyes narrow, calculating, ready to attack immediately should she attempt to rise again. Suddenly, a new figure emerges, a powerful warrior with a great sword, addressing him with a question. Sir Van Heliones? The warrior, Van Heliones, acknowledges him, formally admitting defeat to the young hero of Melter, having ascertained that his battle prowess far surpassed that of his disciple. With a solemn expression, Van Heliones expresses his gratitude for Theodore not taking his disciple's life. A smirk plays on Van Heliones' lips, while Theodore, exhaling slowly, questions the meaning behind this unexpected concession. Van Heliones clenches his fist, declaring that in this battle, the Andres Empire faces defeat. A faint smile touches his face as he states that on the name of the Seven Swords, they accept this result. He walks away from the imposing figure of Van Heliones, the sounds of the battle fading behind him, yet the echoes of the fight still resonate within his mind. Each step he takes is deliberate, a stark contrast to the chaos he just endured. Van Heliones watches him go, a grim expression on his scarred face, acknowledging that the rumors about the young mage's prowess were not exaggerated, and that he had indeed displayed incredible martial arts. As Theodore continues his measured pace, Van Heliones muses that he might even challenge him to a duel himself one day. Theodore, however, remains inscrutable, his thoughts hidden as he walks away, certain that the lingering bloodthirst he felt during the fight did not originate from his recent opponent, but from something else entirely. A fleeting memory of Rebecca, the dual blade user, flashes through his mind, recalling the odd feeling of bloodthirst that had caused his finishing blow to be a second late, a delay that could have proven fatal. His eyes glow with a faint red light as he ponders the mystery, wondering just who on earth could have been the source of such an eerie, powerful bloodthirst. He searches his surroundings, his gaze sharp, seeking the eerie owner of that bloodthirst. Turning his head, he spots a distant figure, a question forming in his mind. Was it that guy? A powerful aura emanates from the cloaked individual, who is none other than Lloyd Forlin, the seventh sword of the Andres Empire. Fortunately, the blade hadn't seemed to cut too deep. The female healer gently reaches for the male patient's bandaged arm. She confirms with a soft chuckle that she's administered basic healing magic and bandaged it all up, expecting it to heal in about 3 days. The male patient expresses his sincere gratitude, feeling much better already. He humbly states that it's nothing, and in fact, he should be the one thanking her, even though it stings to see the corpses of their fallen colleagues. As the female healer steps back, she reflects that for those unable to enter the battlefield, victory has always just been a figure of speech. With a proud expression, she continues, admitting that thanks to him, for the first time ever, she's come to understand what victory truly feels like. A soft scuffle of fabric accompanies her slight movement, her gaze still fixed on the patient. The male patient looks surprised as she bows deeply, declaring it the honor of Meltoro, and an honor to be able to heal the hero of this generation with her own hands. He reacts with a nervous sweat, chuckling, and tells her she's giving him too much credit. With a soft step, the female healer turns, beginning to walk away from his bedside. As she walks away, she reminds him to please apply the prescribed medicine regularly. He lies in bed, his bandaged arm resting on the sheets, the quiet steps of someone approaching echoing softly in the room. His eyes, sharp and observant, betray a hint of expectation, as a thought forms in his mind. As expected. He looks down, a slight frown on his face, acknowledging that having the attention of people puts quite the pressure on you. A soft sigh escapes him as he glances up, muttering, "Phew, look, now then." Standing before him, cloaked in black with crimson accents, is a figure whose presence fills the room, identified simply as Sir Lloyd Forlan. The hooded man's voice, calm and almost amused, breaks the silence. My, looks like I've been found out." A single, piercing red eye glows from the depths of his hood, a silent glare that speaks volumes. Turning to walk away, Lloyd offers a casual explanation. "I apologize, but the cuisine and alcohol of Meltoro just doesn't match my tastes. So I took a walk and was checking the surrounding neighborhood out." Theodore's expression hardens, his gaze fixed on the retreating figure, demanding, "So, for what reason did you come here?" Lloyd pauses, his head slightly tilted, considering, "A reason, huh? If I had to specify, I guess you could say it's for an apology." Theodore's eyes narrow at the unexpected word, "An apology?" As if recalling a past event, Lloyd continues, "As you already know, I interfered in your battle with Rebecca." The memory of that confrontation flashes through Theodore's mind, the audacity of it still fresh. To think that you, a non-Nora user. He muses that Theodore must possess incredibly sensitive senses. As Lloyd slowly claps his hands together, admitting he hadn't expected such a strong reaction to the small amount of killing intent he'd accidentally released. A gulp catches in Theodore's throat, his mind reeling at the realization that Lloyd truly harbored the intent to kill him. Lloyd, now casually sitting on the edge of Theodore's bed, tells him there's no need to be so on edge, as the fourth sword has already reprimanded him for that particular transgression. He then adds, with a hint of mock regret, that it's a shame he can't simply slice Theodore's neck off in this situation. Theodore grits his teeth, a silent just escaping his thoughts. He looks up at Lloyd, a single question forming in his mind. Just why is it that? A scowl twists his features as he demands, "You want to kill me so bad?" Lloyd responds with a mocking, "Kikik," his head tilted in amusement. His amusement quickly fades, replaced by an intense glare. Standing up, Lloyd reiterates, Seriously, what a shame." He then adds a condescending remark, wondering how someone like Theodore could be born in a country full of losers like his, and not an empire. A chilling voice echoes, declaring a ceasefire that will remain in effect for 10 years. After that period, he warns, Theodore will become a great enemy of the empire, a prediction he trusts implicitly, as his intuition has never once proven him wrong. Closing the distance with a swift movement and grabbing Theodore's arm. The masked figure's glowing red eyes bore into Theodore. Pressing a sword to Theodore's throat, he speaks of the future 7 swords who will become the pillars of the empire. His eyes narrow further. Overwhelmed, Theodore feels a terrifying killing intent pressing down on him. With a decisive motion, the masked figure sheathes his sword and takes a step back. As he continues to walk away. Still reeling from the encounter, Theodore gulps. Still reeling from the encounter, Theodore reflects on the sword masters, acknowledging their truly amazing and superior existence. Yet he resolves that it is not a wall he cannot overcome. As a grand entrance creaks open, a voice invites him to please enter, while another, more hesitant voice, offers a quiet, Please excuse me." Stepping into the opulent hall, Theodore watches as the cloaked figure of Lloyd Forlan departs, leaving him to wonder at the ease of his entry. He looks around, a flicker of confusion crossing his face as he thinks, why are they just letting me in? His gaze sharpens, the thought forming in his mind, even if they've identified who I am. He muses, to think they would just let the enemy in like that. As he stands at the foot of a grand staircase, a blonde woman on the balcony above addresses him. "For what reason have you come to find me?" Theodore begins to ascend the ornate stairs, each step echoing with a soft creak, his eyes fixed on the woman. A thoughtful expression settles on his face as he considers her words. The victor's rights. What's that supposed to be? The blonde woman's gaze is unwavering as she delivers her stark declaration. The empire does not guarantee the lives of the ones who lose. A chilling realization settles in, that survival for the defeated hinges entirely on the victor's mercy, and to live, one must offer something of immense value in return for their life. This grim exchange, he understands, is conducted entirely outside of any formal duel arrangements, meaning refusal carries an even heavier price. Not even one's family can escape the death penalty. In a world where strength dictates all, the rumors of the Empire communicating through the edge of a sword rather than words were, in fact, no exaggeration at all. Turning his attention back to the woman before him, Theodore asks if she will still listen to his request, even though they are not in Andres, to which she replies, yes, because I am a knight of Andres. The weight of the situation settles on him, making it hard to process, and he muses, I'm not even sure what kind of requests I can make. Looking down, he then addresses her directly. In that case, Lady Rebecca, could you answer this question of mine? Rebecca looks up, surprised, as Theodore continues, the one who uses a similar sword technique as you. Her eyes widen in shock as he asks, are you familiar with the man named Randolph? Rebecca swallows hard, her expression betraying her surprise, and she asks, Randolph? How do you know that name? Theodore's gaze is firm as he states, I can't disclose anything before you do so. Rebecca nods, acknowledging his stance. Is that so? I understand. Before that, I have one request. Her expression turns serious as she leans forward slightly, requesting, what I'm about to say in this room. Could you make it so that nobody else can hear it? Theodore simply replies, understood, as a vibrant blue aura flares around him, signifying his intent to create a sound-dampening barrier. With a casual wave, Theodore dismisses the notion of difficulty, golden magical particles swirling around him as he begins to weave a spell. The air around them shimmers, and a hexagonal field of pure quiet descends, muffling all external sound, ensuring their conversation remains utterly private. A subtle smirk plays on his lips as he confirms the spell's success, having effectively sealed off all ambient noise. Lady Rebecca, her expression serious, acknowledges the magical ward, ready to proceed. He then prompts her, his voice clear within the silence, to share her story concerning Randolph, as the narrative continues. Sylvia Adruncus leans forward, her gaze intent as she asks Theodore Miller if he will finally share the story between him and Randolph. A slight pause hangs in the air before he reveals the truth. Randolph is his brother. More precisely, he clarifies, they are half-siblings from different mothers, a fact that Randolph himself seems to acknowledge with a somber expression, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Theodore continues, explaining that his family, the Clovis, was once a noble lineage, successors to the Empire's revered seven swords, but that belief in their enduring glory was quickly shattered. His thoughts drift back to a time long past, 130 years ago, when his family was still struggling. It was then that the Clovis family, though poor, began to rise, greatly indebted to the existence of a certain swordmaster. They believed this glorious era would last for another century, a period of prosperity and power. However, their hopes were dashed when, one day, the emperor issued a royal decree. The decree commanded them to track down the black magician causing chaos across the empire and to execute him. The seven swords of the empire, bound by absolute loyalty, had no choice but to obey, so Theodore's ancestors crossed the Andres borders to eliminate the black magician. But tragically, they never returned, and not only did the Clovis family fail to fulfill the emperor's commands, but their swordmaster also vanished in the process. As the symbolic image of a broken family crest appears, Theodore explains that since the black magician incident, his Clovis family slowly began to fall apart, a revelation Sylvia acknowledges with a quiet understanding. He elaborates, stating that their family head, his father, was a proficient swordsman, making it easy to find talented swordswomen within their lineage. Sylvia leans forward, her expression thoughtful, asking him to clarify his meaning. He confirms her unspoken question, admitting that while he and Randolph were half-siblings, they also had many other half-brothers from different mothers. With a somber gaze, Theodore continues, explaining that everyone else in the family was eventually sold off, as all remaining resources had to be funneled into training a single swordmaster. He laments that even with all the family's remaining resources, it still wouldn't have been enough to support both him and Randolph. In a faded memory, a cloaked figure stands over a bed, as Theodore recounts how one of them had to leave and become a scapegoat. The scene shifts to a group of figures departing under the cover of night, as he reveals that his brother left on his own, and he believes it was a sacrifice made for him. A lone figure sits on a bed, clutching a letter, as Theodore sadly admits that despite a promise to meet again, he hasn't heard from his brother since that day. Sylvia, connecting the pieces, realizes that the dual-bladed ancestor Sir Randolph was searching for were, in fact, the Clovis family. Theodore's expression darkens slightly, as he notes that it's already been half a month since he last met Sir Randolph. He recalls being dispatched to his hometown on a mission from the Crimson Tower, and it was there that he coincidentally encountered Sir Randolph. A blurred image of two figures in combat flashes, one wielding a sword, the other surrounded by a crimson aura, as Theodore recalls how they had even faced the Elder Lich together. He muses, a slight smirk playing on his lips, that it seems he has indeed found the dual-bladed ancestor Sir Randolph had been searching for. From above, Sylvia's voice cuts through his thoughts, her tone laced with disbelief as she questions, really? Have you really? Theodore's internal monologue continues, picturing Randolph as he considers the possibility of finding their family's missing predecessor, and if it's that guy, becoming a swordmaster doesn't seem too far away either. Sylvia, observing him from the upper landing, lets out a soft sigh, realizing that her brother is just as she always remembered him. Her voice then rings out, firm and clear, declaring, "Viscount Miller, your time's up." Theodore, turning to face her, acknowledges her statement, agreeing that since their time is up, he will be going now. As he begins to descend the grand staircase, he offers a parting wish for her swift recovery. Sylvia, startled by his departure, calls out, "Ah, wait a sec, Lord Theodore." She watches him go, a thoughtful expression on her face, muttering that he still hasn't exercised his rights as the victor. Theodore's voice echoes back, a final promise hanging in the air. "I'll take that as a promise that you'll leave it for later, Lord Theodore." For days after the friendly match, the agreements between the two nations were finally concluded. With Melter emerging as the victor, Andres had no choice but to negotiate under unfavorable conditions. As a result, they were forced to leave the capital, Manabeel, within just 6 days. Theodore muses to himself. Come to think of it, 6 days passed by so quickly. His eyes, still sharp with lingering intensity, reflect the recent events. Observing a passing carriage, he wonders if Rebecca is riding in the back. The carriage rumbles along, and it looks like she hasn't recovered enough to ride a horse on her own yet. A slight sigh escapes him as he considers, well, I guess after getting hit by shockwaves more than 5 times, it's a miracle that she's still breathing. He knows that if they meet again one day, Rebecca will be several times more powerful than she is now, her form crackling with raw energy. Turning his attention to his own bandaged arm, he thinks, anyways, it should be okay to unwrap my bandages now, right? It looks like it's all good now. Just then, a voice calls out from the doorway. "Mr. Theodore, is Mr. Theodore Miller here?" He responds, "Yes, can I help you?" The hooded figure steps forward, revealing himself. "It took me a while to find you." "Ah, so you were here. I'm Andy from Student Academy's central office." He receives orders to be led to the Academy President's office, a request that immediately raises questions in his mind. Confirming the summons, Andy explains that the President herself has called for him, urging him to go immediately. Considering that magicians rarely have cause to visit such a high office, he can't help but wonder what significant event could have transpired. Acknowledging the urgency, he agrees to proceed, following Andy through the Academy's intricate pathways. As they navigate the halls, he spots a peculiar statue, internally questioning its presence and whether it reflects the President's personal taste. Upon entering the office, he formally greets the Academy President and the Crimson Tower's master, who warmly acknowledge his arrival. The Academy President apologizes for the sudden summons, explaining that an unforeseen situation left her with no other choice. She then praises his handling of the recent situation, admitting her uncertainty that Andres would have accepted their offer. Emphasizing his crucial role, especially with the High Elf convoy, she declares him the top contributor to the successful agreement. He chuckles softly, modestly suggesting that she overpraises him. However, the President insists it's not mere flattery, knowing he understands the truth of his accomplishments. Anticipating her next words, he asks if the reason for his summons is for the prize, to which she confirms, stating that after a long meeting, His Highness and the Tower Masters have decided on his reward. He listens intently as the problem is laid bare. The item he's to receive remains a top secret, and awarding it publicly would undoubtedly stir up controversy. The speaker emphasizes the gravity of the situation, reminding him that this particular item is known only to the Tower Masters and a select few. A stern warning follows, that if this information were to leak, even he wouldn't be able to escape punishment. From across the room, the Red Tower Master interjects, acknowledging the need for vigilance but chiding the speaker for instilling unnecessary fear into the young mage. Theodore, still processing the conversation, is startled by an unexpected voice, wondering aloud what could be happening. His gaze falls upon the statue-like creature, a chilling realization dawning on him as he questions if the inanimate object just spoke. The creature, Gluttony, lets out a cackling laugh, reveling in the surprise it has caused, a reaction it claims to not have seen in a long time. But its mirth is cut short as a sudden, forceful impact sends it reeling, a sharp cry escaping its lips. Veronica, her expression fierce, scolds the creature, telling it not to scare their little one and reminding it about the loudness of its laughter before labeling it a savage virgin lizard. Her eyes glow with a dangerous intensity, her face contorted in a terrifying smile as she declares that someone seems to be seeking death today. With a furious roar, she launches herself at Gluttony, demanding that the crippled furnishing simply die already. The Red Tower Master continues her relentless assault, a whirlwind of motion as she pummels the magical entity, while Theodore watches the chaotic scene unfold. Theodore, still reeling from the previous chaos, hesitantly questions the figure before him about the mysterious statue, prompting the President to clear his throat and admit that he hadn't intended for such a chaotic introduction. Explaining that he had no choice, the President reveals that the statue is no normal being. He continues, stating that its movement and composition remain unknown, and that only one individual possesses the ability to control golems in a way that even Seventh Circle magicians cannot comprehend. With a dismissive TSK from the Amber Tower Master, Norden, the President concludes his explanation by revealing that Norden himself is the one controlling the enigmatic statue. The Academy President explains that the statue they're discussing is no ordinary being, its movements and composition remaining a complete mystery, for only one person can control golems that even master-level magicians cannot comprehend. That individual is none other than Norden, the Amber Tower Master. A gaunt, gray-skinned creature with glowing red eyes and a prominent nose is revealed, the very one controlling that formidable statue. Theodore Miller listens intently as the president continues, describing Norden as a tower master whose age, race, and even face remain shrouded in mystery, with rumors suggesting he's capable of rejecting even direct mobilization orders. He adds that no one other than the tower masters and the king are able to meet with him, and his appearances are exceedingly rare, perhaps only once or twice a century. Theodore, surprised, questions the century-long interval, but the president urges him not to be too shocked yet, as there are many more incomprehensible aspects to the Amber Tower Master's existence. Based on the Central Office's records, the very design of the four towers was built upon this individual's influence, and he is credited as the first person to contribute to the country's prosperity under the title of a Tower Master. Norden's expertise in medicine, alchemy, metallurgy, and architecture is described as godlike, which is why the northern continent boasts far more impressive merchandise than other regions. Theodore, pondering the implications of the four towers' design, asks the president, if that's truly the case, just how old is Norden? The president reveals that Norden is at least more than 600 years old, a staggering age even compared to elves, who are known for living up to 200 years. Theodore considers the lifespan of high elves, who can live up to 3,400 years, but then muses that magic, an art developed for humans, is rarely learned by other races, leaving him to wonder just who Norden truly is. Still reeling from the revelation about Norden, Theodore wonders if there's a deeper reason his identity has remained hidden for over 6 centuries. The Academy president, however, dismisses his concerns, stating that unless Norden himself chooses to reveal his true nature, any theories about him would be utterly meaningless. He advises Theodore not to dwell on it too much, as the truth is beyond their current grasp. Meanwhile, in a different location, a grotesque, goblin-like creature inspects a damaged automaton, lamenting that it is a state-of-the-art golem, and questioning how long it would take to repair such a complex mechanism. A red-haired woman approaches the creature, urging it to hand over their little one's item, but the creature scoffs, insisting it's no mere trinket. It then reveals the item to be a sensitivity booster 37 Maloian Quatches, a name that piques the interest of the red-haired woman. As a third man in white robes joins them, the red-haired woman questions the significance of sensitivity for magicians, while the creature explains that no amount of training or medicine can typically improve it. However, the creature holds up a small, red, spherical pill, proclaiming that this particular sensitivity booster can indeed enhance one's sensitivity. The red-haired woman then declares that this booster is the prize she awards, something once thought utterly impossible to achieve. Later, Theodore finds himself holding the very same red pill, his eyes widening in disbelief as he recognizes it as the legendary sensitivity booster. This potent medicine, synthesized through a blend of Eastern and Western alchemy, is crafted from rare materials and ancient knowledge, designed to significantly increase the mana sensitivity of its user. The medicine, a treasure of immense value, promised to dramatically increase one's sensitivity upon consumption, with no digestion period required. It would also elevate one's understanding of alchemy by 2 full stages, becoming even more effective if consumed directly rather than through a magical entity. However, a crucial detail remained. A resistance would develop after a single use, rendering any further consumption ineffective. Holding the small, red orb, Theodore could hardly believe his eyes, musing that for someone like him, who inherently lacked sensitivity, such a medicine's very existence felt like a miracle. As Veronica embraced him from behind, her voice a playful whisper, she urged him to consume it immediately, assuring him it was perfectly safe. He hesitated, questioning if he should really take it right then and there. A flicker of understanding crossed his face as he realized the implications of her words, recognizing the unspoken condition, no selling it, no keeping it in storage. Veronica's smile widened, a hint of malice in her eyes, pleased that he had grasped the situation so quickly. In the library, the small, goblin-like creature, Gluttony, chimed in, dismissing the idea that one of the 3 master-level magicians present would pose any threat, a sentiment Theodore readily agreed with. With 2 master-level magicians by his side, he felt confident that no one could even lay a finger on him. Taking a deep breath, he swallowed the booster, feeling an immediate surge of power as a system message confirmed his consumption, informing him that a force was now stimulating his potential. The system further clarified that his mana sensitivity had been adjusted to its maximum level, warning him to prepare his mind for a temporary burst in his senses. A strange, almost metallic flavor lingered on his tongue, and he wondered, was that truly all there was to it? Suddenly, his eye flared with an intense purple glow, the world around him distorting as the booster's true effects began to manifest. Overwhelmed by the sudden, powerful sensory input, he hunched over, struggling to maintain his composure, barely able to utter a choked confession that he couldn't endure it. Overwhelmed by the sudden influx of power, he gasps, unable to draw breath, as Veronica urges him to hold on, to not reject the mana surging through his body. She explains that mana has always been present around him, he simply hadn't been able to perceive it until now, a revelation he struggles to accept. His eyes widen in understanding, realizing the truth of her words, and she encourages him to try using magic with this newfound sensitivity. As he attempts to channel the energy, crackling lightning erupts around his form, a raw, uncontrolled manifestation of the mana coursing through him. The lightning intensifies, swirling around his outstretched hand, a testament to the immense power he now wields. A moment later, the overwhelming sensation subsides, and he finds himself breathing easier, wondering if this is truly what mana feels like. Veronica observes him, asking if he has finally composed himself, as he senses something new in the air, something that shouldn't be there. He holds out his hand, contemplating the nature of mana, reflecting on how some describe it as water, while others compare it to dirt. His gaze sharpens, his mind racing, as he considers the idea that mana can also feel like a burning flame. Sitting amidst the towering bookshelves, he wonders if this heightened perception is the same mana sense that geniuses like Sylvia possess. Veronica confirms his recovery, noting his significantly increased sensitivity, casting speed, and power, but warns him that his control over this new flow will remain unstable for a while. He considers how having incredible sensitivity alone isn't enough, as Veronica reminds him that sensitivity and magic power are ultimately just tools. She explains that if the user's skill is lacking, then even the greatest sensitivity is pointless, and though some people are highly sensitive, they can still be idiots in every generation. So, advising him not to get too caught up in his new feelings and to continue as he has been, Veronica is suddenly interrupted by a small, goblin-like creature who calls her a virgin lizard and questions what she thinks she's doing to a kid. Theodore flinches, startled by the creature's sudden appearance and harsh words, while the goblin-like figure dismisses his reaction, telling them to stop showing their creepy face. Finding the situation amusing yet tiresome, the smaller goblin-like creature declares his desire to speak with Theodore privately and orders them to leave. As a larger, muscular goblin-like creature steps forward, demanding to know who they are to give orders, Veronica simply laughs, stating they will be taking their leave now. The muscular goblin-like creature grabs her, but she fiercely tells him to let go, while the smaller goblin-like creature warns the larger one that he'll get him next time for crippling the furnishing. With a final glance back, the larger goblin-like creature departs through a wooden door, leaving Theodore to observe the strange interaction. The smaller goblin-like creature then turns his attention back to Theodore, commenting on his earlier reaction and the deep scent of his spirit. He muses that the lizard wasn't bragging about being the future Crimson Tower Master for no reason, acknowledging Veronica's reputation. As Theodore rubs his nose, looking slightly uncomfortable, the goblin-like creature states that his earlier judgment was objective, and as the first beneficiary of his medicine, he congratulates him and will remember his name. Though he won't be seeing him for a while, the goblin-like creature declares they will need to meet again at some point, leaving Theodore with a cryptic farewell. The words Theodore Miller echo in his mind, a strange resonance with the red glow emanating from his hand, as if a hidden power stirs within him, waiting for the right moment to emerge. The mysterious figure's parting words linger, promising a future discussion about the secret hidden deep within him, before bidding him farewell and vanishing into thin air. He ponders the implications of this secret and the sudden disappearance of his recent visitor, wondering if the figure somehow knows about gluttony. A small, dark orb, gluttony, suddenly appears in his palm, its presence a silent warning to remain cautious around the Amber Tower Master. Theodore expresses his surprise, realizing that the ancient formula and alchemy skill mentioned earlier were used 2,000 years ago, and that the Amber Tower Master not only possesses knowledge of it, but also the ability to wield it. Gluttony, now with a distinct, expressive face, admits to having a few grimoires in mind, but cannot confirm anything for certain at this moment. Theodore questions if this means the Amber Tower Master is a grimoire owner, a possibility Gluttony confirms as highly likely based on current information, implying the Master is actively using such power. Gluttony adds that if this is true, the chances of a surprise attack, similar to what happened with the Elder Lich, are effectively and naturally low. His eyes widen as he considers the identities of both the Amber Tower Master and the Ivory Tower's Masked Master, a complex web of secrets beginning to unravel before him. He clenches his hand, a surge of determination filling him as he questions if all these events are unfolding on purpose, part of some grander scheme. Though he vows to uncover the truth behind this secret, he knows that now is not the time for such revelations. His fist remains clenched, a silent promise to the Amber Tower Master, Norden, that they will indeed meet again someday. A rhythmic tapping echoes through the silence as fingers dance across the keys of a mechanical keyboard. While in a dimly lit chamber, a shadowy figure with long, flowing hair sits observing, a voice murmuring, "Interesting. It's been a while." A subtle, almost sinister smile playing on its lips as fingers lightly brush against its chin. The entity's thoughts then turn to a profound realization, the Grimoire of Gluttony. A flurry of light blue mana streaks through the air, colliding with an orange magical barrier, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The attacks continue to swish past, forcing Theodore to swiftly deflect each one. His brow furrowed in concentration as he charges his own mana, a fierce orange glow emanating from his fist. Despite his efforts, a powerful impact sends him reeling, engulfed in a burst of light and dust. He pushes through the pain, knowing that to gain control over his heightened mana sensitivity, after consuming the booster. He had specifically requested Sylvia's help to train him. As a magician born with superior mana sensitivity and learning ability, there was truly no one better to guide him. From a distance, Sylvia watches him, her expression firm as she asks if he can keep going. A smirk plays on Theodore's lips as he confidently affirms, "Of course." He continues his rapid footwork, stepping deftly to avoid another incoming attack. His movements a blur of speed and precision. Sylvia smiles, impressed by his progress, noting that just a few weeks ago, he wouldn't have been able to react like this. As expected of Theo, she thinks, a hint of pride in her voice. He offers a slight, confident smile, a soft chuckle escaping him as he responds to the praise. Indeed, the process of training one's mana sensitivity proves surprisingly simpler than anticipated, with a key method involving the invocation of magic without the need to memorize complex incantations. For in the realm of magic, an incantation is merely a mage's personal interpretation of the spell, a focused gathering of energy that hums around his fingertips. While the advent of incantations undeniably boosted the power efficacy of magicians exponentially, it inadvertently led many to become overly fixated on the very idea of these verbal formulas. However, as he casually wipes something from his face, a deeper truth begins to surface. Meanwhile, the blonde mage unleashes a fourth circle frozen orb, a shimmering blue sphere of ice forming with a faint glint. Immediately following, she conjures a fourth circle gale force, a powerful surge of wind and lightning erupting from her hands with a resounding whoosh. Even before this moment, the realization dawns on her. She herself had never truly relied on incantations at all. The young man is then barraged by the rapid succession of magical attacks, each impact echoing with a percussive ba-ba-ba-bam. Finally, a massive explosion of blue energy engulfs him, the force of the boom shaking the very air. The blonde mage stares, utterly bewildered, wondering how he managed to invoke 3 different attributes from 3 different circles of magic, all in a single, seamless go. Her eye widens in profound shock, the implications of his ability dawning on her. He channels raw magical energy, his hand glowing with an intense, crimson light as power surges through him. And with a fierce determination, he unleashes a devastating blast. The spell erupts into a fiery inferno, consuming everything in its path. The explosion expands with a thunderous roar, a massive wave of heat and light engulfing the area. As the magical energies dissipate with a powerful whoosh, Sylvia watches the aftermath, a whirlwind of wind and dust swirling around her. The sky above is now filled with a glowing cloud of residual magic, a testament to the minor force and inferno spells that had just been cast, confirming that it all succeeded. Overwhelmed with pride, Sylvia embraces Theodore, exclaiming, "You're amazing, Theo. To think you'd learn how to do all of this in such a short amount of time." He replies, it's all thanks to Sylvia's teachings." He lets out a relieved laugh, admitting, "But as expected, the improved version of this higher-tier magic was quite burdensome. If we kept going for even just 10 more seconds, I wouldn't have lasted." Sylvia gazes at him with a soft smile, declaring, "Still, a success is a success. Congrats, Theo." He turns to her, his gratitude evident as he says, "Thanks, Sylvia, it's all thanks to you." As Sylvia affectionately pats his head, calling out his name, a small, blonde-haired girl suddenly appears, looking up at them with wide, frozen eyes, asking, "Mitra, what happened?" The girl, Gwest, stares up at them, her voice filled with urgency as she cries out, "Theo, Gwest." Her sudden question hangs in the air, leaving Theodore momentarily stunned, as he processes the unexpected mention of guest. Before he can fully respond, a new voice cuts through the tension, addressing him directly, acknowledging his presence. The messenger, a man with long brown hair, approaches with a polite smile, explaining that he has come to escort Theodore to the king's audience. A flicker of concern crosses Theodore's face at the mention of an envoy, as the messenger confirms that someone important awaits him. Inside a grand, ornate hall, the murmurs of a gathered crowd fill the air, their hushed conversations echoing beneath the high, domed ceiling. Suddenly, a voice announces the king's arrival, and the monarch himself ascends the steps to his throne, his regal attire sweeping behind him. Addressing the assembled dignitaries, the king expresses his gratitude for their prompt arrival, acknowledging the short notice of the summons. He continues, explaining that the current situation was unforeseen, but emphasizes its critical importance as a turning point for the country. The king notes that while some may have heard rumors, and others nothing at all, the core message is that an envoy from Elvenheim has arrived. He elaborates that this visit is unprecedented, aimed at establishing friendly relations rather than trade, and that the assembly is about to meet this envoy in the very room. The name of the Elven homeland is then revealed, the country of the elves, Elvenheim. Despite common belief, the elves were never truly isolated from the rest of the world, having readily embraced the rapid advancements of human civilization and even exporting their unique specialties to them. Whispers ripple through the assembly, as courtiers question if these friendly relations could truly be real, pondering how such a development might reshape the entire northern region, and marveling that Elvenheim would initiate contact first. Before the king, a messenger bows deeply, announcing the arrival of Elvenheim's envoy in the audience room. With a sharp, commanding gaze, the monarch orders them to be admitted. A low, drawn-out groan echoes through the hall as the massive doors slowly creak open. Stepping into the light, a tall, blonde-haired elf in flowing white robes makes his entrance, identified as Edwin, Elvenheim's envoy. From their vantage point, Theodore and Veronica exchange glances, the red-haired mage grinning as she notes that for the cowardly spiritual sentinels of the forest, they've sent in quite the big shot. Theodore, intrigued, asks about the term sentinel, to which Veronica explains it's what they call the elven summoners capable of calling forth higher-ranked spirits. The king's voice booms through the hall, adding that amongst these sentinels, those who rise to the pinnacle of the warrior class are also referred to by the same title. In other words, he concludes, they are masters. Theodore's eyes widen slightly, a silent acknowledgement of the envoy's formidable presence. The king continues, his voice filled with awe, describing Edwin as a being on the same level as a sword master and a seventh circle magician, a truly astonishing feat. Bowing low before the throne, Edwin formally introduces himself, declaring, I, Edwin of the Beach Tribe, third branch of Elvenheim, greet thee, O Lord of the Magic Kingdom, Melter, and humbly asks forgiveness for any perceived unfriendly manners. With a slight grin, the Elvenheim envoy extends a formal welcome, acknowledging his arrival in Melter. From his throne, the king responds, reminding him that while Elvenheim is a neighbor, it has always felt like a distant nation, one that historically kept its distance from humans, except for trade, an ideology the human kingdom had always respected. However, the king admits, a certain curiosity remains, prompting him to inquire about the true reason for their dear neighbor's long journey. Edwin, his expression composed, declares his intention to divulge the purpose of his visit. He reveals that his family wishes to invite a specific person, along with their crew, to Elvenheim as state guests. The unexpected announcement hangs in the air, causing Theodore and Veronica to exchange a look of surprise, their eyes wide with disbelief. Edwin continues, explaining their simple desire to repay Lady Eleanor's savior, which brought him here, as Theodore swallows hard, the words state guests echoing in his mind. With a respectful bow, the elven envoy, Edwin, begins to speak, declaring that he shall divulge the message. Then, raising his head, he continues, explaining that he is to invite a certain person to Elvenheim as a state guest, all as per his father's orders. Theodore Miller and Veronica exchange a look of stunned surprise at this unexpected news. And a wave of nervousness washes over him as he processes the implications of being a state guest, a title he ponders with a furrowed brow. Meanwhile, Randolph, the mercenary captain, expresses his disbelief, having thought Elvenheim would merely wish to increase trade, but never imagined they would go to such lengths, questioning Edwin's words. Theodore, still processing, asks for clarification, wondering if they are truly welcoming a diplomatic delegate. Edwin confirms with a nod, affirming that his statement is correct. Theodore then inquires if this meeting will take place in the familiar outskirts of the Great Forest once more. But Edwin quickly dismisses the idea, stating that they cannot treat their benefactors in such a casual manner. He explains that Elvenheim itself has made a more significant arrangement. The envoy reveals that they have agreed to meet Theodore and his crew at the Sacred World Tree, a location that causes Theodore to question if he means the legendary tree at the very heart of the Great Forest, to which Edwin simply replies, yes. Edwin explains that the World Tree is their father tree, a sacred site, and the fewer people who accompany Theodore, the better. Theodore acknowledges this, musing that it certainly presents a problem. Edwin adds that the closer they get to the center of the Great Forest, where the World Tree resides, the mana concentration will rise dramatically. This means only fifth circle magicians or above are required, a perplexing requirement that leaves Theodore with few candidates, as he sighs in thought. It's not just magical prowess. The mission demands individuals with significant political capabilities, a glimpse of the World Tree appearing before him. A high-ranking official, Your Highness, observes that more than half of the suitable candidates died in a previous convoy incident, leaving only one truly fitting for this diplomatic mission. Edwin then asks if someone of Veronica's caliber would be suitable, causing Theodore to sweat nervously. Theodore laughs awkwardly, confirming that someone like Veronica simply won't do, as her fire-type mana is too strong and would likely burn down the World Tree. Meanwhile, Veronica, furious at being dismissed, shouts, demanding why they are passing on their stupid little leftovers to her, as someone tries to calm her down. Back in the discussion, Your Highness suggests sending the Azure Tower Master, looking expectantly at Theodore. Theodore replies that he would like to, but Blundell is currently unavailable, occupied with preventing flooding in the granary. Finally, Your Highness asks about taking the tower's elders, but Theodore explains that most of them are too old and frail, unable to even sleep properly, making them unsuitable for the mission. Theodore, having declared his willingness to go if no one else would, causes the Academy president to react with surprise, considering the implications of the Ivory Tower Master's involvement. The Academy president reflects on the Ivory Tower Master, a figure known for his cold-hearted efficiency and active participation in missions, concluding that he might be the most fitting person for this delicate diplomatic assignment. With a nod, the Academy president declares that Ortha will be entrusted with the mission, forming a delegation of wizards above the fifth circle from all the Tower Masters. He then sternly reminds them to ensure the delegation's members do not exceed 10, as a blonde attendant bows respectfully beside him. Clenching his fist with resolve, the Academy president affirms his commitment to carry out the orders of His Highness. Orthe, a slight grin playing on his lips, expresses his belief that Theodore will become the light of Melter, reminding him that he is the diplomatic mission itself as he heads towards Elvenheim. Theodore clenches his own fist, a gulp escaping him as he accepts the same authorities as the Ivory Tower Master for this mission, vowing to carry out His Highness' orders without fear of sharing his thoughts. Orthe, still smiling, reveals he had initially wanted to invite 13 additional members, but gave up due to his own circumstances, despite the fact that currently, about 93 superior-rank magicians remain in Manaville, with 71 expressing their intention to join the diplomatic mission. Sitting thoughtfully on a couch, Theodore wonders aloud why so many people are eager to participate in this diplomatic mission. He closes his eyes, a soft sigh escaping him as he realizes it's because Elvenheim is a sacred place where humans are usually forbidden, and the news of being able to enter the world tree has reignited the magician's desire to explore the unknown. He remarks that the situation must be quite a mess, though it isn't visible from the outside, as the towers are currently in a state of chaos, rife with military figures, nepotism, and bribery. With a soft clink as he sets down his teacup, Orthe decides it's time to depart, noting that there isn't much time left before the interview. Theodore, sipping from his own cup, inquires about the interview, which Orthe explains is a guideline set by the Ivory Tower Master. He then asks if the Master himself applied, recalling that he was tasked with organizing national interests for Elvenheim and wondering if he'd be alright given his busy research schedule. A knowing grin spreads across Theodore's face, as he suggests everyone needs a breather now and then. He adds that one never knows what kind of leads they might find in Elvenheim, prompting Orthe to accuse him of making excuses to avoid research. Orthe, tapping the table with his finger, acknowledges Theodore's quick wit. Standing up from his seat, he reveals that that child has also sent in an application, noting that her interview papers were exceptionally well written, making it likely she'll pass easily. Orthe clarifies that he is referring to Sylvia, a young woman with light hair tied back in a ponytail, who appears slightly flushed. Theodore simply responds with a thoughtful, "I see." Orthe continues, explaining that if it's the genius Sylvia, who has already reached the 5th circle despite not yet being 20, she should be quite eligible to apply for the diplomatic mission. Theodore lets out a soft sigh, muttering about this tactless kid. He walks away, dismissing the question with a casual wave, hoping that he and Sylvia will simply pass the mission. Taking a step, he glances back, a subtle shift in his demeanor. His expression twists into confusion, wondering if he's truly being tactless. A close-up on his hand reveals his internal struggle, as he ponders why Orthe would say such a thing. He clutches his head, a headache forming as he considers the implications of a mission accompanied by the Ivory Tower Master. Meanwhile, Orthe explains that the mission's representative is for the best, though he admits to having no knowledge of the other Tower Masters, aside from those of the Crimson and Azure Towers. Theodore sighs, the weight of the situation settling upon him, realizing he's been given the same authority as the Ivory Tower Master himself. Distress washes over him, causing him to pull at his hair, questioning if he's truly allowed such authority on a mission where so many people are involved. His gaze sharpens, a flicker of excitement crossing his face at the thought of seeing Eleanor again, but a deeper concern lingers. Will he truly be able to perform well? Suddenly, his eye widens, a stark realization dawning upon him. He looks up, a chilling sensation washing over him as he questions the nature of an unfamiliar presence. Red lines streak across the ceiling, emphasizing the urgency of the moment, as he admits he cannot pinpoint the position of this presence at all. He couldn't shake the feeling of an unknown presence, a lingering question of who else could possibly have access to this place. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the room, uttering a casual, well, as a slender hand reached for a teacup. The delicate clink of porcelain filled the air, followed by a soft sip, and the voice continued, "I apologize if I surprised you." The elegant figure of an elf, with long blonde hair and pointed ears, leaned gracefully, completing the gesture of taking the cup. Theodore stood frozen in surprise, as the elf, now looking directly at him, calmly stated, "Please excuse me, I've come here to meet with you for a while." A knowing smirk played on the elf's lips as he addressed Theodore, calling him, "Oh dear, benefactor." With the teacup still in hand, the elf politely inquired, "Could you spare some of your time to talk with me?" A delicate teacup clinks softly against its saucer, as Theodore, a slight smile playing on his lips, remarks, "I thought my senses had failed me." Across from him, Edwin bows his head slightly, offering a formal apology. "My apologies. It seems I'm yet to be acquainted with human etiquette. As such, I hope my actions towards our benefactor weren't too rude." He then explains his delay, but the mission bestowed upon me by my parents slowed me down. A soft rustle accompanies his words as he continues, "It might be a bit late, but I'm very happy to be able to meet our benefactor, even if just under these circumstances." Theodore returns the sentiment with a light chuckle. "I too am happy to meet you. Haha, but..." His expression turning more serious, he presses, "For what reason do you treat me with this much respect?" Edwin simply offers a knowing smile. Edwin then leans forward slightly, his tone shifting. From my perspective, Sir Edwin's attitude is a bit uncomfortable. However, a subtle smirk plays on his lips as he adds, I don't believe dear benefactor should feel uncomfortable at all. He brings his hands together in a gesture of reverence, explaining, the act of saving Eleonora, even almost costing your own life. That gallant grace is worthy of being called the benefactor, and you are by no means lacking from having that kindness repaid by our lineage of the Arv. Still feeling the weight of Edwin's profound respect, Theodore attempts to deflect the elf's excessive courtesies, insisting that such formality isn't necessary. However, Edwin explains that while he may not be fully versed in human customs, it is only natural for his people to show such deference, humbly begging for understanding. Theodore, growing slightly uncomfortable with the prolonged formality, suggests they move past the pleasantries, asking directly why the elf has come to find him, sensing there's something more he wishes to convey. With a slight rustle of his cloak, Edwin confirms Theodore's intuition, revealing that he also has a gift to present to his benefactor. As Edwin reaches into his robes, Theodore's gaze falls upon the small, glowing object now held between the elf's fingers, a question forming on his lips about its nature. Edwin presents the item, a vibrant, crystalline shard, explaining that it is a seed from the world tree, a bit different from those of the past, but still possessing miraculous effects. Suddenly, a small, blonde-haired child peeks over the back of the couch, her eyes wide with excitement, calling out Theodore's name with an eager cry. Theodore, startled by the sudden appearance, quickly admonishes Mitra, reminding her not to point at people with her hands. Edwin lets out a hearty laugh, dismissing Theodore's concern, and reveals that Eleonora had left him a message regarding the seed. As Mitra eagerly reaches for the glowing seed, Edwin clarifies that this particular seed isn't meant for Theodore, but rather for her. Mitra proudly exclaims that she got it, as Edwin explains the immense value of the tiny object. If it truly is a seed from the world tree, Yggdrasil, it's worth potentially exceeding that of an entire castle, yet Eleonora specifically entrusted it to Mitra. Pondering the implications of such a gift, Theodore turns to Edwin, asking if he understands the true meaning behind this seed, to which the elf responds with a question of his own. Still pondering the elf's intentions, Theodore admits he has no idea why Miss Eleonora would give such a precious item to Mitra, though he has no means of knowing her true intent. With a soft smile, Edwin assures him he will try to tell him all that he knows. He begins by explaining that the world tree has always protected Elvenheim, wielding power worthy of its name. Its falling leaves purified the blood-soaked lands, and from the layers of the earth, its roots sprouted a naturally made barrier. Edwin continues, detailing that the seed Miss Eleonora gave, according to her words, will awaken the true potential within whoever consumes it. He clarifies that this is a dormant power awakening, but ultimately, the seed would be useless for someone like him, who possesses little innate talent. However, for the ancient spirit, the god of earth Mitra, it's a different story, as Edwin speculates Eleonora wanted to awaken Mitra's dormant abilities. He then turns to the small spirit, declaring the seed a present from him to her. Mitra's eyes widen in surprise and delight, uttering a soft whoa at the thought of receiving a gift. She eagerly asks Theodore if she can eat it, explaining with a bright smile that it looks delicious. Edwin, observing her reaction, simply states that it's Mitra's now, so she can do whatever she wants with it. With a soft hum, Mitra gazes down at the seed in her palm, a faint glow emanating from the precious item. She brings the glowing green seed of the world tree to her lips, its faint light reflecting in her eyes as she prepares to consume it. For days later, the imposing structure of the ivory tower stands under a muted sky. During that time, the ivory tower master, Orda, had swiftly organized the 7 members of the diplomatic mission, completing all preparations for their departure to Elvenheim with unprecedented speed. Through the bustling streets of the city, Theodore makes his way towards the tower, a familiar figure already awaiting his arrival. Spotting him from a distance, Sylvia waves enthusiastically, her voice ringing out in a cheerful welcome. As they meet, she asks if he made it in, while a blonde mage nearby playfully remarks that he can't see anyone but Sylvia now, hinting at her singular focus. The blonde mage, with his distinctive red glasses, greets Theodore with a wide smile, confirming that he too has passed, and that everyone has been eagerly anticipating his presence. The group expresses their honor to work alongside him, pleading for his protection on their journey to Elvenheim, assuring him they are in his capable hands. Amused by their earnestness, Theodore lets out a hearty laugh. As they gather before a grand archway, one of the mages requests his care, noting that it seems everyone has arrived for the mission. From above, the ivory tower master, Orda, observes their assembly, acknowledging Theodore's timely arrival with a thoughtful hum. The ivory tower master, Orda, his face partially obscured by bandages and the brim of his hat, inquires if everyone is prepared for the journey, specifically addressing Sir Theodore. Confirming his readiness, Theodore assures him that he is all set. With the party assembled, Orda declares that they should depart quickly, as the trek ahead is quite long and requires haste. A subtle shift in the air, and the Tower Master's hand begins to glow, initiating the complex magic. The group, including Theodore and Sylvia, is enveloped in a shimmering aura as Orda executes a mass teleport, their forms blurring into the magical currents. As expected, the Ivory Tower Master's proficiency is evident, his face etched with concentration as he wields the tower's specialty, space magic. Despite having experienced it multiple times, Theodore still finds himself unable to grow accustomed to the strange, disorienting sensation of teleportation. Orda, leading the way, steps into the swirling vortex of the teleportation portal, its intricate magical patterns glowing brightly. They materialize in an underground facility, prompting Theodore to question the Tower Master about their current location. Orda explains it's a border facility and advises against lingering. As they move through the facility, Orda instructs the group to stay close behind him at all times. Suddenly, Orda reacts with surprise, realizing the immense distance they've covered with just one magic spell. The final teleport deposits them in a vast, sun-baked desert, its endless dunes stretching towards the horizon. The diplomatic party found themselves in a new, desolate landscape, a place known only as the Crimson Highlands. These dry lands, stretching for hundreds of kilometers, were a vast and barren expanse, rumored to be deadly even to the strongest monsters of the northern Great Forest. Looking out at the harsh terrain, Theodore questioned the Tower Master, wondering aloud, "But Sir Tower Master, where is the carriage that we will be riding? Going through these highlands without a carriage looks a bit difficult." Orda, however, was not in the mood for explanations, simply stating, "I'm not in the mood to explain. Just put on these rings." With a swift motion, Orda placed a simple ring onto Theodore's finger. A faint sound of surprise escaped him as the rings settled, a small, unassuming band now adorning his hand. Once everyone had donned their rings, Orda declared, "Now that everyone's put it on, let's depart." But before they could move, the Tower Master turned to Theodore, his voice dropping to a serious tone. "But before we depart, let me tell you one thing. You should just stay where you are." The cryptic warning left Theodore utterly bewildered, his brow furrowed in confusion as he stammered, "Huh? What do you mean?" Before he could finish his question, the ground beneath his foot began to shimmer, the sand swirling around his boot. A blinding flash of light erupted, engulfing everything in a vibrant, swirling vortex of magic, the air crackling with raw energy. Theodore gritted his teeth, the sudden teleportation disorienting him once more, as he thought, even if he was the Ivory Tower Master, just how on earth? The magical energy pulsed and expanded, carrying them away to their next unknown destination, leaving behind only the faint echoes of their departure. Even a mana wagon would be like a snail compared to this relentless pace, he muses, wondering just how far Orda is truly going with every single step. Leading the way through the desolate landscape, Orda declares that they should arrive at the great forest before the sun sets. Turning slightly to address the following party, he instructs everyone to make sure they can prepare to make camp when he finally stops. Book Eater. A faint, ethereal glow pulses across the desolate, sandy landscape. No matter how intently he tries to observe the flow of mana, the magic remains elusive, shimmering with an otherworldly light. Theodore finds himself unable to fully grasp its workings, realizing that this magic of the Ivory Magic Tower is on a completely different level compared to any other space magic he has encountered. Meanwhile, Veronica, seated regally, dismisses any concerns about Orda, assuring her unseen interlocutor that when it comes to escorting, he is far more capable than she is. More than a Tower Master, she muses, though she concedes that in a direct confrontation, she would undoubtedly win. For once Orda sets his mind on escape, there is simply no catching him, his mobility in such situations being, frankly, a cheat. Theodore, still observing the magical phenomenon, wonders if such a person could even be held to normal standards, recalling how Orda managed to escape the all-out attack of 3 sword masters in the previous war. Veronica continues, emphasizing that no matter how fast one might be, such an escape should be impossible. But she quickly reassures her companion that the Ivory Tower Master she knows is perfect for this mission, so there is no need to worry. Theodore, initially skeptical of what Miss Veronica had said, now feels he is starting to grasp the true nature of this magic, realizing that with its unique properties, even sword masters would be rendered helpless. He considers the profound implications of a high-tier space magic, a skill only attainable by those who have reached at least the 6th circle. If he could just master this technique, he muses, it would be of immense help, but to reach the 6th circle, he knows he must first surpass a formidable wall in his magical development. Soon, the group finds themselves in a misty forest, where a cloaked figure announces their imminent entry into the great forest at sunrise, instructing everyone to prepare camp. The sounds of camp being set up fill the air, with the rhythmic thud of a hammer driving stakes into the ground. Soon, a pot of stew bubbles invitingly over a crackling fire, and Theodore can be seen savoring a spoonful of the warm meal. Around the campfire, a blond man with red glasses chuckles, remarking on how quickly everyone managed to set up camp, though he jokingly adds that he wasn't much help. He lets out a soft ho-ho, suggesting that his contribution was simply a matter of experience. Theodore, sitting opposite him, laughs lightly, agreeing that it's always like that when one is young, and advises the blond man not to worry too much, but simply to take a bowl of stew, because a full stomach is always best when out in the wilderness. A dark-haired man with a bandana then interjects, pointing at the blond man and teasing that Sir Theodore seems to be doing much better than him, prompting the blonde man to challenge him, boasting about his speed in his prime. Theodore, still chuckling, tells him to stop fussing around and just eat his stew. As they continue to eat, Theodore reflects on the moment, acknowledging that it's been a while since he's been able to relax and simply mess around like this. He finds himself embraced by Eleonora, who playfully calls him her dear benefactor, then asks if he could spare some of his time. With a slight tug, she expresses surprise at their swift arrival, noting that the magic of humans seems to have surpassed their expectations by a large margin. He considers her words, thinking that if anyone were told they crossed the Crimson Highlands in just half a day, they would certainly have their doubts. He understands their skepticism, as they didn't experience it firsthand, but he came to check on Miss Mitra's condition. Eleonora, with a cheerful expression, explains that it's her first time feeding the world tree's seed to a spirit, describing it as simply plain curiosity. He looks down at the small figure, a faint blush on his cheeks. Mitra, now with a small green sprout on her head, lets out a soft sound, her eyes wide. Kneeling beside her, Eleonora reassures him that aside from the sprout on her head, there isn't much of a big difference. He observes, noting that Mitra doesn't seem to have grown much, but finds the situation quite interesting. Under the night sky, he considers that once the sprout grows a bit more, something mystical could happen, but as Lady Eleanor said, once they enter Elvenheim, he will naturally become aware of Mitra's powers. A thick, cold fog blankets the encampment, obscuring the large tents that stand silent in the early hours. Inside one, Theodore lies awake, observing the small figure sleeping soundly beside him, a quiet sigh escaping him as he considers the irony of being the only one resting so comfortably. He shifts, the rustle of the blankets a stark reminder of his exemption from night duties alongside the Ivory Tower Master, a privilege that, despite his desire to contribute, always leaves him feeling a bit uneasy. Eleonora's voice cuts through his thoughts, asking what troubles him, but he quickly dismisses her concern, assuring her that nothing is amiss. Moments later, he gently urges Mitra to continue sleeping, his hand resting reassuringly on her small form. But a faint, glowing sound emanates from the green sprout on her head, a soft hum that signals something is stirring. With a sudden jolt, Mitra sits upright, her eyes wide and disoriented, a quiet gasp escaping her lips as she looks around. Theodore, startled by her abrupt awakening, calls out her name, demanding to know what's happening. He shakes her gently, repeating her name with urgency, trying to rouse her fully from her dazed state. The sprout on Mitra's head glows brighter, emitting a continuous, high-pitched hum, its light pulsing with an unknown energy. Outside the tent, a guttural growl echoes through the night, as a monstrous silhouette with glowing red eyes begins to emerge from the fog. More terrifying forms follow, their presence sending a shockwave of dread through the air, and Theodore's eyes widen in alarm as he realizes the true nature of the disturbance. Still reeling from the sudden, intense vision, Theodore clutches his head as Eleonora leans in, asking if he's all right, while he mutters about the monsters from the great forest. His mind races, confirming that this is no mere illusion or nightmare, but a real threat making its way towards their camp, his senses undeniably amplified through Mitra. As someone calls out to the Academy president, asking what's wrong with Theodore, the young mage remains visibly shaken. He urgently informs Sylvia that monsters are heading their way from the great forest, leaving her startled by the sudden announcement. A blonde mage with striking red glasses listens intently, his expression grim. He observes to the Academy president that the distant noise is too far away to be an ambush, suggesting a more direct approach from the approaching threat. The heavy, thudding sounds confirm their fears, as the monstrous figures are identified as ogres. It is indeed remarkable to detect monsters approaching from miles away. The blonde mage with red glasses turns to Theodore, asserting that such a precise warning cannot simply be dismissed as a mere gut feeling. Theodore hesitates, finding it difficult to explain the true nature of his amplified senses. Despite the mystery, the blonde mage acknowledges that Theodore's early warning ultimately provided them with enough time to prepare. Taking charge, he declares his intention to begin the countdown, ensuring everyone can unleash their magic simultaneously under his precise instructions. Still reeling from his vision, Theodore watches as Sylvia counts down the final seconds, her expression grim. With a sharp intake of breath, the blue-haired mage completes the countdown, his eyes narrowed in intense focus. Then, with a powerful surge of magic, he unleashes a devastating torrent of fire, the air crackling with raw energy. The fiery blast streaks across the distance, impacting the distant ogre horde with a swirling vortex of light and force. A wide, concentric ripple of magical energy expands from the point of impact, shaking the very ground. The initial explosion is met by a focused stream of blue-white energy, intensifying the magical assault with blinding force. The mage's eye gleams with unwavering resolve, his concentration absolute, as the spell continues its devastating work. From the distant battlefield, one of the shadowy ogres questions the effectiveness of the attack, wondering if they've managed to eliminate half their numbers. Meanwhile, Theodore expresses his concern that if they maintain this pace, they might avoid any casualties, while Sylvia, ever the ally, offers to lend her own hand to the fight. A new voice calls out, questioning the presence of Sir Edwin, as the elven envoy appears, his long blonde hair flowing. Edwin raises his hands, golden light gathering between his palms, invoking the name of Aeolus and requesting his arrow. With a powerful draw, he unleashes a brilliant, glowing arrow of pure energy, adding his might to the coordinated defense. As the Elven envoy unleashed his power, a brilliant burst of golden light erupted from his hand, crackling with raw magical energy. The golden energy expanded rapidly, forming intricate patterns and trails that illuminated the dark landscape. Culminating in a blinding flash, the sheer intensity of the magic momentarily overwhelmed the senses. Witnessing the spectacle, Theodore could only gulp, his eyes wide with disbelief and profound amazement. The golden magic continued to spread, transforming the rugged terrain with shimmering energy lines and sparkling particles, prompting an observer to wonder if this was the primordial spirit magic of the elves. A subtle, satisfied smile graced Edwin's lips, his eyes closed in contentment after unleashing such immense power. And with the protective magic now fully deployed, he confidently declared their safety for the coming night. Sunlight filters through the dense canopy, casting dappled shadows across the forest floor as the group presses onward. An elf with long blonde hair turns to the protagonist, suggesting, "Benefactor, it'll be faster to take the route to the right from here." Theodore responds with a simple query, "Ah, is that so?" To which the elf replies, "Yes, would you like to confirm it with your detection skill?" Thanks to the detection skill that revealed the encroaching monsters last night, he has somehow ended up taking on the role of a guide for this mission. Carrying the small child, Gwest, on his shoulders, Theodore clarifies, "Well, to be exact, it isn't me, but Mitra that took on that role. Mitra, I'll count on you one more time." From atop his shoulders, Gwest lets out a wide yawn. Theodore continues to carry the sleepy child, his gaze fixed forward. His eyes narrow as he spots movement in the distance, wondering, what are those things? What about the one on the right? Wolves? Sir Edwin, walking beside him, identifies them. Amongst the fauna, wolves that have horns on their forehead? We'll probably encounter one in 3 kilometers if we take the path to the right. Horns, huh? They might be the lightning wolves. A slight smile plays on Edwin's lips as he advises, "We should try avoiding them. It'll be troublesome if they find out about us." Theodore considers this, a thoughtful expression on his face. "I wonder, are they really that dangerous for us to avoid them?" He explains that the true reason they must avoid the lightning wolves is because of the noise they make. Theodore, looking thoughtful, questions, "The noise?" For if they sense danger, these creatures will call out to the surrounding monsters, their survival strategy causing chaos, allowing them to escape and seek another opportunity. Edwin confirms that avoiding them is indeed the best course of action, a sentiment Theodore readily agrees with. With their path decided, Theodore declares, "Now then, let's get moving." His foot steps firmly onto the forest floor, the group resuming their journey. But their progress is abruptly halted as 2 hulking, reddish-brown monstrous figures emerge from the dense foliage, blocking their path. Without hesitation, Edwin's hand crackles with bright yellow energy, a powerful spell already forming at his fingertips. He lunges forward, a green aura trailing behind him, striking one of the monsters with a devastating blow. As the first monster reels, Edwin unleashes a bolt of brilliant blue lightning, sending it arcing towards the second creature. The lightning connects with explosive force, throwing the monster violently backward through the air. The air still crackles with residual energy, as the monstrous form of their latest foe lies defeated, its body dissolving into the misty green ground. Witnessing the raw power that brought it down, Theodore's eyes widen in awe, a quiet, amazing, escaping his lips as he ponders if this is truly the might of a master-level powerhouse. With the immediate threat neutralized, Edwin turns to the group, suggesting they temporarily rest before continuing their journey. Theodore, still processing the recent battle, looks around the misty, unfamiliar terrain and questions the location. Sylvia then explains the gravity of their situation, revealing that they are about to enter the monster's den, a place where movement will be difficult even with their benefactor's skills. Edwin, his expression serious, emphasizes that this will be their final opportunity for any meaningful rest. Taking in the information, Theodore nods slowly, acknowledging the weight of their decision. As the group gathers, Edwin confirms his decision, stating they will be resting there temporarily. The Academy president then addresses everyone, granting them 2 hours of free time to do whatever their bodies need, with a caution not to stray too far. At the mention of free time, 2 other men in the group exchange excited glances, one exclaiming his eagerness to finally study the great forest. Without a moment's hesitation, they dash off, one urging the other to hurry, calling it a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Watching the 2 eager adventurers disappear into the mist, Edwin chuckles, commenting that human magicians are much livelier than he had anticipated, a sentiment Theodore echoes with a knowing laugh, Gwest perched comfortably on his shoulders. As the group took their brief respite, a small voice called out to Theodore, urging him to look over. Gwest, perched comfortably on his shoulders, pointed excitedly into the forest, while Sylvia knelt nearby, seemingly engrossed in something on the ground. A slight smirk played on Theodore's lips as he observed them, noting that even Sylvia and his master had begun collecting whatever treasures the forest offered. With a cheerful "okay," Gwest continued to point, her enthusiasm infectious. As Theodore took a step forward, his foot landed on something unseen, a soft rustling sound accompanying the sudden shift beneath him. A strange, buzzing sensation enveloped him, his expression quickly turning to one of confusion and alarm. He found himself suspended in an ethereal, glowing void, a profound sense of disorientation washing over him as he wondered about this inexplicable feeling. The void solidified into a landscape eerily similar to the forest he had just left, yet distinctly different, like an entirely new dimension, leaving him naked and vulnerable. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed through the strange space, demanding to know who dared to enter the mind hive. Two identical, ethereal figures, with pale blue skin and long white hair, materialized before him, their sharp gazes fixed on him as they commanded him to identify himself. Sweat beaded on his brow as he stammered out his name, and one of the figures seemed to recognize it, a flicker of thought crossing their face. However, the other figure remained oblivious, questioning who this Theodore might be. The ethereal being's eyes widen in recognition, a sudden memory flashing through her mind as she recalls the human boy who once saved her, Eleonora. Leaning in close to Theodore, her voice a soft whisper, she presses him for confirmation, asking if her memory serves her right. Still disoriented and unsure of his surroundings, he can only offer a hesitant affirmation, acknowledging that her assessment seems about right. Suddenly, a male elf appears, his playful tone cutting through the tension, teasing Eleonora and Theodore about the extent of their relationship, wondering if a romance between a high elf and a human has finally blossomed. As the male elf continues his playful remarks, Eleonora turns her attention back to Theodore, addressing him formally as Sir Theodore. With a soft gasp, Eleonora finally speaks his name, confirming her identity and the connection they share. Her form shimmers with a gentle, radiant glow, emphasizing her ethereal nature within this strange dimension. Eleonora expresses her joy at seeing him again after such a long time, while the male elf also greets her, inquiring about her well-being. She reassures him that she has been well, attributing her recovery to his past actions, and Theodore, in turn, expresses his gladness to hear it. Still grappling with his sudden displacement, Theodore asks about their current location, explaining that he was just with his companions moments ago, prompting Eleonora to reveal that this is the mind hive of the world tree, Yggdrasil, also known as Ratatoskr. She further clarifies that this is a spiritual body without physical form, accessible only to the direct descendants of the ARV. Theodore's expression clouds with confusion as he ponders this revelation, muttering to himself about being a normal human and questioning how he could have possibly entered such a sacred and restricted world. Eleonora, gazing at the ethereal form of Mitra, explains that since the world tree is rooted on Earth and Mitra is the Earth's deity, it's no surprise that he gained the authority to enter this sacred space. With the male elf playfully suggesting he might even possess a higher authority than they do, letting out a soft sigh. Theodore, looking surprised, questions if that's truly the case, but the elf admits it's mostly speculation, which he simply acknowledges, his expression thoughtful. Eleonora then addresses him, noting that despite his potentially high authority, his presence in Ratatoskr has undoubtedly created a significant problem, and that conversing here is proving difficult. Though Theodore insists he's fine for now, even as the male elf lets out a small yelp. Recognizing the impracticality of their current discussion, Eleonora declares her intention to head towards him, leaving him to wonder how she plans to do so. As she offers a knowing chuckle, while the male elf puts a finger to his lips, promising that Theodore will know soon enough. His eye widens slightly, when suddenly, a new figure, a long-haired man, appears, asking if he spoke to those people by any chance, specifically mentioning the place only the dancers of Father can use. Theodore, looking bewildered, can only stammer a hesitant agreement. Eleonora observes Theodore with a sense of wonder, remarking that he is quite unlike normal human beings, truly amazing. As she speaks, Theodore looks on, a bewildered expression on his face. Suddenly, the very ground beneath them begins to shift and crumble, a deep, resonant cracking sound echoing through the ethereal forest. The earth continues to break apart, accompanied by a powerful whooshing as if something immense is being displaced. From the swirling energies, a new form emerges, its skin a muted gray and its eyes glowing with an intense yellow light, causing Theodore to gasp, questioning if this transformed being is indeed Eleonora. The newly revealed figure, with sharp, pointed ears, greets the magicians of Melter with a serene, yet powerful presence. She then formally introduces herself, declaring, "I, the daughter of the Green Evergreen tribe, the sixth dancer, Eleanor, greet all of you." A shadowy, amorphous entity shimmers into existence, its form indistinct yet imposing. As its shape solidifies into a more humanoid figure with glowing yellow eyes, a voice questions, "Miss Eleanor?" The gray-skinned elf-like being, now fully revealed, offers a formal greeting to the magicians of Melter, introducing herself as Eleonora, the sixth dancer and daughter of the Green Evergreen tribe. Standing before Theodore and Edwin in a mystical forest clearing, Eleonora admits she didn't expect them to arrive in such a manner, then reveals this new ability to guide them is something she's only recently acquired, promising to lead the way from this point forward. A hand reaches out, expressing gratitude for Miss Eleanor's kind assistance, though the speaker's tone carries a hint of reservation. The speaker, an elderly man with a white beard, introduces himself as Orda, the ivory tower master of Melter, acknowledging their efforts to come so far, but subtly implying that Sir Edwin's guidance alone would have sufficed. Eleonora, however, counters that while she doesn't mean to disparage Edwin's capabilities, no one can guide better through this forest than the High Elves themselves. Turning to the group, Eleonora instructs everyone to look ahead, gesturing towards a point in the distance. Orda's eyes widen in disbelief, uttering a single word, impossible. Before their very eyes, the dense foliage of the forest begins to part, the plants separating on their own accord. A clear path forms through the previously impassable terrain, prompting a bewildered question. Are they making a path out of their own volition? She explains that by going straight along this path, they will arrive in Elvenheim, estimating their journey to take approximately 3 days. Theodore, however, questions this, wondering if 8 hours wouldn't be enough, to which Eleonora simply states that 3 days should suffice. A slight smirk plays on her lips, as if she holds a secret. She assures him he will understand once he sees it for himself. Meanwhile, within the grand, ancient halls of Elvenheim, a hushed conversation unfolds. A voice exclaims in surprise, asking, "What? The delegates have already arrived?" Elisa, a high elf, sighs in frustration, lamenting that she knew she should have gone to see them, calling it a shame. Alucard, another high elf, firmly states that they couldn't let her go, as it would have crushed their image as high elves, reducing it to dried leaves. Elisa, taken aback, asks why he would compliment her like that so suddenly, finding it embarrassing, but Alucard quickly retorts that he wasn't complimenting her at all. Lumia, a high elf, interjects, urging them both to calm down, reminding them that they didn't come here to bicker. Her gaze is serious as she explains that they are there to discuss recent problems and how to treat their guests from faraway lands. Lumia, the high elf, acknowledges the delegate's arrival, while Eleonora offers a quiet apology for some unknown reason. As the discussion continues, Alucard confirms that the delegates have entered the village and should now be settling into their lodging, with Sir Edwin returning to his post. Eleonora then suggests calling a few people to guide them around, seeking input from the others. Both Elisa and Lumia quickly concur with her proposal, agreeing that it's a good idea. With that matter settled, Lumia declares they should move on to the next problem, a pressing request from the druids. Alucard, looking concerned, questions the nature of the request, wondering if the Dryads aren't protected by their contract with the Ents. Eleonora reveals the grim reality, explaining that there have already been many casualties, with almost 20% of the Ents in the eastern forest having perished. A rustling sound accompanies Alucard's thought, as he considers the possibility of monsters capable of using fire magic being present. Elisa agrees to send a single guardian, but suggests choosing another person to allow Sir Edwin to rest. Eleonora's expression darkens slightly, as she mentions a suspicious individual having appeared in the affected area. She continues, explaining that despite all efforts, they haven't been able to capture this individual, leading her to suspect no race other than fairies would pull such a prank. Alucard scoffs at the idea, sarcastically questioning the boldness of this dumb guy, and whether he's a stone lion or just a stonehead. She considers the implications, knowing that if the person were to fall off the bed while sleeping, someone would surely claim they were pushed, and then blame an innocent party, leading to their demise. So, with a sigh, she advises, it's not a good habit to make decisions based on your emotions. For now, let's hold this matter off. A male elf, looking thoughtful, suggests, let's just send a few investigators to check it out, and if nothing comes up, we'll have them head back. Another elf, standing nearby, agrees, we'll send an investigator then. Elisa, however, still appears troubled, her brow furrowed in concern. Suddenly, a realization dawns on her. Wait a sec. Now that I think about it, isn't that stonehead there too? The female elf, looking down, asks, where is there? Eleonora, with a hint of regret, responds, somewhere a bit further away. I'm sorry, she then instructs. Eleonora, go guide them to a different accommodation now. Elisa's eyes widen slightly, a new wave of concern washing over her as she murmurs, they've already met. Meanwhile, an angry voice booms through the forest. Hey you long-eared lot. Come out here and explain yourselves. A muscular, red-haired man stands atop a large stone structure, his back to the viewer, radiating fury. Turning to face the elves, Orlando, the chief of the Stone Lion tribe, demands, why have you led humans into this forest? Have you forgotten how the humans have treated us? Orlando's face contorts with rage, his voice booming as he accuses them of using sly and sneaky tongues, demanding to know if they lured and tricked his people into coming here, even as a towering stone humanoid steps forward, ordering him to step away from where he stands. Edwin, extending a hand in a gesture of calm, addresses the chief directly, reminding him that the ones he is disrespecting aren't just humans, but guests of Elvenheim, a statement that draws a curious oh-ho from the envoy. Still seething, Orlando snarls back, refusing to be ordered around, while Edwin observes the stone humanoid, musing aloud about its rare humanoid animal race, then turns to Theodore, asking what he thinks is the best way to solve this predicament. Theodore, a slight smirk playing on his lips, wonders if the chief's throat doesn't hurt from all the shouting. As Orlando continues his tirade, pointing an accusing finger and declaring his disbelief that they would look down on the Stone Lion tribe over the more pressing matter of humans. His fist clenches tightly, demanding to know the reason for providing VIP treatment to those filthy bastards. Facing the stone figure, he defiantly states that he won't be moving an inch from his spot. Edwin, with a sigh, warns Orlando that if he keeps this up, he must stop this now. The stone humanoid then turns to Theodore, calling out his name with urgency. With a calm resolve, Theodore simply acknowledges the situation. As Orlando's voice cuts through the air, demanding to know what qualifications he possesses to make such requests. A flash of red ignites in Orlando's mind, a primal warning as he feels an overwhelming, intimidating pressure emanating from the young man. The very air around Theodore seems to warp, taking on the form of a horned, shadowy entity, its glowing red eyes fixed on Orlando. Orlando's instincts scream that this child is dangerous, a chilling thought that makes him question if he is truly feeling fear from a mere human. Despite the unsettling sensation, Orlando forces a scoff, finding the idea of his own fear utterly hilarious. His face contorted in a snarl, he demands again, how dare a piece of trash human ask him for qualifications? He asserts that the Stone Lion tribe proves its bravery through their fists. With a challenging gesture, Orlando declares, if Theodore wishes to prove himself, he should step forward. His face twisted in a furious snarl, Orlando insists on settling this with their fists. He concludes his challenge with a rhetorical question, asking if that isn't fair. A towering figure, his dark skin contrasting with vibrant red hair and horns, glares down at Theodore Miller, demanding to know how a mere human dares to question his qualifications. His voice booms with indignation, proclaiming that the Stone Lion tribe proves its bravery through action, and if Theodore wishes to prove himself, he must step forward. The large warrior clenches a powerful fist, suggesting they settle this by exchanging blows, asking if that sounds fair. Theodore, unfazed by the intimidating display, simply asks if that is truly the extent of the challenge. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he confirms, yes, that is indeed the plan. The imposing figure wonders at the young man's calm reaction, questioning if he isn't afraid, before asking if he heard Miss Eleonora, who stated they would settle this with a few punches. He acknowledges the terms, with a voice from Elvenheim confirming their attestation to the agreement. Addressing Chief Orlando directly, Theodore reminds him that since he himself proposed the terms, he won't go back on his word later. Orlando, with a fierce expression, confidently asserts that there is nothing his fists cannot break. Theodore, still composed, grants Orlando the honor of making the first move, inviting him to attack as he wishes. Orlando's face contorts in frustration, as he internally rages at the perceived disrespect from the loud-mouthed magician, feeling looked down upon despite being the valiant chief of the Stone Lion tribe. Orlando descends with a furious strike, convinced of his opponent's insignificance, declaring him nothing more than a mere human. But before his attack can fully connect, Theodore counters with blinding speed, sending the tribal chief reeling backward through the air. Orlando spins uncontrollably, his body a blur against the dusty ground. Meanwhile, Theodore's hand clenches, a faint pink glow emanating from his knuckles as he prepares for his next move. Orlando, regaining his footing, stares in disbelief, his mind racing as he questions if this is truly the extent of his opponent's power. Before he can react, Theodore closes the distance, delivering a sharp punch and remarking on the unexpected weakness of Orlando's fists. A menacing smile spreads across Theodore's face, as he calmly asserts that it is now his turn to attack. Orlando recoils, his eyes wide with shock, uttering a disbelieving cry as he realizes his punch had no effect. With a surge of white energy, Theodore delivers a devastating kick, sending Orlando flying once more. The tribal chief is propelled through the air, leaving golden streaks of motion in his wake. He crashes violently into the ground, a cloud of dust erupting around his defeated form as a pained groan escapes him. Theodore looks down at the fallen Orlando with disdain, chiding him for his arrogance in attacking Sir Theodore without knowing his place. He walks away from the scene of his recent victory, a quiet thought echoing in his mind about the well-deserved punishment meted out. Then, the familiar voice of gluttony begins, a new topic emerging from the ancient grimoire. The entity confirms its continued guidance, its presence a constant companion. A dismissive thought crosses his mind about the insignificance of his recent opponent, who couldn't even wield magic and relied solely on brute strength. He settles down, observing the thick fog around a nearby building, as gluttony continues to speak, noting the lack of special skills in the defeated foe. The grimoire speculates on the reason for the beastmen race's hidden existence on this continent, advising him not to judge them too harshly. As gluttony holds a dark, spherical object, it explains that there's a profound reason for the beastmen's current diminished state. Suddenly, a white-haired young man appears, questioning what is happening, his presence unexpected. Theodore explains that the situation is complicated, with intertwined information that can and cannot be shared, offering to reveal a part of the reason if the newcomer is curious. He then reveals a crucial piece of history. The leader of all beastmen, the Beast King Fenrir, met his end at the hands of an unknown individual. The white-haired young man admits he has never heard of them, prompting Theodore to confirm his assumption. Theodore finds himself amidst an ancient, overgrown library, musing on the intriguing nature of this forest, a place where the world tree, born from the power of the Arves, once stood, its roots reaching into the demon's realm. This sacred ground, now a refuge for a fallen race, holds a scent that gluttony finds utterly captivating, the unmistakable aroma of a grimoire he's been missing for ages, making this forest far from boring. A gasp escapes Theodore as he processes the implication, realizing there's a grimoire of such power hidden within the great forest. Gluttony confirms with a resounding yes, assuring him there's no mistaking the powerful magical fluctuation he senses. This isn't just any grimoire, it's a relic from the war that ended the mythical era, a source of power so immense it brought about Ragnarok itself. It was once wielded by the great magician who burned the original world tree, the very grimoire that rested in Surt's hand. The name of this legendary artifact is revealed, Levitine. Its image materializes, a crimson tome radiating a golden aura, a testament to its immense power. A system window appears, detailing Levitine's mythical grade, though the specifics of its effects upon absorption or possession remain shrouded in mystery. Theodore's expression hardens as he comprehends its true nature, a grimoire of mythical grade, on par with the infamous Death Song, which can transform its host into an elder lich within 3 months. He realizes its destructive potential, noting its history of setting the world tree ablaze, and wonders if it's even more devastating than the Death Song itself. Turning to his companion, Theodore asks, Gluttony, you said you felt its presence, right? Then can you tell me where it is right now too? Gluttony admits that the grimoire is too far away, having only revealed its immense power for a split second, yet he feels fortunate to have even identified it as Levitine. Theodore, however, expresses his frustration, wondering how he's supposed to find it in such a vast forest, especially since he hasn't brought enough for Gluttony to consume, contemplating the use of wide-scale detection magic. Gluttony dismisses his worries, assuring him that the grimoire will eventually come to them, much like the Death Song. For a grimoire to unleash its original power, it demands a sacrifice to break its seal. All the offerings Levitine desires are already present in this very location. Gluttony explains that even burning entire mountain ranges wouldn't amount to 20% of the seal's release, but there's something else in this forest, something far more potent. Theodore's expression darkens, his mind racing as he considers the implications of sacrifice, wondering if it refers to the world tree itself. Gluttony advises him to simply wait patiently for the right moment. He suggests waiting until Levitine comes to them on its own. Theodore recalls the name, Levitine, the grimoire of flames said to have marked the end of the mythical era 1,000 years ago. If Gluttony's words are true, then its burning of the world tree, which grew higher than the clouds, and its annihilation of the ARV tribe must also be true. He knew the grimoire held a dark history with the elves, akin to being their very bane. And at this rate, a direct confrontation with Elvenheim seemed inevitable. No matter the outcome, he understood that the consequences would be far from minor, as a soft knocking echoed through the room. A voice from beyond the door inquired, Sir Theodore, are you here? As the door opened and a tall, white-haired figure entered, Theodore responded, Yes, can I ask who's there? The elder elf, with a respectful bow, introduced himself, I'm the usher of Elvenheim. I hope I'm not bothering your rest. Theodore chuckled, finding the elf's excessive courtesy a bit off-putting, and asked, But, why have you come to find me? The usher explained, It's just because the dancers of Father have called for everyone. He then added, Please tell me when you are done preparing, as the grand, ancient world tree loomed in the distance. A man with spectacles gazes upward, his expression one of profound surprise. As a shimmering, blue-green portal, the very gates of space, manifests before him, a sight he never thought he would witness with his own eyes, something ancient and powerful. Among a small gathering of onlookers, Beck, a man in a crisp white coat and fedora, steps forward, asking if they are immediately heading into the mysterious opening. Without hesitation, he plunges into the swirling blue-green energy, disappearing from sight. 2 other observers watch in disbelief, one exclaiming how it's possible that he vanished into thin air. Theodore, now alone before the portal, contemplates the gates of space, wondering if that hole is truly connected to a whole new realm. As Sylvia approaches him, calling out his name, she suggests they head in too, a wide smile spreading across his face. His hand reaches out, blurring as it makes contact with the shimmering entrance. And both Theodore and Sylvia are enveloped by the portal's ethereal glow, stepping into the unknown. Disoriented, Theodore finds himself suspended in a swirling vortex of energy, his mind reeling from the sudden transition as he wonders aloud where they could possibly be, questioning if they truly teleported to another realm. Stepping forward with a broad, welcoming smile, a blonde elf in elegant robes greets them warmly, declaring that from this day forward, they would not merely be friends, but brothers who share both happiness and sorrow. In response, an older, white-haired elf, representing the visitors, expresses gratitude to the descendants of ARV for their warm welcome, promising to comply with the forest rules during their stay and prove themselves worthy brothers. The blonde elf chuckles, finding the sentiment agreeable, and invites everyone to be his guest and take a seat, to which the older elf offers a polite, thank you. With a knowing glance, the blonde elf then suggests that if the guests from Melter have anything they wish to share, they should go ahead first. The older elf, seizing the opportunity, proposes that in that case, they would like to discuss the goods they are trading with Elvenheim. The blonde elf smiles, acknowledging that the artifacts made in Melter are already widely used in Elvenheim, and assures them that if they diversify and increase the selection, Elvenheim will show the same gratitude. The older elf then leans forward, proposing to increase the amount of medicine and pure resources imported into Melter by 3 times, asking how that sounds. The blonde elf laughs heartily, finding it an excellent idea. Theodore, observing the exchange, suddenly realizes he'd heard that voice before, recognizing it as one of the high elves he'd seen at Ratatoskr, but then wonders why he doesn't see that talkative elf anywhere today. Suddenly, the blonde elf, who had been so welcoming, is overcome with distress, his face contorted in fear as he cries out for help. The elder elf, his voice laced with urgency, declares that if the disturbance originates from that pathway, it must be the Dryad Queen, while the younger elf angrily demands to know how anyone dared to use the Ratatoskr circuit without their permission. However, the situation is dire, as the East Forest itself is now in peril. A sudden realization dawns on him, as he wonders if the looming threat could be what he suspects. Indeed, a colossal figure, wreathed in flames, rises from the inferno, a flaming giant manifesting before their eyes. His gaze sharpens, recognizing the familiar presence within his mind, and he questions Gluttony, asking if this entity is Levitain. The grimoire confirms, revealing that the creature's second form is known as the Flaming Dragon, a terrifying manifestation. It warns that if its seal is released 2 more times, it will transform into a beast that even a master would be unable to control. The elves, still in the Grand Hall, express their concern that persuading their people will be a challenge, and urge haste, knowing that if the creature reaches its third form, they will lose all control. The creature's first form, the Beast of Fire, spews flames hot enough to turn the forest into a melting furnace, while its second form, the Flaming Giant, is like an eternal flame reincarnated. Though these first 2 forms already represent a national disaster, they pale in comparison to its third and fourth forms, with the final form replicating the figure of a dragon, the strongest creature to exist. This mobilized grimoire hibernates when far from a forest, but the current disaster feels suspiciously orchestrated. Considering the possibility, he muses that if someone orchestrated this situation, it's likely the case, and whoever is behind it is foolish. An ancient prophecy foretells the second Levitain's transformation into its fourth form this generation, a cataclysmic event where even divine power will prove useless. The monstrous entity, its clawed limbs writhing, seems to roar a challenge, as if whoever dares to intrude upon its awakening has brought about their own extinction. Meanwhile, within the elven halls, 2 figures exchange worried glances, one exclaiming in surprise, the other recognizing the ominous signs. The towering, horned form of Levitain fully manifests, its red eyes glowing with malevolent power, as if greeting an awaited arrival. Back among the elves, murmurs fill the air as one asks, wondering if Elaine will be alright facing such a threat alone. Another suggests that if it's their father's second branch, they might not need to worry, but the uncertainty lingers. A female elf, her expression etched with concern, pauses, finding the situation too dire to dismiss. Another elf, his face contorted in anger, vows retribution for the entity burning the East Forest, declaring that they will never forgive its actions. Levitain stands ready, its dark, horned visage emanating a chilling blue energy, its glowing eyes fixed on an unseen opponent. Suddenly, Elaine descends from above, a blur of motion and light, striking the monstrous form with a powerful surge of blue and red energy, commanding it to be gone. The creature recoils from the impact, its red eyes flaring with renewed intensity as it absorbs the blow. Back in the council, the elves continue their hushed discussion, one acknowledging Elaine's formidable strength. Despite the attack, Levitain remains defiant, its eyes glowing with both blue and red energy, a testament to its enduring power. Elaine unleashes a torrent of ice magic, attempting to encase the monstrous Levitain in a frozen prison. But a searing heat erupts from the creature, its flames roaring to life with an almost sentient fury. He watches in disbelief as his formidable ice wall, a barrier most monsters couldn't even scratch, melts away instantly under the intense heat. What the? He melted my ice wall that most monsters can't even dent one bit. A grim determination settles on his face as he stares down the glowing red eye of his foe, realizing the true extent of its power. Now I know how strong you are. If I don't beat you right here. The elf's resolve shifts from confrontation to urgent command, his voice echoing with a desperate plea for his allies to fall back. Retreat this instant. Meanwhile, Levitain's form blazes with renewed intensity, a vortex of fire swirling around it, radiating immense power. Elaine recoils, his expression a mix of frustration and confusion. Damn it. What's the problem? How is it that its flames aren't dying out? As the fiery giant lunges forward, he struggles to comprehend the situation. Are you telling me that my elemental power doesn't work? Later, standing beside a female elf, Elaine turns to her, his voice laced with urgency. Do you know anything about that giant? The female elf looks away, a troubled expression on her face, admitting, I may have false information. Elaine's eyes narrow in surprise, repeating her words with a hint of disbelief. False information? She clarifies the true nature of the entity, explaining, a flame with a soul from another realm, made to burn every living creature in front of it. The colossal form of Levitain, a creature of living flame and hardened magma, stands defiant, its very essence a testament to an unyielding fire that simply refuses to die out. In a grand hall, a blue, ethereal form shimmers, as a voice questions if it is Levitain, the ancient demon. The speaker explains that their ancestors, the primordial world trees and their first parents, wrote of this entity, a demon that burned everything in its path. The blonde woman, listening intently, recalls that records are conflicting, some describing the demon as a giant, others as a dragon, making it impossible to discern the truth. Theodore, however, acknowledges the name, stating he has also heard of Levitain before, prompting a surprise query from her, wondering if his claim could truly be accurate. He then clarifies, explaining that his kingdom possesses a secret collection where the removal of knowledge is strictly forbidden, and everything he knows, he confirmed there, though he cannot reveal the source of his information. The blonde woman speculates if he might be referring to the Zero Library, considering it possible that a young man like him could have received a national treasure from His Majesty. Theodore, with a slight smirk, acknowledges that they most likely won't fully believe his excuse, but it's enough if they consider it even a possibility, unless they were to look inside the Zero Library and read every book without fail. He asserts that there's no way anyone could refute his words, even if he did save Eleanor, as it would be difficult to believe an outsider straight away. The blonde woman then proposes, if he's agreeable, that he speak through Ratatosker, a medium where lies are not permitted. He readily agrees, his decision met with a surprised exclamation from her. Her eyes widen slightly as she looks at him, uttering his name in disbelief. Reassuring Eleanor, Theodore states that there truly isn't any better method of proving honesty. As a soft, ethereal glow emanates from a magical apparatus, a faint, shimmering sound fills the air. The intricate patterns of the glowing energy swirl with an otherworldly light, hinting at the powerful magic at play. Standing before the radiant magical structure, Theodore explains the terrifying nature of Levitain, the flame that once burned the primordial world trees. He continues, detailing how, according to ancient records, this living monster grows by consuming trees and will soon transform into its next, more dangerous form. With a look of grim determination, he asserts that if this monster truly is Levitain, he can say this with absolute conviction. The urgency in his voice is palpable as he reveals they have only 5 days, a critical time frame to act. His fist clenches, emphasizing the gravity of the situation, as he warns that if they don't manage to stop Levitain within that time frame, the consequences will be dire. He concludes with a stark warning, it will be the end of the northern continent. A sweeping view reveals a magnificent, ancient structure, perhaps a symbol of the continent's heritage, its grandeur now overshadowed by the impending threat. A sharp intake of breath, or perhaps a gulp, escapes him, underscoring the immense pressure of the situation. As the conversation shifts from the dire warnings of Levitain, Lumia expresses her contentment, glad they can share a drink together, addressing Eleonora. Eleonora graciously accepts, adding that Theodore is truly a great man. A slight smile plays on Lumia's lips as she questions if that is truly the case, prompting Eleonora to address her by name. Lumia, surprised by the sudden topic, asks why she's bringing it up now, while Eleonora, with a wistful expression, reminisces about a time when she too burned with passion, offering her encouragement. But Lumia quickly corrects her, explaining that Theodore was the benefactor who saved her life. Her gaze sharpens as she adds another thought. Eleonora, observing her friend's intensity, teases that it looks like she wants to join the fight alongside him. Lumia confirms her desire, admitting that even though she feels weak, she wants to be of help to Theodore. Eleonora acknowledges her feelings, but states that the right person to help right now isn't them, but Alucard. She explains that Lumia hasn't yet mastered Ratatosker enough to summon an elemental ruler, and that Alucard and Elisa are already on the move, concluding that their role is to stay and assist from their current location. Lumia quietly accepts the reasoning, promising to keep it in mind, while Eleonora gently cautions her that it's good to worry sometimes, but, taking a sip from her cup, she declares that now is the time for prayer. Her words echo over a serene image of a lush forest, a prayer for their home and their ancestors. The forest canopy stretches endlessly, a verdant shield over the land, and for the man currently on their minds, one can only wish him the best of luck. With urgent steps echoing through the quiet woods, Edwin races forward. He reports to Theodore, who runs beside him, that Theodore and Elisa had moved according to instructions, confronting Levitain and summoning the wind elemental ruler to create a vacuum around it. Looking back at his companion, Edwin then asks about the results of their efforts, clarifying that he wants to know the outcome, not just a formal report. The elf confirms that the results were not bad at all, as the forest fires were contained, and the monster's advance had definitely slowed. He explains that the flames spreading from the monstrous Levitain are nothing more than ordinary fire, and if they continue to maintain the vacuum around it, the damage would not be so large. However, Edwin quickly adds that he doesn't only have good news, there's bad news too. Theodore, his expression serious, asks what the bad news is. Edwin reveals that the Dryads and Ints have refused to retreat, determined to fight Levitine to the very end. Theodore looks surprised by this revelation, and Edwin admits that he also thinks it's ill-advised, but that's what they declared. He explains to his benefactor that the way the Dryads and Ints think is quite different from the Elves' way of thinking. When asked to elaborate on this difference in perspective, Edwin clarifies that for them, the forest is not just a place to live. Edwin's words about the Dryads and Ints echo in Theodore's mind, as he understands that for them, the forest is not just a home, but rather it is family. Even while their actions might seem foolish, they will not stop fighting Levitine until their dying breath. A curse escapes him, realizing that if the monster continues to consume Dryads and Ints, it might transform sooner than expected. If Levitine reaches its next form, it truly would be the end. He questions how long they've been running like this, as Edwin urges him to prepare, indicating their imminent arrival. Without hesitation, Theodore leaps from a high cliff, plummeting towards the monstrous Levitine below. Landing near Edwin and two other elves, he grimly acknowledges that the situation is worse than he thought. Edwin, looking at the devastation, mutters that it's terrible. Levitine lets out a guttural roar, as the elves lament the destruction of their many trees. With a unified cry, they begin to hurl rocks at the colossal beast. One of the elves declares their unwavering resolve to protect their forest. The towering tree elder, its bark-like skin glowing faintly, commands him to stop this foolishness and step back. But Theodore, his expression tight with frustration, retorts that fighting like this won't help at all, as the elder's glowing yellow eyes remain fixed on him. Theodore mutters to himself that the situation is simply too noisy, and the tree elder responds, dismissing his words as mere human orders. Theodore insists that he is there to protect, but the elder firmly states that they are protecting their forest and their friends. Frustrated that his words didn't get through at all, Theodore wonders if he should just subdue the elder with force and move it. As Edwin and Elisa step forward, Edwin calling out to the tree elder. Theodore, still facing the elder, reiterates that they didn't. And the elder, its face resolute, declares that they will keep fighting, despite the noise. Beside him, Gwest lets out a surprised hoing, as Theodore's expression darkens with grim determination. As Theodore holds the young girl close, his gaze falls upon something unexpected, a soft murmur escaping his lips as he recognizes the presence of Mitra, while Gwest, startled, questions his actions. Nearby, the elf Alucard, his expression serious, wonders aloud why she would appear so suddenly, his companion Edwin listening intently. The towering form of the tree elder dominates the landscape, its ancient presence casting a long shadow over Theodore and Gwest. Gazing up at the colossal figure, Gwest whispers in awe, acknowledging it as a great ancestor. From a distance, the tree elder appears even more magnificent, prompting Theodore to declare his honor at meeting Yggdrasil, the world tree itself. The sheer weight of the revelation leaves Gwest with wide, astonished eyes, her small face reflecting profound surprise. Three colossal, rock-like figures, their forms etched with the wear of ages, bow deeply before the small, horned girl, Gluttony. A reverent murmur echoes through the desolate landscape, as one of them utters the sacred name, World Tree. The massive being continues, proclaiming, "It's an honor to meet you, Yggdrasil." Gluttony, her blue eyes wide with bewilderment, can only stare back, a visible question mark hanging over her head. From behind her, Theodore observes the scene, a thoughtful expression on his face, wondering, these guys, they're bowing to Mitra? What's going on? His mind races, connecting the dots. Is it because Mitra ate the seed of the World Tree? Indeed, the World Tree is like a kingly existence to all other trees upon the earth. Then it's obvious that the Dryads and Ints can't defy such an existence. Turning to the bewildered girl, Theodore suggests, Mitra, would you tell the bowing Ints to go to the forest over there? If it's you, they'll probably listen. A spark of understanding, and perhaps a touch of mischievous delight, lights up Gluttony's face, as she grins. Okay. With a newfound authority, a tiny sprout now adorning her head, she shouts to the massive figures, everyone, stand up. The Ints, without hesitation, begin to rise, their voices rumbling in unison. As you command, we will obey. King, what next? Gluttony, now with a thoughtful, almost regal expression, ponders her next move, her blue scarf fluttering gently. As the Ints, massive beings of rock and earth, bowed before her, Gluttony pointed a small finger, issuing her command. One of the towering figures responded, its voice a deep rumble, acknowledging her authority as the king, and pledging to obey her every order. With a collective, rumbling sound, the Ints began to prostrate themselves, their massive forms lowering in complete submission. From a distance, two elves observed the scene, one remarking with surprise how the stubborn Ints were retreating with just a single command from Mitra. Meanwhile, Gluttony, pleased with her newfound power, flashed a peace sign and asked, there, good right? A wide smile spread across Theodore's face as he affirmed, yep, you're the best, Mitra. Thanks to Mitra's intervention, the two races had retreated to somewhere safe, allowing Theodore and his companions to proceed. Later, Theodore, accompanied by the two elves, walked across the desolate landscape, now able to approach the formidable structure known as Levitine. As they drew closer, one of the elves, a blonde woman, greeted the approaching figures. "Hello. I'd say good evening." This was High Elf Arisa, who then added, "But maybe it's still too bright for that. Anyways, nice to see you." Theodore confirmed that, as ordered, a vacuum had been created around Levitine, and when asked if he had done well, he simply replied, "Yes, thanks." He lets out a soft chuckle, reflecting on the immense effort required to maintain the vacuum, knowing that Arisa must be utterly exhausted from such a feat, yet still as talkative as ever. The vacuum, a space conjured by the wind elemental Sylphid, which Arisa had summoned, now shimmered with raw energy, a zone where no combustion was possible, yet it could only buy them time, not truly stop the threat. As the Sylphid pulsed with diminishing power above them, Theodore turns to his companions, asking how much longer the vacuum could be maintained, to which Arisa replies that perhaps 10 to 15 minutes was their limit. Anything more would prove too difficult. Understanding the urgency, he declares that they will immediately begin preparing to fight Levitine, explaining that while the entity cannot be destroyed by normal means, it can certainly be damaged, and their attacks, though not lethal, would serve to drain its stored energy. His gaze sharpens, the objective clear: they must cut down Levitine's power as much as possible. Heinz, the man with red glasses, outlines their strategy, instructing them to distract the entity from its designated locations, for if they could match Levitine's attack timing with their long-ranged magic, they could neutralize its assaults. The elf, Olsen, adds that if their plan works, they can keep the damage to a minimum. Suddenly, Olsen interrupts, a bead of sweat forming on his brow, his voice strained with urgency. He cries out that he can no longer maintain the vacuum, prompting Theodore to immediately command Heinz and Olsen to divert Levitine's attention. With a determined nod, Heinz and Olsen respond, assuring him they will handle it. As the vacuum shatters, the colossal, dark form of Levitine is fully revealed, its glowing cracks pulsing with immense power, towering over the lone figure of Olsen below. The ground trembles as the monstrous entity begins to move, its massive foot descending with destructive force. The monstrous entity, Levitine, surges forward, radiating an intense, blinding heat and light. Leaving trails of raw energy in its wake, it continues its rapid, destructive advance. The jagged silhouette of Levitine looms closer, its sheer size dominating the fiery landscape. Still accelerating with terrifying speed, the fiery entity closes the distance to its targets. Its momentum seems unstoppable as it hurtles directly towards the waiting mages. But before it can strike, Olsen steps forward, a determined light in his eyes, declaring himself Levitine's opponent. Alongside him, Heinz raises his hands, and together they channel their magic, commanding the winds to imprison their enemy. A powerful vortex prison spell erupts, ensnaring Levitine within its golden magical confines. The entity thrashes violently, but the magical barrier holds firm, proving difficult even for Levitine to break free. As they maintain the demanding spell, Heinz and Olsen call out, pleading for Theodore and Sylvia to cover their backs. Theodore turns to Sylvia, asking if she is ready, and she responds with unwavering confidence. With their combined resolve, a surge of intense magical energy erupts, signaling the next, more powerful phase of their assault. The fiery entity, Levitine, surges with an overwhelming burst of power, its form crackling with intense orange and red energy. With a violent tremor, it shatters the vortex prison that held it, a voice exclaiming in disbelief that it had already broken free. Now fully unleashed, Levitine stands colossal amidst a maelstrom of green-tinged flames, radiating pure destructive force. The explosion expands outward, a blinding flash of light and fire consuming everything in its path. Caught in the inferno, a smaller, horned creature screams in agony as it's incinerated by the overwhelming heat. The fiery shockwave continues to spread, a devastating force ripping through the landscape. Olsen and Heinz are violently thrown backward, their bodies tumbling through the air amidst swirling embers, as someone cries out Heinz's name in alarm. As they struggle to regain their footing, the mages realize the gravity of the situation, lamenting that Levitine broke free too quickly and that their formation cannot hold. There's no time to waste, Theodore thinks, his eyes narrowed in fierce determination, knowing he must find another way to confront the rampaging entity. Turning to his companions, he declares his intention to draw Levitine's attention, instructing Sylvia and Alucard to support him with long-range magic when he gives the signal, despite Sylvia's immediate protest that it's too dangerous. Without another word, he begins to run, leaving Sylvia to her task, trusting her completely. Theodore charges headlong into the fiery chaos, his silhouette swallowed by the inferno as he confronts the monstrous Levitine alone. He unleashes a concentrated burst of golden energy, a direct challenge to the monstrous entity, declaring that it should try to withstand this assault. The golden light expands rapidly, creating a ripple of energy that spreads across the fiery landscape. As the attack surges forward, it leaves a brilliant trail, cutting through the smoke and embers. Then, with a violent impact, the golden energy detonates, adding to the inferno with a burst of red and orange flames. Amidst the chaos, Theodore stands over Olsen, who remains sprawled and incapacitated on the scorched earth. Suddenly, Olsen is violently thrown back again, recoiling from an unseen force, a testament to Levitine's relentless power. Theodore, caught off guard, reacts with a gasp of surprise, realizing the entity possesses long-ranged attacks as well. His eyes wide with urgency, Heinz calls out, demanding the summoning of the water elemental to counter the fiery assault. Focusing his will, Heinz begins the incantation, calling upon the gentle mother of water and the elemental, Elmer. His hand glows with nascent power as the summoning ritual intensifies. With a surge of blue energy, a massive water elemental manifests, forming a protective shield around Heinz, urged to guard them from the raging fire. The elemental's power expands, creating a swirling vortex of blue, pushing back against the encroaching flames. Considering the immense power of Elmer, the ruler of all water, Theodore realizes its attack, if combined with Sylvia's magic, might finally be enough to damage Levitine. With a decisive call, he urges Sylvia to act, who readies her staff, a determined glint in her eyes. Soaring into the air, Sylvia unleashes a torrent of frigid energy, commanding it to freeze everything on the ground below. Her spell manifests as a swirling vortex of brilliant blue, rapidly expanding and engulfing the landscape in its icy embrace. The air crackles with the raw power of her magic, a devastating blizzard descending upon their foe. The frigid storm continues its relentless spread, transforming the battlefield into a frozen expanse. Observing the unfolding scene, Heinz remarks on the impressive intuition at play, almost like a predictive ability. He ponders if it's based on past experience, but either way, it's an ability he believes is beyond what someone of their age should possess. Meanwhile, Theodore, looking weary, reflects on their strategy, admitting that until now, their attacks have primarily focused on countering the enemy's skills. He acknowledges that to outsiders, it might appear as though they are triumphing, but the reality is far more complex. Standing beside Heinz, Theodore gazes at the icy expanse, uncertain how long they can maintain this cycle of restraining and attacking. He estimates their remaining endurance, at best, to be only 30 minutes. He knew that if they didn't reach their goal within the allotted time, the consequences would be dire, but then a sudden, unsettling premonition washed over him. As if in response to his ominous feeling, the very ice around them began to crack and shatter violently, sending fragments exploding outwards. Before he could even react, an unseen force slammed into him, sending him hurtling through the air, a scream of impact echoing as he was engulfed in a crimson haze. Still falling, the red energy pulsed around him, the sudden, overwhelming pain forcing a cry from his lips. Blue ice shards violently shatter, accompanied by a sharp cracking sound, as a dark, shadowy figure emerges amidst a violent red and orange explosion, letting out a guttural shriek. The shadowy entity is fully visible, surrounded by chaotic red energy, its form twisting as it continues to scream. The energy intensifies, swirling into a massive, golden-orange vortex, crackling with raw power. The fiery vortex expands, consuming the surroundings with a roaring blaze. The inferno rages, emitting a deep, rumbling growl. But Theodore, his eyes glowing with blue light, manages to contain the destructive force, a sigh of relief escaping him as he realizes he intervened just in time, reflecting that even a moment later, the consequences would have been dire. The golden-orange energy finally dissipates, revealing him, Sylvia, and another figure standing amidst the scorched earth, with Sylvia lamenting that everything would have been reduced to ashes. Looking towards the lingering heat, Sylvia questions its intensity, while Theodore observes the burning surroundings. The destructive energy continues to swirl, as a voice explains that the third form was merely an intermediate stage, a transition from the second to the fourth, and expresses regret at failing to prevent its next evolution. Meanwhile, a sharp, dark eye watches intently, its owner finally speaking, acknowledging the emergence of someone or something. You came out, at last. A massive, golden-orange vortex of fire rages, its destructive energy swirling with immense power. This was the third form of Levitine, a stage that had always been impossible to defeat in its previous, flame giant iteration, because even gluttony, the magic-hungry entity, couldn't consume something that didn't exist on their plane of existence. But now, in this third form, Levitine's true body was finally exposed. From a distant, shadowed location, the unnamed rival watches the spectacle unfold, a determined glint in his dark eyes as he declares his intent to finally get his hands on Levitine. Meanwhile, Theodore, without a word, begins to move, his back to Sylvia as he strides purposefully towards the raging inferno. As he walks away, a worried voice calls out, a desperate plea of Theo, echoing behind him. Sylvia, alongside a blonde male elf, watches him go, her expression a mix of shock and concern as she questions, "Where are you going?" The male elf places a hand on Sylvia's shoulder, his voice somber as he tells her, "You won't be able to stop him, Miss Sylvia. There's nothing we can do." Sylvia can only stammer, but. Ignoring their pleas, Theodore plunges headlong into the blazing vortex, the intense heat immediately assailing him as the others realize they can only wait and trust in his abilities. The flames engulf him, their searing heat causing him to grimace in pain, his body struggling against the overwhelming inferno. He cries out, "Cook, these flames feel like they're from hell." Even with the blessing of the water elemental, he feels his whole body might burst into flames if he continues to approach. Despite the agony, a fierce determination hardens his expression, and with a surge of power, a brilliant blue aura erupts around him, ready to confront the inferno. Engulfed in the inferno, Theodore desperately channels Umbra's water, hoping its unique properties can shield him from the hellish heat. Yet, even as the blue energy flares around him, he questions if this water, which defies the laws of physics, can truly withstand flames that seem to do the same. With every agonizing step deeper into the blaze, the infernal flames intensify, pushing him to his limits. Overwhelmed by the sheer power of Levitine, he wonders why the White Tower Master, a figure of immense power, has not yet arrived to offer aid. Meanwhile, from a distant rocky perch, an older man, his face partially obscured by bandages, observes the raging battle. His gaze is fixed on the fiery spectacle, a silent witness to the unfolding chaos. He notes the battle with Levitine has escalated to its next phase, muttering a quiet hope that the conflict won't result in too many casualties for Melter. His thoughts drift to past conflicts, recalling a particularly vicious war involving swords, where the third and sixth opponents proved formidable. 15 years have already passed since then, he muses, reflecting on how quickly time seems to fly. As the old man continues his vigil, Theodore is seen in the distance, scrambling up a rocky path, moving away from the heart of the inferno. From another vantage point, shrouded in a dark hood, a figure with piercing, glowing red eyes watches the unfolding events with an intense, predatory gaze. The hooded figure, previously observing from a distance, now stands poised behind an older man, his presence a silent threat. A subtle shift in his stance, the fabric of his dark attire rustling softly. Then, with a sudden, explosive burst of motion, he lunges forward, his sword a blur of steel. The older man, crouching amidst the forest foliage, watches him with a knowing gaze, acknowledging his true identity. As the hooded figure turns, his voice carries a hint of surprise, asking when his presence was first detected. The older man, his expression stern, presses for an answer, demanding to know if he is the third or sixth of the Empire's 7 swords. The hooded figure deflects the question with a casual tone, suggesting he might simply be a sword master passing through, questioning the assumption that all such masters belong to the Empire. The older man's gaze sharpens, his next words a direct accusation, asking if he is the one responsible for freeing Levitine. Maintaining his composure, the hooded figure feigns ignorance, denying any knowledge of the matter. Unconvinced, the older man lays out his case, detailing how the monster was released and Elvenheim infiltrated upon their delegation's arrival, implying a deliberate act to exploit a weakness in the defense network with Levitine, and concluding that the assassination of the High Elves must be his ultimate goal. The hooded figure remains steadfast in his denial, insisting he has no idea what the older man is talking about. With a subtle shift in his posture, he counters, suggesting that even if the accusations were true, he wouldn't simply confess, especially when there are easier ways to achieve his objectives. With a swift, decisive motion, he draws his blade, the dark fabric of his hooded cloak shifting around him. His voice, low and menacing, cuts through the air, declaring that his opponent will simply have to perish here. The older man, still composed, had heard the rumors of the White Tower Master, a fugitive who never hesitated to abandon the battlefield, and he reminds Theodore that combat isn't his specialty. A slight smirk plays on the old man's lips as he concedes that statement is indeed accurate. Theodore's hand begins to glow with a faint red light, a silent question hanging in the air as he prepares his next move. Then, in a blur of motion, he strikes, red slashes tearing through the space where the old man stood. The force of the impact sends the old man reeling backward, his body twisting midair from the unseen blow. Theodore's eyes glow a fierce red, a taunt escaping him as he notes his opponent's failure to evade. But before Theodore can press his advantage, the old man retaliates, impaling him with multiple sword-like projections, dismissing him as a boring opponent. Yet, it is the old man who suddenly finds himself falling, sword wounds appearing across his own body as he questions if Theodore used space magic to switch their places. Theodore's hand glows red once more, as the old man cries out in disbelief, demanding to know what dirty trick was employed. The old man, now understanding, acknowledges Theodore's earlier words, realizing that his magic is indeed concerned with space and time, and that combat was never his true forte. Hunched over, Theodore reflects on his past, acknowledging that he has never considered himself inferior to others, but now, facing this relentless opponent. The old man's fist, crackling with bright yellow energy, slams into him, a stern voice warning him not to get cocky. The impact radiates outward, as the old man continues his focused assault. Another powerful blow connects, the force of it distorting the air around his fist. Theodore endures the full brunt of the attack, a massive burst of energy engulfing him. He is sent reeling backward, the momentum carrying him through the dusty air. Standing over the fallen mage, the old man demands to know the identity of the person who ordered him to free Levitine and sent him here. His voice firm, he insists, "I must hear their name from you." The old man's gaze is unwavering as he adds, "Until you tell me." Theodore, looking up with a determined expression, retorts, "I won't let you die an easy death." A colossal explosion of vibrant orange and crimson erupts, its raw power tearing through the very fabric of reality. Caught within its devastating reach, Theodore curses, realizing that his fluidization ability is utterly useless against this inferno. As he is engulfed and sent tumbling through the searing heat, he wonders if these flames don't just burn things in the physical world, but can also scorch other dimensions. At the heart of the maelstrom, a core of pure, unbridled fire pulses with terrifying intensity. The sheer force of the magical energy throws him violently, his body twisting helplessly amidst the showering sparks and embers. A guttural scream escapes his lips, his face contorted in agony as the relentless flames continue their assault. From a safer distance, Sylvia and Gwest watch with wide, horrified eyes, their expressions etched with deep concern for their friend. Lying defeated on the scorched earth, Theodore can only conclude that his efforts are useless, unable to approach the inferno any closer. His eyes narrow with strained resolve, knowing that if he were to come any closer, the consequences would be dire. The heat is so intense that he realizes his whole body might just turn into ashes. With a final, desperate thought, he acknowledges that this is his absolute limit. Consumed by the overwhelming golden light, he finds himself in a realm where heroes overcome their fear of death, a place forged by those who threw themselves into struggles with no clear end. He recognizes it as a boundary, one where someone like him shouldn't be able to set foot. But even as a shadowy entity looms before him, he pushes past the fear. This is the boundary of death itself. Yet, with a determined expression, he declares that he has already crossed it once before. Meanwhile, Gwest pleads with Sylvia, urging her to tell Theodore not to go further, to just come back. A man in a light suit intervenes, grabbing Sylvia's arm, telling her to leave him and questioning if she wants to get involved as well. But Theodore's mind is elsewhere, recalling his own name and the countless people who died to protect Eleanor. He remembers the 7 deadly sins, Superbia, and the unwavering resolve he had shown back then. The man holding Sylvia warns her that Theodore is crazy and might die if he goes any further, while Gwest also pleads for him to stop. Sylvia, her eyes wide with concern, can only whisper his name. Engulfed in a brilliant golden light, he channels an immense power, focusing his will. His eyes glowing with fierce determination, he mentally commands the entity, urging it to comply. With an outstretched hand, a dense golden orb materializes as he calls out, "Gluttony." The orb is forcibly drawn into Gluttony's gaping maw, its sharp teeth struggling against the overwhelming energy. A sense of anticipation washes over him as he declares, "I've been waiting. Get it." His body strains with the effort, golden energy surging around him as he pushes the consumption forward. He reiterates his command, "Gluttony, swallow it quickly. I'll give my best as well." Gluttony's eyes widen in panicked resistance, its thoughts screaming, "Bastard. Resistance is pointless." Despite its desperate struggle, the golden energy continues to force its way down the entity's throat. The immense power causes him to recoil slightly, his body still radiating the potent golden aura. Observing Gluttony's prolonged defiance, he mutters, "Cook, it's struggling to the very end. Can it just stop and get consumed already?" His final, unwavering command rings out, "Swallow it." A deep, resonant gulp echoes through the air, signaling the completion of the grimoire's forced consumption. Immediately, a colossal pillar of crackling fire erupts, its intense heat and light bursting forth with an overwhelming force. The fiery column stretches impossibly high into the sky, a towering inferno that seems to pierce the very heavens. From a distance, Sylvia and another mage watch in stunned silence, their faces reflecting the awe and disbelief of the cataclysmic event unfolding before them. One of them murmurs, wondering aloud how anyone could have possibly defeated Levitine all by himself. Amidst the rumbling and the fiery chaos, a figure plummets from the sky, engulfed in the intense magical flames. Theodore hits the ground with a pained grunt, his body racked by the immense power he has just absorbed, as a concerned voice calls out, "Theo, are you okay?" Still surrounded by the residual fiery energy, he continues to fall and tumble, the sounds of impact and whooshing air accompanying his descent. Still engulfed in the catastrophic flames from the grimoire's consumption, Theodore writhes on the ground as Sylvia and another mage look on, bewildered by the sudden eruption of power. Kneeling beside him, Sylvia reaches out, attempting to cool the inferno with a chilling touch, urging him to hold on. The unnamed mage watches, his expression etched with concern, unable to comprehend the source of such overwhelming agony. Theodore's face contorts in a silent scream, the relentless flames refusing to subside. Desperate, Sylvia cries out for healing, even offering a tribute of any magnitude, if only it would save him. The unnamed mage, recognizing the severity of the situation, dismisses the idea of a tribute, declaring that helping Theodore is the least he can do. As they stand opposite each other, a brilliant blue light erupts between them, the combined force of their healing magic attempting to quell the destructive fire. Despite their efforts, Theodore continues to struggle on the ground, his body still racked with pain. Sylvia gently embraces him, her touch filled with tenderness, as he remains unresponsive. Tears stream down her face as she holds him close, pleading for him to awaken and confirm his well-being. Her voice cracks with emotion, a desperate whisper of his name escaping her lips. Still cradling his unconscious form, Sylvia continues to call out to him, her hope unwavering despite his silence. Still recovering, Theodore feels Sylvia's gentle touch as she asks if he's finally all right. His voice weak, he manages to ask, "Thanks to you. But in any case, what happened to Levitine?" Looking out at the sky, he muses, "I don't know how you defeated it, but thanks to you, it looks like it completely disappeared." As his hand twitches, he realizes gluttony must have successfully swallowed it, for without its power, there would have been no way to win this battle. A towering, ethereal figure, the Mother of Water, then speaks to him. "Little human, I drove out all the fire remaining in your body, but I couldn't expel the power given to you, so you need to take care of it yourself from here on out." Looking up at her, Theodore expresses his gratitude. "Thank you, Mother of Water. It was an honor to receive your help." The Mother of Water then reflects, "I never thought I'd meet anyone from the age of mythology, let alone two people. It was an interesting journey." As the ethereal figure fades, Theodore sighs, "Phew, it's finally over. Somehow, I can't believe it." With Sylvia by his side, he considers the gravity of the situation. "If I hadn't made that one step." He continues, his voice filled with a newfound understanding. "The whole continent, including this place, would have turned into a living hell. A fight with a legendary grimoire is really ruthless." Looking at the glowing red mark now emblazoned on his hand, he identifies it as the Ring of Muspelheim, and a sense of understanding washes over him. Finally, he lets out a relieved breath. I came all the way here and actually thought I was going to die out there. Let's finally head back." His body, once familiar, now pulsed with an unfamiliar energy, his hair a striking shade of blue as he stood amidst the lingering dust of battle. A relieved laugh escapes Sylvia, who then asks, "Where were you even?" She quickly dismisses her own question, adding, "That's not what's important here. You defeated Levitine, right?" A cloaked figure approaches Theodore, who stands shirtless amidst a swirling mist, remarking on his recent feat. "Wow, Theodore, I heard it through the summon, but I'm more amazed now that I'm here." Looking back with a questioning gaze, he asks, "Huh? Amazed?" The cloaked man continues, "Don't play dumb. You defeated Levitine while withstanding terrible heat, while we weren't able to advance a single step." As the mist gently swirls around them, the cloaked man's attention drifts to Theodore's arm, inquiring, "The thing on your right arm?" His voice carries a hint of recognition as he adds, "That's the ability of the national treasure, right?" With a slight nod, Theodore confirms, "Yes, it's as you say. Without Umbra, I would have never been able to approach it." He reflects on the battle's true nature, admitting, "Technically it was half right, half wrong. Without Umbra's ability, fluidization, I would have died before I could even approach Levitine." Amidst a burst of fiery energy, a hand reaches out, as he continues, "Umbra had been essential to destroying Levitine's body. It's just that I concealed the existence of my trump card, gluttony." With a subtle shift in his expression, Theodore clarifies, "I didn't say that I destroyed Levitine using Umbra. If you're specific, it wasn't a complete lie." The two figures stand in the ethereal mist, the cloaked man observing Theodore intently. Suddenly, Theodore's eyes widen, a look of surprise spreading across his face. From behind, the cloaked man calls out with alarm, "Master, are you okay? That blood." Dismissing the concern over the blood, the elder mage reassures Philip that it isn't his own, then instructs him to take something. As the elder mage carefully handles a dark, menacing mask, its red eye slits glow faintly. He identifies it as an assassin's mask, likely belonging to one of the seven swords. Turning to Philip, the elder mage commands him to find a way to trace the mask's owner, warning that the assassin possesses a stealth-type aura ability and demanding thoroughness in the investigation. Philip, with a resolute expression, affirms his compliance. A high elf woman, with pointed ears and long blonde hair, interjects, asking if the assassin was sent from the Empire, while Philip pauses, considering her question. The elder mage confirms her suspicion, then ponders aloud who the assassin's target might have been. He remarks that she has already guessed the answer, muttering a curse against the Empire. The high elf woman's face hardens, her voice filled with indignation at the thought of them harming their children. The elder mage admits he considered killing the assassin, but finds it difficult to pursue him wholeheartedly while also being concerned about the high elves. He acknowledges the difficulty of pursuing an opponent in a location with ample cover, a shadowy figure of the assassin appearing in his mind's eye. The elder mage expresses his gratitude to Philip, acknowledging that without his ability to deceive the parents, the children might have been in danger, to which Philip humbly replies that he was just acting as a friendly neighbor. The elder mage scoffs, remarking that if the Empire insists on such hostile actions, they should expect similar treatment in return, even if direct confirmation of their involvement remains elusive. He considers the gravity of the situation, the attempt to burn the great forest with Levitine, and the assassination of the high elves, deeming it a monumental crime. A thought then surfaces, a name echoing with significance. Vince Heidel has returned. Philip, standing nearby, questions his mentor's words, his voice laced with curiosity. The elder mage turns to him, asking about the results of his task, to which Philip confirms that everything unfolded exactly as predicted. With a determined expression, Philip commands the hidden figures to reveal themselves. Moments later, two bound figures are seen kneeling before him, their capture swift and decisive. The elder mage, observing the captives, states that their testimony has already been received, revealing they were merely hired by a black-masked man and were unaware of what they carried. He concludes there's nothing more to learn, even through torture. Considering the situation, the elder mage mutters that it's useless, while Philip asks if he should simply eliminate them. The captured figures plead for their lives, desperately claiming their ignorance, and that everything they did was under the black-masked bastard's command. The elder mage simply hums in thought, his expression unreadable. He then turns to Elisa, inquiring about Elvenheim's methods for punishing criminals, as she begins to explain the lifetime of consequences awaiting them. He continues to ponder the fate of their captives, suggesting a lifetime of servitude in the mines, or perhaps even forcing them into roles as hunters or harvesters. Elisa, taken aback by the sheer shrewdness of his proposal, can only stare in wide-eyed surprise. But then, a laugh escapes her as she agrees, declaring that she won't refuse such a gift. A serene, misty landscape unfolds, hinting at the passage of time, as the delegation takes a few days off after their arduous fight with Levitine. Inside, Sylvia acknowledges Theodore, stating that their current respite is all thanks to him, to which he simply asks, for what? The battle had drained most of the magicians, leaving them utterly exhausted, the fatigue in its aftermath proving no joke. But because Eleanor had taken such good care of him, Theodore was able to regain his energy quickly. He reflects on a significant shift. The elves' attitudes towards the delegation have become much more favorable, their once cold eyes now much warmer, and something small has also changed within himself. As he walks through a misty, wooded area, a voice calls out, "Wait." A large, rocky figure emerges, pleading, "Please wait. Human, great person." Theodore turns, surprised, asking if the creature is speaking to him, as the rocky figure apologizes for last time. The massive, rocky entity, its form like ancient bark, bows its head in apology, expressing gratitude for the protection of the forest and its family. Theodore, surprised, watches the massive figure, who admits to being rude during their first encounter. The rocky entity expresses a desire to apologize for that, and Theodore, still processing the unexpected interaction, quietly agrees. With a nod, he accepts the reconciliation, bringing their unexpected meeting to a close. Later, in a grand hall, Elisa addresses the delegation, announcing it's time to move. A male elf, smiling, confirms their parents' wishes to gather for a banquet. A swirling, luminous blue portal begins to materialize, its light expanding. The male elf, standing beside a female elf, explains that while it's the same portal as before, the destination has changed, urging them to experience it themselves rather than just hear about it. The portal fully forms, shimmering with potent magic. Theodore and Sylvia emerge into a new, chilly environment, Sylvia wondering if they've arrived at a mountain, noting the cold. The vast, snow-capped peaks of a mountain range stretch out before them, shrouded in a cold, ethereal mist. Looking out at the expansive view, Theodore questions their exact altitude, realizing they must be incredibly high up to see the entire mountain range. The precise measurement of their new altitude is revealed, placing them at an astonishing 10 kilometers and 824 meters above sea level. The elder mage explains that without the world tree's protective power, they would surely freeze to death in such extreme conditions. He continues, noting the difficulty of even breathing at this height, yet assures them they face no such problems thanks to their current location. Theodore, visibly sweating from the sheer altitude, confirms the elder mage's statement, while Sylvia stands nearby, observing the vast, cold expanse. Elisa then clarifies that this incredible place is one of the world tree's branches, a sanctuary inaccessible unless they, the elves, open the way. The sheer scale of the world tree branch is overwhelming, leaving Theodore in disbelief at its immense size. As Theodore gazes upward, Elisa calls out from a balcony, inviting him to come inside. She playfully chides them for their delay, explaining that everyone has been waiting for their arrival. Inside, Elisa greets Theodore and Sylvia warmly, urging them to join the feast of delicious food that has been prepared. She explains that this banquet isn't for political reasons, but a celebration for the saviors of the forest, encouraging them to disregard status and sit wherever they please. Theodore hesitates, but Elisa gently pushes him forward, insisting that they should simply think of each other as friends from now on. A hand extends, offering 2 golden goblets, a symbol of the warm welcome into the elven gathering. Within the grand hall, the elven host raises his voice, declaring that with everyone now gathered, the festival can officially begin. He continues, offering a blessing for their forefathers who have graced this meeting, and expressing his hope that by the end of this banquet, distant neighbors might transform into true friends. The elder mage listens intently, while Theodore, now sporting blonde hair and his familiar red glasses, stands beside him as the host acknowledges their role, just as they had saved the elves from a disaster. Elisa and another female elf smile warmly, as the host promises that they, too, will heed their calls should they ever be in need. With a broad smile, the elven host raises his goblet high, proclaiming a toast for the glory of Elvenheim and Melter. His hand firmly grips the goblet, as he calls out, "Cheers, everyone." Another hand, likely Theodore's, also raises a goblet in response, joining the celebratory toast. A woman with long blonde hair, holding a bottle, offers a drink to Theodore, asking if he would like to try the wine. She explains that the grapes were hand-grown by her tribe, and the wine itself possessed a rich aroma and taste, receiving high praise. With a smile, he readily accepts, requesting a glass. Before he can take a sip, a woman with long white hair interjects, offering him something else instead, something she made herself with spices she brought, which turned out really delicious. He hesitates for a moment, then agrees to try it, while the blonde woman warns him to be careful as it's hot. The blonde woman then teases her companion, suggesting she wouldn't understand the taste of alcohol since she wasn't an adult yet. The white-haired woman reacts with indignation, demanding to know who was calling her a child, asserting her status as a respectable adult who had already undergone her coming-of-age ceremony. She then playfully grabs the blonde woman in a headlock, who struggles against her hold. Theodore attempts to intervene, calling out Sylvia's name and reminding them that the taste of alcohol can vary depending on the cup. Still holding her companion, Sylvia is praised by Theodore for her drinking prowess, noting that she drinks better than she looks. With a mischievous grin, Sylvia challenges the blonde woman, proposing a bet on who can drink more. A hand raises a bottle in triumph, a voice commending, "Well done, Sylvia." From a high balcony, an older man with white hair and a mask observes the commotion below, muttering about the noise. He then muses, "You shouldn't be alone in a place like this during a rare feast." Before questioning her choice of attire, asking why she's wearing a mask again today, Sylvia, now standing before the masked figure, is asked if she was expecting a masquerade ball or if there was another reason for her disguise. The masked man sighs, explaining his own presence is due to personal reasons. Unconvinced, Sylvia demands he reveal himself or at least explain, stating she's the type who can't stand not knowing. She then looks at him with a sudden realization, finding the answer quite obvious. Sylvia asserts her ancient lineage, reminding him not to underestimate her youthful appearance, as she is over 100 years old, before playfully scolding Theo for being too much. The masked man, Theodore, looks utterly confused by her outburst, wondering what's going on. Elsewhere, a pink-haired woman at a counter expresses her exasperation, complaining that every day, he is either with the Crimson Tower Master or another woman, finding his behavior truly excessive. A dark-haired man seated with her observes Sylvia, noting her apparent intoxication and suggesting it might be time for her to stop drinking. Sylvia, her cheeks flushed, challenges Theodore, asking if he still thinks she's a child who can't even handle this much alcohol. She defiantly declares, "I'll show you how well I can drink." Theodore, in his disguised form, watches as Sylvia, now slumped over the table, has clearly passed out. He lets out a soft sigh, a hint of exasperation on his face. Sylvia is shown sleeping soundly, her face peaceful. A narration confirms that she drank so energetically, she simply passed out. Theodore, now in his true form, observes the breathtaking high-altitude view, remarking that no matter how many times he sees it, it remains fascinating. The Elven host stands beside him, looking out at the ethereal, cloud-filled landscape, commenting that he couldn't have imagined having a feast in such a high place. Turning to Theodore, the Elven host agrees, "Right? When I first came up here, I was just as surprised as you, Theodore." He reminisces about the big trees in his hometown, though none ever towered above the clouds like these. Theodore extends a hand, seemingly reaching for the clouds, expressing wonder at being able to touch them, feeling as if it's a dream, to which the Elven host chuckles, "Hee, is that so?" The Elven host then addresses Theodore, asking him to follow for a moment. Eleanor calls out to Theodore, her voice carrying a hint of anticipation. She then reveals, "There's a place I'd like to show you separately." Understanding her intent, Theodore acknowledges her words, as Eleanor instructs him to follow closely, warning him not to stray more than 3 steps away. With soft footsteps, they begin their journey. Suddenly, the scenery shifts, prompting Theodore to observe, This is a completely different space from before, isn't it?" He then asks, "Where are we?" and wonders if Lady Eleanor possesses spatial magic akin to the White Tower Master. Turning to her, he presses, Lady Eleanor? How can you move to another space so quickly?" Eleanor explains that as high elves draw closer to the world tree, they can access a greater amount of power from their ancestors, a revelation that makes Theodore exclaim, "High elf privilege." She continues, "We can easily leap a certain distance without using wormholes or spatial gates," adding that it's quite handy. Theodore muses, "I see. It reminds me of Lord White Tower Master," to which Eleanor chuckles, "Hee, you could say it's a similar principle." A subtle smile plays on her lips, her golden eyes reflecting the mystery of their journey. With a soft rumble, they arrive before a grand, ancient structure, its dark facade looming over them. Theodore, gazing at the imposing building, addresses her, "Lady Eleanor, where on earth is this place?" Standing before an ancient structure, Eleanor explains that this is a sacred space, one even high elves like her cannot enter without special permission, revealing it to be the fabled spring of wisdom. She then turns to Theodore, informing him that he is only the second person in their entire elven history to be recognized as a visitor to this hallowed ground. Looking up at the imposing building, Theodore questions if this massive structure is truly the spring of wisdom, to which Eleanor simply confirms his understanding. She elaborates that the reason for bringing him here is not arbitrary, but because a sage had long ago prophesied his arrival. Theodore's eyes widen in surprise as Eleanor reveals the sage who foresaw his visit was the first human mage to ever enter the Spring of Wisdom, an extraordinary being who had forged contracts with all 4 elemental kings. A vision of the great elemental master Myrtle Hersium, both in his shadowy elemental form and as a cloaked, scarred figure, appears as Eleanor continues, stating that he had left a message specifically for Theodore within the Spring of Wisdom. Sitting now, holding a simple bowl, Theodore repeats the name, Myrtle Hersium, a hint of awe and disbelief in his voice. The prophecy unfolds in a series of ominous images, foretelling that after a long time, the 6th Mui will open their eyes, and forgotten beings will awaken from their deep slumber. The vision continues, painting a picture of impending chaos where 2 great nations will compete, bringing forth an indescribable disaster. Yet, a glimmer of hope emerges from the prophecy, assuring that there is no need to fear, for a visitor from afar will gather the sparks of that disaster. The final instruction of the prophecy echoes, "Please guide that visitor here." Theodore's expression shifts to deep contemplation as he processes the words, realizing the full weight of the prophecy Eleanor has just shared. Eleanor concludes her explanation, stating that she has told him everything she can about the prophecy. The rest, she implies, is written within the very walls of the Spring of Wisdom. Only by venturing beyond a certain door will he finally grasp the full scope of its meaning. Theodore looks up, his mind reeling from the revelations of the 6th Mui and the visitor with the power to suppress the coming disaster, a prophecy that spans from Eleanor's birth to the appearance of Rebetine. He ponders the sheer impossibility of it all, wondering how a mere human, like Myrtle Hersium, could have foreseen events decades into the future. Eleanor, sensing his thoughts, simply nods in understanding, as he declares his intention to enter the Spring of Wisdom and uncover the reasons behind his summons. With a determined expression, Theodore assures her he will return after a short while, asking her to wait patiently. He turns and begins his descent down a long, ancient staircase, leaving Eleanor behind. With a soft smile and clasped hands, Eleanor affirms her unwavering commitment to wait for him, no matter how long it takes. Theodore approaches a glowing, ethereal surface, his hand reaching out to touch the ancient magic. As he steps into the shimmering blue light, a spatial gate forms around him, transporting him deeper into the Spring of Wisdom, and in that instant, he feels the original book being consumed, its knowledge flowing into him. His connection with Myrtle Hersium initiates, a success that bathes his features in an ethereal blue glow, confirming the entity has accepted his presence. The process begins, a profound link forming between them. His eye, now glowing with an intense blue light, reflects the power coursing through him. Meanwhile, a hooded figure with an eye patch, sensing the intrusion, questions the identity of the newcomer. A moment later, a sigh of relief escapes him, realizing the long-awaited arrival. His voice resonates through the vast chamber, declaring that the guest he has been expecting has finally arrived. A wizened old man, cloaked in green and floating effortlessly, announces the arrival of the guest he has been anticipating. Theodore Miller, looking up at the ethereal figure, questions his identity, asking if he is the real Myrtle Hersium and how he managed to appear. The old man, with an eye patch covering one eye, apologizes, explaining that the person Theodore knew is not who he is now. He clarifies that it would be more accurate to think of him as a trace of memory, while Theodore observes that he looks much younger than he had imagined. The floating figure then expresses surprise, wondering if such a young boy could truly be the owner of greed. A startled Theodore asks for his name, to which the old man responds, revealing his identity as Theodore Miller. The young mage's mind races, questioning how the old man knows about gluttony, and what kind of being he truly is, especially since he also knows Theodore is gluttony's owner. The old man smiles, musing over the name Theodore, finding it a bit humorous for a magician. Extending a hand, the ancient figure acknowledges greed, remarking that it has been a long time. His hand reaching towards Theodore, he then asks if he should call it gluttony now. Suddenly, the dark, sentient orb in Theodore's hand speaks, its voice filled with disdain as it addresses the old man, accusing him of daring to summon it with a mere fragment of memory and becoming bold during their time apart. Still held by Theodore, Gluttony listens as Mordal explains his current state, unable to move, which forced him to receive Theodore and his contractor in this manner. Theodore, however, dismisses the explanation as a weak excuse, his mind racing to understand the true nature of the situation. He wonders how much Mordal truly knows about Gluttony, and if their connection runs deeper than he had ever imagined. Gluttony issues a stark warning, threatening to consider Mordal an enemy if his answers aren't satisfactory, while Mordal, undeterred, suggests Gluttony is different from the other sins, lacking interest in the world's existence. Mordal remarks on Gluttony's persistent prickliness, then reveals he was the one who granted the spirit contract to Theodore. He questions Gluttony's caution, gesturing dismissively. Mordal clarifies his intention, stating he called them to help, believing Gluttony to be distinct from the other 7 deadly sins, a revelation that makes Theodore question his own involvement. Mordal continues, describing the actions of pride in a way that causes Gluttony to abruptly demand he stop. The orb, Gluttony, flares with indignation, accusing Mordal of threatening it, and referring to itself as a relic of mythology. Mordal chuckles, claiming he was merely asking politely, before curtly telling Gluttony it talks too much. Theodore's mind races, trying to decipher the true nature of the conversation and the history between the two ancient entities, wondering if Mordal was attempting to reveal a hidden truth. Gluttony, still simmering, declares it will let Mordal's words slide, but only this one time. He clenches his fist, a silent command to the grimoire, but then a voice cuts through the tension, warning him not to do anything unnecessary. As Gluttony attempts to retreat, Theodore calls out, demanding it not simply leave, while the grimoire chuckles, noting that its previous politeness was merely a facade. A soft gulp escapes him as he hears Mordal's words, which then question his perception, asking if he truly believes a contractor of the 7 deadly sins could be considered inexperienced. Mordal, standing amidst a swirling mist, calmly advises Theodore not to be so tense. He insists that he only wishes to help, his gaze steady and unwavering. The question hangs in the air, a simple why, followed by a thoughtful hum, as the elder mage considers his next words. Theodore, however, remains firm, stating his unwillingness to be manipulated without understanding anything, and demands a clear reason if Mordal truly intends to help him. Mordal acknowledges the confusion his words must cause, offering a brief apology, his expression unreadable. He then pleads for understanding, explaining that there are secrets he cannot reveal at this moment, some of which are secrets that must not be known. The elder mage's feet are visible as he speaks of these profound mysteries, the very secrets that must not be known. He elaborates, mentioning the purpose for which the 7 deadly sins appeared in this world, and the lingering traces they left behind. Theodore's eyes widen in shock and confusion, the weight of the revelation dawning on him as he repeats the phrase, the secrets of the 7 deadly sins. He extends his hand, a faint blue glow emanating from his palm, as if confirming a command, and a voice echoes, "That's right." Meanwhile, the hooded figure demonstrates a technique, stating, "If ego permits it, I can also perform such tricks." But the system responds with a jarring notification, displaying a stark red error. Error ***** across the visual field, accompanied by a surge of light blue energy. Despite the error, a new message appears, confirming a valid request and announcing that the 4th seal of Gluttony is being released, enveloping the blonde mage in a soft, ethereal glow. A system window materializes, declaring that Gluttony's functions are now properly unlocked. Another prompt advises the user to check the information window for the relevant features immediately. The Grimoire Gluttony C rank window details that its 4th seal has been released through the proper channels, allowing the user to borrow the power of authors extracted from devoured manuscripts. However, once the overwrite function is executed for an author, they cannot be summoned again, a function previous owners called overwrite, which can be renamed if desired. The blonde mage looks down, a cloud of mist around him, pondering how, unlike last time, it wasn't even recognized as an abnormal method, wondering what he had done. The hooded figure, now visibly weakened and seated, remarks, "I've noticed that there was a trace of the seal being released once before. Thanks to that, I have a little strength left to talk." He continues, his voice strained, "I have about 5 minutes left. Well, from now on, think of it as an old man's trick and listen carefully." A close-up on his eye reveals the gravity of his words as he warns, "To be honest, you're in a dangerous situation right now." His gaze sharpens, explaining that the trigger for this danger is the Leviathan he devoured during this incident. The immense power extracted from that grimoire, combined with the mysterious energy of another dimension and the potent force of artifacts, all valuable as treasures, are simply too overwhelming for a young man in his 20s to contain. Looking up, Theodore questions, "What exactly is the problem? Is having a powerful ability a problem too?" Mordal responds with a rhetorical question, "What happens to a container when you try to put more content in it than its capacity?" The realization dawns on Theodore, a stark truth echoing in his mind. It breaks. Mordal continues, his voice somber, "Fortunately, meeting me has bought you a little more time. You probably won't have any problems for the next 2 years, but..." He reveals the grim prognosis. "After 3 years, your body will start to break down, and in 5 years, it will be your end." Theodore recoils in disbelief. "No way." Mordal's hand gestures, emphasizing the urgency. "I'm sorry, but time is of the essence." Sighing, Mordal offers advice. "Instead of just living a life of fighting and devouring, focus on expanding your own capacity." Theodore, seeking clarity, asks, "Your advice is too abstract. Can't you give me a more concrete method?" Mordal simply replies, "No, you already know the answer." He continues, a memory of Theodore's past struggles flashing through his mind, just as the time you spent wandering and struggling helped you. Mordal concludes, as Theodore floats amidst swirling energies, "Bro, don't hesitate to seek out difficult and challenging paths." As the old mage's words echo, he emphasizes that every practitioner of magic must ultimately forge their own path through their personal trials. With a final, encouraging sentiment, Mordal Hersium bids the young man good luck as he steps away from the glowing magical apparatus. Theodore's mind races, grappling with the identities and objectives of the other 7 deadly sins. He also ponders the truths of the world that he feels he must not yet know, a swirling vortex of information just beyond his grasp. A chilling thought pierces through his reflections. He has only 5 years left. As he continues to walk, lost in thought, a familiar figure emerges from the mist, awaiting his return. Eleonora greets him warmly, noting his reappearance, to which he responds with a simple acknowledgement of her presence. She then inquires about his experience, asking how he found their elven sanctuary. Looking away, he admits that it was a day that made him reflect far more than he had anticipated. Eleonora acknowledges his words, stating that while she doesn't know the specifics of his time at the Spring of Wisdom, she is certain it proved beneficial to him. She then clarifies her own purpose, explaining that her role was to guide him to the Spring of Wisdom and back to the banquet hall, before making a personal request, asking if he would listen. With a gentle smile, Eleonora asks if he would walk with her a little longer. A faint smirk plays on Theodore's lips, a silent acknowledgement of Eleonora's request to walk a bit longer, as the majestic, cloud-piercing spires of Mordal Hercium fade into the distance. He had indeed wanted to walk a bit more anyway, a quiet desire now voiced aloud. Meanwhile, in a different, opulent chamber, a voice acknowledges a report with a simple, "I see." The speaker then concludes, "So I've completely failed." A bare-chested man, his left arm a jagged stump, stumbles through the grand hall, the weight of his failure evident in his every step. Now clad in a red robe, he stands before his master, confirming his mission's destination, indeed, Melter. Overwhelmed by his perceived failure, the servant kneels, his voice trembling as he pleads, "Master, please, end my life." But his master's voice is firm, absolving him. "No, it's not your fault. You undoubtedly carried out my orders perfectly. This failure is my responsibility to bear." Instead of punishment, the armored master extends a hand, offering a new object with the command, "Take this." The servant looks up, his eyes wide with surprise as he murmurs, "This is." The master reveals a gleaming, intricate mechanical arm, explaining, "A substitute for your lost left arm. Get used to handling it within a year." Overcome with gratitude, the servant bows deeply, acknowledging his lord's generosity, for it is only natural to reward a loyal servant accordingly. The master clenches his bandaged forearm, the raw power of his grip evident as he reflects on the profound impact of losing a limb, understanding it deeply as a warrior. A quiet determination settles over his features, a silent vow that next time, he will ensure success. His muscular frame tenses, the shadows playing across his bare chest as he tightens his fist, a palpable surge of resolve emanating from him. And with a chilling intensity, he mentally declares his intent to eradicate all those contemptible scoundrels from Melter. The very next day, after the banquet had concluded, the envoys prepared themselves for a journey, and headed towards the capital of Melter, Manaville. As they gathered, one of the figures seeing them off inquired, "Are you all set by now? All you have to do is head that way from here." Eleonora, with a warm smile, replied, "Yes, thank you for seeing us off," to which the figure responded, "No problem, have a safe trip." Theodore, turning to his companions, declared, "All right then, we'll be on our way now." As they began to move, a voice called out, "Mr. Theodore." Eleonora, looking back with a plea in her eyes, urged him, "Please, stay safe and healthy." He nodded, responding, "I will. You stay safe too, Miss Eleanor. Now, we'll really have to get going now." Despite the brevity of their meeting, it was a bittersweet departure. As the group faded into the distance, a faint hope lingered that they might, someday, meet again. Their journey continued towards Manaville. And upon reaching the palace's audience chamber, a voice noted, "It seems like everyone is here." Standing before the throne, Theodore is commanded to report the results of the envoy's trip to the master of the ivory tower. With a respectful bow, the king's bald advisor confirms his readiness to proceed. He begins, detailing the successful meeting with the people of Elvenheim, which has tripled the amount of import and export products, along with the export limits of artifacts. The king listens intently, as the advisor continues, revealing they also secured a lumber yard in Elvenheim's great forest and established a promise of periodic trade between their two nations. A subtle, satisfied smile plays on Theodore's lips, reflecting the success of his mission. The king, rising from his throne, claps his hands in approval, proclaiming the work excellent, and commending Viscount Miller for his outstanding efforts. He then adds that he has heard high remarks about Theodore's name this time as well. The monarch continues his praise, declaring that Theodore has honored their great nation, Melter, and is one of the greatest gifts the kingdom has received from above. Humbly, Theodore responds that the king praises him too much. The king, however, insists that what he has accomplished is indeed worth the rank of prime. He then bestows upon Theodore the rank of prime, and promises a promotion to the next rank once he reaches the 6th circle, asking if there are any objections. Theodore, bowing deeply, expresses his gratitude. With a final, approving good, the king declares that not only Theodore but all members of the envoy will be rewarded. As word of his success spread, others whispered of the young mage's rapid ascent, marveling that he had been named a prime at such a tender age, and wondering if he might even become the next tower master. A soft exhalation of breath accompanied their hushed tones, as the implications of his achievements settled upon them. Meanwhile, standing alone in a grand hall, Theodore himself reflected on the changes within him, a subtle shift that even he couldn't quite pinpoint. He considered the possibility that one day, he might indeed become the Tower Master. Such a future, he mused, wasn't as distant as it once seemed. A soft sigh escaped him as he pondered the title, a prime, a great proposition indeed, but one that carried its own weight. He knew that the rank of prime was the highest a magician could achieve within the tower, second only to the Tower Master and the elders themselves. With this esteemed rank, he would gain the authority to establish his own research team or organization and receive crucial funding from the kingdom's treasury to support his studies. And he had already achieved something remarkable, his hand glowing faintly as he confirmed to himself that he had reached the sixth circle. A soft, crackling sound accompanied the subtle surge of magic in his palm, a testament to his power, ensuring his immediate promotion as soon as he informed his majesty. Yet, a thoughtful hum escaped him, as he understood that with such power came an equally great responsibility. If he were to become a magician of the prime rank, it would be difficult for him to travel freely in and out of the country whenever he wished. Considering his options, Theodore wondered what choice would truly be best for him. Meanwhile, the older man speaking to him remarked, "Is that so? Then you have about 5 years left." He continued, amazed by Theodore's progress. "And you've already surpassed the sixth circle. You are walking a path others would take 10 times faster than them." The older man then added, "And behind your growth." Theodore, sitting on the steps, thought to himself, "Lies, gluttony." The older man confirmed, "He sure is," before Theodore's internal monologue continued. As he said, "My explosive growth was thanks to gluttony." He mused further, "However, my limited time here is also thanks to gluttony. Is there really no other way around it?" The older man, sensing Theodore's thoughts, stated, "Oh, I know you've been listening to our conversation. We've got a lot of things to talk about. Stop wasting my time." Theodore, surprised by the direct address to gluttony, wondered, What are you talking about?" The older man, standing over him, warned, "Don't play dumb, or I'll use one question, one answer from now on." As the conversation continued, a mysterious hooded figure with an eye patch was shown, identified as Mordal Hersium, prompting Theodore to question, "Who is he?" The older man replied, "So it's come to this. I can only tell you about his abstract outer appearance, nothing more." Gluttony explains that if he hadn't broken the fourth stage seal, it would have been impossible for him to give even the abstract details of the 7 deadly sins. Considering this, Theodore presses further, asking, "Then what about the 7 deadly sins?" Gluttony replies that they are on another level, stating that the importance of pride is low, and the only reason he knows that is because he was able to see him face to face for a moment. He continues, revealing that the others, aside from pride, are at the 5th stage at least, and to hear more details, Theodore would have to undo the seal of the 6th circle. Theodore reflects, realizing he should have known this wasn't something he could get an answer to with a simple question, and there would have been no reason for gluttony to stop Mordal from saying something if it wasn't restricted. His gaze sharpens as he concludes, there must have been a restriction placed on gluttony. Deciding to change his approach, he states, "I'll change my question then. Tell me how to expand my bowl, like Mordal said." He recalls the older man's words, wondering, "There's more than one way?" Gluttony confirms this, stating, "That's right. The easiest way would be through human sacrifice." Theodore reacts with shock, exclaiming, "What? Human sacrifice?" As Gluttony calmly explains that it can be a person of any gender and age, and expanding his soul would only need about 10,000 humans. Immediately rejecting the horrific idea, Theodore declares, "Forget about it. I will never do something like that. Is there another way?" Gluttony, unfazed, simply remarks, "So picky about things." With a new resolve, Theodore decides, Then pile up EXP. Whether from good deeds or evil, it doesn't matter. As long as a deed impacts the world, it will expand one's bowl," Gluttony explains, offering examples like saving someone in trouble or bringing trouble to a person living peacefully. To cancel out and run away from karma by gaining dharma is what humans call a master. Theodore listens intently, his gaze fixed on the amorphous entity. Gluttony reassures him, stating there's no need to ask further questions. As long as he continues with what he's been doing, he'll be fine. Confused, Theodore asks what it means to continue what I've been doing, to which Gluttony replies, "Hunting down origins." The entity then instructs him to find the origins he's absorbed until now, such as the battle song and laws of the spirits. As Theodore listens, Gluttony promises to be of great help in expanding his bowl. A moment of realization dawns on him, as he questions if his bowl wasn't already stretched to its limits. He struggles to understand how absorbing and hunting down origins, which he likens to pouring water into his bowl, could possibly solve anything, finding the concept illogical. Gluttony acknowledges his concern as reasonable, explaining that the gains from hunting origins become a kind of material for his bowl, but also that something else can only be gained through that process. The entity then reveals that the soul fragments embedded within these origins, if absorbed, will expand his bowl beyond its current limitations. With this new understanding, Theodore concludes that he must either collect EXP through good or evil deeds, or hunt and absorb origins, seemingly having made his decision. As Theodore stands before him, the blonde-haired man, Gluttony, reveals that if the young mage's objective is indeed to hunt origins, he has something that may greatly assist him. He explains that he only just finished making it yesterday. With a gentle gesture, Gluttony extends a small, rectangular object, urging, "Now, take this, Theodore." Theodore looks at the item with a hint of surprise, murmuring, "This is." Gluttony watches him, adding, "Although, I'm not sure if that's enough to satisfy you." Theodore, now holding the archaic Magic Pandact, Balakian edition, a book containing records of ancient nations and their powerful magic, authored by Vince Heidel, who spent decades compiling its profound knowledge, feels a deep sense of gratitude. This original copy, imbued with the author's attachment, promises not only a standard level of the Balakian language upon consumption, but also a high chance of gaining a part of Vince's familiarity. He humbly responds, "That's not true. This is more than enough. I don't know how to thank you for this, master." Gluttony chuckles softly, dismissing his thanks. "There's no need to thank me. I was able to finish that book thanks to you. I was glad to be of help." He then sighs, reflecting, "Anyhow, the journey to hunt down origins, it won't be an easy one." Theodore nods, acknowledging the truth in his words. "That's true, but I will try my best." "No, not that." A stern voice cuts through the air, reminding him that he is now Meltor's hero, a status far different from his past. The young man listens intently, his expression a mix of surprise and apprehension. The blond man continues, explaining that he must forget about the Magic Academy, as the entire kingdom would stand against his departure. He then turns to Theodore, asking, "Theodore, do you think?" The young hero responds, his gaze thoughtful, "You can persuade His Majesty?" The king is known to be a very reasonable person, so long as one can persuade him with logical facts supporting their statements. But why? Theodore wonders, is he being fed a piece of meat by a woman? Veronica, the red-haired woman, playfully urges him to open up wide as she brings the food closer. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple as the Crimson Tower master internally questions, "Why is she here?" Noticing his discomfort, Veronica asks him directly, "What's with your face? Do you dislike that I'm feeding you?" To which he quickly denies, "And no, that's not it." The situation, where Veronica is feeding someone who is clearly refusing her, prompts Theodore to exclaim, "Your Majesty, just what is this situation?" The king, observing his distress, reassures him there's no need to be shy, explaining, "I called her here on purpose to soothe your nerves a little bit. You just sit back and relax." A small laugh escapes the king as he then asks, "Anyhow, what could possibly be the reason why you called for an audience? Is it to request a wish?" Theodore's eyes widen slightly in surprise, his expression betraying his inner thoughts. The king continues, his gaze fixed on Theodore. "Don't say that there is no reason." He leans back, a knowing smile playing on his lips, confident in his assessment as he states, "I'm, after all, quite good at reading people, so I know what you're thinking." With a deep breath, Theodore prepares himself, knowing this conversation will be crucial. Then, looking directly at the monarch, he formally requests approval to travel outside the kingdom. The king, seated opposite him with Veronica nearby, responds with a hint of surprise, questioning the timing of such a request. He leans forward, his expression thoughtful, admitting his confusion and suggesting that Theodore should instead be focused on advancing his rank within the kingdom. The king elaborates on the benefits awaiting him once he achieves the rank of prime, emphasizing the advantages of staying. He then poses a rhetorical question, asking if it wouldn't be more beneficial to train within the kingdom's excellent environment rather than traveling. Theodore acknowledges the king's concerns, but his gaze remains firm, indicating his resolve. With a pleading tone, he reiterates his core desire, asking the king to understand that his true wish is to travel. His eye narrows slightly, a silent testament to his unwavering conviction. He explains that his progress, nearing the sixth circle, was largely due to his previous travels and first-hand experiences, which he found far more effective than mere theoretical study. The king, however, cuts him off, revealing his true concern. Theodore's name is too well known for him to permit travel outside the kingdom. Theodore's expression falls as he internally acknowledges the king's refusal, admitting that it would indeed be risky to travel on such short notice. The king, having just denied Theodore's request to travel, now offers a small, ornate artifact to him, who accepts it with a respectful, "Yes, your majesty." As the king's servant carefully places the item into his hands, the king instructs, "Mr. Theodore, take this." Theodore, examining the object, questions, "Your Majesty, this is?" To which the king replies with a chuckle, "An artifact the Amber Tower Master made for self-protection." He then adds, "I don't know if it'll be of much help, but it's better than having nothing at all." The king continues, explaining that from the moment he steps out of this room, it's quite common for magicians to lock themselves up in their laboratories for research. The king elaborates, saying, "You'll suddenly get the urge to lock yourself in your laboratory and refuse to come out of the said laboratory for the coming months. It's a good cover-up story." A knowing smirk plays on the king's lips as he asks, "Don't you agree?" Theodore, gripping the artifact tightly, responds, "I agree with you, your majesty." His internal monologue confirms, "So, he meant that." A faint thumping sound echoes in his chest as he realizes the king wants to use that as a cover-up story to conceal the fact that he's left the kingdom. He understands the necessity, but also the danger, thinking, but I'd have to be extra careful traveling outside the country, not to be mistaken as an assassin or spy. The king then dismisses him, saying, "You may get going now." The king leans back, a relaxed posture indicating the conversation's end, and adds, "Since you'll have to make many preparations for locking yourself in your laboratory for the upcoming months." With a final, knowing look, the king concludes, "I don't know what kind of research you'll be doing, but I hope the results of your research are what you've hoped for." Theodore bows deeply, acknowledging the king's words and his unspoken permission, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your time, your majesty." The king's wisdom is undeniable, a truth that resonates deeply with those who witness his reign. As the conversation concludes, a man with an eye patch announces, "I'll be on my way now." His footsteps echo with a soft thud as he prepares to depart. Turning to the red-haired woman lounging on a nearby couch, he remarks, "Anyhow, it's very odd of you, Crimson Tower Master." The woman, Gluttony, responds with a questioning, "Huh?" He continues, a hint of amusement in his tone, "I thought you'd start whining about wanting to go with him. Have you finally grown up? Your work speed is slowing down these days too." Gluttony shifts on the couch with a soft thud, her expression a mix of defiance and longing, admitting, I do want to go with him. You're saying I'm childish? But why didn't you say something?" The man sighs, explaining his reasoning. "If I did follow him, it would have caused an even bigger ruckus. If this goes on, I'll probably quit and barge out of here." Gluttony looks up, surprised, uttering, "What?" A faint blush spreads across Gluttony's face, a subtle hiss escaping her lips as she processes his words. With a wistful expression, she muses, "Maybe I won't be able to call him kiddo any more than next time I see him." Meanwhile, a vast desert stretches endlessly under the open sky, the wind whistling softly across its dunes. In the distance, the rhythmic thud of hoofbeats signals movement as a small group traverses the arid landscape. As his journey begins, a man in a turban addresses the disguised Theodore, remarking on their shared fortune. He questions if Theodore feels lucky, then explains how they managed to stop a departing carriage, securing a VIP ride for their trip. The driver continues, admitting they couldn't find a magician to join them, but Theodore's unexpected arrival feels like nothing short of destiny. The young mage, hidden beneath his hood and goggles, acknowledges the truth in the driver's words. The driver then expresses even greater fortune, realizing he's in the presence of the junior Theodore, the very hero cherished by his master, wondering how they could possibly be luckier. Theodore agrees once more, while the driver admits he was initially skeptical, but the artifact's effectiveness has proven him wrong. A small, marble-shaped artifact, designed by an unknown individual in a failed attempt, subtly alters the owner's appearance, making them seem like a different person. This artifact activates simply by being carried, and should the spell ever break, it will self-destruct. Though it cannot be detected by conventional magic, its presence becomes undeniable once activated. Classified as precious, this artifact, when consumed, grants a substantial amount of magic power, though it requires 18 hours for full absorption, and also enhances one's understanding of transformation magic. Theodore reflects on his new persona, no longer Theodore the hero, but Theo, a fourth-circle magician journeying to meet distant relatives in Kargas. He knows he should devise a more convincing fake name, but recalls his master's advice to choose something ridiculous, hoping it will suffice. Sighing softly within the confines of the carriage, he considers the journey ahead, realizing he won't be able to see his master for quite some time. As the sun dips below the horizon, a chill permeates the desert air, making the night feel even colder than the day. Yet, one of the mercenaries remarks that once the sun fully sets, the temperature becomes more bearable. Theodore, holding a bowl of food, ponders this, wondering if it wouldn't be better to travel after dark. Another mercenary quickly explains that while it's a good idea in theory, the horses would tire faster during the day, and the desert plains have other inhabitants who prefer to roam at night. Theodore's eyes widen as he realizes the implication. They wouldn't be the only ones moving. Monsters like sandworms and desert ants also emerge once the sand cools, and he finally understands. He takes a spoonful of his meal, the warm soup a welcome comfort in the cool night. He finds the vegetable soup and roasted meat surprisingly palatable, tasting quite good despite the harsh conditions. Suddenly, a strange tingling sensation prickles at his senses, causing him to look up, then down, as he wonders if it was too weak to be an assassin, before a mercenary asks if he dislikes the food. Ignoring the question, Theodore's eyes narrow with intense focus, a silent no way. Escaping his thoughts as he abruptly rises, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. From the swirling dust and the deepening twilight, dark silhouettes emerge, a group of figures mounted on a large desert beast, rapidly closing the distance. The realization hits with chilling clarity: bandits. Theodore Miller stands atop a desolate ridge, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon as the wind whips around him. Below, through the swirling dust, a group of figures on camelback emerges, their forms silhouetted against the fading light. A nervous voice beside him confirms the grim reality. They really are bandits. As the alarm spreads, a shout echoes across the camp, ordering everyone into formation and archers to the rear. A hooded figure points frantically, exclaiming about a wooden fence. The gravity of the situation deepens with a chilling assessment: at least 10 aura users. Observing the approaching threat, Theodore notes that one of them possesses a master's level of skill, likely their leader, whose swordsmanship seems comparable to Rebecca's. Pulling his scarf higher to obscure his face, he resolves that he cannot reveal his true identity. In this precarious situation, he must ensure his magic doesn't exceed the fifth circle. With a faint blue glow emanating from his hands, Theodore prepares himself, asking, "Now then, shall I get started?" He stands at the center of a rapidly expanding magic circle, its intricate runes glowing with an ethereal blue light as power surges through the air. From the very ground beneath them, massive, rocky humanoid forms begin to tear free, wreathed in the same vibrant blue energy. More of these imposing figures rise, their silent forms taking shape as they gather behind him. A bandit, witnessing the sudden manifestation, recoils in terror, uttering a choked cry of disbelief. As his companions question the nature of the magic, he calmly instructs them to remain composed. Turning to face the growing assembly of constructs, he assures everyone that he has summoned them to protect them from harm. He then issues a precise command to the towering figures, stating that their directive will hold until the enemies are more than a kilometer away. One of the rocky summons responds with a deep, resonant voice, confirming its obedience to its master's will. Despite the looming threat, he feels no apprehension, reflecting that these opponents pale in comparison to the foes he has faced before. Holding a small, glowing orb of orange fire in his palm, he dismisses the bandits as mere pebbles rolling in the streets. Suddenly, for colossal figures of pure, crackling flame erupt around him, their fiery forms casting a vibrant orange glow across the desolate landscape. A look of utter confusion crosses his face as he realizes the unexpected outcome, muttering to himself about only using enough mana to create 2, yet somehow ending up with 4. As a fiery symbol blazes on his outstretched hand, Theodore wonders if this is truly the power of the rings of fire. He muses that it shouldn't matter much, deciding he'll simply have to calculate the power of these rings and incorporate it into his equation. With a surge of energy, he extends his arm, unleashing the spell. A single command, "Go," escapes his lips, and multiple fiery projectiles erupt, streaking towards their targets. The blazing orbs tear through the air, a cascade of destruction aimed at the approaching threat. One of the hooded figures cries out in alarm, their surprise evident as the magical assault closes in. Another bandit, mounted on horseback, finds himself directly in the path of the inferno. As he had guessed, they know how to use aura. However, the fiery projectiles still strike with devastating force, engulfing the mounted bandit in an explosion of flame. The other bandit is similarly caught in the blast, the intense heat and force pushing him back. He recoils violently, the impact sending him sprawling amidst fiery particles. Maintaining his focused stance, Theodore watches the chaos unfold, a small flame still flickering in his hand. He thinks they probably didn't see this coming, as another bandit is violently thrown through the air, screaming in pain from the fiery assault. From the crimson-tinged sky, a cloaked figure descends with lethal speed, a sword drawn and ready to strike. His dark cloak billows wildly as he plunges downward, a silent predator closing the distance. Through the shadows of his hood, a pair of menacing red eyes glow with an eerie intensity, a chilling prelude to the impending assault. He spins, enveloped in a violent crimson aura, his attack a blur of motion and destructive power, a voice echoing a single, deadly command. But his target, a mage in a turban and scarf, stands firm, channeling his own formidable power, preparing a song of battle, a rhapsody of power to meet the onslaught. With a resounding crash, the mage unleashes a brilliant blue and white energy blast, a mezzo forte of magic that erupts outwards. Meanwhile, the hooded leader, now mounted on a swift camel, races across the desolate landscape, his gaze fixed on the unfolding battle. He raises a single finger, a subtle yet commanding gesture, signaling his unseen forces. From his vantage point on horseback, the hooded leader nods slowly, acknowledging the situation. Below him, the turbaned mage stands amidst the dust and debris, victorious over several fallen hooded figures, their ambush thwarted. The mage, noticing the signal, feels a prickle of unease, wondering if he's been encircled by more enemies, and if that hand signal was truly meant for him. The hooded leader then addresses him directly, a hint of surprise in his tone, remarking on his skill and questioning his origins, speaking in what he identifies as the official language of the North. The hooded leader, his green eyes narrowed, watches the mage with an intensity that belies his calm demeanor. He acknowledges the mage's skill, but warns him that his playtime is over, and if he continues to resist, he won't make it out alive. The mage, unfazed, questions the leader's offer, asking if he's truly expected to believe he'll be allowed to live if he surrenders now. A scoff escapes him as he challenges the notion of trusting a bandit's word, his expression sharp with skepticism. The leader, growing impatient, snaps at a nearby minion, who recoils at the sudden outburst, before declaring that the mage is too young to understand the value of his own life. But the mage simply smiles, suggesting that bandits is too crude a term for them, and perhaps they should be called janissary or plundercores instead. The leader's face tightens, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as the mage's words hit their mark, leaving him momentarily speechless. The mage continues, his voice calm and steady. asserting that true bandits wouldn't possess such military discipline, nor the coordinated swordsmanship and hand signals he observed. He gestures with a hand, emphasizing his point, his gaze unwavering. The mage then presses his advantage, noting that the Janissary are also known as the Sultan's sword, and if that's the case, then this act of plunder must be an order from the Sultan himself. The leader's expression hardens further, his jaw clenching, as the mage's deductions strike too close to the truth. He quickly denies any knowledge of the Janissary or any core, claiming he has no idea what the mage is talking about, but his defensive posture betrays his words. He listens as his opponent, the hooded leader, dismisses their earlier claims of military affiliation, insisting they are merely common bandits who prey on passing merchants, before declaring that the mage will now face his end. Without another word, the leader lunges forward, his blade arcing through the air, intending to finish the mage by the hands of some bandits. But the mage, unflinching, prepares his own counterattack, resolving to meet his fate and go out with a bang. A brilliant light erupts from the ground as he unleashes a powerful spell, shouting, "Earthbreak." The ground shatters violently around the hooded figure, sending him reeling from the explosive impact, a cacophony of sound effects echoing the force of the blast. His face contorts in a grimace of pain and surprise, a guttural cry escaping him as he struggles against the magical assault. Not giving his opponent a moment to recover, the mage begins to chant again, a golden aura flaring around him as he invokes the tempest to become the blade of the storm. With a surge of ancient magic, a chaotic storm of golden energy erupts, engulfing the area. The powerful Storm of Blades spell continues to rage, leaving the outcome of the battle uncertain. Theodore Miller, shrouded in a dark cloak, unleashes a torrent of power, summoning forth a formidable living armor. The construct moves with surprising agility, its sword arcing through the air with deadly precision, closing the distance to its unseen target in a blur of motion. A powerful blow lands, sending shockwaves through the ground, as the living armor continues its relentless assault, kicking up dust and debris. From a distance, Gord Flannel, the guild master of Flannel, watches the spectacle unfold, an expression of disbelief etched across his face. He acknowledges having witnessed many living armors before, but none possessing the sheer strength and power of these constructs. The guild master deduces that Theodore must be summoning these armors with a bracelet artifact, his gaze fixed on the glowing magical circle where the armors originate, and a covetous thought crosses his mind, wondering if he could acquire such a powerful item. Meanwhile, two other figures stand amidst the dust, one sighing in exasperation, questioning their next move. Just as Theodore approaches, asking what the matter is, as the two men express relief at his arrival, noting the recent sandstorm-like disturbance. A soft chuckle escapes him as he explains that the chaos was merely the result of one of the bandits wielding a hidden artifact. Meanwhile, the guild master, still processing the display of power, wonders aloud, what truly happened to them? An artifact this dangerous exists nowadays. Theodore, addressing the two men who had witnessed the event, calmly states that he simply finished off a few that got caught in the way of the storm. One of the men, astonished, asks if he accomplished such a feat entirely on his own, to which Theodore replies, "Yes, you could say that I did." The man continues, expressing his amazement that even if they were already wounded by the storm, Theodore's ability to finish them off was truly incredible. Another voice exclaims in awe, and the first man offers his gratitude, thanking Mr. Theo for allowing them to see another day. A deeper truth is then revealed. The so-called bandits were, in reality, soldiers who fought fiercely in the name of their sultan, battling until their very last breaths. The narrative shifts, pondering the Austin Kingdom's disaster and droughts, which forced army men, like those Janissaries, to resort to robbing. A heavy sigh escapes Theodore as he considers their desperate actions, all for the survival of their kingdom and themselves. Looking up at the vast, star-dusted sky, he begins to question his own nature. Am I? His thought trails off, then concludes, no different from them. Suddenly, his attention is drawn to something in the distance, a new sight emerging from the desert haze. Whoa, I can see it. As the carriage presses onward, he learns they are approaching the Kingdom of Trades, Karga's border city. Specifically, the city of Sapporo. Looking out at the dusty landscape, Theodore reflects on their recent encounter. Musing, he hadn't expected to be ambushed so close to the border. Rumors of immigrants from the Austin Kingdom turning to banditry seemed to be true. He confirms his suspicion, realizing the desperation was likely caused by severe droughts. The city itself, a testament to the region's struggles, had seen the price of water skyrocket, while powerful families abandoned their people, fueling widespread anger. With a sigh, he acknowledges the grim reality. It seemed they wouldn't be able to set foot in the Austin Kingdom for quite some time. He considers the need for more escorts on the return journey, finding it understandable if the bandits were merely immigrants, but the thought of an official military corps resorting to such acts was truly shocking. The political ramifications were clear. It was too soon to publicize the matter to other continents, as exposing the identities of these former soldiers would only tarnish the Austin Kingdom's reputation. Such a revelation would inevitably escalate into a diplomatic incident. The carriage wheels continue to churn through the dust, until Theodore, making a sudden decision, announces, "I will get off here at Sapporo." The driver, surprised, asks, "Are you all ready?" Gord Flannel insists on rewarding Theodore for his help, stating he wouldn't be able to sleep soundly if he sent him off empty-handed. Presenting a small, rectangular token, he urges Theodore to accept it. Theodore, looking surprised, questions what the item is. Flannel explains that his guild gives 2 such tokens to merchants who have fulfilled certain ranks, with one serving as identification. When Theodore inquires about the other token, Flannel reveals that simply showing it will grant him the status of a guild master, regardless of his location. He further elaborates on the benefits, including free carriage rentals and interest-free loans. Theodore, still hesitant, asks who would bear the responsibility for such privileges. With a hearty laugh, Flannel assures him that he, the giver, would take full responsibility for whatever Theodore chooses to do. Then, shifting the topic, Theodore asks about the bracelet Flannel has been eyeing on his wrist, wondering if he truly cannot part with it. Realizing Flannel's gaze, Theodore confirms he's referring to the very item he's wearing. The bracelet, an artifact known as Protect Me, You Scrap Heads, is a magic tool of treasure grade, capable of absorbing a great amount of magic power. Once consumed, it takes 4 days to be fully absorbed, representing the maximum information a level 4 evaluation ability can decipher. A merchant, his face etched with a knowing grin, offers a substantial sum for the bracelet Theodore wears, stating his willingness to pay 100 gold. However, Theodore calmly explains that since he isn't the true owner, he cannot sell it, prompting a sigh of resignation from the merchant. The bracelet, a powerful artifact, was crafted by Norden, the esteemed Amber Tower Master, a mage capable of summoning formidable living armors. Its unique ability to summon such constructs makes it worth far more than a mere 100 gold, a fact the merchant acknowledges as he bids farewell, wishing Theodore safety on his journey. With a slight smile and a wave, Theodore returns the sentiment. The merchant turns and walks away, leaving Theodore to his thoughts. Considering his next move, he wonders if it's time for him to continue on his way as well. Soon, the ancient, sun-baked architecture of a city rises into view, its rooftops dotted with birds taking flight. He finds himself amidst the bustling streets, the sounds of daily life echoing around him. His gaze sharpens, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings with keen interest. This is Sapporo, Karga's border city, a place known for its many foreigners and a surprisingly pleasant atmosphere, he observes as he navigates the crowded thoroughfares. As he walks down a narrower path, a question forms in his mind. Is this the place Karnice mentioned? Following the information Karnice had provided, the young mage knew the Information Guild was renowned for selling intelligence, and among their ranks, the King of Mice was said to be the best. Activating his Hawkeye ability, he scanned his surroundings with heightened perception. While hero novels and fairy tales often depicted such places as easily accessible via secret codes or hidden basements, the reality of finding a guild that deliberately concealed its location from any map was far more challenging. He continued his methodical search through the dusty streets of Sapporo, counting 6 steps past the 3rd pillar, then 3 more after the cracked street sign. Finally, a sense of certainty washed over him, as he murmured, "This must be the place." Pushing through a cloud of dust, he stepped forward. The entrance to the hidden guild was a dark, imposing archway, leading into an even darker interior. He ventured deeper into the shadows, his footsteps echoing softly in the cavernous space. Suddenly, a cloaked figure with glowing red eyes emerged from the gloom, its presence a silent warning. Another, larger shadowy form with a single red eye appeared beside the first, their combined aura radiating a palpable sense of danger. Undeterred, he finally reached a